Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy, y'all, again. Day number 2, Arlington Major. Black, you're back.
You're back too?
Living vicariously into Texas right now. Can you smell the barbecue? Can you feel like you're in the Lone Star State right now? Does it feel good? Does it feel hot?
I did have barbecue for dinner, but right now, nothing's really... No.
I heard the smelling, the sniffing for the barbecue.
Yeah, I couldn't smell it, but maybe deeper into the day, after series 2 or 3, maybe. Who knows? But it's starting to cook up first.
Okay, so we got to cook up some barbecue, leave it in the pit, try and get it going, and cook ourselves up some good Dota, and hopefully we get some good Dota. We're here with our first series of the day on this stream, which is Outsiders against Talon, and these teams so far, Talon, they're 0-1-1. Outsiders, they're 0-2-0, so they've split both their series on Outsiders. Talon split one and lost one. Do you think that these results are what we should be expecting from both these teams, or do you expect a little bit more or even less from one of these teams?
I think for Talon, it's got to be expected, because should have been doing very well in the SEA scene lately, but the initial struggles, it means there are some weaknesses still, right? You can't just polish off these weaknesses instantly, especially if you have a stand-in. Things aren't going to be as smoothly as they were before. On the flip side, though, Outsiders, so many people had them in the top 6, maybe even higher, because they said, wow, every team is watching their replays, they're so good and whatnot. I honestly haven't seen much of them, but splitting 2 series is not bad, but it's not what you would expect from a team that is as highly regarded as they are. My biggest problem with the team is just that I actually don't know much about them. Of course, I know the players, but the team as a whole, I'm very excited to see actually what they bring to the table and what the hype is all about.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting. Considering the 2 series they split were 2 teams with stand-ins, they split with Fnatic, they split with RNG. Yeah. Do you have as much confidence coming into day 2 if you're a fan of Outsiders, wondering if this team's going to make it to the top 6? That just seems potentially like maybe they are holding back a little bit, or maybe they just don't have it all. So, I always try to make excuses first. I'm always just they're holding back. day one kind of guy. I don't want to say a team's bad. I feel like it's rude. I'm holding, getting flamed here. I don't need to be tweeted by any managers or any owners or anything like that. I'm just gonna say, it does say on your notes right there, I will not go after someone aggressively. Yeah, right.
Yeah, in French though. So
okay,
yeah.
something omelette du fromage, right?
We.
Okay, so let's take a look at the odds here. They've got Outsiders 1.41 to the 277 of Talon. Better odds than they had against LGD.
I mean, LGD was like, what, 9-1?
Yeah, so it was something ridiculous like that. It was very high odds, but honestly, 2.77 is not awful.
It's not awful. I mean, that again shows though how, I guess, highly regarded Outsiders is, right? But yet again, they have to show what they're really made of, because so far, as you said, it's been good, but not impressive.
Right. So we'll see what they're able to accomplish here for Talon, and of course, they're dealing with Zephyr as a stand-in, so that might be kryptonite here for Outsiders. Maybe they do win a game. Maybe they take 2 on Talon. See, it doesn't seem like Outsiders are completely ready for stand-ins.
That would be the 3rd game in a row they play against a stand-in right now, yeah?
Yeah, this is the 3rd series in a row that they're going up against.
And then suddenly they play against like LGD and all these teams. They 2-0 them super easily. It's like, oh, you don't have a stand-in? Well, you can't win.
Yeah. Well, who do they have next? They have Liquid next, so no stand-in on Liquid.
No stand-in. Oh, good luck, Liquid.
Yeah, and then tomorrow they play Thunder Awakening. Or Thunder Awaken. It used to be Thunder Awakening. They've got isn't it their coach is a stand-in?
No.
It's Dark Mago can't stand, and also their coach was unable to stand. One of the coaches was unable to stand in. I forget which team that was. That was for Beastcoast. Sorry, I'm getting my stand-ins mixed up. There's so many.
Okay, lots of stand-ins. Yeah,
it's just
can't blame you.
But yeah, they end up playing Thunder Awaken, and that's it tomorrow. That's what it looks like. And then on the 7th, then they play LGD, then they play OG stand-in, and then they play Sonics. So not an easy last few days for Outsiders. They got to get their wins now. I don't think you want to go in up against OG or LGD with, say, 4 split series and a win. It'll probably keep you safe from elimination, but you wanna be in that upper bracket, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, upper bracket is always chill. You win 1 game, you're top 6 already. You know, 1 series, I guess, not 1 game. Something I don't wholeheartedly agree with. I always hated that even at TI. It just seems kind of silly to just be in a grand final after 3 series wins, you know. But
yeah,
that's life. Nothing I can do about it.
Upper bracket advantage is real.
Oh, it's not just real. It's just like it's kind of insane. Like the jump goes from like top 12 to top 6, top 3, final. Yeah,
final. And then what else is it? It's just like you get like a day off, don't you? Like everybody gets the day off.
I think you get like 2 days off
playoffs. Yeah, I think it's it's that top 6 to like upper that top 3 where you usually get that big break.
Usually I think they start with upper bracket the first day, then 2nd and 3rd day are just lower bracket only. So they have like 1 or 2 days off there already, and then again at the end they have 1 more day off.
Right. Yeah.
Lots of chill time, lots of money, lots of prestige.
Mm-hmm. It can be and you're already making money and you've got the days off. It's pretty intense. I'm trying to think of what it was like 4 BO3s, wasn't it, on day 1 of the playoffs last year?
Yeah,
and 2 BO1s after that, or did they play all 4?
No, I
don't
think
they did.
I don't remember.
It was a long day. It might have even been 2 BO3s, 2 BO1s, and then 2 BO3s, 2 BO1s. I have no idea. I don't even remember the schedule, but it has
it also
certainly
keeps
been
changing.
Yeah, it's going to be changing this year, as TI is going to be over the span of a month, which will be interesting because those TI qualifiers that start in September, whereas teams here that maybe don't make it to TI on points have to then go back, play their regional qualifiers, and that can be interesting. Those regional qualifiers aren't exactly going to be easy, but the top 3 this time make it in some way to TI. The top team makes it a TI, and then the second and third go to last chance.
Which makes it a lot easier, though, don't you think? Like, the fact that you can be top 3 and still go, and then actually have a chance at the LAN to qualify, absolutely massive. Like, the past years, there was only one team. Now 3 teams get the chance.
Yeah, and now we've got 2 teams drafting it out. And we're going to switch right over to that and see Talon against Outsiders. Look at this. Dawnbreaker first phase banned. No surprises here so far. Let's be real. No surprises. Timber's not much of a surprise either.
Nope. We'll see if we get any surprise going at all. As I said yesterday already, this tournament should be very heavily metagame dominated. But maybe something changes along the way, you know? We got lots of days to go, lots of series to be played. Maybe somebody mixes up something great in the sauce, the recipe gets changed just a little bit, and suddenly things look very different. Again, I'm doubtful. I'm always the kind of guy that needs to be proven wrong first. Let's see what happens. I'm going to predict no.
Just so you guys are aware, there are 3 other streams. You've got Fnatic RNG, Navi Aster, and OG.LGD on the other 3 channels.
OG.LGD, like, if you guys go over there to watch, I wouldn't even, like, be mad at you guys. A little bit, maybe. But you would have an excuse, because that game sounds really hype on paper. But the best play is, you just stay here for 3 series, then you watch the VOD of that game, so you don't miss out anything.
Or you squad stream.
Or you squad stream.
Pretty sure eventually all the streams will be in a squad stream, and you can watch all 4 at the same time.
Do you mean squad or squat?
Squad with a D.
Why not squatting?
You can do both. Why not?
Watching a stream while squatting, yeah.
For each kill, you do 10 squats.
Dude,
I'll do it with you. Chad,
I mean,
I'll do it with you.
You already know, right? Like, whenever I win a game, it's 10 push-ups or squats for me. No, 5 for me and 10 for the people that are watching. And if I lose, it's 10 for me and 5 for them. So we're keeping healthy together, you know?
So, Outsiders, they've gone to the Tiny Puck. Talon, they've gone to the Death Prophet. Dazzle, we have seen Dazzle just be a thorn for its opponents.
Well, so far, it is meta only. It couldn't be any more meta.
10 seconds.
It really is.
Oh, man. I actually can't remember the last time Dota was like this locked in to picks.
Like, we used to talk about how many heroes were going to get picked during an event. Now it feels like it's just meta, right? That's it.
Yeah. That's because I feel this has also been, I don't know if it's the longest time ever on like the same number patch, but it's been a long time. A long
10
time.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Puck, Tiny. And then you've got the combo there, right? It's always nice to have.
Puck Tiny, yep. It's a classic. Toss out of the coil. Kill some guy. Nice rotation potential. Very tanky frontliner already as a support that can just give information to Puck, which he loves. Yeah, I think it's very strong. Dazzle is also... I mean, it's a very strong hero overall, but if he's afraid of something, it's a hero like Puck that can jump the backline and like silence you so he can't get the grave off.
So Ember, CK. See, we've seen CK banned. Do you still feel as though this hero really fits within the meta?
Yeah, I think CK is still very, very strong. One of the better illusion heroes as well. It's just the burst damage it provides is insane. Like, you get this Phantasm level 2 with Armlet, or maybe even just level 1. -7 armor, bam. Support just gets one shot.
10 seconds remaining.
It's not S tier, I'd say, but it's definitely up there in the A tier.
Radiant team ban.
Okay.
Nothing compared to like Bristleback or something like that, though.
We together haven't seen a Bristleback yet, have we?
No. I think it's also been banned a lot, though.
Yeah, which is a bit of a surprise. Just, you know, we saw a lot of safe lane Bristle.
Yeah. I mean, Bristol is just you get a free rapier, and then you get 2 free rapiers at level 25. It's,
10
it's
seconds
a little
remaining.
strong.
5 seconds remaining.
So, third pick here, Nyx Assassin. I was looking earlier. PYW has a perfect Nyx Assassin win rate this year throughout the DPC, 12-0 over the entirety of the season. Obviously, not in this game, but this feels like Nyx Assassin has certainly
remaining.
found its little avenues to be picked in that
5
it does
seconds
really
remaining.
well.
Yeah, you have to be really careful though of heroes like Beastmaster and stuff like that now, because both Dazzle and Nyx do nothing against those creeps. And it's usually what indicates a good core pick, right? If both supports are just completely helpless against it. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see Beast and then Juggernaut and Beast maybe, if they want to go for like a more pressure push draft. We've seen it a couple of times.
Something high
Healing Ward.
tempo.
Yeah. It's I mean, Juggernaut loves these matchups, so
10 seconds
it's a good jug
remaining.
pick regardless of what they want to do. But I would love to see the pairing with like a Nyx Assassin.
5
Sorry,
seconds remaining.
Beastmaster.
Jakiro. Okay.
Well, that kind of plays into the same role though, right? High pressure, liquid fire, push buildings sort of draft. I've seen some offlane Jakiros lately in pubs.
10
A bunch of people
seconds
play those,
remaining.
so maybe that's an option.
Doubt he's watching, but
5 seconds
my boy Mo
remaining.
Farah used to talk about the Trebuchet Jakiro. Just ultra long range with like a dragon lance and just shooting liquid fire at people. Always a good time. I feel like you don't believe it's a good time, though.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I play Jakiro a lot, offlane though. So it's a very different sort of playstyle. You get fast into the Witchblade, then you start really dealing the damage. Like you easily burst 1000 HP level 9 if you have Witchblade.
Dire team
You think any
back.
team would be confident enough to play something like that? And here's a Lina. We've talked about Lina a bit. We haven't seen it yet, but coming out in the draft, like, seems like you got your 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment. Waiting on your carry.
Mm-hmm. Which you're going to be last picking to counter the
10
offlane. Makes perfect sense.
remaining.
Now, Lina,
5 seconds
I mean, we have
remaining.
seen Lina be completely hit or miss, right? And it's always been that kind of hero. The lane is going to be easy, but then how fast can you transition into a BKB? Team fights, how do they go for you?
Team
Because if you die a lot of times early game, the game becomes incredibly difficult for you. So they're banning the Faceless Void, which indicates that they're not going to pick Beastmaster. What do they want to have for the offlane then?
Dire team ban.
Hmm.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Let's see what they're
remaining.
banning. Void, Beastmaster.
Well, they did actually end up banning the Beastmaster. Interesting. Maybe they just wanted to bait them into thinking it's not going to be Beastmaster by banning the Void, but...
What do you think this last ban's going to be? I'm
For
going to
outsiders?
say, yeah. Troll.
Whew. All right.
That's what I feel like the ban's going to be. I don't know what the pick's going to be, but I'm going to say Troll.
I think...
Radiant team ban.
All right,
Monkey
cool.
King.
Never mind. No,
Fuck.
you can't do that.
Dude, I was literally...
No.
Yeah. Okay, dude.
All right.
Okay.
Also, Terrorblade for Talon?
Radiant team pick.
Do you like that?
Dox, yeah.
Maybe not Terrorblade.
Didn't expect that one. Now.
I expected it, of course.
Yeah. Naturally.
As I always do.
Now the question is,
10 seconds remaining.
do you just go for Lone Druid?
5 seconds remaining.
A lone druid or sniper could be decent. Or Medusa is pretty good as well.
Ooh, Doom.
Doom. What is it? Carry Doom?
So carry Doom.
Okay. We have seen that from Entity when they crushed Na'Vi.
Interesting little pick there. Safe lane Doom. Off lane Death Prophet, mid Lena, 4 Nyx, 5 Dazzle. Then for outsiders, Ramsey's on the Jug. And then you've got GPK on the Puck, DM on the Darkseer, Yamich on the Tiny. That 5 Jakiro.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely drafted a very high tempo draft. But Talon also answered with a similar tempo-ish, right? Like the Doom pick. Sure, it's a little bit greedy at the beginning, but usually as a carry, especially in a free lane against Darkseer, you're going to have a fast Midas, BKB, so you're able to fight very early. I just hope that KP is going to go BKB this game, because yesterday he didn't. And that was a big mistake. So hopefully they reviewed some things, and we'll see how the game goes for them.
Yeah, we'll see who will take this game. What do you got the percentages at? I need to know.
I'm going to go 60-40 for outsiders. Purely based on what I've seen yesterday from Talon.
I don't know if people in chat are going to be happy with those percentages.
Well, I'm sorry, but you know me, I'm an honest guy. I'm throwing stuff out there the way it has to be thrown out there.
Prepare for battle.
No, but in all seriousness, like, Talon yesterday showed weakness when the enemy's tempo starts to ramp up, and outsiders have a great tempo draft. Like, they were just very split on the map, getting picked off left and right, so we'll see how they adjust this time around.
Quick pause, but we could see 5v5 smokes. Chat, it's time for some chat interaction. Both teams smoke. Do you think there will be a kill pre-horn with both teams full smoking? Just press 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Are we taking part of the game in the game?
I mean, you could if you want.
You can't?
I'll say no.
Same.
As much as I'm hoping yes, because you got the SEA presence.
I feel like Talon is actually one of the most passive SEA teams, though. They like to farm very greedily around the map and, get into late game. It's usually how they win.
Outsiders wrapped all the way around. I'm taking a look at chat just real quick. I'm going to take a look. I'm going to see what they want to say. A lot of 2s. I don't see any 1s. Oh, stun on a GPK. But he's got the illusory orb. Doesn't exactly get him that far away. But now they've got the avalanche. The Blade Fury Makoto. He's in trouble and he'll go down. Makoto.
Everybody that answered yes.
There were no 1s. I will tell you right now, chat did not have any 1s.
The battle
I'm sad. Chat couldn't predict that well.
I mean, how it's like. Twitch chat is, they're like a hive mind. The first person that says no, everybody will say no. So, single out that first person that said no, and flame him.
All right, chat, get on that. While you're on that, we're going to continue to cast the game here. I appreciate your interaction, though. We'll see how this Doom does. Dooms naturally farm pretty well, of course, right?
And Doom is going to absolutely free farm here. Doom is considered one of the harder Darkseer counters, actually.
But my question just becomes, is that worth it? Like, Doom naturally farms in the off lane anyway. Do you need him? Like, having him in the safe lane, what's different?
I mean, it just makes the draft very, very quick tempo, because you will always farm more on the safe lane than you will in the off lane. Well, not always, but most of the time you will, especially in a counter matchup like this. So his BKB timing is going to be much earlier, his Midas timing is going to be much earlier, and he can just transition to become this like unstoppable force. That, again, Entity played it yesterday. I think Saberlight went like 15-0-20 or something when I carry Doom. And a simple reason just being you can literally just eat every creep where there's an Iron Shell on, like so.
Okay, Jakiro a little bit low. Dakota on the on this Jakiro. I was hoping you would be an offlane Jakiro, but obviously that's not happening. Just one of these days, we'll see Jakiro back in the limelight, back in the 3 position.
Support Jakiro isn't horrible. You know?
No, I actually think
you can
Jakiro's
have
really
a
good.
nice place. Yeah. It's also one of the supports that can actually push out lanes and be happy while doing so.
I want to say I think Jakiro is one of those like hub game stars. Just so frustrating to play against if played the right way with the liquid fire and the dual breath, just constantly with the harassment, you know?
Yeah, 100%. But I feel like nowadays meta is literally just that. Like every hero is tailored towards being annoying.
True. I don't disagree with that much at all.
I mean, look at the Dire draft. Which of these heroes can you consider not annoying? Then you look at the Radiant, and you're like,
Which of these heroes do you consider not annoying? I guess, yeah, you're right.
It's very much the theme of Dota lately.
Ooh, Hagoda getting body blocked by Zephyr, and they've got the Crypt Swarm. KP will get a kill up in the top lane. Well
Easy
done there.
peasy.
So take that annoyance and shove it.
Yeah, I mean, Death Prophet is just an incredibly strong laner. Very difficult to deal with.
How's this lane meant to go?
I do think Jug should farm here quite freely, but so will DP. I don't think you should get any kills here on either side, so if you call out a position, but it is a tough lane. Like, Death Prophet is never easy to lane against as a melee.
Just have that healing ward, continual heals, obviously just level 1, so it's not exactly like the most heal, but it is enough to sustain yourself at the moment in the lane. When it is in fact up, you just don't want to give away the gold, and now they've got the liquid fire and the dual breath. KP in trouble. Blavier on both of them. Zephyr kind of walks into it. You gotta worry, at least for the moment, that both these heroes just got really low, and the dual breath hits them both. Bite Carapace, the lockdown, Zephyr burning out. Meanwhile, Hyde and Yamich go down. It looked like, I'd like to apologize to the observer. Both those heroes looked like they were gonna die. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You got someone to blame now.
No, it's my fault. Yeah, Hyde going down. Yamich fell. Ended up trading supports down bottom. Bit of a stack here.
Yeah, but Doom is very happy. You can already see. He's almost into a Midas and he's 20 gold, and it's minute 4:30.
Yeah, really enjoying his time, that's for sure.
In fact, his Midas is flying out.
Ooh, Coda's
No.
dead if they got the right click. Yeah, they
Yep.
did.
Tower armor not enough to save him. DP hits quite hard, and yeah, the top lane is not going well at all. Juggernaut is still free farm though, as we expected. They're just giving him kills here.
Yeah.
Not really what you want to do.
But you can see like bottom's going really well, and then truthfully,
I wish we had
mid's
some
not
stats
bad
for this.
Makoto either.
Oh no, it's not. Alina never loses lane though. That's kind of the specialty of the hero. Is this the fastest Midas we've seen on Doom this patch? It's probably gonna be. It arrives at 5:17.
That's yeah. I mean, that's a fast Midas. That is certainly up there, and you can see how much he's leading on the net worth at the moment. Like, he's got 1,200, or well, now 1,000 over that Jug.
The crazy part is that they're not leading by 1k in the net worth yet though, which means the other lanes aren't going as smoothly as they possibly could.
Yeah, the supports are down by 100 each, and then the off lane's down by 100, and the mid's down by 100. So it's not exactly, it's, you know, about 600 gold that they lead by. That's all in the Doom at least for now. Brought over Zephyr to secure a regen rune. They'll keep GPK's bottle empty, and they'll use the Dream Coil if GPK comes in. And
he broke the coil.
Zephyr snapping the coil, and he'll end up falling to GPK. And I don't know if that was what he was expecting to do.
Now, what he wanted to do is he wanted to break the coil and stun the puck with the damage of the coil break.
Right.
But he got hit initially while puck phase shifted, so he dodged all that together, and it just ended up being like 500 burst damage in his face. I don't actually think he would have died there otherwise.
If he didn't snap it.
Yeah. He tried to go for the big risky play and did not pay off that time.
Ramsey's forced to walk all the way back home.
Yeah, Doom net worth. He's not using his Midas though. Uh-oh. It's been off cooldown for 15 seconds. Now he does.
Alright. There it is. Finally using it. So he's gone 3-3 so far in the 6 levels. See what he ends up pulling off as he starts to get more and more of these items, because he's going for that early BKB.
Ooh, tiny potentially in trouble. That slow's gonna stack indefinitely. And he does not have a TP.
But Ramses is the one coming over. So Hyde, he's got Shallow Grave. He'll use it. He's brought 3 heroes to try and just get this kill onto the Dazzle. And eventually Dazzle dies, but they've committed a wall? That doesn't really seem like it's an equivalent exchange. Meanwhile, the top tier 1, with the fact that Ramses came bottom, is going to take some damage to this exorcism of KP.
Yeah, just to pressure the tower down. Half duration still, so they should be able to get the top tower. Is there anyone that plans on defending it? Not really. And the early game is already looking pretty bad for outsiders, honestly. Like, the Jug is not nearly as farmed as he wanted to be. And the side lanes just went way too well for Talon. Again, this Doombringer is just getting way too rich. Ah, and that's the power of the Safe and Doom. Like, what do you do about it? His net worth is insane.
Yeah, it really is. Almost 6K. It's a high GPM, that's for sure. Sitting at 574 compared to the next highest of 408.
They're doing a big smoke down though. He's decently tanky, but not super tanky, so if they get on top of him, they can definitely kill him quite easily. Oh, he's showing himself.
He's showing, is anybody going to come here to try and help him out? They're trying to get the toss to snap the coil. They've got the avalanche. He's still alive. He's got the heal. And eventually he'll have the Shallow Grave. So they lose DM. As long as 23 Savage survives, I think this is an okay move for all these heroes to come down bottom. He gets to live and TPs to mid.
Yeah, he still has the healing ability.
Yeah, and they find damage is a +1, so he TPs out. They end up now looking for another kill on GPK. He's playing aggressive, but he's got no help. So 4 heroes came bottom for Talon to help out the Doom. That brings all 5 over there. They end up keeping him alive, and net worth's going to continue to skyrocket.
Yeah, Doom is a very tanky hero naturally, under the tower especially. He gets +7 armor from the Devour ability, of course. This was pretty much the worst case scenario. You committed so many heroes for like 30-40 seconds. Coil on Nyx.
Ooh, Coil
should be freebie.
Zephyr, he'll go down. Ice Path thrown. They've got the damage coming out onto the tower. They're going to try and take a tier 1 themselves.
Now the scary part for outsiders is that every hero that needs money on the Radiant has got the money. And KP rectifying his mistake from yesterday, going instantly for the BKB. I liked it a lot. Once they have the 3 BKBs up, I don't know what the Dire actually does to fight them.
They're down 4K already. They're trying to take out this mid-tier 1. They have a response coming from outside, but how much is this going to be worth for them? Yeah, the Laguna Blade, they throw the Ice Path. KP standing his ground, going after GPK while the Avalanche hits on 2 heroes. Yamich now on the run. They've got the wall down. Macropyre, KP needs to be careful. He'll walk in the wall. He'll walk in the Macropyre. He won't burn out.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, as the
Dire's
ghosts come
top
back in.
tower is under
Heal
attack.
them back to pretty much full. But that's all they want to do, right? Make more space for Doom. The strong timing of the Radiant is like the BKBs coming out of that. And DP's halfway there, so is Lina, and so is Doom. So you need just about 5 more minutes of space. All these BKBs are out. That's the timing you want to hit. And as I said, I don't know how Outsiders actually fights that. Recognizing that, they smoke up straight away, trying to kill that Doom up in the top lane. Who's sitting at very low health. Like, if he gets caught out now, he's just dead.
Yeah, he's playing pretty greedy to try and get this BKB. Use the Dream Coil on the Dazzle. And he's got the Shallow Grave. Early use of the
Very
Shallow
early.
Grave. And they kill Hyde, but this is the second or third time that Hyde's really just been able to draw the attention of Outsiders. Like, this isn't exactly the kill that, the straw that breaks the camel's back on this one. Talon's still in a great spot.
Yeah, Doom still didn't die a single time. They tried to gank him like 2 or 3 times already. Things are still going well. And there is a Midas now completed on Juggernaut too, but he's still very underfarmed.
They see DM. The Vendetta use of Zephyr, he's right under the nose of the Darkseer.
Radiant are scanning.
Keeping an eye on him, but never going for it. The team doesn't exactly want to keep up and back him up just yet. They got the scan that landed on these Outsider heroes, and immediately
They see
Makoto's going to
Nyx.
TP over mid. They see the Nyx assassin, and with vacuum back, Zephyr in trouble, dusted up. They stun DM, but Zephyr's going to try to walk this one away. It's just extending the inevitable, as eventually he'll fall, and it will be to GPK. That leaves the
Lots of
tier 1
attention
over
drawn
mid.
up.
Yeah. Which they still haven't gotten.
Yeah, I mean, again, the problem is that Talon issue right now isn't super strong. They just want to draw attention away. Just spoke about farm those BKBs. Once they're up, they're going to probably group smoke and just overrun Outsiders, who are very reliant on like some sort of combo play with the Vacuum Ice Path Avalanche.
Radiant's
If they don't
bottom
get it
tower
off,
is under
which is not
attack.
easy to get off. It's gonna be tough team fights for them. Looking to dive the Lina potentially. Very timid still.
I'd still very much alive, but here comes a Tiny going real fast, but, well, the heroes had enough damage to take him out before the Ice Path basically controlled him. And Yamich running full speed into,
Nice carapace.
into a brick wall. EPK will hit by the stun. Ice Path locks up Makoto for a moment. Might have even saved the life of this Puck, who's now picked up a double damage.
Yeah, they also had a pipe on Darkseid completed already, so the magic damage would not have killed them. But yeah, they're going for pure group up items. Pipe this early on Darkseid is pretty uncommon unless you really plan on cranking up the pressure soon. Which is kind of weird though, because Juggernaut went for Midas. So, going like 2 different directions with the item builds.
So BKB for Doom, that's at 9 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower
KP,
is under attack.
you must be much happier. He's got his BKB flying out now.
Yeah, and how about Lina? 400 away from it.
Yeah.
Okay, they'll be hitting like a 15-30 minute timing, like 50 minutes 30 seconds. And they should be smoking up with that. Get the mid tower, start controlling the enemy side of the jungle.
Is this 3K lead solidified for Talon? Like, are they truly leading by this number? Like, the difference that this should feel like? Or does it feel like more for Outsiders because they went full Midas on Ramses? And I'll hold that question. Macropyre is down. Dream Coil used on 23 Savage. They still can't kill him. He's still alive. Gank him as many times as you want. This man is still surviving.
He also still has a BKB that he didn't pop. Nice patience on him. Here's the smoke, but
Dire's middle tower is
without
under
the
attack.
Doom,
Dire's structures are
which is a
fortified.
little bit curious.
Feels like Outsiders are struggling to really get these ganks to work out for them.
Yeah, they don't have the greatest gank heroes.
Dire's
They have like
middle
Puck
tower
Tiny,
is
but it's not a
damage.
whole lot of
are
damage.
scanning.
Yeah.
Alright, Lina BKB, 3 BKBs up now. They could just go for Roshan, or they might want to wait for DP level 12 to do that. Oh, he's spinning. If he gets stunned here, might be dead. He tried.
Nice path. Stun's kind of missing across the board. Laguna Blade is used. Hakoda on the run, and he is alive. Post the poison touch. Kick comes over, and now they've got the vacuum as well as the wall. It's going to be on a 2 as well as the ice path that kind of puts KP out of position. Avalanche hits. Zephyr thrown up into the air, but he still survives. Got the spike carapace. That stuns up GPK. Yamich wants to continue to chase. The illusory orb is there. They should have a kill onto the Nyx assassin. Silence on the 3, but no follow-up coming in from Talon. You've got 23 Savage up in the top lane. And Dazzle all the way back at base. So finally Outsiders get a kill, but again, it's another one on a support. And the supports make up 7 of these 8 kills. They've only killed Makoto as a core.
Which was before the laning phase also. So I mean, it's going well for Talon, it really is, but what they have been showing in the last couple of games they played, they're just very conservative and they don't really like to be aggressive at all. Like, they've had the timing for like 2 minutes now, but they haven't really tried to invade or anything. They're very contentious farming. As I said, now they're trying to be aggressive. They really want to get to level 12 on the DP, so they get the level 2 ghosts, so they can go into the Roche pit.
Now they haven't.
Yeah, I think this is the Roshan call.
They ping out Roche immediately.
Yeah, that's what I've been waiting for all along. Should be a very easy one. The Dire cannot fight into 3 BKBs right now. No.
That's the thing, like, they haven't popped any of their BKBs yet, right? So they're still all 9-second BKBs, and they've been holding them for a while.
Huh. Easy ages for Mikoto. 23 Savage doesn't really need it because he's very tanky. He's a Doom. And now it's time to start pressuring Outsiders. I don't think we've actually seen a Doom yet this time around. Did I miss it? No, right? We haven't seen a Doom yet.
No, I haven't heard it.
Okay. There's a very obvious voice line. Hard to miss.
One that is Doom. Feels pretty hard to miss when you're saying the spell out loud.
You are doomed. And the fuck is
there it is. There's the Doom. They go after GPK, but he's pretty quick. Not sure he's going to survive, though. Even drops the gem for someone to pick up. Oh, they try to get the deny, but they don't finishing it off, and they've got the Omni Slash to get the kill on 23 Savage. Talon, they used the Doom, they threw the Laguna Blade, and then they kind of let 23 Savage move himself in.
I mean, that Grave's still available. They have so many ways to help him. They sort of all just ditched him. They were full health on all of them.
They baited their own Doom. And yes, they got a kill, but at the same time, he still died. I don't think he needed to die there.
No, not at all. But at least they got the puck kill. But yeah, like losing your rich Doom for puck, he's almost double his net worth. It's actually filthy how rich he is on a Doom.
Spike Carapace, that lines up an Impale. Yamich, stunned up again by Makoto. Stunned forever, but not silenced, just on the edge. Croup Swarm lands Yamich into the trees. For the TP attempt, KP.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't throw another Croup Swarm, so he survives.
That's a lot of tower damage though. Again, they're very split. The Doom's actually in the bot lane right now.
Yeah, Doom by himself over bot. They're bringing a couple of heroes in. KP behind enemy lines, behind the tier 2 tower. And he beat KP's TP out.
Yeah, better be safe than sorry.
BKB or BKP?
BKTP. Nice little arcane rune. Maybe the DP will pick that up for quick cooldown on the exorcism. But I want Talon to be really aggressive now. I just hope that whatever happens in the mid lane doesn't scare them too much, you know? Because I do think they have a very big advantage right now. They should really push that. Vendetta. Could be a Carapace.
And
Got him.
Shadowblade, they're gonna go. They found GPK. And he drops the gem.
Yeah, he did the... he was supposed to, like, whenever you play against Nyx Assassin as a pack, every time you throw out an illusory orb, a creep wave, or Doom,
Avalanche.
Ops BKB.
And BKB going the other way. Going after Yamage. They've got the Sears on the high ground. Ice Path lands, but it's only going to hit on the hide. They also dropped the wall. That was with anticipation that Talon were going to go up out of the high ground.
Yeah,
Okay.
but they're gonna pop Exorcism for the top tier 2. Should be a very free one. Under Arcane Rune as well, so the cooldown is very short. But yeah, for all the pack players out there, I don't know if I should give you more tips because the hero is broken. Really broken. I'm just gonna do it anyway. When you play against Nyx, every time you orb a creep wave, you have to phase shift. Like, just make it an automatic process. Because that's the way you dodge the Spike Carapace, and you can actually play it quite safely against the Nyx Assassin.
Sword picked up for DM.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh,
is
Lina,
under
you have no
attack.
resources? Okay, let me just give you a region rune. Gaben.
Regeneration.
So 46 seconds left on that Aegis. Taking a look at Makoto.
Very
Ice-
farmed.
And they've got the sentry down, so they're going to ping that out, knowing that the Ice Path was kind of thrown in that direction. I think maybe they'll assume it's there. Manta now finished for the Jug.
Yeah.
So he's got
So
Manta
Jack has been
Maelstrom.
farming up nicely. Yeah. He's quite farmed.
He's still behind Makoto. He's probably going to surpass him with Makoto not farming as efficiently at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Shiva's down on Doom as well. He is massive. But you also get this like sense of timidity, right? Like,
Radiant's bottom tower is
they don't
under
feel
attack.
as strong as they are right now. Is it DD? For the Doom, okay. Like this Lina is going to absolutely shred them. Best Doom target is probably the Darkseer.
They had the sentry there. They kind of just watched Zephyr walk up to them. They're going to use the Doom on the GPK. They threw the Lotus Orb a little bit too late with BKBB pop by 23 Savage. They'll go for Yamage. The rest of the team might be able to just leave on this. Yamage will eventually fall, and they've caught up to Hakoda. Zephyr is there, blink forward from 23 Savage, missing the Impale, but, well, Infernal Blade, and with the double damage of the War Stomp, they've got another dead on the side of Outsiders, and it ends up being a 3-for-0 in the favor of Talon.
Yeah, and you can see they're literally all full health. Like, there's just nothing Outsiders can do right now other than run every time they see them. They still have Exorcism as well, so they might be threatening the tier 2 mid. See if they want to pop it.
Dire are scanning.
Not yet. Lina also deals a lot of physical damage, so they might not even need it. Tiny is fast. Ooh, nice stun.
Following it up, Infernal Blade jumping in, Omni Slash. It's going to be immediately committed on Makoto, but they've got the Shallow Grave as well as the TP out with the BKB. They're backing into the wall. It's on a 3. They drop down the Dream Coil. They'll get the stun. It's on the Doom. 23 Savage. They're in a little bit of trouble. They get the kill on a hide, but they ended up losing themselves Yamage. They take out 23 Savage. They no longer have the Doom with the BKB pop out KP. The chase is on from Outsiders to get a kill onto the Death Prophet. Lotus Orb, Spirit Siphon going back the other way. The Death Prophet leaves, and they'll take the tier 1 over mid.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, Zephyr is on the hunt. He has a Blink Dagger though. He hits him and brings out okay. Very brave, but yeah, massive teamfight victory for Outsiders here. They overchased just a little bit without having BKBs up. And little plays like these, Puck and Darkseer love exploiting that. Because obviously, the only counter to those heroes is really the BKB. Once you don't have that, you're stuck in the wall, you're stuck in the coil, you can't really do a whole lot. And Juggernaut is getting bigger and bigger. He will, at some point, become the ultimate carry in the game, where one Omni Slash will just -1 hero every time. We're not quite there yet, but soon.
When do you think we get there?
After Basher plus 1 item.
Asher plus 1 item.
Yeah. So Basher is the, like, this is the spin build, we call it, right? You go for the spin shot, which makes you move faster during Battle Fury, and you attack every time, like once every second. And that attack can proc Maelstrom, can proc Bashes, can proc anything. So now you have the Basher. After that, you go into damage, and that's when you really become very scary.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, I kind of want to
BKB
focus
early from Makoto. And they'll wait down the
Zephyr?
ice path. They catch Zephyr, dual breath out. Proof Storm there. Yamich is hit, but it doesn't matter. Spike Carapace isn't really going to save the life of Zephyr, so they take out the Nyx Assassin. He's dead for 40 seconds, and with Roche up and no buyback available on the Nyx Assassin, it might go the way of Outsiders. If you're Talon, you really kind of need this Aegis. It felt like they were on a roll, and they've been shut down for the next few moments.
Oh, Hyde Makoto as well. He has a gem.
He's got the gem in his hand, tossed up, and never has the chance to survive. Savage to the Blade Fury's in. KP, he's all by himself over on the other side as well. He'll throw the Doom, it down to the Jug. They got the Shallow Grave. They claw back on Hyde, but they'll vacuum him back. He can't survive at all. And they'll get the kill into 23 Savage. They'll look over as Makoto now looking over at DM. The Avalanche hits. Yamich still alive. The wall is down. It hits onto the lead, and they get the kill on the GPK. They'll take the puck, and that's just one of the side of Outsiders that's being killed off. Use the Exorcism, Lotus Orb, used by DM onto himself. Makoto being run down by KP. So for the moment, they got the Jug out of the picture as well as the puck, but they're losing the heroes one by one. The stun's just a little bit late from Zephyr. Hyde goes down again. KP falls. Zephyr looking like he's going to be next. He just respawned. They should be able to catch this Nyx Assassin, but they do get the Spike Carapace on all 3. He's just biding his time right now, and eventually, I mean, the inevitable will come and he will fall. It's just a matter of when.
Finally. Yeah, they couldn't quite connect with damage onto the Juggernaut, unfortunately. He had like 400 health or so. Like one more Infernal Blade or anything would have done the job there, and this teamfight would not have gone the way it did just now. But yeah, net worth back to even, probably even the advantage of Outsiders after this Roche. Free shot as well. Game completely turned around. And that's what I was afraid of for Talon. Like the timidity they show in all of the series is very, you know, it's very strange. Like, it feels like they don't know how strong they are at a certain point.
They had an 8K lead. Like, you'd think they would have been a little bit more confident about,
Yeah.
maybe pushing the pressure and pushing the pace. But now there's an Aegis into the hands of Ramses, and a game in which Talon looked like they were going to win feels like they're on their heels, and they've kind of missed their moment.
Yeah, Juggernaut now is insanely strong. Let's see what item build he will go from here. Like, there's lots of things he could go for. It could be the Skadi, he might want to finish the Mjolnir, could be a Blink Dagger as well. His damage output right now is insane. If he gets the Omni Slash on 23... Oh, he didn't blink out.
Oh boy, 23
He's dead.
Savage being run down, and with Blade Fury, goes to the War Stomp, has the Infernal Blade, needs some help, and help is not on its way. Dream Coil used, GPK gets the kill, and 23 Savage, his game is being shut down.
Yeah, we have casted LGD versus Talon yesterday. It was the same story, right? Like, Talon wasn't really far behind, they were even ahead at some points. It's just, they're always so split around the map. They're never really together, and then they get punished for it a lot. That's how they lost against LGD, and that's sort of the trap they're falling into here again. Like, they're trying to be very efficient around the map. It's just not working out so far.
Now, Outsiders' odds are 1.05.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, at this point, it would be hard-pressed to see how Talon can really win. Like, the Juggernaut, as I said, 1 Omni Slash at this point is -1 hero. Very scary. They need some Lotus Orbs. But KP is also going to the Shiva's Guard.
They'd
You know
gotten
the
that
thing is-
Aegis and that shard on the Death Prophet. I feel like they would have been on such a roll here.
Yeah, would have been very strong. Now the problem is that Juggernaut is such high level that the supports are looking for Ghost Scepters, but the reason why Juggernaut is so strong now, the spin deals 315 damage per second, which is like 1600 magic damage over 5 seconds, so even a Ghost Scepter will not save you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Ramsey's gonna secure a tier 2 over bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Easily. Now I've got a Lincoln Sphere, so he doesn't get doomed up.
Yeah, Puck also picked up a Lincoln's. They've got a Lotus Orb on this Dark Seer, so they're really ready for Doom.
Yeah. That is a problem over here, like Doom, if you play him in a carry position. Like, he is countered through itemization quite easily, and now they all have the items that they need. I mean, they're looking at the Juggernaut, but what can they really do?
They kind of have to wait out the Aegis, right? And Jug's now taking the top slot of the net worth. Like, feels like it's going to be so difficult for them to make anything happen. They got the stun onto the Dark Seer, but the Omni Slash gets used immediately. He'll reflect the Doom back. So 23 Savage has doomed himself. The Ice Path landed on full support. Ramsey's moving in, but they've got themselves the Shallow Grave that's going to be out on Zephyr, who will TP out of the fight. Hyde's not going to be so lucky. Yamage goes down to Makoto. Makoto's in on this one, trying to finish off a second. So they do get full supports out of the fight. They throw the Dream Coil down on a KP to keep him still. DM comes in with an Orbital Punch. They've got the vacuum that breaks this Dream Coil and locks him down enough to get the kill on KP. That is just such a combination, a symphony there of what they could put together for the side of Outsiders that led to them getting that kill onto the Death Prophet. And they do it so well, they do it with ease.
Yeah, punch into
Zephyr's
vacuum.
got to hit that stun.
I even do just delay tower push a little bit. It's not massive, but the high ground push is inevitable.
Middle tower is under attack.
Mikoro is standing strong though. He has to be careful. He still has BKB, but if he gets
Radiant's
tossed out, he's
middle
dead.
tower has fallen.
That's the kind of damage that they could get on the Ramses. You gotta remember though, he does have an Aegis. The right click's coming in from Makoto, but the bashes are out from Ramses and the damage is in, so they do finally get the kill on the Yamage. They'll take him out again. He is now, well, just used his buyback and is dead again, so dead for a while. The damage coming out from the Lina is certainly there, and that shows what the 1-2 combo of an Impale as well as an LSA with the right click damage from Lina can do.
Yeah, 100%. They need to somehow get the Omni Slash on the Lina or catch her without BKB. During her BKB time right now, you cannot fight her. The DD Jug though.
So, Aegis 10 seconds.
Yeah, Refresher picked up on the Doom. He hasn't really been able to connect too well in those teamfights though. He has been getting stopped pretty much every time.
Doomed himself in the last one.
Yeah, well now Aegis is gone, so Juggernaut is a little bit more afraid of getting doomed again.
He's more the target than the last fight.
Yeah. GPK is going to the Dagon next. So just amping his own damage output. Mjolnir almost done on Jug.
Radiant are scanning.
So some key components are about to come online. 5-man smoke. It's a pretty obvious one though, because the lanes are pushing in, so I don't think Outsiders is gonna get caught out by this. You have to be careful with your Talon, you can't just run onto the high ground. It's too risky.
They're sticking together at the moment on the side of Outsiders, so you need to really look for a proper opening on Talon, but they've smoked up themselves on this Outsiders side. Crypt Swarm thrown, and that's gonna bring the attention back over towards mid. It feels like Talon are almost baiting out KP a little bit. Linky, Avalanche, Ice Path, vacuum wall on a forward BKB pop by KP. They'll pop the BKB on the Doom. KP's by himself now, and he no longer has a BKB. So there's the Dream Coil. The Doom gets thrown down. That's going to be through on a GPK. They go to the Omni Slash. That's going to bounce around onto only Doom at the moment. They've got themselves a Shallow Grave. They'll look over the Ramses. They get the gun to Yamage. The right click damage coming out of Makoto. They're trying to get this kill onto the Juggernaut. They better be the Infernal Blade on the Hakoda. It's going to be a double kill right now for the Lina. They pop up the Impale. They pop up the Puck. They've got themselves a third, and they can just catch him after the phase shift. He blinks, he gets away. GPK says, oh no, sir.
Damn, my is lucky though.
Vacuum on a KP, puts him onto the cliff. He's cosplaying Arteezy. DM goes back into the base, and they only lose both their supports after it looked like it was going so well for Talon.
Yeah. Luckily for Ramses, the Doom went onto the Lincolns, otherwise he would have been dead. But yeah, very, very close to just losing everything. And you just see the power of DP in those fights. Like, if you can actually get Exorcism out for the full duration with Lina clicking away at you, yeah, you're not surviving. Lina is an incredibly strong hero in these sort of scenarios where there's just so much meat in front of her, you can't get through to her. Like, look what you have. You have the Nyx, you have the DP, you have the Doom. You can't just ignore these heroes and run past them to the Lina. Not possible.
So now you've got Doom down for 80, Refresher for 95.
Looking for KP, no BKB for 2, he's fine.
GPK, he moves up, they find Makoto, they found the Blade Fury, and now they're going to try and pop these BKBs. They got the Shallow Grave. Makoto surviving for the moment. They got Macropyre down. 23 Savage needs to run out of this one. He popped the Satanic. They get the life back, but Yamage onto the high ground. Impale, Laguna Blade, LSA. They get the kill on Yamage. They'll take the Tiny for now. But
Makoto's faster.
Took out 23 Savage. Makoto's out of position. They use the Spike Carapace and stuns up DM as well as run. But the Blade Fury right onto Makoto. They get the kill onto the Lina. He's going to be dead for 99 seconds with buyback. So, KP on the run. No BKB for a minute. And Outsiders, they're right on the door, pressing on this base.
There should be one Rex at least, maybe even two if they don't want to buy back. Like, these kind of pushes are just impossible to delay because the healing ward just makes it impossible. Oh, Zephyr
should be fine.
Yeah, it's always very hard to commit for the base dives if there's a Dazzle behind them.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
5k lead for Outsiders. Roche back up in 40 seconds. That'll leave Talon without the Lina for 20 seconds on Roche. If the Lina decides not to buy back, but giving up 2 sets of racks might force the buyback out. They land the Ice Path. They're going to go with an Orbital Punch and take out Zephyr very easily. And Hyde might just be next. Dylan's Dagon, there's another one. They've all got buyback except for the Doom. But they might just let this bottom set go.
Yeah, now there's a very definitive gold lead on the Dire. I mean, 10k honestly is not super much at this point. It's just the team fight prowess of Darkseer and Puck at this point. Puck is half a level away from the most broken 25 talent in the game, where Dreamcoil just pierces your BKB. Once that's up together with Vacuum, those team fights are going to become an absolute nightmare, because Lina can't run away anymore suddenly.
Roche is up with an Ag's Blessing, but Talon, they need to go now. They can't wait, and they don't have 2 heroes for another 10 seconds. But are Outsiders willing to just stay in the pit? And it looks like they're going to evacuate, potentially even bait Talon over and then fight and then just go. And that's exactly what they found. They've got themselves the vacuum into the wall. It pops both their BKBs. That's actually going to make Talon's life a lot harder, because they've also used the Exorcism, so going for Roche doesn't even feel viable for them without Exorcism.
I mean, they're going in there right now.
Yeah, they have to go.
They feel forced to, but they use the BKBs already. If Outsiders sniffs this out, they're dead.
They're in on a Roche.
You have to scout this as Outsiders.
25%
like, you know
gone.
This is a possibility.
50% gone. Makoto doing a lot of damage. They might be able to pick up the Aegis. They throw the tree in. Makoto with the Ice Path. That's not going to land. And they'll step into it with the Spike Carapace. They find the Infernal Blade. They go. They got the Lincolns as well as the Lotus Storm. Oh, Ramses. He's A-okay. They get the Goddess. They're going to try and get the Doom. It's finally out.
Makoto.
Ramses. Makoto. He's trying to heal up. He's got the Satanic Fuse. The right click's coming in. They find themselves a Hex. It's going to be through out onto Tiny. I believe that's off the short of the Dazzle for the Fluency Touch, and it is. They got the Avalanche as well as the Shadow Wave. The Dazzle's keeping them alive for now with the Doom finally wearing off on Ramses. They get the kill on a Yamage. Roche is open. Only 4 heroes alive on the side of Outsiders. They'll throw the silence, but KP is in trouble. He stepped up on this one. They've got the Ice Path with the Blade Fury. There's the Shallow Grave again. Normal punch with the Shadow Wave, but KP's not surviving. Mules up into the air with the Ice Path down. They get the count of GPK. They go to the option, so he's going to be out of the 23 Savage. Bouncing, and they get the kill onto the Doom. It bounced on him and nobody else, and Hive's gonna be run down via the Blade Fury as well. Triple kill for Ramses. Oh, they caught themselves DM. Makoto's still doing a lot of damage in this situation. They're gonna go after Hakoda. Ramses on the run. Zephyr moving forward. Ice Path is there. Ramses right up on him. From both the mid as well as the offlaner. DM as well as GPK trying to get something from this. Makoto finally takes out Hakoda. They'll look over at Ramses. They've got a top wave pushing in. They'll take the tier 1 with those creeps. Ramses thinking about going in onto the Nyx assassin, but doesn't commit just yet. They need to fall back on the side of Talon.
Yeah, this should leave open Roche though. And we'll see who that blessing goes to. It could be Juggernaut's very strong on him, but I would maybe even like it more on the Jakiro. Like the piercing of the magic immunity sounds really strong. It goes to Juggernaut.
So now he's got the Swift Slash.
Never give the supports any sort of fun.
Nope.
And now with that 6k net worth infusion, look at his net worth. The Abyssal is on the courier and he still has 5,000 gold left.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
GPK who bought back. Needs to be careful, but he does have an Aegis to fall back on.
Yeah.
Ooh, blink in, as well as the dust, but they're gonna go with the poison touch that gets a hex on Yamich. Yamich ends up dead. They've got the parallel walls down, so trying to keep him in a box, and what's in the box is gonna be Makoto as well as Hyde. Hyde, shallow grave, but not gonna survive for much longer. He goes into the Glimmer Cave. He's gonna survive. They've got the right hooks coming down on the GPK. The Loadstorm is there, but it's not gonna keep him alive. They'll fly back on Yamich. They look over at the rest. KP trying to zone out the rest of the Outsiders. They need to try and catch GPK, who goes with the Illusory Orb and escapes from the base. It helps. Just a little bit.
Yeah, at the price of... Did they buy back anyone? No, they didn't. So they defended without losing anything. That's very good news. I mean, these team fights are... Yeah, they're going to be incredibly hard from this point on. BKB, piercing coil. Like, if they get an Omni Slash on the Lina doing that, he has to be so careful that he gets the Grave out on time. And then will just become like a who outplays who, right? If the Puck can silence the Dazzle, while the Lina's on, like, in the focus, then Outsiders wins, but if Dazzle gets the Grave off, then suddenly she uses Satanic with the extra heal amplification, back to full health. There's so many variables right now that needs to be taken into account for both teams. Late game Dota is very messy.
For a Divine Rapier.
Yeah, I think it might be time for just that, in a situation like this. At the same time though, it doesn't save you from an Omni Slash. So if you get Omni'd, you're dead either way.
5v5 on the smokes, but Outsiders hold the high ground to their right.
Radiant are scanning.
It's gonna be DM. Oh, DM might find them all. Blinks away. The rest of the team is nearby, and we've seen Yamich want to go in with the blink as well as the avalanche. That's how he died last time, trying to get Zephyr. Blink, Impale missing.
Ooh.
GPK still standing by.
No, DM is also level 25, has the parallel wall now, one of the strongest talents in the game. If you get into a refresher, it's gonna be 4 walls down in the team fight, and it gets way too chaotic. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I hope the game goes that long.
We've seen Lina's pull it out before. We saw Somnus on RNG pull it out when he was on the high ground, defending his base. A similar situation.
Another
Smoke
5-man
again.
smoke.
Yeah,
they
smoke again.
really want to find a fight. But again, all the lanes are pushed in. Outsiders are very well aware of this. This should not come as a surprise. You cannot run up to the high ground.
They know Puck would be dead for a long time without buyback if they were able to catch GPK, and that could be massive.
Right. Or they're just running up the high ground. They didn't watch
they're
Star
running
Wars
up,
enough.
but they run up. There's a ward right there and a sentry down, so they know that these heroes are coming their way.
And Juggernaut is picking bottom. So that means evacuate Everyone has to leave top. Leave.
16k lead here for Outsiders. Telescope picked up, but holding on right now. Lena's holding on to the Enchanted Quiver. Is there any neutrals that you'd rather have on any of these other heroes, with Doom holding on to the Quicksilver Amulet?
Let's see. Witchblade could be good for Lena. Gives decent attack speed and a lot of damage. How much is it? 4%? Yeah, equal to 4% of target's max mana. There's just like a lot of extra damage that he could potentially go for. He values just the positioning advantage right now that he gets from the Enchanted Quiver attack range. But yeah, if he's looking for pure damage, Witchbane is a very good option. And then minute 60, if we get there, of course, the Desolator 2 would be great.
Swift Blink for the Jug, so he's still adding to the arsenal.
Blink, yeah. And he still has one slot instead of the Midas.
Tricky. Lena's Courier on standby if he wants to go for the Divine Rapier, but Makoto holding the gold at the moment has almost 8,000 gold.
Tables have turned a bit. Timidity is now on the side of Outsiders. They want to make sure that the pack has buyback before they really commit to any fight, I suppose. But yeah, they should feel very confident right now. This Juggernaut is just such a monster.
E3 Savage, what's he going for next? That overwhelming blink? Need to clean up the creeps in the base.
And this is the problem when you run a carry Doom, right? You don't have this like super late game carry that you otherwise would have, like a Terrorblade or Faceless Void or something like that. If you can connect with the Dooms, that's great, but it's just so difficult at this point. There's so many counter items. GPK, buyback up in 1 minute, so we're probably going to be able to see them aggress relatively soon. Oh, GPK.
Oh, they're still near him. Got the Infernal Blade. They'll pop the link. It's the 4-step over with a BKB being popped. They go to the Doom. It's on to GPK with a refresher being used. Damage trying to help out.
There's no
BKB
buyback.
now off of this Doom. But GPK is going to be dead for 2 minutes. They have found Hakoda. They're going onto the back line. Doom again, this time onto the darts here, but he's going to eat the Omni Slash. Can he bounce it around? They got the Shallow Blades. It's out from behind. Ramsey's now with the Blade Fury. He's got to try and run away. They'll purchase the Divine Rapier and try and get it shipped out to Makoto. It was over by the secret shop, so it won't take long for them to grab it. They've got no GPK. They have no Hakoda, but he's got buyback. Oshi's not up for another minute at least.
You know how scary this is? There's just a rapier over the Roche pit with the damn courier. If the courier dies, the rapier's gone.
Oh, he didn't even get it delivered at the moment. LSA, that lands back and back. Ramsey's trying to get a kill on a hide. He's been a big portion of this fight. Oh, the Impale lands. Damage.
Nobody
wall
tiny.
Down. It's 2 walls committed. It's the parallel wall from the level 25. They go into the Swift Slash from Ramsey's, but he doesn't have that Omni Slash for another 80 seconds.
Now the courier is flying back to base with the rapier.
He's not keeping it at the moment. We've seen stuff like this in SCA. You remember last year's TI qualifiers when they had the Arc Warden being played by 23 Savage, and he ended up keeping like 2 Divine Rapiers in the base?
Yeah. I mean, I think in this case it's just that he wants to keep it as a surprise for as long as possible. Or now you gotta deliver it. Okay, no more surprise.
Ooh, they have found themselves 23 Savage, vacuum, normal punch, Blade Fury.
He has no buyback.
He's not there with Hyde. That's why he's been surviving, is with the help of the Dazzle, and now he's the one who's dead for the longest amount of time.
Luckily for them, Roche is somewhat late-ish, like just about the average timer. So they won't be able to get it for free. But the rest of the team has to be very careful. Like, they cannot bleed away any more kills. Like, every buyback at this point matters a lot. Right, GPK's back up. They're looking for Roche. Nope, not there for another minute.
4-man smoke. GPK taking back that outpost. He's going for an arcane blink. Roche in 35 seconds.
Yeah, Dire's Roche is not like super fast, so as I said, they shouldn't be able to just sneak it straight away. I really hope the next axe goes to the Jakiro. I feel like the Markiplier piercing magic immunity can do a lot for them.
Radiant are scanning.
The scan is out, and they know that, well, at least Dakota's there. Somebody's there.
I can't believe Yamich is just standing up there on this hill without.
And Roche is up. Roche is up. Talon need to go. Talon need to make something happen. It's a 5-man smoke, but I don't even think that was in time.
Oh, Yamich position into
It's
that.
going to be quick, and Yamich is going to break the smoke. So they're going to come over. He's going to blink away. They'll go and actually look for Yamich instead of going for
no
Yamich,
buyback,
going
though.
for Roche. Roche still up, still up. GPK comes out to the side. He's going to try and help out. They fail on the Roche pit for just a second. They get the Aegis into the hands of Ramses, but the cheese is picked up by DM. They've got the
KP
blade
by
fury. It's
yourself.
on a KP with the BKB. They hit the Tony. Yamich is going to tiny. They look over as the Lotus Orb is going to be put on to Hakoda, and he's been caught. He's been killed. Double kill from Hakoda as they're going to look towards the rest.
Radiant's middle tower.
Ramsey's
is
falling
under attack.
back, has the Omni Slash, has the Swift Slash, and another Ag Scepter blessing in his pocket with the refresher. This Exorcism's going to run out in a moment, and I think Rams is going to want to fight with the help of GPK. GPK, though, with no Dream Coil. There isn't much control that they have unless they get a normal punch out there. Blade Fury once again, and they've got the deck, and they have the Abyssal. They're getting to come on a high. They'll take it to the Dazzle, but he's got buyback. Jen's on the deck, Infernal Blade is also on the end. The Doom's going to be used, but it's going to be reflected back. Now, Omni Slash is committed, bouncing around, but doesn't have the damage with a normal punch hitting out to 23 Savage. He'll end up dying here. GPK gets the kill, but 23 Savage takes out GPK himself. They'll buyback on 3 heroes on the side of Outsiders. They've got the buyback available on 23 Savage, but they start to fall back. GPK with the waning rift, Illusory Orb keeping up. Now looking over at Hyde again. Normal punch, Blade Fury. This is the guy who's keeping everybody alive, and now he's dead for 105.
He just brought back. Well, he brought back and tried to. I'm not entirely sure actually. He just walked in kind of out of position. That now leaves a massive window for them to push because Dazzle is so important for the defense that without him, I'm not quite sure how they can pull it off.
Dream Coil
Nice
on
corner
the
3.
Got the stun
Look
on
at the damage,
Zephyr,
though.
but they don't follow it up. Makoto's just sitting back trying to output some damage onto these heroes.
Yeah, Makoto's damage output is insane right now. Like Jug died from, like didn't die, but dropped from full to like 30% in like 2 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Makoto from the low ground. GM comes in. They've got themselves a vacuum as well as the ice path. It's on the 3 with the Dream Coil. Oh dear! Zephyr goes down. KP falls. They don't have a dazzle to save them with the BKB beating them pop. They'll got
Makoto has to do it by himself.
Swift slash from Makoto from gone. They have to with the BKB. Force step onto the high ground. Right.
What is that?
And the impale. And they take up the Aegis on Ramses. They throw the Laguna Blade. There's the normal punch. They're looking for the ice path, but Makoto's too quick. We back to life once again, and they'll still try to make this happen, this time without the tiny. Yamich dead for 70 seconds, and they finally will have Hyde back in 30.
This is the last time they all have these buybacks though, so if any of them die again, they're gonna be dead for a long time. And Ramses looks to be setting up an ambush here.
This time they've got the Hex on DM.
Yeah, it's all about just isolating the Lina and killing her at this point.
You need to watch out for their base, too. Throne exposed, no more tier 4s. It was going down. They have to clean up these creeps if they're willing to fight. This is a long, drawn-out fight. Can they maintain? Can they hold on?
I mean, those fights... I'm honestly surprised how well Talon is holding on. I feel like the teamfight prowess of Outsiders lineup should have overwhelmed them quite a while ago.
Dire are scanning.
19k lead. The Ag's Blessing, the Scotty, the Abyssal Blade, all on this Jug. He's full level 30, ready to go. Kodo's level 29, and the last one he's going to pick up is the Laguna Blade cooldown. Not exactly that important, but putting on half the cooldown. Maybe he gets it out a second time.
I don't even think he's going to use it at this point, to be honest. Puts him in a bad position. He just wants to be right-clicking with his big attack range. Or whoever they lose from this point onwards, it's just like they can't lose anyone. Because they all bought back. Every death here hurts.
Hyde has to try and survive.
He has to try and hide.
Big difference maker. Yeah, he does need to try and hide. Avalanche, Zephyr though with a spike carapace. They're gonna go forward. They've got themselves the Infernal Blade. They're gonna refresh on this one. They're trying to get a Doom out. 23 Savage doesn't find a target for the Doom, and KP immediately he goes onto the back lines, trying to use that Exorcism to back him away. But Outsiders, they've got that healing ward, and they are just trying to heal up, back up, survive. Ramses blinks in, and he's really not too scared. But you've popped Exorcism, and you don't have a refresher for this Death Prophet. Now there's only one Doom with the refresher used by 23 Savage.
Oh, he doomed the Lincolns, huh?
I believe he might have. Zephyr goes in, looks for the Impale, doesn't land it.
Oh, Zephyr again. This is time.
He's in the Ice Pad vacuum on it. Two Correctors coming in on the Yamish, but they've got the Aeon Disc, so Yamish is going to survive. And it looks like 23 Savage is in trouble. They'll go to the Omni Slash, so Force Staff him while he's in the Dream Coil. They've got the Fear on a Hakoda. They get the gun to Jakiro. They picked up the gem, and nobody else is dead, but they've lost the Jakiro for 2 minutes.
Oh my god. That
Creep's coming in.
Savage would have been dead there if the creep wave, like if the creep didn't come from the neutral camp. It jumped onto the creep wave like straight away.
So now no Doom for at least 98 seconds.
Oh, no Jakiro for 2 minutes.
Yep. And that might leave Outsiders sitting back with no Jakiro.
Might leave him on the outside.
Yes.
Oh man. We
Hex
got a lot
coming
more
out for
games
23
today.
Savage. This is only the first one of the day. And
Yeah.
we're about to hit the 60-minute mark.
Illusion.
60-minute could get very interesting when it comes to items. Now I can't even fathom what Gaben has planned when minute 60 hits, so I don't even want to spitball about the items that could be dropping or how good they would be. But Book of the Shadows could be an absolute game breaker, my friend.
Feels like once you get to the point where tier 5s come out, the game, for the most part, net worth doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's slash RNG. See who gets the better items. See who two hits the opponents first.
Yeah, will you be royal or will you give up? That is what the RNG can bring.
You forgot the never, though.
Well, either one or the other.
I'm royal.
And I'm the give up. Ag's Blessing being built here by 23 Savage, who you could see how much his net worth has fallen, at least in the lineup.
Both teams are so scared at this point. For good reason. One mistake can cost you the game.
For sure.
However, you don't have any buybacks on the Radiant other than the Lina, so I feel like if you want to aggress, the time is now. The time to be passive is over, my friends on Outsiders.
So let's see what they can do. They haven't been able to kill off Makoto, and if he gets himself an Aegis, he's just gonna be ultra confident, right?
Yeah. 5 men.
What do you?
Four
I guess.
this time.
What do you take
Radiant are scanning.
off the Arsenal to pick up that Aegis if you're the Lina? Maybe just the Boots of Travel or the BKB, and then get it back in while you're respawning. But Roche not up for another 45 seconds. So another Roche coming to play. And at that time, there will be tier 5 items.
I'm really surprised that Outsiders didn't try to push the advantage they've had on the buybacks. Now almost all the buybacks are back off cooldown, which basically nullified all the advantage they've built the last 10 minutes.
Just an illusion rune, not a double damage, which feels to drop at these important moments all the time. And the 60-minute mark, Giant's Ring is the first one to drop.
Make the Doom even bigger. Wait, he's about to grow.
Machina.
Hands up. Oh,
Now he's huge.
Look how massive he is.
5th Roche. Aegis
But
Cheese,
he
Refreshing
takes
Shard,
the
and
max.
Ag's Blessing.
He took
Ooh,
the
Ex
Ex
Machina
Machina
for 2
sec.
teams.
So he grew shorter again. Who takes the Giant Ring then? The DP?
Next. Maybe DP. Somebody should. It's an amazing item.
It's also just 800 health.
Yeah,
Is this the 800 health?
They're in on Roche, by the way. The Giant's Ring is equipped on the Lina. So it's 800 more health for the Lina, but they're just taking Roche. Somebody needs to step
700.
in there. Zephyr's coming over. Spike Carapace. They know that they're in there, but
Too
they have to
late.
react, and it's just too late. It's a free Roche for outsiders.
Sean has fallen to the Dire.
I am shocked that Talon gave that up.
They were too busy discussing who gets the neutral items. Now, you can call me crazy, but
Force
doesn't it
boost
seem kind of counterproductive that you make the hero that you want to be seen the least even bigger? I actually feel like the Giant's Ring on Lina makes her more of a focus target, you know?
Potentially, yeah. And they've given the Ag's Blessing over to the Jakiro, by the way, so now he's got the Ag's
Ramses.
Fire. They'll go through. They found themselves Ramses. They've been unable to kill him the entire game. He's got that Aegis, but they take the first life out of his hands. They've also used the Doom. It's going to be on the Yamage. He'll respawn. The wall is down. GPK on the back line. Throwing down the Dream Core. It's going to be on the Nix Assassin as well as Hyde. Hyde silent himself, but he's going to have to save himself. They get the kill on Hyde. They're taking the dazzle. They'll look over the Jakiro. They get the kill onto 2. They both have buyback. So does Hyde. It's godlike for Makoto, trying to help with that damage. Going after DM. DM, though. No, the right
Force
clicks on the
boots.
high ground. Oh my, Makoto getting another one. That's going to be a double kill. They finally take out the jug for the first time this game. 14-1 and 15.
Yeah, like he didn't really use anything. He respawned, didn't spin, didn't Omni, didn't Manta, Abyssal, nothing. And he just kind of died twice. Refresher shot. No, Ex Machina popped. Why does it have the same effect?
On a 25-second cooldown. Refreshes everything but Refresher Orb.
Why stop there? Why not Refresher as well?
They have buyback on all these heroes, and Talon should pretty much assume that that's the case.
Dire's middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Now the whole buyback advantage is on the side of Talon, of course. They might want to go for the GG even.
You need to be careful. Creeps are pushing through into their base on the bottom lane. They need to be careful that their base doesn't get taken out. They're going under the Omni Slash. They're going to look to get the kill here, but he's got themselves a shallow grave. These creeps are in onto their base. They need to be careful. They'll go in on the KT. They'll get the kill on the Death Prophet. And they'll send back 23 Savage to clean up the creeps while the rest of the team runs. They don't have Death Prophet for a while. Buyback's available, but buyback not enough gold.
How much does he have? Oh, he's 1,000 gold more. There's no way they're gonna have him anytime soon. But of course, outsiders can't know that. No chance of knowing that. Book of the Dead. The item nobody wants to see
Fallen
ever.
Sky.
Oh, Fallen Sky. That's a pretty good one. Could go into the Puck. Could go into the Juggernaut.
And Dark Seers.
Desolator 2 for the Juggernaut.
Wow, Stygian Desolator.
That's a lot of damage for the Jug.
So they're holding Ex Machina, Giant's Ring. They've got the Book of the Dead on the Nyx Assassin and Force Boots on the Dazzler to try and keep him alive and help him out on his positioning.
Why is nobody
They're
taking
still
the Fallen
missing.
Sky?
They're still missing one of their tier 5s. Avalanche toss up into the air with the Dream Coil. That's going to snap. 23 Savage. His life's going to break. We'll get the buyback coming out. So they need to try and hold on to this one. And, well, with the buyback being used, outsiders, they lost Yamage to Makoto's damage, and they're going to back up.
Somebody on Outsiders seriously needs to pick up the Fallen Sky.
I would put it on the Tiny.
They're thinking about putting it on a Jug.
Like, why not, right?
I feel like it's either Tiny, but he dies all the time really fast.
Yeah,
Like,
but
is
he
a Giant Swing to the Tiny?
Transforms
Fallen
into
Sky.
a meteor, slam down on them, Avalanche toss him out.
Nah, you don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need that. Oh, Mirror Shield.
Oh,
That's the
all
most
right.
broken one.
Octarine Core finished here for the Puck. So he's got the Ex Machina on GPK as well as the Lincoln, though Lincoln's will get popped and the Aeon Disc, and he can just refresh it with the Ex Machina, right? Oh, well, I gave it up now. Who's he giving it to?
So Fallen Sky on the puck, in and out a lot. Bomb, 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 bomb.
Who did he give X? He gave Ex Machina to the Jakiro. I don't know. I feel like I like the Ex Machina more on GPK. That refreshes the Aeon Disc, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's just the refresher. Like, why wouldn't you keep that to have the Lincolns and the Aeon Disc?
And it also gets reduced by Octarine Core, the cooldown. Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Roche, 3 minutes away, by the way. And I feel like we always have to speak about it. All this time, still no mega creeps. Like, that's been a big part of this. Those creeps were pushing in through bottom.
Are scanning.
I feel like we've kind of seen like the scale tip twice already in this game. Massively for Talon, they're too scared to really do anything. They're massively for outsiders.
Pagoda with the wards. Oh, they're gonna find Zephyr. He's just in the wrong
He has
spot
Aeon
at the
Disc, he has
wrong
Aeon
time.
Disc.
That's unfortunate for him. He does have that Aeon Disc. They're gonna throw the damage out from Makoto, but they need to focus him. They've got themselves a Doom as well as the
Doom
Aeon
to
Disc being
puck.
popped here on the puck. Impale lands, and the damage out on a GPK. He's got buyback. They found themselves damage with the Exorcism right on top of him. There's no chance this Tiny survives. It's a rock slide as they crumble him into the ground, and they've got Hakoda TPing out, as well as Ramses, and the rest of the team is bailing on this approach.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like the Ex Machina on puck is just too valuable. Refreshes Lincolns as well. Refreshes Dagon. Curious decision. Very curious.
So now can they force the buybacks again? This has been problematic for Talon going up onto the high ground in the past. And is now picked up by Hyde, so he'll have some survivability again. He's level 25 in just a moment. EKB, DM, back to three guys missing off the Makoto! He needs a Satanic when the Dragon is there! And then Mind Reaper's on the deck! The high ground is gonna cost them so much! Ramses comes in and they clean up with the help of DM outsiders. Throws them outside of this game.
Remember we spoke about with the refresher? 4 wards just like that. There's nothing you can do about that. Look at the diagram of death with the Jakiro ult in between that it can't move. That was a nasty combo. They have buybacks though again on the Nyx Assassin and DP at least, but no Dazzle for so long.
Now they've got the Rapier on Ramses.
Where was the grave? He was not silenced or anything. I think he just misclicked because he was tossed into the air on the Lina or something. That could have been massive if he gets the grave off, and then he gets the Satanic off, and the
no
BKB.
buyback on Hyde. He spent his money on an Aeon Disc that was supposed to keep him alive.
Yeah, maybe he assembled it a little bit too late. But are you really not willing to go high ground right now? Again, they're just so timid on outsiders.
On 2 heroes. And they're going to come through top, double damage over bottom. Makoto still has a Divine Rapier, but they just don't have the presence at the moment to keep these heroes back. They need to wait 50 seconds. They've got a glyph. They'll buy back on just Zephyr for now. And clean up these creeps. Bottom lane pushing in.
Every day I'm pushing in, really. One more spin should be able to take on more frags here.
Oh! He hit it. He comes in with the Fallen Sky. He hit it on the 23 Savage. That forces the BKB out. They've got themselves Mega Creep, so the game changes a little bit. The Refresher is used by 23 Savage. They'll have Hyde up in 16 seconds. So the Refresher was used. You've got Aeon Disc. You've got yourself the BKB again. You've got Doom ready to throw. And it wasn't the Refresher, it was the Ex Machina, my bad.
Yeah, the only way to differentiate that is the sound it makes.
It's more of a Chinese sound.
Double
Yeah.
damage.
You guys go to
I'm still waiting for our sound pack. Minute and 10 seconds until Roche is up. Now the Refresher was on cooldown, now it's not.
Scanning.
So they'll have Ex Machina and the Refresher.
looking
Look
to kill
at
someone
where
in
the
the pit.
damage is. They'll go inside the pit, they'll find themselves Hakoda, but it's the Ex Machina again. This time
he's
not the
gonna push
Refresher.
her
They're
off.
going to reflect themselves the Poison Touch. That X is up high. Hyde's a little bit vulnerable. You got to be careful with the creeps
no
because they're
buyback.
over close in the bottom lane. No buyback available for the Jakiro. start to move in with the Fallen Sky. That lets out a 23 Savage. They've got themselves a vacuum into the wall with the BKB being popped by 23 Savage. BKB by Damage. He walks in. They'll pop the Dream Core. Now they're going to go in with the Exorcism. Creeps pushing in once again. They're just trying to extend this fight. There's 4 walls down, 4 walls keeping Talon in place.
Creeps are going into base.
And now creeps are in the base. Fallen Sky once again. Makoto! The Fallen Sky, but this time they found themselves the shallow green. They're going in the air. The Quincy's having trying to you're reflecting back on the Duke. Go after Jug. Creeps moving into the base, still continuing, but they get the Divine Rapier back on the deck. Back on the deck.
He cancels the beast. He cancels the beast.
You're gonna. Oh, the creeps are in the base. They need to get back.
He cancels the beast.
Makoto's got the Giant Ring, so he can stay in base and get all the way back on the creeps. He's got to get the creeps. Oh, 200 survives. 300 health. They'll get the kill onto the Nyx Assassin and the Dazzle. Oh my God! I've got buyback. This road is in so much trouble. The fight's still going on the back in the river. They've got the Dream Coil down once again. They're going after DM. He's got the Jug. TP's in. They'll use the dagger. It's going to be reflected back. GPK in some trouble. KP being popped by KP. Yamich goes down. KP falls. He's got buyback. And they're trying to defend the base. Oh, man. They got 23 Savage. They'll take him out for 2 minutes.
Nobody got him.
Just back down.
No buyback on Zephyr either. Thrown on 300. They have no glyph. Jack just needs to blink on it. Hit it 3 times. It's gone. It's game over. But they're going for the Roche first. They're going for the safe play. He's going to get the Aegis. He's just going to BOT on the wave. They have their own glyph to fortify the wave. Blink on the throne. GG. Oh, Pakistan!
Oh, they got
it! The Fallen Sky, the meteor.
Oh my God.
Nice.
That's a way to end the game. Outsiders with the victory. Oh, wow.
Just game 1 as well.
Yeah, it looked like Talon had a chance to bring it back. And that fight went on forever, and the creeps just started to break through bottom.
Yeah, I gotta say, though, that game, you know, we like Messi Dota because of this, but by no means was as clean from any team.
Yeah.
Like, wow. Both teams were so scared at some point to do anything. They're like, oh my God, we can't do anything. They have dooms. The other team has a double wall. And then when they move to the high ground, they just get crushed in 2 seconds, and you could just see their heart fall into their stomach. Like,
dude, GPK with that Fallen Sky a couple of times was disgusting. That was insane what he was able to accomplish with that item.
He canceled like 3 or 4 TPs that were trying to go back to the throne to defend.
I take it back. That was the item to keep. That was the item to go with, and I just... Wow. I mean... I love it when tier 5s come out. I love when the game gets chaotic and the net worth just doesn't matter. And that's exactly what happens there, where things just go out of control. Like, I don't know. If you're not catching your breath after that one, then I don't know what you're watching, because that game was insane. The fact that Ramses dies, buys back, uses the Boots of Travel to get back in, the Boots of Travel 2, and then he comes in on the DM who's dying at that moment. They have the Abyssal Blade just on the edge. They stopped every TP except for Lena's, because Lena could go invis and move closer with the Giant's Ring having the free pathing.
No, even Lena's TP got cancelled by the Fallen Sky. They TP together, right next to each other, Fallen Sky, bam, both cancelled.
Out of control. Like, that was nuts, and that's just game 1. So everybody get yourself a snack, take a breather. We're going to be back with game number 2 in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be back soon.
The rules of battle dictate. You're no peer of the seer. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's ancient is under attack. Radiant's ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
And howdy and welcome back to some more Dota action. If you've caught your breath from that last game, I applaud you because I am still working on getting it all back after that first one went on for an hour and 11 minutes. It was a fun one. It was a back and forth game with tier 5 items, Divine Rapiers in the works. And it ended up with Outsiders taking game number 1 over Talon. But certainly both teams had their chance at winning the game. But obviously, it can only be one. And well, there was a point where GPK said, "Enough! I'm finishing the game. This is too much." And he did.
Yeah.
While they took Roche, I mean, that was pretty ridiculous. While they were just trying to do that, and now you take a look at the odds. Like Outsiders are a big favorite to take this game, which I guess mentally you could say that's got some potential.
Actually, not as one-sided as it was though before the first game. So it's gotten a little bit more even after the game. Obviously, Talon showing that they can be on the same level, or maybe even better, you know? It's just the timidity of Talon when they're ahead is very glaring. Because it was the same against LGD, was the same in the other series they've had against, I don't remember the team name, but was the same thing there. They managed to draw that series, but again, every time they're ahead, they just fall back to their own side and sort of let the enemy regain the stance.
Right.
If it was Sekiro, you broke the stance where you don't go for the finisher. You're like, oh, I want to fight fair. Get your own stuff.
Yeah, so we'll see if Talon can take game number 2, even up the series. You know, they did have that victory against Thunder Awaken in the second game when they went into the sniper. So maybe we get to see a sniper at some point. That would be exciting. Do they pull that out of the hat again? Or is that kind of one of those things that's like, all right, well, we've seen it once. Sniper's one of those heroes that you do it once, maybe you can get away with it. But is it one of those heroes that if you do it twice, 3 times, it gets overplayed and might not do as well?
I mean, Sniper, I think, is an amazingly strong hero this patch. I'm actually surprised he's not picked more, simply because if you get him like in a late stage, like 8th or 9th pick, maybe even last pick, like that hero can win you games alone. It just puts so much pressure on the enemy. It's one of the heroes that doesn't even need to build BKB. If the game is perfect for it, strong laning stage, strong mid game, like heroes that attack you from full screen are pretty obnoxious to deal with. So I'm hoping we see it a little bit more. And if people want to know why, you should check out Talon's game yesterday.
Yeah, that was a really good sniper game, and it only took them 40 minutes in that one. And that last game, of course, taking an hour and 11. So maybe I feel like when we see games like that, when there are long ones, the next game is normally pretty short. But I say that, and I know I've cast with you for a long time, and we've had situations where we just have back-to-back long, drawn-out games. And with the way the teams played in the previous game, it hints that they might end up being complacent in some areas again where the game might go just as long. So do you draft for that?
I mean, Talon always does way better when they have the secured late game. It just fits the play so much better. You can tell, like, by the way they're always falling back, trying to play really safe and stuff. Their team and their drafts are usually not tailored towards being really aggressive. They're only going to be aggressive if they have like a very big lead. You know?
Right.
And then after they build a big advantage, they go back again, make the enemy run at you sort of style. That's why they favored Medusa in the past, and just as a really hard late game carry Spectre, whatnot for 23 Savage, Morphling even. And I would be surprised if they don't go back to that, because they have 4 losses now. You can't afford to lose a whole lot more.
Yeah. When we're doing the DPC, at least in China, the mark to make the major was 4-3. They're currently in a group where 3 people get eliminated, not like the other group where 2 people get eliminated. And I'm trying to figure out where that marker is going to be on that elimination line. And when it's that high up, I want to say, what, you've got 8 series to play, right? Something like that per team.
16 games in total.
So maybe the elimination line is like 10 losses. I don't know. I don't know how many like what's the minimum?
10 losses.
Yeah, so it would put you at 6 and 10, right?
Yeah.
But that would be maybe middle of the pack. I don't know. It's just a guess. I don't know what you see in terms of how many losses are needed. I don't know what you think.
I honestly have no idea. Like, I'm not the greatest when it comes to the Mafia that the smart people do that.
I tried, and I am not smart. So I gave it a shot. And what we're going to give a shot in is the draft. We've got ourselves game 2 starting up right now. So we'll swap into that. And we'll see the courier fly us in. And right now, it's the same draft.
Dire team pick.
At least right now. And now they get rid of the puck. So it's a little bit different. No GPK puck. Because they went tiny Radiant puck to start, pick. Didn't they?
Yeah. So instead of tiny, they go Marcy this time.
Team pick.
Same idea. A Talon just takes a tiny. I'm very interested to see that, because I personally think Tiny is much stronger than Marcy.
Dire team pick.
But maybe they just have a different idea.
Razor.
Okay, so Razor, Tiny. We've seen Razor be very strong.
10 seconds remaining.
With the Tiny, what do you go for now for
5
outsiders?
seconds remaining.
There's still a Viper in the pool.
Dire team ban.
Bad Rider very early. Okay. And we've seen a lot of Bad Rider bans and picks this tournament already, so not a surprising pickup. It's a very strong hero still.
Bad Rider, this early, is it a hero that could just get countered out?
I mean, it will get counted out. It's just the hero concept is always going to be strong,
Radiant
right?
team
Right.
Lasso guy, you pull him completely out of position. His team can't help him. And once you have BKB, you're like an unstoppable force in most of the team fights. So 100% you are expecting to get countered already. There's way too many in the game.
Dire
Omni
team
Knight,
ban.
Baron, Phantom Lancer, Slark, Lifestealer. It's like a billion carries that are super good against him.
So we'll see Terrorblade, Enigma get banned.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see what else gets banned. Is
Seconds
I'm
remaining.
interested to see what they put 23 Savage on this time. With the Bat Rider picked up, does that kind of already mark away that sniper we were talking about?
Yeah. Sniper into Bad Rider is very risky. Because he just pulls you into his own team. And then you're dead against Marcy as well. Throws you in your own team. There's like a lot of repositionals already for
Radiant
outsiders. They only
team
need
ban.
Patch now. And the trio
Dire
is
team
complete.
ban.
The trio or trio?
Trio.
Trio. Even in English?
10
For me, yeah,
seconds
trio.
remaining.
Wow. Okay.
They don't say Doug Trio. They
5
say Doug
seconds
Trio,
remaining.
Trio.
Well, I watch all the shows in German, so I don't know.
Radiant team ban.
Fair enough. That is fair enough. Morphling banned, Faceless Void, and the Doom getting banned this time. 23 Savage's first half of that game was really good. And then it felt like he was getting shut down. The Dooms weren't connecting as much as he would have probably
10
liked.
seconds
But obviously,
remaining.
that's a hero that you can itemize for.
5
Yeah,
seconds
it's also not really
remaining.
a 23 Savage hero. I don't know why they're trying to make these drafts so, like, out of the box. That's not what Talon's good at. They're good at really standard drafts that just make the enemy run at you. They're very good at defending their own like areas. You know, make them run at you. You're ready with
Radiant
smoke
team
breaks. You're
pick.
ready to initiate on them when they don't expect it. Bam. Your superior late game puts on so much pressure on them that they're forced to make mistakes, and you exploit them perfectly.
Dire team
That's how
pick.
Talon crushed every team
Ooh.
in the SCA region.
So another
Yeah.
save hero, this time the Oracle. This is a hero that has just completely found no space in the Chinese region.
Yeah, I mean, it's just picked as an answer to Bad Rider, right? There's like no
Yeah.
other reason. So
Abaddon would have worked,
10
I guess.
seconds
Maybe
remaining.
even the Legion Commander would have worked.
yeah, or Omni Knight. There's a ton of heroes
5
that could have
seconds
worked, but it's
remaining.
probably the Razor offlane together with the Tiny. So
Hmm. So Bat Rider. I mean, does that necessarily need to be a Bat Rider offlane?
no. I'm actually expecting to be mid. Like Bad Rider has much more of a mid hero.
So Marcy, Bat Rider. Lockdown right now for Talon is the Avalanche, as well as Oracle. He's got that little bit of lockdown with the Fortune's End.
Taking a lot of time for that pick. I don't know if they expected the Oracle or not, but I mean, if you pick Bad Rider that early, you would expect to be countered.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't think you might get countered in a situation like that.
Dire team pick.
Especially, yeah, picking it up that
Templar
early. They go to the
Assassin.
TA.
Into the Razor. Very interesting. Because most of the time, people consider Razor to be a very strong hero against TA. But of course, if TA has a high level of farm, it is very much possible to just burst
10
down the Razor
seconds
before he really
remaining.
does much of anything, especially if he's underfarmed. But the
5
laning phase is not the
seconds
easiest at all.
remaining.
Hmm. So what do you pair up with the TA, Batrider, and Marcy?
Slaughter could be quite nice. I'm a big Slaughter fan together with TA.
Mhm.
Radiant team
It's
pick.
hard to pick because they don't have the offlaner there. So they want to pick the offlaner a little bit later. And they have the Dazzle TA lane, which synergize very well together. They both thrive on minus armor. Probably the Batrider middle and Marcy +1 in the offlane. As Alex Slaughter
10
a lot.
seconds remaining.
But if Talon does what they always do, they will leave their
5
carry for last
seconds
pick.
remaining.
So picking a Slaughter is very risky, unfortunately.
We saw how strong the Dazzle could be.
Yeah, I actually thought Dazzler was going to be like first phase material the entirety of the tournament, but I guess not.
Trying to think now. Talon taking a lot of time.
Dire team ban.
And they go into the Viper. Viper's one of those things that when teams play OG, they usually ban like Timber, Viper, and then leave the Razor or one or the other. And now Razor and Viper on the same team, maybe even looking towards potentially that being a 23 Savage Razor, right? A safe lane
10
Razor,
seconds
or maybe
remaining.
do you throw just Razor mid, Viper off lane, or one or the other?
5 seconds
They're
remaining.
very flexible right now. That's the strength they have. Both Viper and Razor have very good matchups into the TA, so and they also have the last pick, so they can pick and choose whatever they want. I like the draft so far, but they need a
Radiant
winning condition
team
still.
ban.
Because they don't have anyone that can hit buildings just yet.
Dire team
Right.
ban.
End up banning the Jug. Nature's Prophet gets banned. That global movement that they want to get rid of, especially when you've got a hero like Batrider, Link Lasso, teleportation from a Nature's Prophet would have been difficult to deal with.
10
Yeah,
seconds
there's still
remaining.
Beastmaster though. That's very annoying for the heroes of Talon.
5
Beastmaster Marcy is
seconds
also
remaining.
a pretty strong lane. Batrider Beastmaster very strong too, because you just BOT on like a Hawk or something, get like a nice lasso positioning.
Radiant team ban.
Banning the
Dire
Queen
team
of Pain and then the Lycan. So does it leave that Beastmaster open if you want to throw TA, Safe Lane, Batrider mid? We've seen TA in both the mid and the safe lane, right? Like, this hero has been pretty versatile, so everything's pretty open.
10
But
seconds
TA
remaining.
now with needing to make the decision, who do you want to be up against more, right?
5
Yeah,
seconds
I do think it's going to be the
remaining.
TA Dazzle safe lane. Just synergize very well.
Radiant
Batrider has
team
most
pick.
of the time always seen middle. And it's the Beastmaster that we spoke about. Okay.
Look at us go.
Huh. Well, that causes a lot of problems. They need to pick a hero now that's good against Terrorblade.
And
Bristleback.
Bristleback safe lane.
Ooh. Forgot about that hero. Oh my god, I hate Bristleback. The hero's so nasty. Quite literally too.
Interesting little pick there. So, safe lane Bristle, mid Razor, off lane Viper, with Hyde back on a save hero, and Zephyr now playing the Tiny instead of the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah. The only problem they have is a lack of stuns. A
Their
big
chase isn't
lack of
terrible, but
stuns.
yeah, their lack of stuns are concerning. But at the same time, like Outsiders, it's what? Dispose, Primal Roar, and Lasso. Not
And
exactly a
Dazzle
lot
Axe.
of when you get the shard.
Which you will.
It did take Hyde a while to get to that point, though. At
But
least
the
in the
thing
last
is,
game.
like, there isn't even any potential for Talon to stun. They can't. I guess they can build like an ATOS on KP, maybe Yules on the Razor. But yeah, it's like they're very much reliant on outsiders running into them. Then they can fight back and potentially fight a bunch of kills.
So, showing off Tiny for Zephyr. Level 22. And then a level 12 Marcy. There's all the runes on it, too. Did you get rune credit for officials?
No.
That's whack.
Prepare for battle.
You don't.
Pretty whack.
Also, all the what's it called? Like the little things that you buy that keeps track of some of the hero stuff that you do in the game. The relics.
Yeah.
Yeah, they update in the game, but then it gets reset to pre-game.
That's lame.
Yeah, I agree. Hyde? Hey!
All right, Hyde's in trouble.
I thought he was going to dispose him up, but he didn't skill dispose. If he had disposed, the Hyde is dead.
Yeah, you see a lot of these Marcies early go level 1 in the rebound, though, and probably pre-clicked it.
Well, I hope he didn't, because that's a cardinal sin of Dota. I would have netted them a kill there. I actually can't believe, like Talon really needs to buckle down. Like, these kind of mistakes, they can cost you games. Luckily, he didn't get punished, but
to battle.
there was more on outsiders than on you doing a good play, you know?
Right.
Like a first blood like that for free can open up the entire map already in the early game. Maybe 3 bounty runes for outsiders suddenly.
Or more than that, honestly.
Yeah, but as things stand, they're still okay. They have an amazing matchup in the Viper against the TA. Oh, yeah, please. Be careful, my friend. They just didn't take the bounty rune.
Okay.
I'm not the only one who saw that, right? They just walked away from it?
Kinda. So...
Well, 3 bounty runes anyway.
Yeah,
they're
3
looking
veterans
first
for
blood.
outsiders.
They want to get the first blood top. Poison touch, melt, rebound can definitely kill the Viper. And that's the best way to beat Viper early on. You crush his lane.
Because he's not a hero that recovers all too well, right?
Yeah, but Zephyr is in a nice position. Oh, he sees the Marcy.
So now you know there's going to be 3 heroes. They'll still rebound
Viper's
anyway,
dead,
and Viper's just dead. Body blocks in front of him, the poison touch, each right click slowing him down, and eventually Yamich will get first blood, killing off KP.
Yeah, Tiny's going to be pulling the lane though at least, so they have something to work with.
Zephyr? I mean, Zephyr might just die too, right? Like,
Poison touch in 1.
poison touch in a
tree.
second, and
He's dead.
just dead. So 2 kills up in this top lane.
Only 1k lead for the Dire. Top net worth? Damage. 1300.
Yeah, and they're zoning him out, just supports damage, okay.
Radiant's
Oh, they found the
courier
courier!
has
Oh
been
my
killed.
god, they
2
found
couriers!
the courier!
Radiant's
No!
courier has been killed.
Oh
Oh my god, they're crumbling already. Why was Severus courier even there?
Probably to get him
The ring?
the ring of health? Why wouldn't you just step up and get it yourself? I guess maybe he feels like he can.
That's worst case scenario for the early game.
Yeah. 2 kills, 2 couriers.
Yamish is still top. He's
gosh.
jungling on Viper level 2.
Yeah, I don't know about this one for Talon. At least the top lane, that's gonna be wide open. Like TA shouldn't miss anything in that lane.
And the good news is that Beastmaster will also be getting very little. But yeah.
Yamich? They've also got Zephyr coming over. I'm not sure why Yamich is here, but the TP, and he's only got tree grab, so free to TP out. Okay. This is... You gotta wonder for Talon what's going on, but I will say they've brought the net worth close. Like, they're bringing it back just a little bit. Both the Razor and the Bristleback having an okay time.
Yeah, as expected. I mean, mid lane is going to get a lot more difficult once Bad Rat is actually level 6 to get that lasso, but he's actually winning middle quite handily right now. And Mikoto has always been like the star player of the team, so I'm not surprised that he's holding zone very well.
Radiant's courier.
Not a
has
courier
been
down.
killed.
Hey, you get the return, but that's not worth it.
At least Oracle is big now. That's always nice. Get a fast level 6, maybe you can turn a fight around, but yeah, it's not what you want. Now, this game is all about Ramses for outsiders. They're putting 3 heroes there for the entirety of the landing phase, basically. They're saying, DM, good luck. Do your own thing.
They're stacking up all the camps too for the TA. Ramses is having just a free game.
Yeah, and this is where the mid lane gets really scary now. Like once Bad Rider reaches level 6, there's almost a free kill onto the Razor. Like, Oracle needs to stick around for sure. Back off! They're going again. Oracle's there though.
Yeah, this time Oracle's here, but they've got the help of Yamish. I don't know if that's even going to matter. Plasma Field hits, and Makoto, he at least gets something out of this lane.
Yeah.
It's not the Bat Rider, but to get the kill into the Marcy, that feels decent. 23 Savage at the same time, like, his lane's very open too, right? Like, who's benefiting the most out of the way these lanes have gone?
I mean, honestly, like, Razor and Bristleback are going to destroy TA in the mid lane game. So the only real chance Outsiders has to snowball is through getting that Desert there really early. So I would say that Outsiders is capitalizing very well on their winning condition. So yeah, he's already into the Vanguard on Bristleback, so he should be pretty much unkillable unless Bad Rider decides to show up. How's Viper looking? I mean, he's not looking great, but at least he has more net worth than Beastmaster still.
This would have maybe spiraled out of more control for Outsiders. I'm a little surprised it didn't.
Yeah, they disengaged very quickly from the top lane. Like they could have been a feed fest up there, but they made good. They stopped the bleeding. Made a good job.
$1K lead, back to that 1K lead. So Makoto coming up out of the high ground. Zephyr is here. He's got an avalanche to throw and doesn't have a toss, but KP over to the side, so they might be able to track down this Dazzle and should be able to get a kill on him pretty easily.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mid lane again, Makoto in some trouble.
Is under attack.
They've got the lasso, they'll chase him out. Fortune's End trying to save him, and Makoto now on the run.
Yeah, that's why Oracle is so strong. It's like one of the easiest disengage heroes against Bad Rider. Now Lasso's on a very long cooldown, so Bristleback feels even more safe. And it's the perfect beginning for that Bristleback. And we've seen so many times what a Bristleback can do in the late game.
Zephyr probably don't want to be there, but he'll go to the TP attempt, and the Yamish is there with it exposed, so he tries to TP in their face, he'll pay for it, and now it's time for Ramses to take these stacks.
Yeah, not letting him do anything to the stacks. He scouted them, they're all there, 3 heroes again. At least it gives some space for KP though.
I guess KP's kind of recovering a little bit.
Again, just look at Beastmaster, he's really poor. And generally Beastmaster is quite reliant on having a decent early game. So, it's gonna be interesting to see how he recovers from this.
Still though, even with Beastmaster doing so poorly, like, they're up 2K, and that's because look at where the Marcy's net worth is. Look at how much gold Yamish has. He's got the same amount of gold as his Beastmaster. Pretty insane what he's been able to accomplish, at least at the moment.
Yeah, if you get the fast blink dagger, that could be very beneficial for outsiders as well.
Is under attack.
Ace Screw on Bad Weather almost travels as well. Like, the best answer they have to the Bristleback is going to be that Bad Weather. So we'll see when he tries to make a rotation towards him. Because I feel it should be a pretty easy kill. The Raw plus the Lasso.
And that's really all you need to kill just about anybody, right? Unless they have the Oracle ready to go, but Oracle's only level 4. Still pre-10 minutes, not expecting all supports to be at level 6 yet, or any supports to be at level 6 yet, so there is some time.
Yeah, so Badger has smoked up, was actually looking for the Bristleback. He is still looking for the Bristleback, but there's no way he can really do anything down there.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Easy
under
TP.
attack.
Hell.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
I mean, if Oracle is ready, they really should never get a kill with Bad Weather. Like, they might try on the bottom, but I think it's gonna be futile.
He's got a TP ready to go. That being said, Zephyr low, shallow grave, not going to keep Hakoda alive. Eventually,
They're going to Bristle.
he'll go down.
Where's the Oracle
Now
TP?
they've got Bristle. They're trying to chase. They'll have the Primal Roar. They're burning him out. And Fortune's End, not enough.
Too late.
He doesn't have a false promise to use, and now he's probably given up his life too. They've got the help of Yamich, and eventually, well, he should have a dispose if need be. And it's a double kill for GPK.
Very well played, nice rotation. Perhaps a little bit slow by Hyde, like that he wasn't there immediately. He also TP'd in a very defensive position. I feel if he TP'd max range towards the Bristleback, would have been an easy save. But weren't ready for that because they were aggressing somewhere else at the same time. Unfortunate timing.
Blessings.
Kills and
Dyer's
stacks.
top tower has fallen.
And
Hit
Badger
the
is
tower
very
top.
farmed. Yeah, he's recovering quite nicely on the Viper.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
They don't have Lasso this time or the Primal Roar, so 23 Savage, how comfortable is he going to feel? They've got the Dispose. They're looking for Hyde. Hyde, he's going to try and heal himself back up. And a false promise himself. They got the kill to Hakoda as well as DM. The damage was there for 23 Savage. And now he'll look at Yamich, the right click. Well, it does a lot, but he is out and away. GPK, he'll just walk away, fly away.
Yeah, and KP didn't come, so he has been focusing on farming, same as the TA. Nice exchange for Talon this time around. He's getting into his axe pretty quickly. They have a Lasso again, they're looking for Lasso.
Yeah, they've got him
over
once
there.
more with the Lasso. They don't have False Promise,
chance.
but they do have the Oracle, so False Promise isn't like the end-all be-all. He can help out in other ways, and that's what Hyde's been doing.
Yeah. Just the Fortune's End is most of the time enough to save against the Bristleback. PP. It was close. It was about to get grabbed.
So, do you think Talon's done a good job here of just kind of like stopping the bleeding and kind of actually giving themselves a potential advantage?
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they're definitely doing very well. Razor's looking for another
Dire
kill.
are scanning.
Once this Bristleback is up, they are going to be insanely strong. He actually went for a Sange instead for first item. Very interesting. Usually you want to get this axe timing up as soon as possible. Just wants to feel a little bit tanky against the Roar, against the Lasso. Makes sense, not bad. But it
Dyer's
delays the strong
bottom
time by
tower
quite a
is
bit.
under attack.
So, right now, just throwing some viscous nails. We'll go with some boars. Makoto, he's just about, he's 1,400 gold away from his BK. BKP, though, he's in trouble. He's been disposed, and he'll be killed. Ramses gets credit for that one, as they had 3 heroes up in the top lane. And starting to get some charges on that Deso that he's picked up. He's up by 2, so he's going into the Blink Dagger, and he still leads this bristle by about 700 gold. And his TA overall just has not really felt pressured much throughout the entirety of the game.
Did you also see the pre-tip? Before they even went on the Viper, they tipped them already.
Giving away that they were coming.
Nice throw on the Oracle. Does he have enough damage?
False Promise. Fortune's End. Charging it up.
Oh man, it's a lot of damage he's done.
And now a TP. Oh,
still
wow.
died.
Yeah, still died. Should have just TP'd out initially as KP chases GPK and forces him to TP out.
What's the BKB tournament gonna look like for Razor? About 16 minutes?
Yeah.
And once he has that, he should feel very confident in these fights. But without Bristleback, there won't be
Dyer's
enough
bottom
damage.
tower
And
is
the
under
glaring
attack.
lack of stuns, I think, is gonna come back to bite them relatively shortly. There's so many repositioning tools for
Dyer's
outsiders, and if you have no
structures are
initiation,
fortified.
no stuns, that means Dazzle will always get a grave completely from Roach Pit. Of course.
Do they even sense
Radiant's
this? Do they
bottom
go
tower
over that
is
way?
under attack.
Let's see.
They're kinda around, but
I'm not going for it.
not going for it.
This is something that Outsiders has done really well throughout the entire series, and that's secure Roche.
Yeah, his TA now is very strong, especially with the Beastmaster.
Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
So up
Radiant's
3k,
bottom
an Aegis in their
tower is under
hands. Maybe
attack.
they go again for the Bristleback once they've got the Primal Roar and the Lasso up, which is in 30 seconds to have both. It's 30 seconds for the Lasso, and Primal Roar is up now. No mana for it, though, for DM.
Yeah, just look at the gold difference now between the TA and the Bristol.
It's starting to
Increased by
really
so much.
expand. Yep.
If Bristol gets lassoed and TA attacks it from the front, Savage is going to die really fast. You need to protect him at all
Radiant's
costs.
middle tower is under
He needs like
attack.
an armor item first. But that's the problem, like he needs Axe first, and then BKB,
Radiant
and then a plate
structures
mail,
are
then he's gonna feel
fortified.
really strong. It's
Right.
like 15 minutes from now.
So let's see where it goes, because at the moment I think Outsiders' game plan is going off without a hitch. They have just completely farmed the map. Beastmaster maybe not at the
Radiant's
top of the
top
net
tower is
worth at
under
the moment,
attack.
but it's certainly in a spot where he feels comfortable going now. And of course getting that Helm of the Overlord, Bat Rider going into the BKB, and when you've got the Boots Travel BKB, GPK can kind of be there and feel comfortable fighting at all times.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
What's the plan for Talon is really my question here, because they don't have the best tower damage, and they're sort of just letting outsiders farm the entire map. But again, how do you punish it even?
Are
You have
scanning.
one tiny stun. He finally has a blink, but...
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Maybe they get this kill, but
No.
TP, and there it is. Hide. Deals one away. Meanwhile, Zephyr, he got a little bit low.
Looking for KP.
Dyer's middle
It's a lot of
Yeah,
damage.
going into the Viper. Look at the damage come out with the Death Zone, splashing over to 23 Savage, but with the help of Hyde again, they'll get themselves something out of it. It's a double kill for the Oracle, who goes from the Beastmaster over to this Marcy.
Dyer's middle tower
And
is
Ramses,
under
you can see the
attack.
Death Zone damage coming out, and, well, KP not able to stand his ground on that one, and Ramses comes over again, almost killing off this Oracle. Oh,
And
still
now
gets
Russo.
him.
Yeah.
I saw that ending from miles away.
Absolutely playing him over here in the top
Oh,
lane.
GPK has his eyes set on 23. Can you find him with a sticky? No.
200 gold away from the Axe, by the way. And toss up onto the Dazzle. Hakoda goes down, and 23 Savage gets that kill. So that'll give him the gold necessary to finish off the Ags. And once he's got this Ags, we'll see if Talon finally feel confident. It's something they've kind of lacked in this whole series together, right?
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
I mean, it's an outsiders now, though, to like crank up the pressure a bit, because they have a decently big lead.
Ooh, they
Well,
found 23 Savage.
Bristol, there's no
Yeah,
hope in the fight.
he went into the triangle, the flame break, into the dispose. They have the primal roar. They don't even need the
Okay.
lasso, and he just got his Ags, and he'll die just as quickly as it gets delivered.
I don't like to reiterate on points like these, but how often have we seen one of the heroes just get picked off on the enemy side of the jungle, like, in every game? Probably 4 or 5 times. In every game that we casted so far.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Nice blink
attack.
dodge by Zephyr as well. Like,
Radiant
it's really something they need to
structures are
fix
fortified.
if they want to go far into this tournament. If they lose this game, they're 1-5. They don't have much more left for Arrow.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But GPK, whoa.
Uses that BKB, even
Radiant's
turns
middle
around
tower
because on the
is
other
under
side they've got
attack.
Yamage on the right click. Zephyr's going to be taken out by Ramses, who's got himself a mega kill streak. He's 5-0-1, and it doesn't feel like the TA is really looking to stop.
Radiant's
Even
middle
going behind the
tower
tier
is
2
under
tower and throwing the Meld over onto KP, splashing onto Hyde. Flame breaks there. Ramses blinking in, and he's forced to use the false promise. So he'll survive, but the rest of his team is going to be in a lot of trouble. They get the gun to KP. They'll look over Ramsey surviving it all. He also has the Aegis. There's the Shallow Grave. They'll take out Hyde. And now 23 Savage. GPK goes down. Ultra kill is there for Ramses. Give him a rampage at just 19 minutes into the game. And he'll finally lose that Aegis.
A double rampage maybe? Hide on the run?
Oh.
Can he hide from Ramses the Predator?
No, he cannot. But it's Yamage who gets the kill.
That's BM. Like, if I was Ramses right now, I would leave
Radiant's
the game.
top tower is under attack.
Like, you don't respect my contribution? Get out of here.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower
He
is
isn't
under
even going
attack.
weak, he's just going raw damage. Look
Oh
at that.
yeah, Daedalus
Going
next. He is
Daedalus
going
next.
off, and all of a sudden, that Deso has 20 charges on it.
Yeah, let's take a...
Take another look at this one after this kill as Zephyr,
Easy
well,
peasy.
he's gonna fall to these 3 heroes. And when you're talking about the shard, Dazzle, Arcane Boots, straight shard, and that's what he's got. So
Yeah.
let's take a look at the replay on that last fight where Ramsey's just all confidence going behind the tier 2 tower, 23 Savage TPing in, and you can see Hyde uses the false promise, but he's gonna die here anyway. And now that means it can't be used on KP, it's used on himself.
Look at the
And,
last one, then the damage on 23.
Yeah.
Just
He
nothing
still
he can
gets
do.
GPK, but look at Ramsey. He's able to stand his ground thanks to the Shallow Grave. And then Makoto, BKB, doesn't matter. He actually got the Rampage as he died.
Probably the earliest rampage we've seen this tournament. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't doubt it.
I'm
Is under
spitballing.
attack.
Yeah, man,
BKB
she
from
gets
Makoto. He's got the rebound, so it doesn't really matter. And they'll turn it around with Primal Roar. They've got the Meld Strikes coming out once again. Ramsey's starting to back off, but it's got a double damage. Now the lasso comes in to hide. They'll take out the Oracle, and they're still looking to get the right clicks in. Ooh, that hit the Wild Wing and hit 23 as well, so he took a lot of damage from that right click from Ramses with a double damage on him. And they're going to blink forward, get the dispose. There's the Shallow Grave. Zephyr gets broken apart with the Flame Ring, pushing back AP. They're inside the base, and they do not care. Ramses backs up to the tier 3 for a moment, but they are burning KP away. This Viper can't survive.
They just dive into
Fire
base
beats
like this.
Toxic, and TM gets the kill there. TPK, Shallow Grave, and TP out, right in the base.
And now, to be honest, the problem, you have no
Makoto?
stuns.
Wow.
Like, you have no stuns on any hero other than Tiny. Tiny's dead, you cannot fight. Can't do anything. Savage is looking for the ancient creep at least, if he can maybe get it. Yeah, that would be a nice
Radiant's
pick
top
for him.
tower
Nice
is
goal.
under attack.
It takes so long.
What gets it?
250 gold.
Both get gold now, out of nowhere. Did he lose the Daedalus on the courier?
Dire
think he might
are
have.
scanning.
Certainly possible. Dead for 50 seconds.
Or
I
he
would
went for a
assume
Shadow Blade actually.
maybe it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he just went for a Silver Edge rather than
Just straight Silver Edge instead. Okay. Sure. Shallow Grave, Yamage alive, rebounds away. Primal Roar is used. They get the kill in the high. They'll take out the Oracle. Now they're going to look for the rest. BKB's been popped by
Savage
Makoto,
has
but
to be
Ramsey is in. And 23 Savage is going to be left alone. There's nothing that Makoto or Zephyr can do to save this Bristleback. And they're going to continue on
Zephyr's
forward. Look for the
next.
Tiny. He is so dead. As GPK gets another 3-0 out of the side of Talon. And Ramsey's blinking forward, maybe looking for Makoto, but he's already all the way back at base.
He's still looking. The Viper getting that 2-shot. He has to be so careful. Ow.
AP. Ow. Yeah. Ow for sure. I mean, just one by one by one.
Is under attack.
Ramses is now 13-0-4.
Yeah, they also have sidekick for Ramses, so every time he hits someone, he just heals for like 500 health.
Radiant's middle tower.
And again, like
has
he doesn't go
fallen.
BKB. Why, Mika? Because they have no stuns.
Because he doesn't care, and
Yeah,
he can
like-
kill anybody.
This draft they have come up with this time around, it's... I don't like to use this word, but it's like an abomination draft. And this should not be allowed in Dota. I would say the only team that could maybe get away with this is the LGD.
23 Savage?
Hey.
Alright, False Promise is in, but the Primal Roar comes out. They've got the last to follow that one up.
dead.
The damage coming in, he's dead.
23 dead.
False Promises are meant to be broken, and they will get the kill on a 23 Savage to look for
dead.
more. Makoto on the run, the axe is flying in, the Dispose is there, and a KP with BKB popped by Makoto. They will get themselves a third, they'll look for a fourth. It's a triple kill for Ramses once again. Can he get another rampage? He might. GG is called, the rampage is secured. Another rampage.
Under attack.
Not a double, not a triple, it's two separate rampages and a 2-0 for Outsiders over Talon.
Yeah, that game looked very convincing. Way to one side, but I gotta say, it was mostly draft of Talon. Like, the draft was not very cohesive at all. It didn't really have any timings that were overlapping or anything. Well played by Outsiders. Like, the way they tried and top, I think, is what won them the game ultimately. DM still did a commendable job getting experience and gold on his Beastmaster 1v2. But yeah, shutting down Viper early means you become a paper plane. And paper he was. He got like 3 shot every fight by Ramses.
Yeah.
Not much to say. It was a very clean execution, a good draft. Overall, well played. Like, if they play like this every time, I can see why Outsiders is so highly regarded. But if there's such a big gap between game 1 and game 2, that shows to me that they're not quite there yet when it comes to consistency and stability.
Yeah, it's a little bit lacking here for Talon and Outsiders. Game 1 wasn't exactly the best showing. I think that there were a lot of things that you could kind of point out, even though they got that victory. And, well, this one was certainly all theirs to get. So, they come out ahead, and that was we are Arlington Major. That was a shellacking. We're here in NA. That was certainly a shellacking. And, that's going to be a 2-0. Something that we were kind of talking about at the beginning that Talon really can't afford, right?
Yeah, I mean, what are they now? 1-5? Being 1-5 after the 3 matches it's not only like bad on the scoreline, but it also has to be demoralizing, right? Like, you went through a bunch of different drafts. You pick like the Doom carry and you go to the Bristol carry and just like keep mixing things up and mix them up more and more and more. And it can get to the point where you're just kind of getting confused to what your identity actually is. And it's just like a snowball effect from there towards, the bottom of the pack. Hopefully, they go back to their old style, because it worked yesterday even. When they picked the sniper, superior late game, they crushed that game. Like, why are they mixing things up so much? I don't quite understand.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it ends up Outsiders 2-0 over Talon. We're going to move on to the next series, but that's not going to happen until we go to a quick break. So we'll see you guys soon with the next series coming up, which is going to be Boom against Beastcoast. So come on back and watch that series with us once again as we say yeehaw on to the next one. We'll see you guys soon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire victory.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
And yeehaw again. Howdy. I'll keep going to that intro until we leave Texas. We're still here as I take off my cowboy hat that I don't have on. I don't know why I did that, but we're here. Don't fall asleep on me, Black. We got some good Dota coming in this series. It includes Beastcoast. It includes Boom. And I want to talk about one of these teams first. The one I'm going to choose is Boom. So give it to me. What does Boom have that you think is going to win them this series? And then we'll go to the other side and we'll talk East Coast. But we're talking Boom first.
Yeah, I think when it comes to just individual skill, they are probably the #1 team in SEA. They also have Mushi as coach, so their strategies are usually very on point, very strong. And just overall, if you're looking at SEA, I would say they're probably a top contender to go as far as possible. Because Fnatic don't do that strong, obviously with stand-ins. Then you have Talon, who also have a stand-in. They don't do that strong. But Boom, on the other hand, they dismantled EG. They look really crisp.
All right, and then tell me a little bit about Beast Coast. What do you got in the words of the wise of Beast Coast as a team? Why are they gonna win this series?
Well, they have the highest MMR player in NA, namely Whisper, and they have the craziness, the crazy sauce of the SA region. However, it didn't work out at all yesterday, so hopefully they did some reviewing. Some consistency is always nice, even if you're a crazy team, right? They definitely have the skills to back it up. So we'll see how they do here. They're a very hit or miss team, as I said yesterday, though. They need that momentum behind them. They need a good victory. Once they get that, they become a very scary team. If they don't, they're like a little mouse, you know. But if they do get that win, from a mouse, they upgrade to like a lion, and they get another win, then they become a hydra, then they get another win, they become a chimera.
Okay, I didn't know it goes that way. I mean, I know Gojira is Godzilla, so that kind of makes sense. They've got Boom as massive favorites here. Boom did pretty well yesterday. East Coast, well, you take a look at where they're at. They are currently 0-2. That means no draws, just 2 losses. They're 0-4 overall in their games, while Boom sitting at 3-1. So they had a pretty good time overall. And now the question is, can Boom change their fortune, or will their fortunes be changed? And can Beast Coast kind of turn it around, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's always the question, right? As I said before, SA teams very much always operate like this. Either they don't find the momentum at all and they fall flat right from the beginning, or as we've seen at TI even, they crush the group stage. Suddenly in the playoffs, they're one of the scariest teams ever, until eventually they run into like a roadblock, right? So I don't ever expect Beast Coast to be able to get like top 3 or top 2, but if they start doing well, I can definitely see them being top 6.
Yeah, top 6 I feel like is always possible for any of these teams. That's why they're at the major. It would be nice to potentially see Beast Coast win a major. Are they I don't know who the only regions are to not win a major yet. A Valve major.
Isn't it only SA?
Is it only SA? It has, because I want to say Mineski won a major. Was it a major that they won? I forget.
What was it?
It was back on.
No. It was TNC that won. Yeah, it was TNC that won.
Yeah, TNC also did that. But I was thinking of a different tournament, maybe a DAC that Mineski won. I can't even remember.
It
like
was
one of those late DACs. But
and
that's
China
technically.
Won, of course.
Yeah, IG had a win.
Europe won. NA won. Yeah, that's just SA that's missing.
Okay, so we'll see. I mean, I think everybody is always rooting for SA to take a major. So we'll see if they can do it here.
Gah!
Yeah, that's the question. Is it going to be Ga or is it going to be Nah? And right now, it's certainly been Nah. And it's been constantly just, nah, guys. It's not working out at the moment. So maybe we can change it. As Beast Coast is a team that is, been there for a long time, right? Like everybody has been on Beast Coast since 2019. That's under the Beast Coast flag, but I'm pretty sure, I mean, that goes even further to Catburger, right? And most of these guys, if not all of them, have been here.
Yeah, Catburger.
I just want to make sure. Let me take a quick look. I'm cheating, guys. I'm gonna go to Envergesa. Hopefully, I said that right. And yeah, it's 2019 and August. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I remember that right. Okay.
That's for a long time. Your memory does not fail you just yet.
We used to talk about IG and them being the team that hadn't changed their roster for so long and what they were doing so well, right? And
we were also talking about VG 2015 ESL New York a lot.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Let the past be in the past.
5
Let us
seconds
focus
remaining.
on the new generation. I always say that, but honestly, there are like a couple of new players, right? But so many old faces are always going to be around. It's just like I actually can't imagine Dota ever where, like in football, where like a lot of the household names are kind of retired or gone, or like in a management position. I can't really see Dota be in the same way, like ever,
Right.
I don't know why, but I always feel like
Good answer.
the older players. We already spoke about this, right? I don't believe there's an age limit in esports just yet. If there is, we haven't reached it on anyone. Because there's people that are 30 plus that are still winning LAN tournaments at a very high level. Like, prove me wrong. Prove me otherwise. Until then, I won't believe it.
But we could use some new Zoomers coming in and kicking,
10 seconds remaining.
some old butt.
Potentially.
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
hoping we get some kids who just kick butt, and then they come onto the microphone and they're just like, "When are you gonna learn, old man?" And then just beat up some old Dota people.
Yeah, get out of here, man. What are you still
Turn
doing,
to
buddy?
ban.
And then they face them again. They get beat by the old people. It's like, ha! I can stay around with these kids.
Could be the truth. Could be the possibilities here. And, Puck Dawnbreaker, first 2 for Beastcoast. We've talked about their unconventional
10 seconds
drafts,
remaining.
and maybe Boom Esports here. We'll see if they give them a little something as well.
5
Razor and
seconds
Tiny
remaining.
coming up. And we've seen a lot of these guys for a while on Boom that I really just love, especially when we were covering Southeast Asia last year. Skem, one of my favorites. And, of course, Yopaj, still my idol.
Is he?
Yes.
I think his girlfriend is going to be mad at you.
Yopaj is everybody's idol.
No.
10 seconds remaining.
His girlfriend's going to be mad at us. He's our boyfriend.
5
A
seconds
collective,
remaining.
all of us.
Okay. All right. I mean, you said it. I'm not going to partake in this discussion.
Beastcoast's
All right.
turn to ban.
I'll die on this sword, I guess.
I'll leave you hanging.
Veno first phase ban is interesting with the Bat Rider. Completely different from what we've been
SA
seeing in
style.
a lot of these other games.
Yeah, but it's the SA style. They love these heroes. I'm surprised they didn't ban Timbersaw, actually.
10
And I'm also
seconds
surprised that
remaining.
they didn't pick up the Timbersaw. Dawnbreaker Puck, though. Amazing combo, right? Coil.
5
The
seconds
Solar
remaining.
Guardian. Suddenly the sun turns against you while you can't move. That's always a bad sign. We have seen it many times in superhero movies, like when Thanos exploded the planet and rained down the meteor shower on you. Razor, on the other hand, together with Tiny, it's always a strong combination because
seconds
Plasma
remaining.
Field doesn't damage the Tiny because he's rock, and
Beastcoast's
it's not a
turn
good
to ban.
conduit.
Hmm.
If you have anything smart to say, please go ahead.
I was going to ask, what is a good conduit?
Gold is a great conductor. Ah.
I understand that not a lot of people get to understand our inside jokes, but when we were working last year and this year
10
too,
seconds remaining.
I would just sit there and listen to Lizard, Lacoste, and
5
Black
seconds
scream
remaining.
Razor voice lines. Mostly you, Black, though.
Yeah, but then everyone joined.
Yeah, and then everybody would join because it was too much. It was too funny.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, some of the voice acting is just mega funny. Like, you can't even blame me
Dire
for doing
team
it.
pick.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
So
We all had a great time.
Timber Band Rubik coming through. We've seen a couple of Rubiks thus far.
Yeah,
You a fan?
maybe. Depends on what Beastcoast picks. I mean, I like Rubik now a lot more than before because the shard is actually quite
10
nice to save
seconds
teammates
remaining.
or even throw teammates into them. Like, that's like the
5
funniest ever.
seconds
Like, you
remaining.
grab a razor and just stun everyone for like 2 seconds.
True.
You can cliff your own teammates now as well if you want to grieve them a bit more. Like, I've never played a game that has as many ways to grieve your own teammates as Dota does. I don't know if you can agree with that, but I played a lot of games and it's just not possible.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Visage.
Okay, then Visage next. We've seen a lot of this in China. I think in the right hands, it can be very devastating. Do you like it against these 3 heroes this far?
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, Visage is always a very hit or miss hero. Either you dominate the lane, snowball super hard, or you don't, and you kind of become like a Viper, where you just don't do a whole lot at all. At least there's a little bit more utility in the shard. You can survive, you can tank a little bit more for your team. So far, against the 3 heroes that Boom has, it doesn't strike me as amazing, though. Because they still haven't even picked their carry yet either. So they could just go into like a Juggernaut, which could be really good. Chaos Knight.
CK, which has been making its appearances in both the bans and the picks. There was a point where CK felt like it was the go-to carry a lot, but has kind of fallen off a little bit.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, CK is just a great matchup into the Razor.
5 seconds
Razor hates
remaining.
illusion heroes, and yeah, CK is one of the heroes that can actually burst Razor through BKB past level 20, because you get that Reality Rift Pierce Spell Immunity talent, of course, and Razor goes back to the Underscape.
Beastcoast's
Stop
turn
giggling,
to
sir.
ban.
It's,
Yeah,
professional
it
cast.
sounded like you were making another Razor noise and Earthshaker. So,
Huh. There's a tiny mid then.
or
No.
never mind. All right, I won't even try. I won't even try. It could be
No.
offlane Earthshaker, right?
10 seconds remaining.
It's kind of weird though. I don't like 5 Rubik. It's kind of weak.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm hoping it's offlane Shaker actually.
Or Rubik mid.
Or Rubik safe lane.
Hey, at least mine makes sense. Rubik, I just don't like Rubik 5, so I'm gonna stay. It's either Earthshaker offlane, Rubik 4, or Rubik's in the 4. I'm just gonna go with that. I don't want to see Rubik in the 5.
So 5 Shaker?
5 Shaker. No,
I mean, that's what you're suggesting basically.
No,
right?
I'm
Or-
suggesting offlane on Earthshaker,
And then what, 5 Tiny?
mid tiny.
And they picked the 5 last?
Yeah.
Beastcoast's
All right,
turn
yeah, I
to
can see that.
ban.
And then Razor carry?
Sure.
I see.
10 seconds remaining.
4 position Earthshaker for Tim's.
5
Always a
seconds
possibility, of
remaining.
course.
No, but then you would have a 5 Rubik. I mean, Rubik is very strong against Puck in the mid lane, so it is an option. It's something he has done before. I wouldn't be surprised if they do end up doing it. They also have the last pick, so the carry matchup should be quite nice. What do you want, though, as a carry?
Dire
Rubik.
team ban.
Be cop.
What?
It's time to stop.
No. In Skem's hands, maybe Rubik in the 5 is gonna pop off, right? Like, he's played every position. He's still
10
gonna get a little
seconds
bit of
remaining.
farm, but I don't know. I don't really like 5 Rubik.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Neither do I.
Ricky ban. Okay.
What the hell? I did play carry Ricky.
Hmm.
What do they
10
need to
seconds
round out the
remaining.
draft? Like some nice
5 seconds
Spirit.
remaining.
Earth Spirit for Beast Coast?
yeah.
Or for Boom. I was gonna say.
Dire
right.
team pick.
Earth Spirit doesn't sound too bad at all, but instead they'll go to the Winter Wyvern.
Okay.
So 5 Wyvern or 5 Dawnbreaker. What do you want?
5
If you're
Wyvern.
Beastcoast. Okay. So 4
10
Dawnbreaker.
seconds remaining.
Could be 5 Visage there. One of the teams that actually enjoys playing that. I think
True.
they'll make it
Seconds
dependent
remaining.
on what carry Boom is gonna choose to have.
I also love their off-lane puck, but in this lineup, I don't exactly see anybody else really thinking they're going to go mid, but you never know with Beast Coast.
What are the carry options? Spectra is an option. Not the greatest, though.
Would PL work in this situation, or are you just up against the Winter Wyvern and that blocks it out?
If you snowball really hard, it could work, yeah. A Face's Void is not bad.
Yeah,
You
Void
want the
not
better
banned.
ones. And honestly, if you wanted to, you could just go back to the Medusa as well. Which Jackie likes to play as well.
Jug?
You may
Okay.
now select your heroes.
Or just go Cookie Hitter Jack. I said Jack as soon as they picked the Visage, but they picked it so late that I thought they would go for something more extraordinary. Which, I mean, alright, Jack is a good hero here. They do have a decent way to cancel the Jack TP though, like spin TP. I gotta say, I don't like the 5 Rubik too much.
In the hands of Schem, I mean, I want to have faith in it. I'm a big Schem fan. But at the same time, I do kind of wonder, because I feel like Rubik is one of those heroes that kind of needs a little bit of farm and a little bit of priority.
10 seconds remaining.
So we'll see how it goes. And
5
Tim's,
seconds
that's just
remaining.
classic Tim's, right?
Yeah. And they pick a lot of Shaker for him. He plays one of the better Shakers as well. Instead of I just, as I said, don't like this 5 Rubik too much. I am gonna go with Beast Coast for game 1.
It's a very important game for Beast Coast, and well, Boom have been the ones that have looked very dominant in this event so far, beating the likes of EG, splitting with Tundra as well, and that's what's brought them to a 3-1 at the moment. So I guess OG with them being 0-4, it's not a massive statement, but I think coming into this tournament, that is a massive statement. A lot of people thought that EG was going to be the top of the top of the top.
And now they're at 0-4.
Yeah.
Or
So are Beast Coast, so they really need to get out of the bottom end. They're in a group where 2 people get eliminated. So it's not the 3 like Group A. And, you know, you maybe can with that split. I don't know. It's going to be tough. Going down 0-5 after your first 3 series, or, you know, what would end up being like 1-5 or 0-6. I think being 2-4, obviously, it sets you up to be in a better position. You'll be going up against EG, which is a massive series later today.
Yeah. I mean,
lesson for
around the
Prepare
story,
for battle.
conclusion of the story is wins are good, losses
Yeah.
are bad.
Basically.
Again, like, especially if you early on get some momentum, right? It can cause a lot of chaos for a tournament, like throughout the entire duration of it. Cause if you go off, people might want to try to adapt to your metagame, which your metagame is like you're obviously the best at it because it's yours, and then you just beat them at their own game. And you know, that's how you can easily sneak into like the top 6, top 4 maybe even. Who knows? All I know is that you definitely want to get into the top 8 to get some DPC points and some money, because if you're below top 8, you're not getting anything.
A lot of these teams also, the points are big for whether or not they're going to qualify. How big, I'm not entirely
30
sure, as it
seconds
starts
to
to really sort itself out as teams get eliminated, right? Knowing if you're safe in the spot you're in, because in terms of just the rankings, like Beast Coast, they're 1295. They should be fine no matter the result, theoretically. The teams from the outside looking in are Liquid, RNG, Outsiders, Sonics, Navi, and Talon. And
The battle begins.
I guess 5 of those teams, of the teams that are in the event, are gonna be eliminated, and that can make it so you potentially are
So how many teams
qualified
will be
going
left
into
in
the playoffs.
12, right?
Yeah.
What is it? 8 upper, 4 lower?
Yes. I assume.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, getting to the upper bracket is super, super important because as we spoke about, one win actually nets you that top 6 position.
А давайте-ка выиграем. Йо-хо.
Then one more win, you're suddenly top 3, and you're going to TI most likely.
And there are teams like Aster who are on the bubble, who are that last team in at the moment. They're at 940, getting a little bit of points here for them to split them away from Liquid or RNG, Outsider, Sonics, Navi, Talon is very big for them.
Yeah, and they're doing very well for themselves already.
Yeah, I believe
yesterday when they played
Aster.
against EG, they destroyed them. It wasn't even close.
Aster ended up splitting their series with Navi earlier today, and RNG also split their series, whereas now Talon is a team that looks like it's not even going to make it to the playoffs, and if they don't make it to the playoffs, then their points aren't going up, which means one of those teams that's on the cusp and has some points, you get cut out, right? Maybe Sonics is another team like that. They're on the cusp. They get cut out. Big teams right now with where they're listed are Aster, RNG, and Outsiders. And it looks like, Stinger might drop. Tim's and FBZ trying to get that first blood, but unable to do so.
Not today. Or not yet today, at least.
So, what's the most important? Getting into the game set and the mindset of this game right now, what's the most important lane for both these teams?
I think it would be important to shut the Visage down. You never want to let the Visage snowball start. So winning the top lane would be quite nice, but you have a Rubik 5 this. I don't know how likely it is that you can win the lane. The problem is CK is just too good this game. Like, if CK gets big, he counters almost the entire lineup of the Dire. Counters Jug, counters Razor. Not bad against Tiny. So, I hope Yopaj is gonna be able to find some good gangs.
So Jira in some trouble in the top lane. Blade Fury on him. Not enough damage to get the kill, but he did try to play aggressive. We've seen this from Gojira multiple times, where he plays maybe a little bit on the edge, right? Like, he's either one step out of range or one step too close to his team. He's always in between those two markers, and we've seen him go out too far a couple times. This time they want to go for Jackie, but he's got that healing ward at level 2, the telekinesis, and Soul Assumption again, almost killing that Jug.
Do you think they banned him from playing Earth Spirit after yesterday? Oh, mid lane, oh no!
Dire's middle tower is
Yopaj
under attack.
You
getting the
idled.
first blood.
You idled it again.
Getting that solo kill. No help needed.
Yeah, it can look easy.
That's going to be big for him. He's already 19-6. And when you're comparing him to the Puck, 15-0, not a big CS difference, but that solo kill is going to be huge here.
Yeah, we'll definitely set him apart from the Tiny. We'll make early implementations much easier as well.
FBZ certainly not making this lane easy at all with the help of Tim's on this Earthshaker, and Tim's moving over towards mid, maybe even looking to get another kill over in that lane again. Yopaj sitting low, Illusory Orb is out, and he's not going to jaunt to it, was maybe looking to get the Fissure, and now the toss again. They've got the Fissure, Yopaj with the kill, and they have got Chris Lock a second time over mid.
And it's TP on cooldown for 20.
Ooh, Blade Fury on top of the Visage, and just escaping now is the Soul Assumption. Jackie has to be careful. He's got the healing ward. Gojira trying to kill it, but never could, and that will mean that the Jug ends up surviving too. But Whisper, it's got one tango to work with, and not a lot of heal compared to Jackie, of course, with this healing ward.
Oh, FBZ dropping very low. No reason left on him.
Does Tim's have anything? He's got a salve to pass over, obviously
It doesn't do
not
anything,
great.
though. Oh, well,
It's
he
not
does it
nothing.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blade Fury again up in the top lane, and they get the kill on a Whisper. So
was a
Jackie
solo kill.
just under the tower going for this Visage.
I'm Visage. Well, we spoke about Visage being not the strongest laner, right? And Jack is one of the most obvious answers. Looking for Tims. Tims might be dead.
Yeah, Reality Rift with the stun. Tims, though, he's got the totem, has the fissure, and will take them on a journey. Goes into the trees, trying to juke, trying to survive. Eventually, his time should run out. I guess it's just a question of when, but he is going through these trees and making it difficult and pulling them completely out of the lane. The Chaos Bolt is finally what does it, but okay, sure, that opens it up for FBZ.
Well, you know the mentality, though. And if he dies, he dies.
He dies.
Yeah, it's not that important. FBZ being very happy with double Wraith Band already. Getting his armor up a little bit so he doesn't die so fast to the CK. Oh, they're looking for fuck again. Nice.
Tims
Illusion.
is there, but yeah, like you said, he already gets out.
A prize.
Yopaj, he's now level 7 and already working on that Blink Dagger.
Oh, he went in.
Chris Locke, Avalanche toss. They're gonna have the fissure to go with this, and he's dead again. Yopaj gets the kill. Waning Rift won't save him, and neither will Gojira. He is dead 3 times over mid. They do have Skem coming in too, so Gojira's in trouble. Avalanche, telekinesis, and that hammer ain't gonna help. Fade Bolt finish. And they've got another kill in this mid lane. That Celestial Hammer burns, but it doesn't burn enough.
Yeah, Puck is struggling very hard to find his footing in this game. No boots yet either. Not level 6 yet. He's almost 3 levels ahead on the Tiny. It's kind of ridiculous. It's very rare to see such advantages in the mid lane nowadays.
Yeah, I'd love to know what ends up being the timing on this Blink Dagger for Yopaj, because it's looking like it's going to be quick. Meanwhile, bottom FBZ goes down to Gojira. Yeah, have the damage to take out the Razor, who is by himself in the bottom lane. And that's with Tims going all the way back to base, filling up that bottom.
Yeah, we've been focusing a lot on
Dire's bottom tower
the
is under attack.
Puck's deaths, but CK has been farming very
Radiant's
free as
middle
well.
tower is under attack.
He's on top of the drive, just a little bit behind the Tiny.
Oh,
And his
Chris Locke
Tech is
again.
well. No, he's fine.
It's just a lot of damage coming out. You lose your now they've got Gojira.
nice
They go to the
coil.
Dream Coil. Yopaj has to be careful. Celestial Hammer. Starbreaker? No. Yopaj survives. They've got the Fade Bolt. Splinter Blast. Yopaj low. Illusory misses. Gojira right next to him. They need a way to save him. They don't have the tools. They'll get the silence. They'll get the kill. They'll take away the spree. But 4 heroes came over here to try and grab this, and they finally take out this Tiny.
As you said, it
Radiant's
took a lot
top
of
tower
effort,
is
but
under
yeah, he has
attack.
to be dealt with. You can't just leave him to snowball the entire game. Otherwise, you're gonna be in big trouble. Like K1, your big hero. Has to be careful in FPG. That illusion can deal a lot of damage.
Got Stinger coming in around the side. Smoke on 2 heroes. They're gonna go for FBZ. Celestial Hammer, Starbreaker with the Reality Rift. The damage is quick from Beastcoast, and they have themselves a little bit of a net worth lead. So even despite the disaster that was mid, like you said, K1 is farming, and K1's at the top now.
Yeah, he's very rich, and at the same time, Visage level
Dire's middle tower
6
is under
now, so he
attack.
has the burst to play with.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Whisper. Oh, goes into the Omni Slash. Though avoids the familiars, Gojira comes up north with the help of that Solar Guardian. Goes into the spin, had the healing ward, but it's not enough. They get the kill, and they bait out the Omni Slash too.
A little premature, even you might say, that Omni Slash. And he tried to be aggressive. FBZ, they have a coil.
Now they've got the coil. The pressure doesn't stop.
dead
I
as
mean,
well.
they are just going after FBZ, and he's
Radiant's
dead for the
courier
3rd
has
time
been
too.
killed.
The hits don't stop coming.
Dire's top tower is
This
under
is
attack.
actually pretty insane from Beastcoast, and they have really pulled it back, and they start to get a little bit in their
Radiant's
favor.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
So, boom, they
Boom
need
spawns
to
top.
kind of recover. They need to settle down.
Yeah, I mean, after this tremendous early game from the Tiny,
Dire's top tower
I'm
has
surprised
fallen.
things didn't go a little bit better for them. But
Dire's
yeah, the last
bottom
like 2-3
tower
minutes
is under attack.
have been all Beastcoast. Nice rotation from Gojira as well. He's level 7 already. The Winter Wyvern level 6. It's a lot of experience coming out from all of them. Who actually bought the totem for the Radiant? They still have it in their store. Who's going to report here because the supports are so high level?
Dire's top tower
Maybe
is
the
under
puck.
attack.
Potentially.
Seems to be struggling a little bit.
Does not currently have it on his courier. Neither does the CK.
They didn't even purchase it yet.
Look at this ward. It does see FBZ over in these trees over bottom. You see that? Just caught Tim's coming down bot too.
Yeah. I mean, FPZ just has nothing. Look at his net worth. Gojira has the same net worth as him. He is completely out of the game.
Dire are scanning.
They just have the vision. They know where they're at just because of that ward. Like, Tim's has no idea he's being spotted right now.
Yeah, so just wasting his time. I mean, there's a reason why we don't see Shaker too often nowadays, right? Because his laning presence isn't that good, and his movements without Blink Dagger are very hard to pull off as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So Beastcoast have put themselves into a 3,000 net worth lead. K1 just continuing to farm away. He's got himself that armlet. I mean, he is really working it at the moment.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What do they need to do here for Boom to recover? Because it's starting to get really one-sided.
They just picked up the Blink Dagger, so this is a strong timing. But it's actually Beastcoast that's smoking up. They just completed the Witchblade 2 on the puck, so they feel they're strong. They got all the ults, of course.
They
And CK is very strong right now, and so is Visage.
still have that tome in the shop.
Yeah, we'll see who it goes to, if it goes to anyone ever.
They catch FBZ again. He is not having a game right now, and he might not continue to have a game. Another interesting ward spot. Not your conventional ward, but it does see 4 heroes of Boom, and that works out great, right? Like, their warding has been out of control. Take note if you're a support, because those wards, and at this point in the game, feel like they get so much info.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe if everyone knows look back at the tapes, it's like, oh yeah, maybe I can use that one. Because those wards, as you said, are very, very impressive. Very hard to de-ward too.
Yeah. Like, again, they just these heroes are constantly getting spotted. Beastcoast know what to avoid.
You have no damage for that.
Dire's middle tower is under
Gojira,
attack.
he'll survive Celestial Hammer away. He's going into the Holy Locket. Not an item you see too often, but with a healing hero like Dawnbreaker, makes sense.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, the Wraith Pack.
Scam, Dreamcoil bottom. That's going to land on both FBZ as well as the Rubric of Scam. So going with the Solar Guardian, even though Gojira's a little bit low, FBZ, he's in trouble. Body blocks come through. Blink, Avalanche Toss, gets this Winter Wyvern low. But you need to be careful. There's still a Winter's Curse. They have the lockdown potentially available to them to turn this fight around. They get the kill to Gojira. They'll take out the Dawnbreaker, but the Solar Guardian was already used. There's the Winter's Curse. Turnaround from K1, uses that ult, throws the stun onto the Jug. Jackie in trouble, Jackie gone. And there's the Echo Flame from Tims, but K1 survives. They've got the Cold Embrace, but it's only extending what looks to be the inevitable as Yopaj gets a double kill, takes out Stinger and K1, and 4 heroes are dead on the side of Beastcoast. They want more. They'll get themselves the familiars, but not the life of Whisper.
But those birds are the last ones he has, so kind of like a lone druid where without your birds you're really not much of anything. So going them to kill them
Radiant's
all against the
bottom
second one?
tower
No, I'm
is
fine.
under attack. Radiant structures are
And that is the
fortified.
recovery that FBZ needed. He's still pretty far away from his BKB, but it's a start.
Dire are scanning.
Well, that is Beastcoast. I thought they were going to take that fight
Radiant's
easy.
bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like they were supposed to perhaps, but Boom outplayed it just a
Radiant's
little bit.
bottom tower has fallen.
A little surprising in the lack of damage that came out from Beastcoast, right?
Yeah, it's mostly because K1 actually started the fight with half health, so he didn't feel too scary at all.
Yopaj. And, well, Winter's Curse is there. Skem also gets
Nice
taunted.
curse.
He stole Grave Chill. Meanwhile, they do survive, and it's an early raid pack from the Visage. Ooh, Solar Guardian, and all of a sudden, Puck gets caught. Solar Guardian's not going to be the save that Kojiro was hoping for. And with the Omni Slash and the Blaze Fury, Starbreaker's not going to matter. Jackie gets a kill, and they'll take out 2.
And we're back to even pretty much. Well played by Boom. I mean, that's what's been carrying them so much throughout the SDA DPC seasons even.
Radiant
Just the
structures
team
are
play and
fortified.
the way they outplay opponents on an individual level. Like, they're the best in SDA doing that. Tim's
Radiant's
is somewhat
middle
close to the
tower
blink
is
digger
under
too.
attack.
Once that's online, Shaker becomes one of the scariest heroes on the map.
Gonna look to take the tier 1 tower over mid. Nobody coming over to defend. They've got heroes ready to go on the side of Boom if anybody comes over. They're trying to open up some space for FBZ. You can see he's still struggling. And he is looking to get into the BKB.
Alright, you say he's struggling, but he's the same net with a smile. Chris Sluck, who, yeah, he's not having really much of a
1,
Stinger.
5, and 2. And Stinger tossed up into the
getting
air with the
stunned.
Avalanche. They've got the fissure. They'll get the kill. Yopaj dominating. He's continuing to let it roll. And he's 7-1 and 3. Tims from a distance has been able to use that fissure to get that extra bit of lockdown, and he's going into the Blink Dagger, which he almost has.
Yeah. That must really sting. And he's about 100 gold away from the blink. Once he has that, smoke up, action time. Actually, smoke up before even. They're looking for the CK.
So Boom's odds at 1.25 to the Beastcoast's 3.84. Probably weren't those odds a couple minutes ago when it looked like Beastcoast had themselves a bit of an advantage and one that they were going to climb with.
They're still looking for the CK. They're so close. They don't even know. They think he's in a triangle.
Don't even know, but they do place a ward, so if he falls back into that vision, they might just turn around and go for him. Instead, smoke breaks,
Is under attack.
and they know Stinger's nearby. They'll steal the Splitter Blast, and they've got the telekinesis. The Solar Guardian comes in, but that might just be to die once again. They get the fissure out. It hits onto the Dawnbreaker, goes in. Starbreaker on the 2. Dream Coil down, but the damage isn't enough to escape. Waning Rift with the silent. The Reality Rift is in. They'll get the kill into Yopaj and FBZ. 2 heroes gone on the side of Boom. Went to go for the Winter Wyvern, but everybody reacts from the side of Beast Coast. And with that, they look at Roche.
Should be a pretty simple one. Always scam.
What do you know?
He's
Still
okay.
waning Rift.
Yeah, it's a massive steal as well. Can definitely turn a team fight around. But this row should go to K1, no problem. Off Beast Coast. And the big problem right now is the raid pack on the village. They don't have any BKB yet. So all the damage output is severely limited, especially Tinies.
Meanwhile, by the way, Boom stole a Dragon Scale.
So they have 2?
They've got 2. They've got 1 on the Razor and 1 in their base.
Ruby could pick that one up, perhaps.
Yeah, right now he's holding on to the broom handle, which the armor's nice. But if there's another Dragon Scale in the base, you can get more armor and more regen.
Ray doesn't get scouted by illusion, he just runs away straight away. 200 gold for his BKB.
Yeah, he desperately wants that BKB to finally feel like he can do something in these games. Or in these fights, rather.
Dire's
They're trying to open up that space with a kill now on Scam, though. I mean, that is not what you're hoping for if you're Boom, right? Like, I guess that's space theoretically for FBZ, but losing Scam again, like, that is kind of rough. He's trying to maybe get something out of this game a little bit more, too, because if you look at the other supports, look at the difference between his net worth and everybody else's.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about 5 Rubik, right? It's just so hard to pull off. I don't know. I don't think it's a 5 hero. It's not designed to be.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I need some sort of money to be able to keep yourself safe from the back lines. FPZ, BKB done. But do they actually feel strong? This is the question.
Maybe not. I have to see if they're willing to fight on this one now. FBZ just sitting in the top lane, and finally has the BKB. Take a look at Yopaj. He's got the Echo Saber with the Blink Dagger, and he's going into a BKB of his own. Chris Locke walks up to him, Waning Rift, Solar Guardian. They've got the Reality Rift that pulls him out of the Solar Guardian, but they've got a 3-second stun for the Chaos Bolt. Healing Ward is down, Yopaj is down too, and 4 heroes here with the BKB popped by K1.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not really necessary, but let's be
Dire's
sure.
structures are fortified.
To get the kill, doesn't want to get disabled by a shake or anything like that. Mid tower is gone.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Fissure, and they're going to try and keep the control. They've got it with the telekinesis and the Fade Bolt. BKB finally popped here by FBZ, looking to chase a little bit, but that BKB is going to run out in 2 seconds, so you need to be careful about how far you go. Again, Chris Locke getting spotted 1-6-6 in this game already.
Yeah, and practically farmed it up.
Radiant are
Oh,
scanning.
K1's looking for something.
He goes to the Phantasm and just throws that illusion towards the back. Tranquil.
He's going straight hard on his CK.
And
Already sitting at a 3k health pool. Not too shabby at all.
by the way, Tranquil's picked up for Whisper. He's going into the Boots Bearing. And then he's going to pick up that shard. So that should be nice for them. Fissure comes out. Avalanche is in. It's onto the Winter Wyvern. Can they get the kill before the Witch's Curse is out? The 4-staff back. They look for Yopaj. Yopaj's been caught. K1 gets the kill. And they may even want more. It's got the Winter's Curse for the lockdown if they want to keep up. But the damage from Scam with the Illusory Orbit as well as the Fade Bolt. Scam now far forward and far dead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They just,
nice TP out from Tim.
yeah, catching
Man,
these heroes.
this game is really crumbling, huh?
It looked like he had something going. And now he's 7-4-4. He was 7-1.
Yeah, well, you know what happens to rocks when they get pulverized? They turn
Dire's
to
bottom tower has
dust
fallen.
or ash. What is it even?
Dire's
You are
bottom
the
tower
general knowledge
is
kind of guy,
under
not me.
Alright,
If I was to pick up a rock and destroy it in my hand, does it get like it gets pulverized and then it's what?
gravel.
It's gravel?
Yeah, rocks, broken rocks, gravel.
Even if they're like
Dire's bottom
sandy
tower is under
texture?
attack.
It could become sand over time, but gravel's thicker than sand, right? And then it becomes sand.
So you're saying it's sand, it's gravel?
It's rock, gravel, sand.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
From big to small.
Okay.
But he's in the gravel phase. He's not quite sand
He's
yet.
definitely graveling right now.
He might be a graveler.
No, he's not. He looks different.
Radiant's courier has
6K
been
lead again
killed.
here for Beastcoast, by the way.
Yeah, we haven't really seen anything yet from the Juggernaut either. Masterpiece to the bottom. To gank the village spreads.
Oh, curse on a 3. Look at Tim's. He's gone. Now you see him, now you don't. And there goes the Earthshaker. Blade Fury away, but they're going to go with the drums. It's actually the Boots of Bearing that's been
Radiant's
finished
bottom
off, and they want to
tower is
continue
under
to look
attack.
for more. Chris Locke.
He has no spin.
He's got Dream Coil. Scam is in trouble too. Illusory Orb. He's through. Waning Rift. They get the silence on the Rubik. They'll go for Sword Guardian Whisper. He'll survive thanks to the heal. They've dropped up the Dream Core. They go into the Omni Slash, and will Flame Fury. It's enough to get the damage out onto Whisper and get the kill into the Visage as the Echo Slam slams down right onto the Winter Wyvern. There's the Avalanche. How does this continue to happen at Beastcoast, where they feel like they have the advantage and Boom just turns it around on them?
They just overplayed the hand, and Chaos Knight TP'd out actually in the middle of the fight, so the biggest damage there is just not present. And they lose 3 heroes. At least they force 2 buybacks, but yeah, it's very well worth it, of course, for Boom. I'm not sure what happened to CK, to be honest. Like, he was linked by the Razor, but he could have just popped his ult. Like, he didn't pop his ult throughout the entire engagement and just TP'd out. Kind of ditching his team. Just like how you ditch me at the gym sometimes.
That's not good. I'm not talking about that.
Sometimes.
Dire's
And then,
top tower
where
is
were
under
you?
attack.
I was...
Avalanche. Nope.
Here I am.
Stole the orb again. Okay, one all by himself, but he's pretty tanky. On 4.3k health. It's a lot of health.
He's got this Mage Slayer. He's going in to the Bloodthorn completely. Ag's picked up by the Dawnbreaker, and that is big. I was going to ask you about that because we saw Dawnbreakers in the Chinese region, and as well as the Real Masters, avoid this Ag's build on Dawnbreaker. Like, it gets pretty brutal when you're standing in it. 60% evasion.
Yeah. It's definitely good against Juggernaut, but it requires the team to stand still. And standing still against like a hero like Razor can be pretty tricky sometimes. So we'll see how it works out for them. I mean, it is a very strong pickup, especially with the Holy Locket, all your healing gets amplified. It is like a massive amount of heal coming out. How much is it? Per pulse, 90, it's 6 pulses, I believe. It's 540.
Radiant's top tower is under
Plus
attack.
30% amplification.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So a good 700 HP heal for everyone in the AoE. Not bad.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tier 3 again, hit up by these illusions. They're TPing towards top. Jackie's here. Jackie's committing. Here come the Power Ranger TPs. Early Blade Fury, and they're going to stick with him. Chris Luck taking a lot of damage to stay here, and they'll go to the Healing Ward. They've got the Dream Coil down. Here comes the Solar Guardian. They'll pull him back in. He'll go into the Manta, go into the Omni Slash to try and avoid the damage that was coming out. Give his team some time, and they slam down right on FBC.
Oh, he didn't pick
the
him up.
Solar Guardian stuns him up, and now he's going to be forced to pop the BKB and TP out, but the damage is there from K1. FBC drops, and the chase is on for the rest. They have the Waning Rift. They've got the Silence, though. Right-click down Skem. There's nowhere for him to go. 2 heroes down to the side of Boom. And that was all to try and save Jackie, but he gave up more than they were trying to get back. Fissure just late.
Probably would have died if
FBZ.
disconnected. But a nice overall rotation onto the Juggernaut, overplaying his hand a little bit.
Yeah.
Luckily he didn't die. I also feel like if FPZ popped his BKB just a little earlier, he wouldn't have died either. Now that leaves Roach open. Got a shard, probably for the Visage.
He's the one who wants to buy it.
Oh,
Yopaj throws a tree in there, sees that they're there. He's got a Blink Dagger. And he's got a BKB if he wants to make the move. He's trying to get the timing right. Roach, though, will be taken by the side of Beastcoast, and Yopaj will be shooed away.
Yeah, and
Radiant's
Shark
bottom
goes to the
tower
Visage,
is
so
under
now he
attack.
has extra HP to work with, to focus him at all. He's a big boy. Very healthy. Look at Dawnbreaker's health too. 2.7k, Visage 2.5k. Even Wyvern has 1600. There's so much HP to go through.
Now the Ghost Scepter picked up by Gojira.
Question is
Dire's
there
top tower has
enough
fallen.
damage to go through all that health? Because Juggernaut really didn't itemize into damage. Looking for the high ground. The birds are fast in this.
Yeah,
Be careful.
tier 3. Ooh, Caspel taken, and they'll take out the birds. Or at least one. They've got 100 gold for Yopaj, and they'll just get resummoned.
Easy peasy. Going to Crimson Guard next on Dawnbreaker. Going to Crimson Guard and
Dire's
Visage.
middle tower
Might want to
is
rethink
under
that
attack.
decision. They're trying to cross the CK, but
Oh, Winter's
gets
Curse
squared.
comes down. Now he goes into Phantasm. They've got themselves the Fissure. They've got the Tundra to follow it up. K1 taking a lot of damage. They're trying to maybe hold the After Sun until after the Aegis, and that's exactly what they're going to do with the BKB Popeye Yopaj. They're on the run. They've got the Healing Ward. Dream Coil down, toss up in the air. Is with the Chaos Bolt. 4-second Chaos Bolt, and now they've got themselves the Golden Brace done to Chris Lock. FBZ hold over BKB. Now Omni Slash bouncing on a Gojira. He pops the Ghost Scepter, goes over to Chris Lock. He's not as lucky as his name may state, as that will be enough to get the kill. They'll move forward. They've got themselves the Fissure. That lands on the Winter Wyvern. They've got themselves a second-hit Stinger who don't have buyback. They're trying to keep up with Gojira, who uses that Celestial Hammer to get some distance between him and the side of Boom. And 2 heroes are dead on the side of Beastcoast. They took out the Aegis too, and Boom, they pull it back a little bit.
yeah, they have to be very careful how they fight these initiations. Like if CK can't stick on a target straight from the beginning and burst that target, his illusions are gonna die so fast. They have Fate Bolt AoE damage, maybe even a Stone Spell by Rubik, they have all the Earthshaker AoE damage. Juggernaut Spin does a ton of damage, Tiny. Like he's gonna be really, really careful how he takes those initiations. Goodbye mid tower. The damage is gonna come out from Juggernaut now. Like he's got all his defensive tools. He's building into damage now. Once he comes up to the next 2-3 items, he's gonna become very scary.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
AK lead. Is this enough for Beastcoast to hold on to the game?
Gonna get tougher and tougher. But
Radiant's
Razor's
bottom
also getting
tower
stronger.
has fallen.
He's already into his Refresher Orb. That's the scary part of Razor, right?
Scam, by the
AC
way.
next.
He's got a stolen Dream Coil.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tough to catch everything in a
does.
fight,
Dire's
but
structures are fortified.
I'm pretty sure he had a Dream Coil and a Curse.
Dire's
I don't know whether he
top
stole a
tower
curse or
is
not, but if he
under
did.
attack.
Smoke up, 5-man smoke, Beast Coast.
They're hungry.
Ooh,
Dire
Scan
are
came out from the Dire. That caught him for a second. They might know that they're moving towards the mid lane, and the Familiars are here, so you know exactly where Boom are. They need to make their way out, but it's already looking like they want to cut him off at the pass. Cut him off at the pass may not be the right
Dire's
option,
turret has
though.
been killed.
As there's the Avalanche toss on to Chris Luck. He gets down to half health.
Trying to build into the air on this gonna
Dire's
pack.
middle tower is
Very
under
wise
attack.
decision with all the burst damage coming out.
So, side of Beast Coast, they go up towards top. No Roche for a long time.
Yeah, that CKO popped. Meaning they won't be able to take a fight anytime soon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See what they can do to hold this game secure. Of course, have that shard on Earthshaker. He was using that to get that control on the K1 when he had that Aegis.
Yeah, Bloodthorn is about to fly out though to
Radiant's
the
middle
CK,
tower
I
is
believe.
under attack.
So if he ever catches anyone, his burst damage is going to be absolutely insane.
Push down on the bottom. Bloodthorn finally finished here for K1. 5-man smoke coming out from Boom.
Direction. Enemy jungle.
They're down through mid, smoked up. Let's see what they can find right now. It's Beast Coast all the way back to their base. The only one who's out there is this Visage. Obviously, coming back towards his team. Ooh, they found themselves the Winter Wyvern, though. Go into the Fissure. They get the kill on a Stinger immediately. Sword Guardian already committed. So they know where Gojira is going to come. With K1 coming over to the side, they get the kill on a Scamp, so he won't be able to steal anything and make anything worthwhile just yet with the BKB pop here by FPZ. And then Daki trying to get some damage out, get something through for them with Chris Luck over on the back lines looking at Yopaj. K1 coming in. Now they've got themselves a Reality Rift onto FPZ. But oh, the Avalanche through from Yopaj. He'll take out Chris Luck. They've got the silence on it. Jackie can get some damage from here. From K1. Oh boy, Jackie just surviving, but FPZ not so lucky. Echo Slam in from Tim's on the 3, and Stinger kills
not
them
enough
all, but
damage,
Tim's
though.
is taken out. The damage wasn't quite there. They didn't have the follow-up. They had to get the Juggernaut out. Yopaj needs to run. Avalanche as well as
damn
that
Wraith
Shadow
Pact.
Blade, and Gojira looking.
Here's a gem, here's a gem.
They're gonna see him.
Here's a gem.
Avalanche, toss, couple right clicks, they get Gojira. Now they've got the stun from one familiar. He picks up the gem, he's on the run, he's trying to get the mission impossible.
Should have been a one.
Goes back in Viz, and now they don't see him anymore. They have no reveal. That's while K1 is over towards the top lane. With the ward down and Skem coming over. He's got a 4-staff, might be able to keep up with K1. They've got Jackie here too. Chaos Bolt stolen, 2-second stun onto this CK. Telekinesis, buyback, Solar Guardian. Buyback going to be used here by Tibbs. He doesn't have the Echo Summon here. They've got themselves a big stun on it. Jackie, here's the vision with the Chaos Bolt once again. K1 still surviving, and the Starbreaker's not going to break Jackie for just yet. But finally, they'll take out the Jug. Soul Assumption on the Scam with Yopaj over to the side. They've got a mega kill streak on K1. And this Bloodthorn's been a problem. His survivability has been a problem. Yeah, the Wraith Pack doing so much.
Tiny into the Silver Edge now. Probably going to go into the Axe next when he gets there. It's going to be a lot of damage potential, but first they have to worry about the high ground cost. There's no Juggernaut. Gonna go top.
Yeah, they gotta look
They
over
don't have
at
to damage
top.
to kill CK.
Yopaj going over. There's the toss into the Chaos Bolt, but the BKB gets popped. K1 now here with the static lane from FBZ. He's got to beat KB. Doesn't have the refresher at the moment. They've taken up the 2-3 up the top lane. They've got the Witch's Curse down. That's only on the Tims. BKB's been popped by Yopaj going after Krislog. Fissure lands, hits onto the Visage. As FBZ pushing away K1. No, not really. But they'll look over at Stinger. They get to go to the Witcher Wyvern. They've got themselves a Dream Coil down. Look for the Starbreaker. They're going to 4-staff him back and break the coil. Yopaj ends up dead, and he doesn't have buyback. Neither does
No
Jackie.
Wyvern on either of the cores.
Dyer's
It's going to be 2 sets, maybe even 3
Two
sets.
sets. Looking like they're going to drop. They do have the glitch.
But CK does a lot of damage here, so does the Village Burst, so 2 sides, 100%. And they have to fight with the Juggernaut, otherwise it's Mega Creeps, maybe even GG. They have Echo Slam ready as well.
Dyer's middle
See if they can.
Oh, they're going back actually.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, they're just
playing
going to go
really
back.
safe. Yeah, they don't know that he doesn't have buyback, of course. But yeah, you can just see the survivability of the Radiant lineup. Like Visage, with the Wraith Pact, Crimson Guard, Boots of Bearing, Winter Wyvern, Solar Guardian. There's just so many tools to stay alive. And Jackie hasn't really done a whole lot of anything in this game when it comes to damage.
Feels like Jackie has been caught out in these fights a couple times, and then the team has to fight around his death, right?
Yeah. Yeah, happened quite a bit of times, unfortunately.
What can they do to bring this game back? Because they're now down 16,000 net worth.
16,000, yeah. 17 now already. He's going to the Refresher as well, the Dawnbreaker, so it's going to be double Solar Guardian. Sounds pretty damn annoying as well.
Yeah, that is not fun.
Break on the CK. Look at the CK's health, 5.3 thousand HP.
Like you said earlier, when it wasn't even that much, how do you break through this health? We've got Roche now respawning. And that is going to be the Roche with Ag's Blessing. Third Roshan.
Yeah.
If they could
And
get
the
their
only good
hands
news
on
is-
it, maybe Boom can do something more. Do they like? What if you gave that Ags to say Scam and he's able to get a couple more spells in his arsenal?
No. If they get that, it's definitely going to the Tiny.
Yeah, well.
Stop being a support fanboy all the time. You guys do not need all these items.
He might though. Avalanche, phase shift, blinks over to the other side. Chris Luck will jaunt to that illusory orb and nearby K1.
If K1 jumps on anyone and they don't instantly throw stunts out, they're dead.
You're in the Roche. And Boom maybe need to try and counter this play. But they evacuate the pit and Gojira throws a Celestial Hammer. They've got the familiars looking. K1 goes into the Phantasm though, wrap the other way around. Illusory Orb and doesn't jaunt over to it.
Roshan is fast, has to be fast.
Yeah, Roshan is down to about half health. Not going down immediately, but they are zoning them out by having these heroes split up near the pit. These heroes on Boom don't exactly know where they want to go, but they've got themselves the Winter's Curse, and they'll get the Aegis into their hands. So now you've got a CK who picks up that Aegis, has that second life. They'll pop the BKB on FBZ, but they have the Reality Rift. They'll pull back K1. He goes in the refresh with the Cold Embrace. It's on a Stinger. He embraces himself, but it's quick enough to survive this one. They've got the damage to get the kill to the Winter Wyvern. They'll take out this Winter Wyvern for now, but the rest of Beastcoast are still in on this. They get a Dream Coil. They steal the Celestial Hammer. That's not gonna matter with Skim ending up dead. Fissure again on the K1. Jackie trying to do some damage here with Blade Fury. They've got the totem once again, stunning up K1. Is the damage enough? The right clicks are in. K1 getting low, and he's fighting both Yovage and Jackie. Whisper dead, and he'll respawn. They'll have Chris Luck back into it. The gem on the deck, and they got pushed away. At least thanks to the Ags on the puck. Chris Luck taking some damage. Blade Fury now back on the puck, and he's so slow. Jackie will be able to get the kill.
They're dead for 80 on 2 heroes. They could kind of go for the throne here, perhaps.
Radiant's middle tower.
See how aggressive they want to be, but they have a healing ward at their disposal as well. No, they're gonna play safe.
Creeps pushing in on the tier 4s. They're about to take a tier 4 tower on the side of Boom.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Need to defend this base. Another nuke wave's getting in.
Yeah, they're disengaging.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that team fight looked very convincing for a Boom Esports actually this time. There was an Aegis, it didn't matter. Like, it's really all about the initiation. If the CK cannot find a kill with the initial Phantasm, they just don't have a whole lot of damage at all.
Ninja gear for the Rubik. Holding on to it right now.
Yeah, it's all about staying alive.
Double damage for K1, so maybe they fight with that. They've got an Aeon Disc now on Tim's. As Echo Slam available, Nullifier for the Jug of Jackie.
Dire are scanning.
This game so far has been Ga. See what Boom can do to slow down that roar.
So far, they've done quite a lot. Honestly, the last team fight
It's pretty big for them.
yeah, maybe like Jack now got a nullifier as well. So his damage output is way higher than it was previously. And they already crushed the team fight.
So instead of the refresher, Gojira goes Orchid.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm not entirely sure what that's for.
The way the Axe Blessing, like we saw in the last fight, went on to Chris Luck. He's got that Waning Rift upgrade with the knockback.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because it's one of the worst axe upgrades in the game.
It also
Literally does
gives
nothing.
the reveal that maybe they're looking for to make sure they could stick on Yopaj.
Maybe, but I feel like a CK axe or even a Visage axe could be so much more impactful. Or Winter Wyvern axe, permanent flight.
Dire's
That sounds
bottom
kind of
tower
crazy as
is
well.
under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Tier 3 getting low over bottom. That's the last set they need. We'll see what Boom can do. I don't know if Boom is willing to fight. We saw how much time was taken away from the base. They lost one of the tier 4s. They need to push out these creep waves so they're not dealing with that again.
Yeah, it's always tough to play when you're 2 sides down. Well, 1.5, I suppose.
Have the extra familiar. Level 25 for the Visage. Got level 26 for Yopaj, level 24 for FBZ. He's working on that level 25. And then level 26 for Jackie with the CK. 27, like, the levels are certainly there for these heroes. 25 for Puck now gives him that Dream Coil Pierce's magic immunity.
That's a very big one, especially against Juggernaut. And that might be what they need to keep people in place with CK to finally hit them a little bit. He's just not getting the chance to damage anyone.
So Taking a look at these items around the horn, as there's going to be Octarine Core, I believe, for the puck coming up.
Bounty.
Aeon discs there for Boom. They've got a gem. Tim's had that big Echo Slam by the Roche pit a long while back. Still looking for the opportunity to slam down the damage. Moonshard for Yopaj. He's going into the Swift Blink. Oh, spots Gojira. Avalanche toss and has himself a second toss, but the Winter's Curse now goes into the Solar Guardian. That will send Dawnbreaker back towards his team. So instantly out, but puts the Solar Guardian on cooldown. We've watched that be pretty important. Green coil down on the 2 of these heroes. Oh, Tims throws down the Echo Slam. Oh. Oh boy.
Find anyone with it. Stole the Chaos Bolt again. It's a big steal. We've seen that stun the CK up for many seconds before. Oh, CK popped his ult. He's looking for something.
Be trying to find somebody in the back lines, but the rest of the team is kind of hidden behind them. And they had Chris Locke spotted for a second. They're still going after Stinger. Jackie keeping up. And he's got the 4 staff, so it's hard to keep up with this Winter Wyvern. Fissure, just off the mark.
Look at the bot tower. There's back to protection right now, but not for much longer. The top creeps are running in. Master creeps already. And tower's gone.
Yep. Could rat this game out if you really wanted to. Roche potentially up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. K1, do they really want to make this move? Winter's Curse is back off cooldown, just coming up.
Tims. Yeah, bro, yeah, right now.
Yeah, they're still going to be able to get the kill there on the Stinger. He's got buyback, he's got Winter's Curse, so if they need him, they'll bring him back. But Roche minimum respawn time is 50 seconds away, so I would assume that maybe Beastcoast hold back on this one. Got buybacks on everybody but Rubik and Puck, so no buyback on Chris Locke. That's on cooldown for 1 minute 50, and Skems is on cooldown for another 1 minute and 7. Look at the bottom racks. And this is not fun to deal with. Familiar's moving in, Blade Fury's there. They'll grab a couple 100 gold each, and they'll resummon them on Whisper.
So they're playing the Retin game now, huh? Don't let them leave the base.
Scotty for
Dire's
K1.
turret has been killed.
Now, you always start to hear that squeaking, that noise. You know, when Rack Gaming starts, just that, you know, you hear it. They're just chipping away at these buildings, looking for mega creeps.
At last.
It's gonna be very tough to kill that range Rex though. Like if they're on top of pushing out the lanes, which they are so far.
25 seconds on Roche.
I love the melee one.
Wow. Absolutely insane. And now K1 going after Yopaj. The damage onto the Tiny, and he'll survive for the moment. He gets in his sword, Gordon blinks away, so he'll survive, but Jackie now needs to run. Blade Fury, BKB running out in K1. How far are they willing to chase? They'll go to the Celestial Hammer to maybe keep up in the chase of Boom, but don't get anybody, and Roche is up, so all items available. Aegis, Cheese, Shard, and Axe.
I think that Axe should go to the CK probably. One illusion on every hero. Or the Winter Wyvern. I still think it's very strong on him.
They're gonna find the Echo Slam, get Chris Locke. 2 minutes without the puck, and now Roche might just be Boom's. His buyback's available in 7 seconds, but he's short the gold too.
I'm so surprised that he's not giving any respect to what Boom has. You have the nullifier as well, like you gotta respect his place. Jackie?
In on the Tims. He's got the Aeon disc. Winter's Curse. He's already used that Echo Slam, so he's not that important of a kill, but he does have a lot of the lockdown that Boom are working with. They're going to buy back on Tims immediately. Yopaj taking a little bit of damage with the static link coming through into the Vintage. The right click damage from K1. Yopaj crumbles.
They'll use the refresher. They'll go to the Solar Guardian. That 60% evasion is not going to be enough to save the life of Stinger. And now they've got a 4-second stun. It's out on a Whisper. The Fissure to follow it up. The Celestial Hammer burning but not doing anything as FBZ gets the kill on a Whisper. He's got an extra 214 damage. Meanwhile, Birds are working on Scam. They've got the totem but not the health that Scam needs to survive.
K1 is deep into the pit. He's thinking of doing something perhaps, but you're gonna
back
be so
on the Winter Wyvern. No Winter's Curse for 30 seconds. This Roche isn't exactly quick, but they do have Tims nearby. Need to be careful. They need to watch for K1. K1 is going to overwhelming blink right onto Tims. They're going to buy back on Scam. Scam has to find a way into the fight, but Scam, he doesn't have a TP, so he's going to be gone for a long time. They get the kill on the Tims. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes. It's over. K1 getting static link, but they've got Gojira coming in with the Starbreaker. It's not going to matter for the moment as the Ghost Scepter taken away with the Nullifier. Golden Embrace keeps him alive. Right clicks in, not doing anything. FBC, he's been silenced up thanks to the Orchid on this Dawnbreaker too. They pushed him out of the Roach Cave, but on the other side of the fight, they've got the Winter's Curse. It's going to lock up Yomar to close Jackie. A 3-second chaos going through on the K1 with the Blade Fury hitting from Jackie and close the dog. They've got the Nullifier onto the CK. Another chaos bolt. Another 3 seconds. But a 4-second stun on the Scam with that time, with the illusion, with the shard. They might be able to get a kill on the Rubik. They finally take out K1 and he's got buyback. Juco comes down onto Jackie. Jackie silenced up with her. He's going to try and fight. I believe they dropped down a foil from Scam as well before he ended up going down, but they end up getting the kill on the Rubik. They will go over to Jackie. They've got the Waning Rift as well as turning him into a pig. They've got the Hex. They've got the Starbreaker. Triple kill for Grislock. Buyback is available on Jackie, and they might need to make a move in on a Roche.
Now Roche is gone already. It's going to go into the hands of the CK. Hopefully they get the active as well and get damage on the insult, but that foul was like K1 stayed alive for so damn long. The damage output is not nearly enough. Nice cold embrace also by Stinger. They just have so much sustain.
Given to the Visage, he's got that
Visage
Hex,
axe,
and that was the
okay.
Hex that was used to kill off Jackie.
The Assault Squad now. 3 birds and Papa Bird.
Dire's middle tower.
Finding a lonely chicken. You will have to buyback on the Juggernaut before it's too late. You cannot hold your buyback.
He bought out on Swift Blink. They don't have Gojira with them, but Gojira has the Solar Guardian. It looks like they're going to concede the Mega Creeps, but the tier 4s go down. They've got the Glyph, so they need to make their way in. They've got the Hex that comes out from the Visage. It's through onto FBZ. The Glyph's still going. They go onto the Wraith Pack. They'll take that out immediately, but they need to move in onto these heroes. Maybe we'll go over to K1. K1's got that Aegis. There's the Reality Rift. Johan in trouble with a 4-second stun. They've got themselves the Solar Guardian. There's the Fissure. They come in with a Dream Coil down onto 2 of these heroes, and that's with the level 25, so your magic immunity doesn't matter. FBZ still walks out of it, and they're going to focus potentially the throne with the Familiar. Whisper working on the throne to take the game, and deep boom. Beastcoast take game 1.
It was a hard-fought victory, but finally they're getting well played towards the end there. Like I wasn't actually sure they had what it took after the one team fight. They got completely destroyed, but yeah, very well played in that fight. K1 staying alive forever, killing the Shaker twice, really killing the backlines. Like he identified, if you kill the backlines, the 3 core heroes aren't much of an issue at all.
Yeah,
Visage got up to the 3rd bird. Yep. What else do you need?
Had the Ags, really just no chance for no chance for Boom at a certain point when it was just so overwhelming, especially in that last fight where they take the throne and Visage just focuses the throne while everybody else, like you said, the health was too hard to cut through, and they didn't have the damage to really break through the Beastcoast wall, right? Never enough.
Yeah, and ultimately the draft came together perfectly. Like the early team fights, I feel Boom got outplayed just a little bit too much, where it gotten to the point where they just got too much health. Like we spoke about it, right? They got the Axe done on the Dawnbreaker hard, on the CK. He was working with like 4,000 health at that point. Like props to Boom to even be able to make it a contested game after that. But yeah, Beastcoast showing that with momentum, they will eat you up.
And this is the momentum that they need to really take over. They have to win this next game. It's not a must win. It's not like they'll be eliminated. But like we've talked about, Beastcoast thrives off momentum, and getting a victory here, going up against EG next to start their day to get a 2-0 against Boom, who did so well yesterday, would be massive for their mental and massive for the momentum coming into that series. So it would be a very big win for them potentially to end the day with a 4-0 if they beat EG. Like, that would be big. That would put them right in the mix and right in the talks of being at the top of this group, right?
Yeah, 100%. We spoke about it, right? Like, ultimately, every win is important. Whether it's a must win or not is not really part of the debate. Like, you just want to get every win that you can to be able to get into the top 4. So you start that winner bracket, which is an insurmountable advantage. And winning the series is very important to that. So 1-0 for Beastcoast, definitely on a good way there.
Yeah, so we'll see if Beast Coast are going to take the series 2-0 or if Boom will even it up at 1. But we're going to take a quick break, so we'll be back. Get yourself a snack, and we'll see you in a moment.
Is under attack.
You can't escape.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Here I am! Good! Let the world end now!
Dire's bottom tower. Awaken is now under Dire's future is under attack. Dire's future is under attack. Beastcoast victory!
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Well, howdy, partners. Welcome back. Here at the Arlington Major, we're here on the Sea Line. Choo-choo. And we're here to give you some more Dota. Beastcoast taking game 1 over Boom. Black. Final thoughts before we start talking about game number 2.
Well, I gotta admit that I was not impressed at all with the Rubik 5. I think just go away from that. Pick Scam some of his more comfortable heroes. Like, I know he's not a bad Rubik player. He played a lot when he was playing +4, but it's just very different. Like a 5 Rubik just doesn't really do nearly as much as like a Winter Wyvern or anything like that. So in that regard, I didn't like the draft too much. I favored Beastcoast after that. So just a little bit of the fixing and the strategizing. Because I think the gameplay was just fine. You know, like they did very well with the tools they were given, especially Joe Pash in the mid lane. He completely crushed it. But yeah, ultimately, I think just the Beast Coast draft advantage is what carried him through.
Yeah, so we take a look at the odds again. 1.28 for Boom. I mean, Beast Coast taking game number 1. It may have swayed those odds in the eyes of the fans, and we got ourselves a draft to look forward to. We'll get on into it for game number 2, and we'll see drafts change at all. Already that Venno ban. And then the Death Prophet. So Venno was first phase last time. We'll see if it continues to be that way. And there's the Bat Rider once again.
Dire team pick.
Into the Dawnbreaker, which definitely gave them a lot of issues in game number 1. Especially that Axe.
Especially that Axe. But even pre-Axe, like he did so much in the laning phase
10
already.
10 seconds remaining. 5
it was one of the
remaining.
better games we've seen from Gojira, right? On that Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, definitely looked way better than what he produced on his Earth Spirit. That's why I was kind of jokingly saying, I think they banned him from the Earth Spirit. Now that's a +5 here I can get behind. One of the best in the game. I'm surprised we don't see it first phase much more. Here we go.
Yeah, so getting to that Dazzle, we've seen it be Dazzle, we've seen it be Oracle at times.
10 seconds
the Dazzle has certainly been a staple here. First phase this time, and we've seen that it can get to the second phase at times.
Yeah, it's just, again, a very strong hero. Nothing wrong picking it like ever. I don't think it ever has a bad game, to be honest. Laning phase is always going to be great. Team fights are always going to be a hassle because you have to find them out first. Like, if you don't have Axe, you can never kill that target for over 5 seconds, which is ridiculous, the amount of time you have to get anything off, whether it's a Satanic or BKB or any sort of healing.
5 seconds
I am a big Dazzle supporter. Clockwork on the other
Dire
side.
team pick.
Obviously one of the best initiation heroes. Can be played as a 4 and 5. Together with Snapfire, killer combo. Love it. Clock Snap can kill anything on a map when they're 6.
Yeah, definitely have a lot of reach with those two heroes, with the hook shot and the Mortimer's kisses.
10 seconds remaining.
There's nothing worse than being stuck in a cog
5
with
seconds
kisses
remaining.
raining in.
So what do you go here if you're Boom? You've got the Dazzle. That should be your 5. But I don't want to make too many assumptions just yet.
Dire
Do you
team
go to the
back.
Razor? No, you go to the FBZ Mars.
That's one of his best heroes for sure. Another big thing that I saw last game, like FBZ was completely shut down. He had no game at all. He didn't look super comfortable. So putting him on his best hero, I think, makes a lot of sense.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Now we're
remaining.
gonna have to see what they ban out. Nobody really picks Axe. I like Axe.
Beastcoast's
I feel
turn
like
to ban.
has its place in the meta, but it just never gets picked up. It's a pretty risky hero. It's very easy to just feed the entire game, but maybe with Dazzle just being picked a lot more, we will see more
Dire
Axes.
team ban.
Like Snapfire Axe is not a weak lane at all. Probably just looking to ban out Yopage's heroes.
10 seconds
Ember Spirit is
remaining.
gone. He's, I mean, obviously very good on his Tiny. There's still
5
a Puck
seconds remaining.
that I wouldn't mind seeing banned.
And we saw what Puck could do, and that Ags upgrade, I know it's not
Beastcoast's
great,
turn
but it
to
definitely
ban.
did quite a bit in that game when it's able to have that, obviously that movement, and then it pushes it towards these other heroes, splits them apart a little bit. You also had the reality rift that they were working with it.
Yeah. Like
10
if it's for
seconds
free,
remaining.
it's
Dire
not bad,
team
you know,
ban.
but it's just never something you would ever purchase. Just not worth it. There's too many good items in Puck. I'm getting rid of the Coddle. Just make sure that there's not so much stain around the map.
10 seconds remaining.
Hmm.
5
I
seconds
wonder if
remaining.
Beastcoast, like, you know, the more they win,
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
the exponentially stronger they get, which is kind of weird because there aren't a lot of teams out there like that.
You don't
Like,
think
they're
so?
just-
You don't think there's any more teams that kind of...
Oh, there's some for sure. I mean, obviously, every team will play better when they have momentum on their side, right? But
10
a
seconds
team like Beastcoast
remaining.
is just elevated to like a completely different level by it. They don't just get stronger; they become like a
5
completely
seconds
different team.
remaining.
Kind of like I don't know if you know that meme, but like you look at the little cute cat, you know, and you turn around and look back at the cat, suddenly it became like a tiger, like a lion, and just stares you down. And you're mega scared. It's kind of Beastcoast, little cute kitten, but when they get rough and want to play, you know, they become a big badass tiger, lion tiger.
Sure.
Beastcoast's
liger.
turn to pick.
I mean, sure. I'll Liger, always strong, especially in Zoids.
Yeah. Good that we have the same opinion regarding that.
10 seconds remaining.
And now, what do they lack? They have
5
decent
seconds
team
remaining.
fight,
Dire team
but a hero like Puck wouldn't be bad at all. Yep, and they go straight for it.
Back to
More
the
team
Chris
fight
Luck Puck,
control.
and he didn't even have that good of a game to start. Like, he still produced so
Dire
much, but
team
that early
Beastcoast's
game and that mid game was rough for him. And now they're going to go to the Kunkka and pick up Rubik again. I guess this time it'll be played by Tims.
Yeah, 4 Rubik is a lot better. Rubik is great against Clockwork. It's an instant stun against Puck. I like this Rubik pickup a lot better.
10 seconds remaining.
Now
5
there's
seconds
still
remaining.
Faces Void as a carry is pretty annoying for Rubik and Dazzle. Just jump in the back line with a shard, time dilation, jump back out. Those heroes absolutely hate that. If you don't want to go for the Void, you have Lifesteal that looks pretty good. They're probably just going to last bit to carry, though. So offlaners, what's left for Whisper? Wait, Timbersaw isn't bad. Timbersaw looks great.
Surprised Timber's gotten this far.
Yeah, Timber looks absolutely amazing. Wouldn't be surprised if we just give it to Whisper. If they want to have like a more control-ish offlaner, then Beastmaster is not bad.
Mm-hmm. Seen the Beastmaster already a couple times. That hero does feel like it's starting to find some popularity in the right spots.
It should be way more popular. I think it's criminally underpicked again. There was a phase where it was like first phased all the time. Now it kind of just fell off, even though I think the win rate wasn't half bad.
Ooh, Elder Titan. This is a little bit of a different one.
Wait, what? So is it an offlane Snapfire? Or offlane Elder Titan?
Could be, yeah. Offlane Elder Titan. I've seen it be strong before.
Well, they have the last pick, so
5 seconds remaining.
they could just put the puck in the offlane too. And then mid Snapfire and then whatever carry. And they have quite a bit of options. It's not an easy pick.
Beastcoast's
Clockwork
turn to
Snapfire, Puck,
ban.
Elder Titan. Like, they present a lot of problems. I think Faces Void makes the most sense, though. For Boom.
Dire
Probably want to
team
get rid of
back.
that. TA, okay, yeah. Wouldn't have been bad.
And the Lifestealer getting banned.
Yeah, we already spoke about how good that hero is. Against the draft of Boom.
What do you think these final bans end up
10
being?
seconds remaining.
I think Beastcoast should get rid of Void.
5
For sure.
seconds remaining.
And Boom. It's hard to say what carry they want to pick because I'm not sure what this Elder Titan is for or where he's going to go.
Do you think that Void would really do enough here for Boom?
Yeah. I mean, they need some sort of carry that can not be completely a dumpster by Elder Titan. That's what I mean. Like, they have so many problems thrown at them already. Like, you can't really pick a Morphling anymore, or a Terrorblade, or a Phantom Lancer. Like, there's so many carries that are already ruled out just by default. And Void is just like the easiest hero that can always scale well. It has like big teamfight impact. It's just strong overall with time dilation against all the heroes.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
And the Luna.
Would you like a Lone Druid for either of these teams?
Lone Druid can work, of course, always. It's just, I feel a lot of people are afraid to actually play Lone Druid because it's not
10
an easy hero to
seconds
pull
remaining.
off.
Dire team pick.
And the Ricky again. They're really scared of that Ricky. Oh yeah, let's see what carry they go for. Void, the only issue could be that damage isn't
10
great.
seconds
So if they
remaining.
want more damage, they could go for
5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
And there's the Faceless Void.
yeah. I'm actually really surprised they didn't ban that. I think it was like the most obvious choice for Jackie. Now that leaves you with a lot of problems. Maybe you can run the Phantom Lancer? Like, PL looks quite nice for Beastcoast,
10
but
seconds
Dazzle, the shard,
remaining.
of course, kills all the illusions instantly.
5 seconds remaining.
It could still be a strong PL game, though. You're not super reliant on his illusions at the beginning of the fight. You can always reproduce them. Other than that, Wraith
Choose your
King.
hero.
Playing the sustain game again.
So, Wraith King, a K1 Classic. And it will be Stinger playing the Elder Titan. So that's going to be a 5 Elder Titan and Whisper on the off lane Puck with a mid Snapfire up against Yopaj on the Kunkka.
Yeah. We expected that adjustment, right? It's a 5 Titan, actually, also.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, honestly, what they cooked together here. It could be great. It could fall apart. I like Boom's draft quite a bit better. It's more stable.
I definitely like the Void here, and I feel if Yopaj gets off to a better, like as good of a start as he had in the last game, I almost feel like Kunkka's not as fragile as the Tiny was. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm just going to say I like Boom's draft a little bit better. Much easier to execute. But there's a lot of combo potential, like Elder Titan plus Clockwork, Snapfire, there's a lot of damage potential coming out of there. Puck, played by Whisper, one of his better heroes as well. K1 on his Wraith King is probably his #1 signature hero. So they have a lot of good things going for them as well.
Right. So let's see how this game 2 is going to end up working out. As Boom really hoping to split, but if Beastcoast get the 2-0, this could be the beginning of a road that puts them right back into the talks of the top spot.
I mean, still only the 3rd game. There's still lots of Dota to be played, so nobody's out of the top just yet, and everybody can find their momentum throughout the group stage. So win is a win. Wins are always great. Beastcoast up 1-0.
Now, Beastcoast with the win here would at least put them tied with Tundra, who are 2-4 at the moment. And I believe, Tundra play again today. So you can really mix things up. If Beastcoast get themselves a 2nd victory, we'll see what they end up going with here. And if Boom is able to disappoint them and get themselves to 4 wins, which could potentially put them into 2nd, at least.
Yeah, for now. But again, like I don't think standings early on are super important. Like after day 3, day 4, we'll have a much clearer image of what's happening. This is the 3rd game for both teams, right?
Yeah, so midway through day 3, though, you start feeling that pressure, and if you end up being Beastcoast, who's 1-5, then the pressure's on from here on out, right? Like you've got
30 seconds
2 series tomorrow, and then the 7th you've got 1 series, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. As I said, you definitely want to take every win you can get, because it definitely helps down the line. But you shouldn't like pressure yourself too much, just because, you know.
Right.
A couple of losses happen. We have seen crazy comebacks. Like some teams started 0-6, got to the upper bracket, and went really deep into a tournament.
Well, like Spirit at TI, right? Like they didn't start the group stage that well either.
Oh yeah, they did almost nothing there. Did it 2-2 split? Yeah, should be. Clock is faster than Dazzle. Easy peasy. So it's gonna be Dazzle versus Clockwork, a duel. I think Dazzle wins that actually. The new poisons are just kind of ridiculous. Fight him, fight him, fight him. I want to see it. Fight him, fight him, fight him. Yeah, give him the touch,
back
give him
and
the touch.
forth. Oh. No. No
Oh,
fight.
skim, man. So scared, la.
See how Stinger does in the early goings of this laning phase over bottom, because right now he's in the mix of it all.
I haven't seen Elder Titan forever. Honestly, I don't know how good the series is right now, especially as a fight. I've seen him in the offlane position quite a bit, but not as a support.
Middle lane Yopaj, you can see the damage he's already doing onto Chris Luck, and they're even on the CS, but the damage and the harassment coming in from Yopaj, just trying to set up and maybe make this lane much easier for him. They do have Tim's on the Rubik, who can make his way over mid and make that kill potentially that much easier if Chris Lock isn't too careful. And we saw how the early game went for Chris Lock in the first game.
Yeah, it was not the easiest for him. But at least he recovered, and I don't think Chris Lock is a player that's faced too much by any of that. So. He should be fine. His bottle is coming out now as well. No problemo. He might even be able to snag both water runes. The courier of Honka is not that fast if he makes his way to the top rune straight away.
Now finally coming over, and he's gonna sip on that bottle and then eventually pick up that water rune.
We'll make it in time. But yeah, mid lane very even right now. Top lane, Whisper's actually always winning these lanes as the off lane puck. Very interesting.
He does a really good job with this off lane puck. And now looking for Stinger. Whoa, another tower shot coming in. They need one more right click. Ooh, just survives. And he's going to TP all the way back home. That leaves K1 a little bit vulnerable in this bottom lane.
A little bit, I would say very, because he's out of region, and Titan won't be back anytime soon to give more. He's on the way back now, but it will be like 45 seconds until he's even there.
Yeah, that's another stack of tangos that he picks up, as well as a salve. So
Yopaj.
We'll see. And Yopaj getting low. Torrent's gonna miss. Goes to the Tidebringer. Very fire Yopaj. He's still alive, but he'll have to X and TP all the way back in. And ooh, Whisper gets first blood, taking out Scamp with the help of Gojira.
Wow, I didn't think they would lose the lane as the void.
Jackie, a little surprised he didn't commit to that. No Uzi Orb phase shift, got the bash. I thought maybe if he was lucky enough, he might be able to get another one. But yeah, there's K1 getting speared up all the way towards the tower. And, well, we said he was vulnerable, and Stinger's just too late, right?
Yeah, the combo is pretty dirty. Lift into spear, classic.
And that's kind of that similar combo that we used to see when Rubik used to play with Centaur. It was the lift into the hoof stomp as well as the double edge, that quick damage that was coming out, and a Fable to follow that up. So you do have that opportunity here with Tim's to do that with the spear. You need to be very careful if you're on the side of Beastcoast.
Yeah, the lane is always in a very pushed up position. Oh, they're trying it again.
Yeah, ooh, just short of the tower, but comes a question of whether or not that's going to matter. They've also got this stack here that's going to disrupt the creep wave.
Yeah, if you get stuck to the tower there, he's dead for sure. 100%.
Look at Gojira just deep in on top. Loser comes out, Scam, he's just going to die with Whisper diving under the tier 1 tower.
Jackie.
They might even just get Jackie. He's got Time Walk if he wants to make his way back towards the tower through the trees. The Illusory Orb is there, and now he'll finally Time Walk as the Waning Rift misses. But they're putting the pressure on top, and they want more.
Yeah, he's looking to go in again. Level 2 battery. There's no jump, he knows that. Scam is tipping back though.
Now Whisper and Gojira really putting the pressure on, and they're continuing to work with that momentum from game number 1.
Okay, one in trouble again. Is it lift?
Oh boy, sweep hits, so
he's really unhappy down here.
He's just eating so much pressure.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest Raging believer anymore in this patch. That's a great example why just so difficult to lane sometimes.
Tower is under attack.
We'll see what he's able to do once he finally gets some space, but I don't know if he's going to end up getting space until other heroes start to come around and make it for him. He's not a hero that on his own he's really going to get it, right?
Yeah, if you lose them with Raging, I mean, you have skeletons to recover in jungle, but it's definitely not what you're looking for. You want to be snowballing out of the laning phase.
Wraith Fire Blast, Telekinesis into the trees, and he does hit another tree. So Stinger hit with the Fable. They've got the contribute, but the sleep on the 2. And one more right click. Tim's got to find him. But Stinger, he'll get onto the high ground. He'll see a stack here. and just run all the way away from this Rubik. So somehow
Radiant's middle tower
he did end
is
up
under
surviving.
attack.
Don't underestimate
They're looking for Kisses top.
our might.
Fire snap cookie, but doesn't land on the mark. Now the Kisses 2 missed, only 1 for 5. Now 2, 3 in a row. He already used the time walk. They've got the waiting rift, so time walk on cooldown. Even with the miss of the fire snap cookie, they were able to get the damage out and get the kill into the faces. Boy, this top lane still eating a lot of harassment.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, Kisses are very hard to avoid completely, especially when a Clockwork is chasing you. And now Scam is being chased again.
Dims is here, but get this kill. They go to the poison touch, and they're gonna start slowing him down with these right clicks if they can keep up. He goes by these neutral creeps, and Yopaj is coming in. They do spot Chris Luck. Got the X, they'll throw the ghost ship. Ooh, Gojira nearby, and he eats the Tidebringer, so he falls. Pulled back, Torrent lands, jacking in. Time dilation is out, and they get yet another. So Yopaj getting a double kill with a rotation. Whisper's also here. Got a Dream Coil if need be, but he's just going to jaunt his way out with the Illusory Orb.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and
Not a bad
Awaken's
job by
already back to the
Yopaj.
jungle.
Yeah.
But he's catching up quite nicely, to be honest. Almost the same level as the Mars. Game is not going too bad at all anymore. Stabilize all the lanes. And Whisper is pretty
Radiant's
damn
middle
massive.
tower
He
is
always
under
makes it
attack.
work somehow. They often puck almost into the vessel already, which is going to be absolutely massive against the Faces Wide as well. Nice arena.
Here.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yopaj
attack.
coming over and tries to land a torrent to follow that up. He's actually going to be put to sleep.
Ow.
So eating damage with that double damage on him.
You know, Vessel in this game is it's not just great against Mars as well as Kunkka, but it also reduces the healing you get from Time Walk. So rendering that hero a little bit more ineffective until he gets his BKB. It's gonna be very fast Vessel, like 9 minutes into the game-ish.
Your admiral is on board.
He's only got 1 charge on the urn though.
They have a
so.
Chrono Sphere to work with, and I think they want to pop it here on Whisper.
Oh, no, Jackie! Oh, the kisses are coming in. The Dream Coil's there.
And Jackie might die for this too.
Oh, Jackie, time walk
Very nice.
away. He'll survive for now, but that is just atrocious. They still somehow might kill Whisper. Chrono's a whiff, but here comes the rest of the team, and Yopaj, he's on a killing spree.
Yeah, definitely not what they were looking for, but they just had to make it work eventually anyways. No problem.
And that is not a great feeling.
Dire's
Just
bottom
completely
tower is under
whiffing
attack.
that Chrono.
Not what you expected.
Yeah.
They find
Yeah.
Gojira, they've got the X. Gets put on the other side of the cogs and then put back with that X, pulling him over. The spear is there, and Gojira falls to Yopaj as he's got himself another kill.
Yeah, left, right, left, right, left, right. Just like in the driver's exam. What's Jackie looking for? He's going...
A hit Chrono. I mean,
Dire's top tower is
Wand
under
and Maelstrom.
attack.
Sorry.
Imagine bullying a guy that's already on the floor crying, man.
Sorry.
How do you think he felt after
Radiant's
that?
bottom
Probably his
tower
heart
is
dropped
under
a beat.
attack.
Clear as
Time
clean
slowed
water.
down for him,
Radiant
definitely.
structures are fortified.
IL Chronosphere?
Hook shot onto the back line, hitting Scam. Scam, he's got a shallow grave. He'll survive for a moment, but they've got the sleep. He's woken up thanks to the battery assault, and then eventually he'll wake up to his death. Gojira hit with the X, but the pullback doesn't land the torrent. Things are a little discombobulated here for Boom, and they finally get the kill on a Gojira, but they are getting kills in spite of the fact that they are missing a lot of their abilities.
Yeah, it makes you wonder though, are they like in the greatest space mentally? Because whiffing so many spells is very uncharacteristic of them.
Armwood picked up for K1.
Radiant's
Objection,
bottom
hearsay.
tower is under attack.
overturned. Chrono up in 10. Meanwhile, Deso next on the list for K1.
Yep, I'm Deso and normal cookie cutter build.
To the Empire of Bone.
Vessel already done on Whisper. See how aggressive he wants to get with that.
Radiant are scanning.
Boom, there it
They're
goes.
still searching. Oh, telekinesis, and then walks to his left and uses that illusory orb to jaunt the other way.
Dire's top tower.
That
is
should
under
secure him in
attack.
top tower though.
It
Radiant's
will.
bottom tower is
Bottom
under
tier
attack.
1 might fall, though.
Dire's
So it's a trade of
structures
tier
are
1s.
fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Yopaj is a big boy right now. Very difficult to play in whatever area he chooses to show up in.
Dire's top tower
He
is
has
fallen.
BKB and instantly Hex queued up to answer the attack, I suppose. Very early Hex on a Kunkka though. I like it. I personally like it. I love Hex on Kunkka. Great item.
Yeah, BKB Hex, so... How quickly you think he gets that? Like, when is that going to start
Under attack.
Your admiral
showing
is
up
on
as the
board.
full combo?
25, 26-ish, depending on how good his game goes. I mean, he's still farming amazingly. He's gonna get a big stack of the Ancients
Gain
now.
power.
Does that throw a timer a little bit here on Beastcoast?
Dire's
Nah,
turret
that just gives them a way to catch puck, which I think they're lacking. Like, most people just go into the Orchid instead of the Hex, which is a much
Radiant's
cheaper
bottom
option,
tower is under
but
attack.
it's also a less effective option, right?
Yopaj cleaning up some
Dire's
stacks.
middle
He's getting a
tower
big
is under
influx of
attack.
gold. That'll push him closer to the BKB. FBZ close to the Blink Dagger.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
Chris Luck trying to throw a...
Step lively now.
Trying
Your
to
admiral
throw
is
a
on board.
cookie there to stun up Yopaj, but he had that X anyway. He also has that Arcane Rune, so he has Tidebringer every 2.8 seconds with that, which is kind of disgusting.
And it's gone.
Yeah, he's also getting shard. We're taking a look as things are showing up to be a bit even for win probability, for net worth, and basically experience all over the board.
Oh, clock
Are
puck
scanning.
on the prowl.
Radiant's middle tower
game
is
came
under
out.
attack.
It hit, so they know that Beast Coast is across the river, so they might just back away, and that avoids the smoke so far of Beast Coast. There's a haste, and it'll be bottled up by Chris Luck. Yopaj spotted, and they've got the hook shot. Spirit Vessel, Mortimer's kisses all
BKB's on the
out.
way.
Spear lands, and they've got the Chrono on it too. Technically 3 with the help of hitting that Mars. But they have the sweep. They go to the Earth Splitter. Dream Coil down with the Arena. It goes around 4, but they don't have the follow-up damage. It'll snap on Tim's Illusory Orb over to the side. They've got FBZ low. Jackie afraid to go in. They don't get anything with that Chrono.
Yeah, chrono damage is very lacking, unfortunately, when Kunkka is dead. It was such unfortunate timing, too. The BKB was literally on the way to Kunkka already, in the courier. They kill him just before it arrives.
Starting to fall behind even more. Smoke up on Scam and Tim's.
He has to be careful with FBZ, though. Chris Luck is here.
Yeah, FBZ, he's already dead. Got Jackie here too. Scam comes over. Poison touch on both those heroes, but Jackie forced time walk away. They've already lost Tim. Yopaj trying to land a torrent, and it doesn't hit. They'll also X, but Gojira in with a hook shot. That hits. So there's one right click from K1 on a Scam. Double kill for K1. Yopaj now spotted.
Here's BKB up,
Gojira is
BKB up.
in, and Yopaj.
Where's BKB?
BKB. I
didn't
don't know
pop
if
it.
it's gonna matter anymore because K1's in with another right click.
Oh my god. I mean, that's what we spoke about, man. The beast is awakened. There's a lot of gas coming out in chat right now, I'm sure.
Pretty
That is
scary.
the scariness of Beastcoast. Like, when they get the ball rolling, they will keep running at you and running at you. They smoke up straight away again. Who's the next target? Jackie.
Gojira, telekinesis,
Okay,
and
no way.
No, it's okay, stall it. They got Jack at the same time. Yeah.
You left.
Very well worth the
Dire's
trade.
middle tower is under
Mid tower
attack.
down as well. And Gojira is a like madman. He always does this. He just goes in 1v3,
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And he dies. But this time around, it was good.
Yeah, I mean, he dies, but they get Jackie again. Like, all good there.
Greetings.
Pretty insane. Now that the lead has just jumped up for Beastcoast. What can they do to slow the bleeding? What can they do to even recover from the gut shots that they have just continued to take?
Definitely now the Wraith King. It's a lot of damage coming out. Going into the BKB next. Once that's up, fights are gonna get very, very difficult. He's so far behind in farm on the Void now. Look at his net worth, 6.2k.
Philosopher's Stone for the side of the Radiant.
Yeah, it's just they need any more gold. They're finding Wraith King, you know. He's all by himself, very isolated.
And they kill him. Yeah, he's got a reincarnation. They're going to start to rotate for this to help out. K1's not even getting close to dying. It feels like he's just able to fight. They get the kill on a scan. They'll throw down the arena, but there's the Dream Coil with the Earth Splitter again. They'll take the first life out of the hands of K1. BKB's been popped by Yopaj. Time for everything again. Time dilation. Jackie thinking about going into the Chrono. Spearing back the Elder Titan. Chrono to leave. That feels awful because they're still gonna lose Jackie potentially. They've got the cogs, they have the battery, so they're trying to time walk away. Spear holds on to Gojira, they get the kill on the Tims. Nothing is going right for Boom.
Mistimed again on the reincarnation. Like usually Yopaj is one of the most reliable players ever when it comes to hitting spells. But he missed it like 3 times already in just this game alone.
In a roach they go. I don't think they have any way to fight this Roche.
Discombobulated, as we said. Well, for Boom at least. For Beastcoast, perfect synergy.
Yeah, it's on point.
It's the anti-discombobulation. I don't know if it's a word or not, but now it is.
They're combobulated. I don't know. Gojira's got the shard. He's jetpacking around. He's got a hook shot in a second. So FBZ, well, Battery Assault uses the spear, but here comes the rest of the team again. Whisper, he's got a Dream Coil. Hook shot out on FBZ. Time dilation to slow down Gojira, but they've got themselves the cookie to bounce him out. Can't commit onto these heroes, and meanwhile, K1 still farming on the Wraith King.
He is very close to his BKB. Once that's up, he's virtually unkillable for them. This game took a lot of bad turns for Boom, unfortunately. They're not out of it yet, they still have big AoE ultimates, but the damage is starting to be quite lacking. Just look at the Void's farm, he still has nothing.
And he is behind all 3 cores on the side of Beastcoast. He's got Maelstrom, Morbid Mask. Looking for the Rubik, and they'll get Tims. BKB popped here by Chryslok. He still has an Aegis for 3 minutes 50 seconds. They land the Torrent on the back end of that. They'll have an X, but they need to run. They see the spirit from this Elder Titan coming the way of the Kunkka.
Radiant's bottom tower
Chokker's
is
looking
under
for a hook.
attack.
He has a jetpack, he sees him. If you get the
Jackie got him.
Oh no.
Oh boy, Vessel, spear misses. They've got the arena, but there's the silence of the waiting grip. They'll drop the Dream Coil. That's going to keep FBZ close by. If you leave the arena, well, you'll get that coil snapped. They have the Shallow Grave, but that's only going to keep FBZ alive for a little bit longer because they'll kill off Scan. They'll look for the Fire Snap Freaky. The silence is on to Yopaj. They didn't get FBZ, but they have the Rock where they lose the orb. They're going to keep up with FBZ. He's going to die. Down goes Gojira, but the BKB's been popped by Yopaj, and now he's trying to escape.
There's no BKB to
right up on him. They have found this Kunkka. Fire Snap could be off the mark again, but right there with the Kunkka, and to get this kill, well, they'll have the rest of the team, and they have the damage. As Chris Luck gets credit for Yopaj. Meanwhile, K1 in the top ace. Top tier 3, and they are just crumbling, just like these buildings.
Minus 14 armor or something crazy like that. And the tower is gone. Maybe even the range wrecks.
Maybe even both racks.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
The scales are doing a ton of damage. All right, both
Brack's
ranks are gone.
They still have Aegis.
Has fallen.
Well, 14k lead now. It's getting to the point where it's insurmountable. Comeback almost not possible unless they like dive to T4s in a crazy fashion with a god like Chrono hookshot
Dyer's
on
middle
a
tower
creep.
is under attack.
Dragging Jackie's attention.
He needs to get into his BKB desperately.
Looking for the sleep. Not
Dyer's
gonna
middle
find it,
tower
but
is under
these
attack.
heroes on Boom just do not feel comfortable at all.
Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
I don't even know how you stop them at this point.
Just address me as Emperor.
They can't go out of base anymore.
Incoming.
Tier 2 bottom. This will be the last outer tower going down. Okay. Goodbye, Gojira. Welcome back to Earth.
Dyer's bottom
Or whatever
tower
planet
is
we're
under
on here.
Rock it on.
Dyer's bottom tower has fallen.
Damn jetpack.
He jetpacked off the map. Just gone. He left us. He's still gonna look. Try and land that hook shot. And they're looking. They're thinking about going in under these heroes bottom, but Beastcoast have split up. They're out.
There's an Aegis still on Chris Luck for 30 seconds. But here's the BKB anyways. Raging is just massive. Whisper is massive on his puck.
I don't even know where you find a way back in if you're the side of Boom. It's just so far away from them.
Yeah. It's gotta be one of the hardest comebacks to make happen.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, Void, almost BKB. They're smoked up. They're looking for kill. They're looking for Raging maybe, but there's no way you can kill them twice. No chance. They recognize that. They go back. They need to farm up more items.
Gojira.
Oh no, the telekinesis and the spear! And it landed! Hookshot on a 2! Oh
my
Pounce
God.
on a 3! Oh, Gojira! He makes something out of nothing! How? They'll get the kill on the James, they'll take out Scam, they'll look for FBZ, he's on the run! It was a flip by Boom that Gojira took advantage of! That
Man,
is
Gojira is such a madman.
absurd!
He's always flanking just alone, and most of the time it's just a feed, but this time it was a perfect play.
Radiant
Like,
structures
what would you
are
do?
fortified.
You're
What is
Boom,
that?
you're super far behind, you just see like a stupid clockwork flying around. And
Middle barracks are under attack.
FBZ, he's in trouble. Rainfire Blast with the cookie
FB
to get
dead.
the kill on FBZ. Jackie's asleep. He's dreaming about a better game, but when he wakes up, he sees the reality of what's happening and his base is being taken. Get the reincarnation, but Chrono comes out. Can they finally kill K1? It doesn't look likely because that sweep is there on a 3. Telekinesis not helping. Gojira's in again. They have the shell agreement. Lands on a Jackie. Gojira's gonna give up his life, but he
K1's dead
trying
finally.
to save K1. No Punish finally gets the kill. Chris Luck on the run. The first hit pass coming in from Jackie. FPC on the back line, so it goes down to Whisper.
Straight to the
They'll
bottom
take out
with you.
Chris Luck. 3 heroes dead on the side of Beastcoast. Oh, so for now, Boom kind of holds.
But you know what we said, right? The way back into the game is for Boom. That's exactly what happened. And Dive into 4 towers feeling themselves a little bit too much.
Silence.
And yeah, they're taken advantage of finally.
Not a great feeling.
And still, 16k lead, they're still holding strong. AC is now done on the Wraith King. And they're probably just gonna wait for the Aegis and then go for round 2. Or
So-
round 3.
Let's take another look at how Boom, I believe, got a couple of kills there. Got ourselves a replay coming up, and you see K1 just getting pushed in. Tidal Wave, Chrono set up with the Ghost Ship. There's just not really a way for K1 to get out. They had a lot of control. Ojir tried, but eventually with the Spirit Vessel and the pullback and the Torrent again, they ended up getting the kill on the K1.
Yeah, and Chris Luck as well. They lost the 2 most farmed core heroes on their team. But yeah, Whisper's still a menace in the backline. They will have to deal with him as well.
So, boom. I mean, that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna wait for Roshan though. Wait for Roshan. No need to rush anything. You're in a commandable position. Commanding position. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Commanding lead.
Commandable
Dire's bottom
position.
tower is
Also.
under attack.
Nato is here for the Sapphire.
Daedalus. It's a lot of right click damage once you get to level 20 talent. Right now it's nothing. He needs a talent actually.
Are scanning.
Once he gets a talent, big deeps.
Big deeps indeed.
Regeneration.
What does Sims have stolen right now? Wraith Fire Blast. Okay.
So 2 minutes. And 2 minutes he could finish a Mjolnir. So that's a good damage increase. They could finish, no. AC and Kunkka, no.
There
All right,
hasn't
so
been
they have-
one chrono though that has netted them a victory in the fights.
If he gets up to the Mjolnir, his damage output will actually be much higher, and there's a decent chance that they will be able to just take the team fight with the chrono.
This feels like it's sort of impossible with the way the Elder Titan's been reacting too. Stinger's been on it.
Yeah, it is not gonna be easy, but there is a chance.
Behold!
Now look at the net worth of this Wraith King. Ooh, Arena Spear. They kept up with Whisper. So with the heck from the poison touch, they get the kill onto the Puck. They take him out for 70 seconds. Roche is going to be up for 20 of those 70. And they got a 7-time spree into the hands of SBZ.
Hey, K1, you always... Ooh, yo. Be careful.
Fine looking bunch we are.
So can Boom get their hands on the next Roche?
No.
You don't think at all?
No chance. They have too much range spam, and the lanes are pushing in. Oh, Rubik got destroyed.
Tims!
Jackie's at the outpost, he didn't pop BKB. If they have a stun bomb, they have a hook shot.
Oh
they have a combo
boy,
pushback.
they have them. Now they won't even have a void for Roche.
Incompetence on your part.
And Jackie's been having an off day so far, both in game 1 and game 2. He's so much better than that usually. Roach is up. K1's for the taking. One of them is gonna take the shard. Shard is good on the Snapfire, it's good on the Wraith King.
I would give it to the Snapfire, right? You just jump in there, Scatter Blast, little Shredder, have the Daedalus. Output so much
Has
damage.
fallen to the ring.
It's exactly what they've done. The Aegis and the Shard over to the Snapfire.
Yeah. And he's level 20 now finally, so his damage output to the Shredder is going to be actually out as well. He's going to be hitting really damn hard. He's only critting for 600. I mean, he just found a DD, so it's probably going to be more like 800. But it's 8 attacks in a very quick succession.
Potentially take out a team with ease if he ends up getting into that level 25 and having the 3 times little Shredder multi-shot.
Alright, now it's time to siege the last 2 sides. And what can they really do?
So K1 has the 25% cleave now with that level 20 talent. He's had that for a while. Cleaning up top, they're trying to hold this last set of racks. Maybe a perfect fight.
Maybe a perfect fight. Okay.
That would have to be their way back in. A perfect fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Well, the
attack.
tower's already gone.
Dire's bottom
Yep.
tower has fallen.
Tidal Wave pulls K1 in. Wraithfire Blast. Fire Snap Cookie gets K1 away. Got the X, but do they want to follow it up? They'll pull him back. They'll land the Torrent. And he's got the Reincarnation, so they're not too worried about him at the moment. And the Tidal Wave actually misses with BKB pop. They'll get the Banshees to get the kill on the first one. But on the back line, look at where Gojira is! He
They're going
gets the
orange,
Dream
they
Kill
won.
and the hook shot. They're going to go for K1. They've got themselves the Chronosphere. They get the kill to the Wraith King, but now they're going to move to the back line to try and help the rest of their team. They'll end up losing Scam. It's only the Dazzle for now. Gojira with the jetpack trying to fly away. But he's hit with the X, so they'll pull him right back. They get the kill on the table.
What is
They
that?
got Jackie's gone! Oh,
Snapfire,
no.
man.
No Faceless Void for 60 seconds. FBZ follows it with his own adapt.
Dire's bottom barracks
And they are
has
without
fallen.
two big pieces to try and
Dire's
defend.
middle barracks are under attack.
Yeah, the Snapfire damage output, especially if you're next to the Elder Titan, have your armor reduced to 0. It's just way too high. Jackie lost half his health in one crit.
Dire's middle tower
Oh,
is
Tim's.
under
Oh. Hook shot actually misses because it goes
Oh, he
over
gets
the
pushed
dead
to the
body of
fountain.
Tim's, and there's the Aegis. The Cogs, alright. Got the X, and that's not going to keep him in the base, but they've got the sweep. He has Tidal Wave again if he was able to land it
He
and throw him
missed the
back in the
target again?
base. Yeah, he got slept.
Oh, he got slapped, okay.
Yeah.
Well, not that it matters much. The Mega Creeps are already on the horizon. Whisper does the Torrent. Well done. The game might not end just now. Oh, just there, fun.
Here.
Nice spear.
Awkward spot. Still pulled back. Tidal Wave, X, and Gojira's dead.
Lost the jam.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Lost the tier 4. 30k lead. Oh my god.
Yep. Right and dirty.
Boom. Now have to defend against Megas in a 30k deficit. Interesting.
30k deficit.
Can they even do it? Yeah.
They don't have Glyph, so if they just want to converge as 5, might be a little difficult.
Opaj lands the Torrent, but it's time to run. The Wraithfire Blast into the BKB. No level 25 for the Puck. They actually go to the back lines and look for Scan, so they'll take on the Dazzle on the other side, though. There's the Arena. Stinger getting low. Stinger looking for the sweep for the BKBs in time for FBZ. And now, with the Tidal Wave, that pushes K1. They've got the Telekinesis, but the damage coming in from Chris Luck. You need to be careful fighting the Snapfire. Oh, Jackie again!
No BKB pop.
Jackie!
Game is
Oh,
over.
man, he's dead once more. They'll call GG, and it's a 2-0 for Beastcoast over Boom Esports.
All right. Well, not too much to talk about this game, honestly. The Beast Coast snowball has been set in motion.
Yeah.
Can they keep it up? I mean, this game was very convincing. Game 1, a little bit iffy. Game 2, very convincing. Team play out of their world. Like, that is exactly what they thrive in. What kind of situation? They get a small lead. You give them some openings to exploit, they will explode it every time. Exploit it every time.
Yeah.
And they just keep building up the lead, keep building up the lead, keep building up the lead, and eventually you're just not ready at all to fight their onslaught all the time. They get their key timings up, the double BKBs, the Desolator on the Wraith King. Couldn't fight back anymore. There was a severe lack of damage in the Chronosphere just because of how underfarmed Faces Void was.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, Boom just misplayed a lot of the situations massively. Like, it wasn't Beast Coast that did anything great, but they just missed their spells. You know, it's which you really can't do at this level of competition. It doesn't matter who you play. All these players are great players. They'll punish you.
Yeah, I think Beast Coast did a really good job of exploiting the weaknesses there of Boom coming into that mid game, and they took advantage and they continued to roll the entire time. Like K1, he had a good lane, and then even in the first game, I think things were a little bit lackluster from them in the laning stage, especially for Chris Luck. But at the end of the day, like, they recovered, they did well, they got back into it, and they made sure that they were able to just exploit what Boom was giving them in terms of like maybe miss ganks or just slow farm, and they took those openings and they slammed it down, and they ended up taking a big, very important 2-0 over Boom. Boom, who was rolling before this, they were I believe 3-1. Now they're 3-3 after the 0-2. So like they're even on it. 2-4 now for Beastcoast. Overall, this is a big series, and I think that this could be the beginning of some crazy start for Beastcoast for sure, right?
Yeah, we spoke about it, right? They're a very momentum-based team. This could be what they need. They're 2-4 now, I believe. Can easily still end up in the top 4. No problem whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely could end up in the top 4. And for that 2-0, I know the chat's probably wanting it, but I got to give a little bit of a gah for these South American boys. And the SA team, they're looking to make it happen, right? Let's see if they can bring it back. I'm going to throw it to a break, and then we're going to be on to the next series with Fnatic and LGD. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you. Hell yeah.
Is there a longer break going into this one, or are we just 10 minutes?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified.
Straight to them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Beastcoast victory.
Not what you expected.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
I'm muted. That works. So, we're going to be going in with a C-line choo-choo. There we go. Train ready to go. I'll repeat myself once again. Fnatic against LGD. Sorry, I had myself muted so you didn't hear me sipping on my smoothie. I heard we were, hot mic'd at the end of the last game, so I kept myself a little bit quiet, and it was a good smoothie.
I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah.
I like smoothies.
All
I like
right.
sipping. But yeah, this game, LGD has to be the heavy favorite. 3 stand-ins for Fnatic, but honestly, they haven't been looking half bad. I think they drew the series against RNG and against OG, and I don't know about the third game. But yeah, they look pretty decent, but LGD seems to be the raid boss right now. They decimated OG. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, Fnatic have split all 3 series. They split with RNG, and LGD have definitely looked like the raid boss. They 2-0'd OG earlier, but Fnatic, with them looking decent, it's maybe a little bit more than we would have guessed, and I guess it's Fnatic SM? Fnatic
no,
SM?
It's basically TSM with 2 stand-ins.
Yeah, so it's TS-Matic.
No, it's TSM with 2 stand-ins.
Right, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, nice showing from TSM so far, to be honest. Like, they failed to qualify through the NA DPC, but they somehow made it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. NA major, need to have more NA teams represented. Makes perfect sense. And I believe the only player of theirs that is not being here is actually Mumiander.
Yeah, so LGD, the other team, and they've been dominating. I believe they are yet to drop a game. Maybe they dropped one. No, they're 4-0 because they only had 1 series yesterday. They had a series today up against OG, and they ended up taking that 2-0. The domination just continues. It's a little worrying if you are Fnatic, TSM. Yeah,
Pretty boring, honestly. The intro video for LGD, they all just do I expected some more badassery, especially Faith Bian. Like, give me like a nice flex or something,
Yeah. What was yours at the show match? You did this guy.
I did that.
It's always a good one. I like that. If they could just maybe put the forearms together, because Faith Beyond's got massive forearms. Like, imagine this, but like 2 times as big.
Yeah, we all know
he's
what
buff.
he does in his free time, but yeah, he's definitely one of.
Yeah. Well, I have a forearm curler as well. It's off to the side. It's a tension resistance.
Yeah,
So-
I mean those are great. Honestly, they just
Yeah,
curl
use it
up
every
and
day.
down.
Yeah. I have it on the high setting 5. I need something a little bit stronger. But,
Fabian asked me to actually have a gym session or two with him next time we meet.
Okay.
It's gonna be fun. I'll let you in maybe. Like you can probably join too. I'll ask him.
Yeah. Well, you know how I am trying to ask LGD anything. I would just be there like, oh, what workout are you guys on? As I'm just on the other side of the gym, just doing whatever you guys are doing because I'm too afraid to do a workout with LGD. I was too afraid to ask for a picture. I ended up getting one, but they just happened to be taking pictures
Dude, I literally
at the same time.
told you, I asked for you like the entire time, and you were just so scared of everything.
Well, they were eating. I don't want to interrupt people while they're eating.
Well,
Chat.
they were eating, and they were doing this.
Hey,
they were doing
press
that.
1 if you'd interrupt somebody to take a picture while they're eating. Press 2 if you would interrupt somebody while they're eating to take or wouldn't interrupt somebody while they're eating to take a picture. So 1 for yes, 2 for no. I gotta see what the splits are on this one because we would see them at lunch and sometimes dinner or breakfast, and I was just like I don't want to bother them. I will say though, it was when I saw Zinq take that chili that was like this big, and then he just like showed it off to everybody, and then ate it in one bite, which was wild. That was insane. No, don't talk about that.
I can totally.
I no longer can hear Black. He's laughing, but I can't hear him.
Because I got news
Oh,
that
okay.
you have been banned from the communication.
Gotta reconnect
device.
to the servers
please
here.
Reconnect.
Hopefully.
At your leisure.
Yeah, I'm having some troubles. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Well, I would talk about my cat if my cat was here, but it's not.
I need to
wait
send a message out.
for B-Cop to be back. I'm actually wondering, can they hear you? Or can they hear me? Can they hear us? I can't hear you for some reason.
All right. I think.
Ah, great. Good job. Welcome back. I think the community, the viewers could still hear you. I couldn't. I was kind of happy for 30 seconds in my life there, but are you back? So good. What's wrong? Well, the lobby should be going live relatively soon, or not because the players didn't connect. But yeah, as we spoke about already, LGD should be the heavy favorite on paper. Honestly though, like having 3 stand-ins from the same team is very beneficial, obviously, to your cause because they are very well in sync, well tuned already, and courtesy to them, they've been getting 3 nice draws already. Sorry if you're talking, by the way, B-Cup, I can't hear you at all.
No, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, hi.
All right, yeah, the TeamSpeak server for me went down.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Ah,
No,
very nice.
Yeah. I was a little worried. I didn't know if you guys could hear me or anything like that, but I believe we tried to start a lobby as well. I think we're not the only ones. Hopefully, I don't know. I just kind of just nodded. I did the professional. Exactly, Black. Yes, of course. Yes, that's what I was expecting you to say. Because I saw it on your face. You were just like, I can't hear you anymore. And I knew. So I stopped speaking. I didn't know if you could hear me anymore. Wasn't sure.
I could not hear you. I don't know if they could hear you either. Because I checked TeamSpeak, you weren't there, and then suddenly...
Now I'm back. A little bit of a hiccup. But we're back. We're yeah, that was me. Luckily, I did notice that we were still on camera. Otherwise, I was full panic attack on the inside. But, we are through on to game 1 soon. What'd you say about LGD Fnatic? Did you say some great things? I'm going to assume you said great things.
Yeah, I did. I said that basically
that.
it was the best trio they could get for stand-ins because they're from the same team, which means they're very much on the same page. So it's more DJ and Jabs adjusting to the 3 of them rather than vice versa, which makes things a little bit easier. But yeah, against a Titan like LGD, you know, Goliath versus David, I don't think the story is going to repeat itself in that way.
Do you think they're more so getting lucky with their results, the way they've played against these teams, or they just faced not the top dogs of the competition yet, and we could see some glaring weaknesses get shown in a series like this?
I think, if I'm completely honest, Fnatic is going to get weaker as the tournament progresses, just because right now nobody really knows what they're doing, because it's like a mix of two teams, two strategies coming together, right? But as the tournament progresses, these will become more obvious, more exploitable, and teams will be more prepared for them. And maybe even now, you know, LGD might expose them. We'll see. Or maybe they might expose LGD. Who knows? We have to wait until game one is live.
Exposing LGD might be a little bit of a stretch. Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on your boat. You know, I think they're the heavy favorite.
Yeah.
I would even go as far and say 80-20, if not more.
I think that's what the odds said. I don't remember, but it was very one-sided. It was very.
Was it as bad as Talon against?
I don't
LGD
think
though?
it was as bad as Talon.
It was like 1-9 or something.
So we'll see if Fnatic or TSM have what it takes to beat this team. It's definitely like when you've got three players, like you said, from the same team. I think the standard situation is probably at its peak. It's not one guy trying to fit into the mix of four different players. It's more, I would almost say, two players from the team that's being stood in for trying to fit into the mix. But they also have, what was it? They have three solid stand-ins from TSM with Tomato, Bryle, and Dubu. Like, I think Dubu is one of the biggest pieces here for TSM, and he can be a big piece here for Fnatic at the same time, right?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, all of them will have to pull their own weight, though. But Dubu is a very good player, obviously. Being around 12k MMR as a support player is not easy, unless you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so we'll see how it ends up going in game number one. We are into the draft, so we are going to make that switch on over, and we'll see what gets picked for both of these teams, how willing LGD is just going to be to stick straight to the meta. You think they pick up something a little bit different?
No.
10 seconds remaining.
PSG.LGD's turn
not
to
happening.
ban. Fnatic's turn to pick.
Quickly through the first phase of bans, LGD with the Razor Tiny ban. Two heroes that are just very solidified in the meta at the moment.
Yeah. We'll just see what the first pick is. I mean, there's Dawnbreaker. There is
PSG.LGD's turn to pick.
RC, of course. And my Dota has this weird bug where I just can't see the Radiant heroes at all.
They'll eventually load in, right?
No. Until the very end, I can't see any of them. It just says the name.
Sure.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, LGD, give us some secret sauce. I want to see some
5 seconds
Sync
remaining.
techies, because I actually believe this new techies is really strong.
Yeah, I mean, I want the techies. You said 1%, though. He said 1%.
No, I didn't say anything. I want it to happen. He was the one who was like, no, I don't know. Xiaoba doesn't want to give it to me. What a bully coach, honestly. Just let the players play what they want to play. Winning is secondary.
What, secondary? Yeah, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if that would ever be said in that room with Zhao 8.
Oh, no.
Turn to pick.
Like, there's already... You know how I can... Oh, that's a Dawnbreaker. My
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Like, the way I imagine... Oh, Shadow Shaman. Okay, ThinQ Classic. The training room of theirs to be set up is every time you say something against Director 8, like, one of the trapdoors activates, you just get, like, you just fall through. You know, under each and every chair, there's, like, layers of trapdoors.
10
You have 3
seconds
strikes.
remaining.
Every time one of the trapdoors opens, after the third time, there's, like, a
5
pit with
seconds
spikes.
remaining.
And you're done.
Okay. Well, that seems similar to Austin Powers when Dr. Evo has his trapdoors.
Hey, I don't know what that is.
How do you not know what Austin Powers is? That was an easy reference for you. Come
Wait,
on.
is Austin Power The guy with where the evil guy is the bald guy and the chair?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay, I know that.
You depressed me for a second.
So I don't watch many movies, dude.
Well, get on it.
Sorry.
Shadow Shaman for the longest time was like a China classic. Granted, this hero gets picked a lot. Second highest base damage, a lot of control, pushing potential, Roche potential. And a lot of time for Fnatic being spent on this pick.
What could they possibly be thinking about?
Whoa.
You are in their brains right now. What do you think?
I guess Warlock is the pick.
Wow. Very smart. And Warlock is very strong together with Marcy too. You throw a guy out of position. They want to re-engage to help the person that's being thrown out of position. You drop the golem.
10
You drop the
seconds
upheaval.
remaining.
Everyone moves at snail speed. Which is kind of mean, to be
5
honest. Like,
seconds
I like
remaining.
snails. I don't know why they're always being compared to something bad.
It's not bad, it's just slow.
Yeah, but
PSG,
I mean, a lot of people have
LGD's
the
turn to
assumption
ban.
that it's bad. Oh, you have slow as a snail. No.
Fnatic's turn
You
to
have slow as
ban.
beak up on a treadmill. Why not like that? I was just kidding, by the way. It was just a random reference.
It was said. It was said.
No, don't be like that. Don't be like that.
It's all right. Warlock
You-
for Fnatic. No,
10
we're going
seconds
on.
remaining.
Hey,
You
I'll
absolutely cannot
cry.
be like that.
Cry in my own time.
5
No,
seconds
you,
remaining.
you have to be more accepting because
Okay. Warlock, Marcy. We've seen how strong the Warlock can be. This is probably putting Marcy into a 4 position. Unless... I mean, would you put Warlock in the 4? It feels like Warlock's just straight 5. All the time.
PSG,
All the
LGD's
time.
turn to ban.
like 100% of the time, all the time.
Yeah. 100% of the time, it works every time.
Yeah.
Let's see. Pango ban, Brewmaster ban.
10
Dawnbreaker
seconds
could be
remaining.
Faith Beyond's hero, could be Wise hero as well. We haven't really seen
5
it
seconds remaining.
in the off lane. But this could just be the 4-5 for them, and they're still looking to pick their cores on the side of LGD, which means there's a lot here for Fnatic to really get out of the way, especially with a lot of comfort available for LGD at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Faith Beyond played a really strong Dawnbreaker at Riyadh, so it's definitely one of the heroes he likes a lot right now.
Mhm.
Wouldn't be surprised if they put it in the off lane. Also, Dawnbreaker Shadow Shaman is an incredibly strong lane, especially if there's already a Warlock. He can't stop the shackle. So whatever carry you pick, he gets shackled, he gets star broken,
PSG,
And Celestial
LGD's
Hammer
turn
is
to
dead.
ban. LGD's turn to pick. Turn to pick.
Zeus. So this could be a 4 Zeus or a mid Zeus. But with the Shadow Shaman already picked up, you have to lean towards it being... Well,
10
I guess it could
seconds
still be a
remaining.
5, right? Are you willing to play the Zeus in the 5 instead? Just
5
support it no matter
seconds
what?
remaining.
nah, it's gonna be mid most of the time. Like, even if it is very flexible, most of the time it always ends up in the mid
Turn
lane,
to
just
pick.
because it's so strong.
Templar
It doesn't really have any
Assassin.
counters in lane. Like, sure, there's some heroes that are hard to lane against, but ultimately, it's a mid hero. Needs levels, needs gold. TA though. Okay. If that's
10
TA in the
seconds
safe lane against
remaining.
Dawnbreaker Shaman, I could foresee a lot of problems.
5 seconds remaining.
PSG, LGD's
Timber.
Timbersaw, okay. They still have answers to this. Monkey King, they actually banned their own Monkey King. They all banned their own Void as well. So Timbersaw might be a little bit of a problem. Ursa is still a thing.
10 seconds remaining.
Ah,
5
there aren't too many heroes
seconds
that lane
remaining.
very well against him, unfortunately. You could go for Medusa too if you wanted to. That would fit the build quite nicely.
See what LGD want here. Would you, with this lineup against you, would you ever think about going into the Tinker for nothing to say? I know that's one of his most secretive picks. But obviously you've got the Zeus now, the Death Prophet. I was thinking if they had kept that mid open with the potential of throwing Zeus as a support in Dawnbreaker 3, but now it's looking Dawnbreaker support, Shadow Shaman support, Zeus mid, Death Prophet 3, and waiting on Ame's hero.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, they do have last pick on LGD, so this could be a Zeus support actually after all.
PSG.LGD's
with a DP middle and Dawnbreaker 3.
ban.
It could be Dawnbreaker 5 Shaman 4. It's very flexible still the entire draft, so hard to tell what they're looking for. But they do ban out the Medusa though, that we said is very strong. That makes a lot of sense. There's Ursa still. That lands quite nicely against
10
Timbersaw.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not too much
Turn
else
to
to be
ban.
honest. That is great against Timber.
Let's see. Medusa, Invoker ban.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe just ban.
5 seconds remaining.
Ame's loved the Jug recently.
Yeah, Jack can sustain himself for
PSG.LGD's turn
It was
quite
to
a while,
ban.
at least.
Okay.
And morphing, okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not too sold on the hero, but a lot of people started liking him a lot more again.
Is there a
10
reason why they
seconds
might
remaining.
start liking the morph again? Feels like that hero may have just been
5
shut
seconds
down
remaining.
quite a bit in terms
I
of
think
the way
people
he's been
learned-
changed.
Yeah, they learned how to play around him a bit better. I still don't think he has like the strongest power specs in the game, but if you play around him and about like his gang timings and just protecting him throughout the like mid game, he does become one of the hardest scaling late game cores. Like level 20 plus, it is incredibly hard to shut down a Morphling. Which nowadays a lot of games are very farm focused, right? So Morphling plays very well into that.
Maybe look to ban, if they're going to go TA safe lane, ban the Void Spirit for mid. Definitely a hero that could jump the back,
Fnatic's
get towards
turn
that
to
Zeus,
pick.
and they end up banning the Coddle.
Banning the Coddle. Yeah, I mean, it would fit the bill, right? Sustain, great nuking power. And Brile also loves to play that hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, what else does Brile like though? Ember Spirit?
PSG.LGD's
CK.
Chaos Knight.
So just move the
Okay.
TA mid.
It's a mid TA, yeah. Against the Zeus, not bad. Now you need to pick a carry that can deal well with CK as well as Timber, and there's not a lot of options left. Because if you pick Ursa against Timber,
10 seconds
you have a bad
remaining.
matchup against CK.
5 seconds
Like they went
remaining.
back to the Phantom Lancer quite a bit, but Phantom Lancer is terrible against Timbersaw. It's quite decent against the rest though, if they want to risk it and try to make that work. Like this carry pick will not be easy.
Taking a lot of time to think about it.
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker.
Select your heroes.
Okay.
So Ame on the Bloodseeker, nothing to say on the Death Prophet mid. Then killing the Shadow Shaman. Why on the 5 Zeus?
5 Zeus. Okay. Well, Bloodseeker is good against Timbersaw, of course, but not great against Templar or CK. I'm a little bit worried for them. So they'll need other heroes to deal with them for him.
So Tomato on the CK, Jubu on that Warlock, DJ on the Mercy, and then you've got Jabs on the Timber, and Brile on the Templar Assassin.
Yeah. I mean, the lineup can work. It's just, again, they're not super stun heavy. I guess they have 2 targeted stuns, which isn't terrible. But against the Bloodseeker and a team fight, it can get very problematic if he just like runs around and there's not a whole lot you can do to really stop him. But again, this Shaman Dawnbreaker lane is going to be very tough for the Chaos Net, I think.
So what do you give him percentage-wise?
You mean what team I think will win?
Yeah.
I do think LGD is slightly favored. Draft-wise, 55-45. Nothing major.
But
both drafts.
does that include who the teams are and who's playing, or are you just going strictly
just
off the
purely
drafts? Okay.
If the teams and the players are in the consideration, I would say probably 65-35, 70-30, something like that.
Right.
Prepare for battle.
How would you be, Coppers? Knoppers?
I'm interested to see how the Bloodseeker does, but I kind of like the Fnatic lineup. I would say just drafts alone, I agree that it's pretty close. But LGD have yet to be stopped, so until they do, I feel like I have to go with them.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see what we can make happen.
I suppose. Uh-oh. Early first blood here. And it's going to go to Jabs.
Blood. I cut you, and I split you, and I killed
That's
you.
a
That was very easy to kill that Zeus, just too far forward.
How did that happen? Was he just in the river and got tossed back?
He was on the high ground, and they walked up and killed him.
He didn't react?
No?
30 seconds to
Right.
battle.
Maybe why a little bit, didn't have his coffee yet?
Sure. I guess that is what you can say. They might even be waiting for another kill if they catch somebody, but Ame looking for the high 5. And Y might be the target again, by the way.
The battle
Uh-oh.
begins.
Oh, Y. They didn't go to the rebound this time. It's disposed once more. DJ picks up the bounty rune, and they bring Y low again. Almost killing him twice before the horn.
Almost trust you.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure what to think about the 5 Zeus, to be honest. It can work, but you really are quite reliant on winning the lane. And if you don't, then what do you really offer, you know?
Dispose again. DJ just causing a lot of issues. And not really much Zeus can do with a level 1 heavenly jump, too. Interested to see what the build is here for Y on this Zeus, as DJ's just sticking onto the Zeus like a fly trap.
Yeah, you want to give Timbersaw as much solo experience as possible. So that makes perfect sense. Now White finally in the lane, but what can he really do unless to support Zeus? We'll see.
Mid lane, nothing to say. We'll see what he's able to accomplish here up against the TA. Right on the TA at the moment, 6-0. And
Yep.
where would you give the advantage? Do you give it to the TA to start off? Or
No, it's
to
a
the
little
Death Prophet?
Death Prophet favorite, actually. Once you get into the level 2 Siphon, it takes off the refraction charges. And yeah, once that happens, the lane's pretty simple for Death Prophet. But like, it's not like you dominate here. You will both just farm.
We'll see how that lane ends up moving itself. Y still looking for that level 2. You've got Jabs at level 2 here too. And at what point is Ame really going to look to turn it on? Ooh, they might catch Jabs if he's not quick enough on the Timber Chain. Threw the blood right down, and they slowed him up with the help of the Heavenly Jump. I was getting low, getting right click down, but Ame's taking a lot of damage from both Jabs and DJ. Got the rebound, and they just don't have the dispose. It's on cooldown for 2 more seconds. Now finally off of it.
Yeah, well, Bloodseeker is going to be just fine here. Heal himself back up with all the creep kills. And as long as Jabs is low HP, he's going to be quite quick.
stopping
back to
that
full
cell.
health already.
Yeah, for Ame, that is. Jab's still dealing with about half his health. And we'll see if they can hold it. Maybe even think about going on DJ if he makes the aggressive move with the rebound. You just throw down a Heavenly Jump and a Blood Right. You'd find yourself without a Marcy. The focus was on Jabs at first, but he's still a tough target to kill.
Yeah, but they keep him quite low, taking a lot of damage. How's the bot lane looking?
Yeah, I was just about to say, how is this bot lane going?
CK is actually doing quite fine here. I mean, it's one of the stronger carries lane against.
Celestial Hammer. And just a little bit of damage, but he has the Shadow Word. Faith Beyond using that to maybe jump in a little bit, get these creeps. Jabs again, Timber Chains away, so he's forced to leave once more. And it is keeping the lane pretty open for Ame. Goes across with a Timber Chain, and now they've got the Blood Right. Jabs, ooh, hit with it. Now he's really low. He's silenced for a long time. Finally has the Timber Chain, but it's not going to matter with the kill from Y. As he uses that level 2 Lightning Bolt.
Yeah. I'm very curious why Jabs, not Jabs, why DJ actually TP'd middle. There was nothing there for him to do. Instantly gets tipped also by nothing to say. He's like, what are you doing here, man?
Fortunes change.
So once Bloodseeker hits level 6, this lane might get really difficult for Jabs.
Yeah, they've been working against this Timber pretty easily. He's only 10-4.
Yeah, Bloodseeker is really annoying to lane against.
After he got that first blood, it felt like his time in this game was going to go much easier than this, but at this point in time, it really is not easy at all.
Yeah, a lot of pressure also on Bryle. His HP is so low that armor on the Bloodseeker is very quick. Also got his power transfer now. I mean, phase boot, sorry.
So has the phase boots.
Speedy boy.
And we'll see. By the way, why? He bought a sentry, so I wasn't too stupid in the show match when I had a couple early sentries.
No, sentries are great on Zeus.
That's what I was saying.
Well, who said otherwise?
Well, I heard I was being made fun of for buying sentries. I took offense to that.
Good.
Bottom lane, they've got 3 heroes here with DJ making the rotation. They'll find Xingqiu and, well, Faith Beyond. I'm not sure he can help, but maybe he can get a kill afterwards. Oh, the Starbreaker's enough. Gives him the opportunity to get the lockdown, and here comes Y, the position 5 Zeus. They get the kill on a Tomato. They look over at DJ. Dubu's also low. The rebound the other way that is supposed to at least get a trade. Y, he has the Heavenly Jump, and, well, Faith Beyond should eventually have the damage to get this kill. Doesn't have the mana for the Starbreaker or the Celestial Hammer, but eventually the right-click damage is there, and they'll end up getting 2, one of those being the CK. That's big.
Yeah, bottle refill right away as well. From the Shaman, thank you, sir. Yeah, Bloodseeker is definitely one of the best heroes to just solo sustain against the Timber Saw, at least until level 6.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ooh. Lift the creep wave under the tower.
Hey!
Jab's kind of abusing this, but Ame again just trying to heal up and get this CS. Don't have a glyph again, so this time the Blood Right will hit. 3 heroes again bottom for the side of LGD. They brought nothing to say in, and they might just want to Exorcism and clean up this tier 1 to make sure that they can slow down this game of the Chaos Knight.
Yeah, if at all possible. I mean, this lane is very strong. Starbreaker in general. Oh, Exorcism popped. Looking for Dubu. Are they?
Yeah, they do want to just secure the tower, that's for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I'm
attack.
starting to get a little bit low in the top lane.
Ooh, Solar Guardian. And let's see, they get the kill on a Bryle. They bring Faith Beyond over. They have the Exorcism, and well, look at that. TA ends up going down. Ame a little bit low. The Chakram lands, and they get the kill there onto the Bloodseeker. They have the Rupture. They have the Silence onto Jabs, but they're going to need some help. Y can't do this on his own. He goes to the Heavenly Jump, but DJ right by rebounds.
and has the dispose, so it should be 2 kills
around the corner.
in the top lane. But Faith Beyond with the Celestial Hammer gets the damage to kill off the Timbersaw while he's TPing out. Starbreaker misses DJ, who just sidesteps the hammer, but they've got nothing to say. They have Zinq here and the shackle to hold him down while he actually ends up getting the last hit with the damage from those
Dire's
shackles.
middle tower is under
Getting
attack.
spicy. Oh, looking good. Nice kill on the Bloodseeker though from Jabs. Nice chakram. He was really fast. Hitting that was not easy.
So now Faith Beyond takes over top spot in the net worth. We've got Bryle, though, cleaning up some stacks. He's now on par with nothing to say, and he should get up to where the CK is. Finding a lot of those neutrals. But Ame, he's getting close to that Maelstrom. Why? Heavenly Jump, slowing down DJ. Nothing to say is here. You've got 3 heroes nearby, as well as the TA just over to the triangle.
Yeah, they want to break open the top side of the map. They have to as well. They bring in all 5 heroes. Actually, Warlock is taking middle because he wants level 6. But yeah, this top lane should not be able to withstand any more pressure. Timbersaw is a little bit too strong right now.
Do they go to defend it? They have Solar Guardian. And they have a glyph.
Very
Dire's
difficult.
top tower is
No,
under
actually,
attack.
I think they just give them an up. Yeah.
Yes, bounty.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Zinq about to hit 6. Just closing in on 6, but he just hit level 5 recently. They will get the ward. I believe the gold went to Y. Yeah. And they'll throw these Serpent Wards over on the tier 1 tower as well as the Exorcism. I wonder if
Radiant's middle tower is
what
under
else they're
attack.
going to use the Exorcism for, because dropping both the wards and the Exorcism feels like
Radiant's
a
middle
big
tower has fallen.
For the twin.
amount committed to just that tower.
But it's also the most important tower of the map
Right.
now, so it does make a lot of sense. Bryle is being pushed out as well.
But now nothing to say. He's all by himself. Huber's here, Solar Guardian trying to heal him off, but they've got the Reality Rift. Here comes the Fatal Bonds. And DJ, he's going to die to Faith Beyond, but these 3 heroes are connected. Need to be careful about the damage coming in and the Timbersaw coming from behind. Looking to get the kill on a Y, but they still don't have it up there. A double damage on Ame while they chase Faith Beyond. Look at this. They're really just chasing this Dawnbreaker while they're going after the Timbersaw. Faith Beyond still not dead. He rips through the timber, and now,
Bloodseeker's
well,
fast.
Fnatic, they've kind of overplayed their hand. They dropped down the Chaotic Offering. Nobody dead on the side of LGD just yet. And if you're really thinking about it, Ame with the speed might be able to chase, but doesn't choose to do so.
Man, this is outplaying again. LGD is just so nice to watch on these LAN tournaments when they're really turning it up a notch. I
Really
thought
just-
for sure Deathstroke was gonna die when it was
Yeah.
isolated there, but no. Calculated it very well.
Solar Guardian's strong, and it's only level 1 at the moment. Like, he's getting into the Echo Saber. He's about to hit level 10. When he gets to level 2 in the Solar Guardian, I don't know if Fnatic are going to have the quick damage other than the Meld Strike and the TA damage to burst someone down through it, right? Maybe the CK helps, but we'll see what Tomato is able to do in these fights. He's still lacking the armlet.
Yeah, I'm just around the corner though. What, like 300 gold away. Once that's up, his damage output is going to be amped up a lot. But armor on the Bloodseeker is just very rich. Yes. Okay, yeah. He's going to BKB into me only the standard build. Bloodseeker with a start like this is going to be very strong against Timbersaw.
Gold!
So, right now, Bryle sitting about 100 gold behind the Dawnbreaker, but you see how far ahead Ame is. Got himself 1,000 gold split between anybody on the side of Fnatic. DJ's out of there while Y, nothing to say, look over, but
Now finally some arcane boots on the Zeus. He's
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Darkness prevail. Ashes into ashes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And he was also way more tanky than
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, Blink Hacks, that's the debut of the Blink Dagger from Xinq. They find themselves Bryle. They'll go after the TA. They've got the Thunder God's Wrath, and he clipped himself with the rebound. So, he'll put nothing to say on the cliff, too. But 2 heroes dead, he'll TP towards top and use that Exorcism to continue to push out and farm. So, he's getting close to the BKB, and they lose 2 more heroes.
Yeah, Arm still continuing to be very rich. And Timado, who's supposed to be the multiple counter, is in fact not farming very well at all.
So they've moved it up to a 3k lead.
Yeah, still a lot of plays to be had. There are no golem for 2 minutes, so I'm expecting continued aggression from LGD. Even more so once the BKB is completed.
I'll try and get into that Desolator. He's kind of up there with Jabs in terms of farm, but BKBs are going to come out. We'll see if it's enough to withstand the throwing power of damage coming out from Fnatic. They'll have one soon on Nothing to Say. They'll have one soon on Ame. He's not as close, but
Dire's bottom tower
close to the
is under
Ogre Axe,
attack.
and then another 1,500 gold to get to that recipe as well.
Yeah,
Fnatic.
those BKBs are going to be very tough to fight back.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do so, especially with the BKBs, and then Solar Guardian to fight into the sustain that's there.
I think it's time again to just wait for level 12 on the Death Prophet. Then you do Roshan, you have the Shaman Wards as well. Should be a pretty simple affair.
What's the game plan here for Fnatic to kind of... They're not out of this game by any means. They're only 3k behind, but to put them in a driving seat, to make them feel comfortable going forward.
Win a small skirmish, get Roche. That's what you're building the Desolator for. But until then, I think the only play you really have right now is farm away. You've got the wall up goal, potentially turn around the fight or two, but...
Radiant structures
Dropping the
are
wards to the bottom.
fortified.
Okay.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Very early wards being committed down there. And they just want to use it as a distraction. You see, they're not even forcing it.
Maybe looking to catch anybody who's responding.
I mean, the tower is taking a lot of damage still. No one's showing.
Yeah, DJ and Dubu not showing themselves, and LGD have gone together, and they've gotten themselves a 3-man smoke looking over towards potentially top with Faith Beyond sitting there. He sees Jabs, and he's going to start to walk back, but they go into the triangle, and they'll find Bryle instead. But a God's Wrath, there's the Exorcism. They've got the Solar Guardian with the Shackles holding on to Bryle. They'll get a kill on the Templar Assassin.
What? That was level 2 Exo, right?
Yeah, they should be able to just walk into the pit.
Yeah. This is also perfectly timed with Arm's BKB. Like, everything is just perfectly matched together every time with LGD. They're actually going out of the pit again, looking for fight.
Xinq with the blink, he's got the Hex, and well, Dubu's caught. Dubu's silence thanks to the Bloodright, and they have the damage from Faith Beyond with the Celestial Hammer. They gave up on doing Roche. They put it down to about 60% health, and the Exorcism's going to be over, so we'll see if LGD are even willing to go back into the pit without that.
No, no need to force anything. You can just wait for the cooldown. Then once that's up, you just go back in. Because there's no Desert right now on TA, which you know. There's no real rush to do anything. Faith Bjorn is also very rich, close to his BKB if he wants to assemble and disassemble the Echo Saber.
And he just needs the recipe.
Yeah, almost plate mate also on Nothing to Say, so he's going to be very tanky. Lots of good pieces coming together for LGD once more.
Rupture on a Brile, blood right down. He's going to run past it. He's got the team coming over, so they're not going to chase on LGD just yet. But they do have all 5 heroes.
Always want to be respecting the golem.
And up towards top, and they might be able to find jabs.
Dire's bottom tower.
Remember Roche is the shaman one.
Radiant are scanning.
This time they'll use the wards to go for Roche.
They're not going to be super tanky though, like they're all taking quite a bit of damage. The Warlock Golem really ruined them here.
Ooh, thinking about it.
Dire's
Blood right down. Chakram still on them. Celestial Hammer, and there's the Chaotic Offering, but they get the kill on Erosion. Ends up being snatched by Ame. Shackle, Thor Guardian, the focus is on to the Timber Saw. They've got 4 heroes around him. They'll get the kill to Jeff. They'll look over now at Tomato. Tomato with the blood right down below him. They'll get the kill and take out a second. CK's gone. The chase is on for more.
Rupture in 5.
Ame, yeah, he's got Rupture in 5. He'll pop the BKB. He'll still chase after Brile, who's under the tier 2 tower. He's got DJ nearby. Rebound speeding him up. The blood right still hits, and the BKB will wear off, and Ame will turn around.
Yeah, I couldn't find him in the trees, unfortunately. But yeah, nice steal of the Roche and kill at least, I guess, by the Warlock drop. Pretty lucky, but gets it nonetheless. So not as big of a problem as it could have been, but otherwise, like I said, okay, plus gold.
Lane, nothing to say. Oi!
Popped Exorcism.
Yeah, he just popped Exorcism. Xinq's gonna die too. Meld Strike. Brile gets a little bit of revenge there, and that is gonna be Exo on cooldown for a while. He popped it right as he was taking that last shot to die.
Yeah, if Jeb is not too careful and goes for a next wave, if he gets ruptured, I think he will die.
Dire's middle tower is under
Faith has that BKB now. He's going into the Shard. Trying to pick up that magic immunity while using that Starbreaker. They went up towards top to try and find Ame, but he's already out of the lane. He left.
I'm very worried for this Chaos Knight. Look at his net worth. Not really existent. The gold lead is not crazy though. It's just 3k.
No, it's not out of control, but you look at where Tomato is. He's pretty low, all things considered. Lowest of the cores, just behind Nothing to Say on the mid Death Prophet. And the supports on LGD do have quite a bit of gold as well, but the real leader at the moment is Ame.
Yeah, Ame's getting very big, almost into the Mjolnir as well. Once that's up, his damage output is going to be crazy. They're looking at Warlock.
Behind the tier 2 tower. We'll see if he's safe. Celestial Hammer takes out the trees while they put some pressure onto the tier 2 in the bottom lane. There's 3 heroes top for Fnatic. And Dugu ruptured and, well, hit by that blood right, silenced, then chased to his death. Meanwhile, over mid, Nothing to Say pops his BKB. And we're trying to go in on the Death Prophet.
They're still chasing him, I think. DJ has a blink. Okay, never mind.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He was pulling him into the right side of the river. They should, and they did stop. I was going to say, I understand that LGD could probably respond pretty quickly.
Look at Xinq. He has Boots of Travels queued up on a Shaman. It's very interesting if you actually choose to go through with that. To be able to
finished.
Silence any sort of split pushing.
Are scanning.
He's almost got it. He's using that Philosopher's Stone, the fillet, to at least trying to get to it quicker, and he clears waves pretty quickly, so should be no problem for him to get to this. Double damage top.
Big. Very big. Going to the Basher next. So once that's up, even BKB TA won't be able to fight him. DDTA though, he can shred a Bloodseeker, no problem.
Man, now he's got that BKB. Disassemble the Dragon Lance, finishes off the BKB, and now there's that Blink 2 for the CK. Tomato, Blink Echo Saber
armlet, and then he queues up the BKB. That's going to be a little ways out. He can also do the same with the Echo Saber, disassemble it, and the BKB a little bit quicker. But there's the Blink as well as the Hex. They go into the Thunder God draft. The Solar Guardian comes down with the Serpent Wards committed. They'll drop down, get the kill on the DJ, but Ryle just destroys ZQ, but loses his life in return. But the BKB's already being popped here by the side of LGD. They've taken out 3 of these heroes. They'll look for the goal, and they'll chase on to Jabs. Jabs throws the Chakram with no BKB left. For the Death Prophet, nothing to say, has to hold his ground and just go for the tier 2 tower. But not a bad consolation prize when you can't kill the Timbersaw.
Yeah, I would love to see a replay of that again. I don't know what happened to the TH. It just evaporated off this planet.
Radiant's middle tower
Just
has
gone.
fallen.
Or like a solar bombardment or something. Now Bash has done a Bloodseeker.
I'm not going to risk going in on any of these heroes. He's stalking, that's for sure. Blink, Chaos Bolt, and this is while we see the replay. Jabs is in, and we look at the replay. You can see that Bryle just gets obliterated. And
all by Bloodseeker, huh?
yeah, when we get back into the live fight, they've got themselves the Fatal Bonds on 3 of these heroes. They got the damage coming out from wide. Starbreaker in, jumps up Jabs, and Ame's now unstoppable. They want to go for Tomato. They've got the Rupture, and he's going to start to run away, but he's slowed up thanks to the trap from Bryle. Shadow Worded using that armlet. Blood right down again. He's getting really low. Ame's just going for it. He doesn't care, but he's dead. What? Ame right past the tier 2, right into Feedland, and well, he's gone. DJ, he'll fall, but not before he gets to dispose on ZQ. They'll take it a second. They fought back on Jabs for that, though.
Alright, Ame, that was
cocky.
Not cocky, that was insane.
Tomato's playing with fire.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, but Ame is playing with death.
Yeah, for sure.
That was, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. It was crazy. Ame always had these moments, right, where he's like a genius.
Going in too far.
He's like, yeah. It would have been a great play if he had BKB.
Yeah, sure.
But he didn't.
At that time, he didn't.
Yeah, it was like 10 seconds cooldown. Maybe he thought it on the old patch.
He just kind of fed there. Oh, ZQ? Blink on cooldown. Otherwise, he might have been able to grab Dubu on that one.
Where does it leave us? Dawnbreaker is big, Death Prophet is big, Bloodseeker is very big.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, they're looking for a nice fight.
Yeah, they've got Dawnbreaker. The damage on the base beyond still not enough. BKB to go to the Rupture. Blood right down, and Ame, he's moving pretty quickly. Thinking about going into the Chaotic Offering, and now they look over at Jabs on the other side of the fight. The Chaotic Offering gets dropped to save the life of Tomato, but the damage out on from Ame. They'll get themselves at least the CK. They'll take out DJ and Bryle. Jabs now on the run. He bought back in that previous fight, so he'd be dead for a long time if he goes down again. These heroes don't have buyback on the side of Fnatic, so there's no help for him, but he does have the Timber Chain to escape.
Yeah, and Blackbeard's just gonna be hitting up on the creep wave. I believe we got like 2 kills with the Mjolnir. Just all the Mjolnir procs and whatnot. They still have DPO too, which has just got level 3. So that high ground, do they want to go? It's pretty risky. Well, he
Look how
says yes.
slow enough at the same moves.
Under attack.
Well, Upheaval is a great spell. You
Radiant
remember the old
structures
DP?
are
The
fortified.
tower would be dead already.
That fight had gone well there for Fnatic. It would have been right back in this one, but LGD just overwhelming them for the moment. Is there a point in time where you see Fnatic have like a power spike enough to fight back more efficiently?
The problem is the CK. Like, CK was supposed to be counter to Bloodseeker, but he just can't get a game going. So Bloodseeker is free to do whatever he wants in those fights.
Push up in 4.
Yeah, they got Charm Awards for that. DPO was used under a cane, so that's almost back up. Maybe if they can sneak a Roshan real quick. They know it's up. And I don't think LGD knows it's up.
Now they're gonna know now though, because Zinky walked into the pit.
Now they know, yeah.
Yeah, walked in with an invis rune. It's tough because I feel like Fnatic do kind of need to make that play, but with Zinky using the invis to get over there, they know as well. So this could be a dangerous move for Fnatic if they were to go that way. It's not looking like they are going to take that chance, but LGD, they're fully smoked as 5, and they might be looking for a fight, potentially Roche, or just end the game.
Oh yeah, if they get Roche.
But I got draft. Blink Hex out onto this Marcy. They'll take the life of DJ. They'll send the rest of the team moving backwards. And again, LGD, they'll sit by the pit.
Yeah, that's how you can easily make a suicide work. Use his ult, has all the blink in him, I'm gonna say.
And they got the 3-second stun. They're gonna buy back on DJ. DJ trying to get in with the dispose. He blinked in, but couldn't get the dispose out. Now they're going to try and stop this Roche. They don't have Chaotic offering for another 3 seconds. It might time out right, but I don't know if he's going to get close enough to the pit. They've got the Hex. They have the Shackle. The Hex was out on the Jabs, and the Shackles are on a Bryle. They'll throw down the Solar Guardian. Jabs trying to fight, but they found themselves the Rupture. Bryle will get healed off. He's going to be gone for 65 seconds. He does have buyback, but there's the Hex. There's the Shackle. Down goes Jabs. And, well, LGD, they're not really losing anything. They go after Tomato. They'll take out a third. They're still without a death on the side of LGD as Cuban TP's back to base. And DJ's running and hiding for cover.
Yeah, 20k gold at this point looks pretty insurmountable. Like, they just dropped... they just scaled too well into the lane game as well. So, yeah, once again, LG just showing the prowess. Team fight executions and everything.
Radiant's
it's
top tower
just on a different level right now.
Ooh, Ame.
Okay, Ame.
Again.
It's all good, buddy.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
It's gonna fall. No real chance to defend it at all. Jabs to level 40. They could even go to one side if they really wanted to.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Or they can just take it real slow. They don't need to do anything. They're in such a commanding position.
And there's really nothing they need to do, and they can do things like that and just get a kill on the DJ. Yeah, he was
without ult?
Dead
Even.
top.
You got solo killed without ult. That's
Radiant's top
very
tower
interesting.
is under attack.
Double Shackle, double Ether Shock, double Hex. Yeah, I guess he was just disabled forever.
Yeah. That'll make it easy for you. Double damage sitting bottom, by the way, and Ame's going to spot this. He's got the Aegis for another 3 minutes going into the Refresher Orb. But,
he has Blink the Bristle also.
Yeah, they're up 25k just about. I don't really know what else they need to finish the game, but again, we've seen from these Chinese teams before, they want to play a little conservative and just secure the game. Make sure everything goes the way.
Double damage.
Wow, this could be the last smoke that we see in this game. They are about to stumble upon Jabs, perhaps? No. They have Shaman Wards for this, they have DP ult for that as well. Oh, they're spotting Bryle soon. Ultimato, who's the lucky one? No one just yet.
I'm in
Oh,
smoke.
they smoked.
Nothing to say. That's your smoke going down, and maybe he was anticipating people coming over to try and look at those wards that they placed down. All right, well, Tomato unable to really hold on to anybody too tightly. But on the other side of the fight, they've got the Solar Guardian as well as Y in trouble with a heavily jump. Not going to save him from the last right click coming in from Bryle. They get the kill on the Tomato. The right click's in from Faith Beyond, the Celestial Hammer down, and they'll blink in front of him, making sure he's locked up in between him and the trees. They'll take out Jabs. They'll call GG, and LGD will take game number 1.
Well played, LGD again. I mean, you can't really say
LGD
the whole lot of LGD played them or class them once more. It's very tough to go up against a team like LGD. Like, I didn't really see the greatest hero, but they just came up with the Bloodseeker. They figured out that all right, we got the Shaman Dawnbreaker lane, so the counter to the Bloodseeker, which is the CK, will be under a lot of pressure. He won't be the richest, so they can't really deal with him at all. That's exactly what happened. The +5 Zeus was used to perfection. Every time anything happened, Zeus ult, Xingqiu directly jumps in, gets a support, gets a core. It was just so simple for them. Like, whenever they play Dota, it looks so simple, even though it's like probably the most complicated game out there. Yeah, it's kind of silly.
Yeah, really, KD-wise, the only one who goes negative is Y, but he also had 24 assists, so can't forget that. And he did so much in that game. Like you said, that combination was very brutal, and it was brutal because Xingqiu had a lot of farm early, right? Like, he had a very fast Blink Dagger for a Shadow Shaman. He was 2k ahead of any support and was just able to jump on these heroes early on in the fight, and that caused LGD to have a quick opening with the Hex and the Shackles to just, expand their net worth lead, right? Like, Fnatic didn't really find themselves with many answers throughout the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't actually know what they could have done differently with the draft they were presented with. Maybe like bot lane could have gone a little bit better because they needed the big CK, and every rotation they made, like when White defeated bottom and they actually got the kill on Timado rather than, I think, Xingqiu dying. The only reason why Xingqiu lived, by the way, is because he bought like a casual fluffy head. Otherwise, that fight goes completely a different way. Timado doesn't die. Maybe his early game is a lot better, and he will be able to answer that aggression of LGD. But the way it turned out, they were unstoppable once more.
Yeah, and Ame seemed like he was just rolling from the start, and that ends up being where LGD take a 1-0 lead over Fnatic, and we'll be back with Game 2 in just a moment. We're going to take a short break, and then that'll be followed up by Game number 2. So stay tuned. We'll be right on back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
PSG.LGD victory.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy, howdy. It's about to get rough and rowdy here in game number 2 of Fnatic and LGD here at the Arlington Major. But vicariously through the stream, you guys are here in Texas with the Major. Not us, so we are located elsewhere. But you know what I mean. We're all in Texas in some way, shape, or form. As I've got barbecue getting ready to be cooked later today. I've got cowboy boots on my feet. I won't show you to prove it. And I think it should be some good Dota the entire time. It's the rootinest, tootinest, best Dota in the area south of the Mason-Dixon line, for sure. Do you agree?
Couldn't have said it better myself. Of course.
Okay,
of course.
thank God. Yeah. I was like worried. I saw the face of judgment. I was like, all right, well, maybe he doesn't agree. Maybe he doesn't know where the Mason-Dixon line is. He probably doesn't anyway. But
I don't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sure.
I want to make you look smart. It's my job. So yeah, whatever you said just now, Dixie Mixie, completely agree.
Mixie, completely agree. Okay, cool. What do you agree with these odds? 1.19 it said there for LGD, and 4.55 for the side of Fnatic.
What did they say? 80%?
Something like that.
Yeah, sounds like it looks like that in the odds as well, ish. So yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, we also saw in game 1 they just outdrafted, outplayed, outpaced, out individually skilled. Like it's rough, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's rough. And like I said, we're getting rowdy. Yeah, you could. But it is hard for Fnatic, and it is really TSM with 2 Fnatic stand-ins at this point. And well, they're going to try and figure out if they can beat LGD. And it's going to be tough. No team has been able to figure it out just yet. Ame seems to have a perfect game no matter what he does. And, well, minus running in past the tier 2s and dying without BKB, he played pretty perfectly that game. And they need to shut him down. But there are other heroes and players on this team that are ready to take his place as the guy who carries the game. And we've seen Nothing to Say do that at times, too. So we'll see what happens. What do you need? I said shut down Ame. But what do you need specifically for Fnatic to beat LGD? What has to go right?
You need a better draft, or an even draft at least, and a draft that focuses on crushing lanes. I think the best way to combat LGD is you destroy 2 lanes minimum, and you don't even let them get any chance back into the game. So minute 20, 25, you have such an insurmountable lead that even LGD with their team play and team fight prowess, they can't make it back into the game. That's usually also how we, when we saw Secret beat them 2-0 at Riyadh, I think it was 2-0. Yeah, it was exactly like that. They had a strong laning phase plus a massive amount of sustain. They go into team fights. LGD doesn't have the damage, no matter what they do or how well they play. Game was over.
Yeah, and teams might want to take a look at what they were able to do there for Secret, because that was the last time LGD lost, I think, was that series. And, LGD's been on a roll ever since then. And you need to kind of find the pieces to get it to go your way. And obviously that stems from the draft. And I think, LGD have looked perfect, but there are definitely things you can kind of expose on them with the fact they, like that Ame death could have been way more exploited than I think it was. But also LGD at that point were a little bit far ahead, and it's hard to exploit a point like that. But like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of where you take advantage of LGD's mistakes.
I mean, at that point, as I said, they were kind of just playing around a little bit. Like, he would never chase that far if they weren't feeling very comfortable.
Maybe. I don't know. It is Ame at times. He does do
that's
that.
true too. But like, I'm just gonna assume that he won't do it because it cost him a TI once. I don't think he will do that again. It's probably left bad marks. A branded memory for sure.
Speaking of Texas,
yeah. Why not?
Why not indeed? And we'll see if they can beat LGD. I think LGD right now they're playing some pretty good Dota. I think they've been playing good Dota since Riyadh. And again, I think you do, if you're a team going up against LGD, you have to look at what Secret did right. And I think the drafts were very particular to Secret too. I haven't really seen many drafts that have kind of done the same thing that Secret did in those 2 games against LGD, right? I think we saw one draft earlier today or it might have been even yesterday, that brought the Chen into the mix, but Secret was playing like those super sustained drafts, right? And LGD didn't know how to really find a way through it, and Secret overwhelmed them in both those games. Like, that is definitely good tape to watch.
Yeah, especially because then Team Spirit beat Secret and LGD crushed Secret. Team Spirit.
Yeah.
So it was like this triangle, and maybe luckily for LGD, they didn't have to play Secret in the final, because we don't know if they figured it out yet or not. No one does.
It was very close, timing-wise, I believe. It was only, 2 series for LGD since they had played Secret in that Riyadh Masters, and now I guess you wonder if LGD have kind of learned from that as well with that loss to Secret. So we'll have to take a look when they do get into this draft if it's going to be anything a little bit different. I think LGD have definitely sticked very close to the meta, as have all these teams. Like you were talking about, it's been very on meta brand. There hasn't been much outliers in terms of what teams have been picking when it comes down to draft time that have been off of what we're just seeing more and more of, like the Tinies, the Razors. Timber's kind of been in the meta as well. He's been banned and picked quite often. Like, it just seems like there's nobody really doing something off meta brand, right?
Yeah, but I think that's just a consequence of the patch being around for so long. Sure, there's like some number changes here and there, and have been like every 3 months, but it doesn't really redefine the meta. The meta is still pretty much the same. It's very heavily focused on snowballing. It's very heavily focused on laning stages. It's controlling the space of the enemy. And once it's done, comebacks are almost impossible in this patch.
Right.
Which is why we see like a lot of very one-sided games, unfortunately. But it's just the nature of Dota right now.
Yeah. So anything that you think Fnatic can pull out here that might catch LGD off guard? Well, really, TSM or Fnatic? Do you know anything that they're gonna really pick out?
Just pick strong lanes, really. Just pick strong lanes. If you're the underdog in a game or a quote-unquote less skilled team, just win the lanes. Dota becomes a lot easier to play when you have stuns and win the lanes.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the draft. We'll get into game number 2 and see if they draft accordingly. And that first ban from Fnatic is going to be that nothing to say puck. It's not like Beastcoast, who do throw it in the off lane from time to time, and they've actually done that recently and won with it. So LGD, they'll go to the Razor ban as well. And they've definitely, especially with the amount of times that they had seen OG in Riyadh too, it's like, ban the Razor, make sure you're not up against it, because that hero has been quite strong and shown up to be just as strong as people think it is, if not stronger.
Yeah. It had a rough showing today, though. A couple of rough showings, in fact, where the lane just doesn't go well at all. He can't really transition into a strong mid game with that BKB timing. It's too late. and he just kind of becomes a walking feed, I suppose. But yeah, like teams that know how to really make it work, like LGD, you don't want to give them that razor. And apparently, they think Fnatic is one of those teams as well.
LGD turn to pick.
It's going to be Marcy again? Maybe. Potentially. I didn't like the Fnatic draft anymore as soon as they picked Timbersaw. I feel Timbersaw plus TA plus Warlock.
LGD's turn to pick.
It's just not a good draft anymore because there's just no lockdown. You're very reliant on them running at you. And LGD knows how to outplay if you don't have any like fight stoppers, right? No stunts. Like, what do? They just run you over. Same opening again.
Remaining.
What did they pick last time? Shaman plus Dawnbreaker?
Yeah, it was the
5
Dawnbreaker
seconds remaining.
first pick.
LGD's turn to pick.
Pangolier, which it can go in multiple areas.
Oh, Pangolier this time. Interesting. Usually the winning team doesn't mix anything up, though.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
And then they go to the Dazzle. So Dazzle's been very strong.
Yeah, so they go a little bit more defensively this time around. Dazzle and Pangolier, two great heroes, though. Probably nothing to say is Pangolier. I'm sure Faith Beyond and Think you can also play it, but usually when they pick it up,
10 seconds
it is in the
remaining.
mid lane.
5 seconds remaining.
So let's see what they pair up with this Marcy again. I felt like Marcy, there was points where it did well, but I'm wondering, as the game goes on, it feels like Marcy's power spike just evaporates.
I mean, Marcy is really good if you can get up to some sort of items like Blink Dagger, BKB. You can keep scaling a little bit. She doesn't really have any farming mechanics, though. So the problem is that you really need to be on top of your game every time. Like, you need to be part of all the kills.
Fnatic's
You get kills
turn
yourself.
to
You get assists.
Templar
It's a very
Assassin.
difficult hero to pull off, in my opinion. Going back to the TA again.
LGD's turn to ban.
Ban out the Viper. Ban out all the TA counters.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Trying to think what they're going to do with the TA, if it's just going to be the same thing again and throw it on Brile. How it's going to lane up against whatever Nothing to Say goes
10
on.
seconds remaining.
Well, they have last pick again, so
5 seconds
it's a little bit more
remaining.
dangerous.
Fnatic's
I don't like
turn
the middle of
to
the damage
ban.
last pick.
Certainly not fun. But they commit to it in the second pick.
10 seconds
Yeah, I mean, Tia
remaining.
is a very strong hero, for sure. I just don't like it in the mid. For me,
5
Tia should just be in the
seconds
carry lane
remaining.
pretty much every time. Unless you have a very active carry.
And the Dawnbreaker, we saw how strong that was in the hands of Faith Beyond. As Pango isn't necessarily in the off lane or mid, we've seen Xingqiu on it before too. We've also seen how perfect Nothing to Say can play and bounce his heroes. He really knows how to use that Rolling Thunder
LGD's
to a T.
turn to ban.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, his first Pangolier debut was, not the greatest, let's put it that way, at TI in the finals, I believe. And I think it also left a mark on him, right? Like, if you ever have such an
10
experience, you definitely want to
remaining.
master that hero, just so it can never happen again.
5 seconds remaining. LGD's
Night
turn to
Stalker.
pick.
Winter
Oh my
Wyvern.
god, dude, this draft is so insanely annoying to play against. You have saves from Dazzle. Dazzle can save the Winter Wyvern. Winter Wyvern can save the Dazzle. If they pick
10
something like a Legion
seconds
Commander
remaining.
next, they just save each other all the
5
time.
seconds remaining.
But yeah, they have to pick two heroes now, and then Fnatic, PSG.LGD can pick accordingly. That's why I think second pick is so strong. You just have the answer 3 times in a single draft.
Do you think that maybe the way the drafting order should be changed?
Maybe. But I wouldn't know like what to really do about it. I think the drafting order is not fine, like something needs to change, but I'm not entirely sure what would be best or more balanced. And to be entirely honest, I don't even know the win rates between the two.
Phoenix picked up here. They're going to need an egg scrambler on LGD. They could always move the Pango 3 and go to like a Lina mid.
5 seconds remaining.
Or even Ame on the Jug. He's felt really comfortable with that hero, right?
PSG.LGD.
Yeah.
I speak for the trees.
Nature's Prophet.
Wow, into a Wyvern too. It's pretty brave. I mean, you got a lot of options here. Spectre, for example, is also really good if you want to go for that.
10 seconds remaining.
Beats the Prophet, beats the TA. Not the greatest against Phoenix.
5 seconds remaining.
Could be like Alina. That could be quite nice. If you want to run that offlane Pangolier. Juggernaut. I don't like this Natus Prophet, to be honest. Feels very forced.
Not sure what they're going to accomplish with this lineup just yet, but wondering what they're going to finish it off with. And what this next pick is going to be for LGD. Pango's still up in the air. Wyvern's most definitely a Xingqiu hero, and Y on the Dazzle. But what do you give potentially to Faith Beyond and Ame?
Fnatic's turn to ban.
And they're going to go with the Alchemist.
Alchemist, okay. Yeah, it was either going to be Alchemist or Spectre. They chose to go for the Alchemist, which presents them with a lot of problems. It's also a very fast attack speed hero, so you can deal with the Phoenix. And the Nature's Prophet Marcy, they cannot stop Alchemist from farming at all.
Remaining.
Now, is this any chance
5 seconds remaining
that Alchemist is for Faith Beyond and he's going into that weird ag-giving build?
No.
Sorry, I like to ask dumb questions so I can trigger people in the chat.
It's it might be offlane, but not as an axe giver. Like if it's offlane, it's also going to be into the Radiant sort of style.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, Timber getting banned, Beastmaster, so they're thinking Ame is going to be on the Alchemist.
Remaining.
Yeah, I think so too.
Brewmaster still available for Faith Beyond if they choose to go that direction.
PSG.LGD.
And there's that, there's that Brewmaster ban. That could have been really rough to deal with.
There's also still Lycan that's very scary. There is, honestly, Necrophos is really scary as well. Some Faith Beyond Patch maybe. Let's go.
10 seconds remaining.
I'd like to see a Pudge,
5
but
seconds
maybe
remaining.
Alk offlane.
I will see the last pick, and then I'll just adjust accordingly.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's Nature's Prophet Marcy in the offlane, Alchemist will absolutely free farm, which is not a good sign ever in a draft.
Fnatic's turn to
Yeah, you never want to be letting the free farm go for the Alchemist.
Bandit Monkey. They're expecting the TA middle again. And they're running very low on time. They have 20 seconds left.
Yeah, not too surprising that they're
10
expecting in the same
seconds
position,
remaining.
right?
It's not too surprising. I just really don't like TA middle.
5 seconds
If you don't have a
remaining.
playmaker middle and you do side lanes, you're just done.
Could give nothing to say the Pudge over mid.
You could. It's not the greatest matchup into the TA, though.
PSG.LGD's
Void
Void
Void Spirit. So now more so looking like
Mid Prophet,
safe lane TA, yeah.
All right, so Necrophos is very strong here. If they wanted to, they could do Punch Middle. Punch Middle beats Void Spirit. It's pretty good against TA and Nature's Prophet as well.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
as I said, Necrophos is good. Jakiro offlane could be great, like Pangoli Jakiro. Wyvern Jakiro. Or Desert Jakiro. They will definitely destroy a Templar Assassin. Could just be a Doom as well. They have lots of options. Honestly, even Lycan looks quite scary.
And they have a lot to choose from, right? Like, they've got that final pick.
Yep. I'm just looking around. I can't really find better heroes than the ones that I've listed.
Right.
Maybe Pagana?
DK.
You may now select
Dragon
your
Knight,
heroes.
okay.
So, when in down China, just go to the DK, and they're going to go with the DK off lane, Ame safe lane out, and the rest is pretty much what we said before. With Bryle on the mid Void Spirit, Tomato on the TA, off lane Nature's Prophet, with DJ on the Marcy, and Dubu on the Phoenix.
So what are you expecting?
Kind of expecting LGD to have some fun here with the Alchemist. You think that Fnatic can really bring it back against this lineup? Do you think the Void Spirit was a good enough last pick?
Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Void Spirit like that. It is a tempo hero, so it can definitely work. But again, they didn't really address the Alchemist issue at all. He should just be completely free farming against DJ and Jab's lane. And then how do you stop him? Once he has his Radiance, he counters pretty much the entire lineup. He's going to get to his BKB fast, and you can't kill him anymore. Like, if this game goes perfectly for Armor, he's going to have BKB Radiance in like minute 14, minute 15, and the game is just over. If they can stop him somehow, maybe rotate on him a couple of times with the Void Spirit, then they have a chance. But it's not going to be easy. I think this draft favors LGD quite a bit. Yeah.
So what would you put where would you put the percentages then?
75-25.
Wow. Is that considering the teams or just the draft?
The draft.
Okay.
If the teams, it's going to be a little bit more lopsided.
Certainly, we'll have to see how one-sided it ends up being as we go into the second game. Could certainly be a tough one if they don't put it all together for the side of Fnatic. If the lane stays pretty open for Ame, like, he's not one to waste gold, that's for sure.
Yeah, I will have to see. Alchemist, like, the reason why he's so strong nowadays is because he got buffed quite a bit. Like, his stun got buffed, his acid spray got buffed, and they might be running into Dubu here.
Just gets off to the side, but they've got the obs down, so they know exactly which way he went. They might just hold this high ground. Y comes over, and how much are they willing to chase? Not
it's
really
very hard to fight
at all.
like that. Yeah. This entire lineup is too strong on
30 seconds to battle.
Just take your own runes and be happy with what you get.
So, for now, it'll stay even. No first blood coming out, which we saw in the last game, but it didn't end up helping the timber that was in that game afterwards.
The battle begins.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get done, especially on the Nature's Prophet early. As I said, once Alchemist reaches level 6, it's going to be very, very, very difficult to lane against him.
Right.
And even before that, like Acid Spray plus Dazzle, and so much physical damage coming out, not weak at all.
just eating some of this Arctic burn shots coming in, and we'll see how Tomato does on the TA. Obviously, in the last game, it didn't feel like Bryle had enough on the TA, but different game, different lineups, different matchups, and do you think Tomato's in one that he could take advantage of?
The lane from Tomato, he should be free farming. He should be able to kill a DK though. But it's a pretty easy lane for TA. But he should be happy no matter what. Look at the bot lane. Nice. Is it Armel? I think it's Armel.
Right there for everybody to see.
Yeah, unfortunately couldn't make it due to visa issues. He must be rooting for his team a lot in his sleep.
Get back.
I like the little the sprays with the players. I know Xinq's got one that's he's had one the past few seasons. Might have been of him being just Xincutie.
I mean, he's always one of the cutest guys ever.
No.
I don't know if it's this thing in the West too, but in China, in the forums, they call him Xinq every time.
Yeah, he does get talked about it like that quite a bit. I bet us just talking about that is probably causing some chat spam of Xinq, and if not, me saying it certainly has solidified that. 10-1 right now for Ame.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about that, right? Nature's Prophet, what do you really do? Not a whole lot. It would have to come from the Void Spirit. There's a lot of pressure on Bryle this game.
To get off this lane pretty quickly and make his way down towards bottom, but even then, like, if you make the jump and Dazzle's got a couple levels, he'll surely have one in Shallow Grave, right? By the time you're 6 on Bryle.
Yeah, 100%. And why the combo is also so nasty, they buffed Grave with a heal amp per HP missing. So that HP region that Alchemist has is going to be massively buffed when Grave is active. Also, top lane doing Faith Beyond is doing very well for himself.
Yeah, he's pretty stable on this hero. This feels like we talk about Faith Beyond being the anchor, and this is like one of his anchor heroes, right? Keep it all together. DK's hard to really lose a lane in. And they'll go for Y. They'll try to get a kill here. They do have Dispose when ready. And this should be first blood. He goes to the Shadow Wave, but they've got the blocks from the Treants. And if you can't go after Ame, you might as well go for the Dazzle while he's unable to do anything.
Dire's bottom tower
good kill.
is under attack.
I mean, he needs to get off to a good start on the Prophet. That first one will definitely help a lot. And I'm gonna be a little bit more careful when you do the Dazzle. You're not as tanky as Armor, of course. As I said, they're going on Armor too.
Yeah, DJ actually stole that CS that Ame was playing pretty greedy for by using that rebound. A lot of damage on a DJ. They've got the acid spray on the ground, but the creep block is perfect. He can't move.
Amazing.
Finally, another rebound. One more right click, but a Shadow Wave again from Y keeps Ame alive for a second, but they're not going to get just one. But Y's disposed and he's dead. So this lane is a disaster right now for LGD.
Yeah, that was very well played by Jabs. His Prophet has always been like a really good one. I didn't actually expect him to be able to do this. I'm very out of position there. Not respecting the power of the Prophet.
Denied.
And that is a bit of a surprise that they got both kills. Ame just caught napping, looking for that Centaur creep.
Yeah, but they're still in a decent position. However, that's exactly what they need on Fnatic.
Yeah, definitely need to slow down Ame.
He already has his power treads. Now the laning phase is going to get quite a bit more difficult for Ame.
So now you got to look at where else it can open up for LGD. But for Fnatic, again, that makes it a lot better for once Bryle kind of gets off the jumping point, and that will be soon when he hits that level 6 if he does want to rotate immediately.
Yeah, Alchemist is very fragile until level 6. So again, should probably try to do it just before that.
Rebound again. Charging up the stun,
DJ
gets
is
hit with a
dead, I think.
dispose. Yeah, DJ hit by the stun. He's in the acid spray. He goes down to Y. This time it's not going to work out with a couple more levels on these heroes. Level 2 in the poison touch, so once he hits level 4 on the dazzle, I'll assume he goes into the shallow grave. That's what we've seen previously from these dazzles, and Ame will get a salve and he'll heal up a little bit, just trying to potentially go for J2.
I mean, jabs.
And Jab's now going to be hit with that stun. The acid spray is down.
Wait,
Poison touch is there. The shadow wave is in. He sprouts himself, but for what? The TP. Just gets away.
And Armor's almost dead now. Yeah,
Jab
it's probably not
survived.
worth it. Like, he would have just such a free lane if he wasn't so greedy, but Armor is really insane. So it's, oh, nice kill.
Yeah, DJ comes over to help Bryle out to get that kill and a nothing to say, and these lanes are starting to open up well for Fnatic. They've done a really good job thus far.
That being said, though, like DK and Alchemist are still on top of the net worth, and so is Pangolier. So, game is still pretty decent for LGD.
It's decent, but it's a good job by Fnatic, I would say, to keep it to this point, right? Like, their laning is very crucial in this game.
They are doing exactly what they have to do.
My
Like,
delight.
they can't do much more than they are doing right now. But I would love to see some occasions of Armor before he reaches level 6.
Fortified.
Just a little bit of harassment onto the TA.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing to say, just needs to be careful after that last death. He doesn't want to be killed off again and potentially have his game slowed down where Fnatic really just outpaced. Nothing to say. But there is some potential there, and I believe you had Jabs going over towards mid to get the tier 1 tower. He'll throw out the Wrath of Nature. The Tomato up top is gone. Wrath of Nature lands. Dubu's here. They've got the dispose. They'll look for the DK. Beat beyond. He's getting a little bit low, but Y's got the shallow grave. Cold Embrace is in. It's healing him a little bit with the Shadow Wave now. Zinky taking some damage. He needs to back away from this one. Pops the Fairy Fire. And everybody right now from LGD will survive for the moment, but with the rebound and in on a Y, while nothing to say, and Bryle going after it. Looks like Dazzle will finally fall. Back over on nothing to say with Bryle, and the Aether Remnant misses, so lockdown isn't quite there to get this kill into the Pangolier.
Yeah, but it's exactly what Armor was looking for. Just
Ooh, nothing to
off
say?
his face.
He just swashbuckled into
Goes
Bryle,
down.
missing. And Aether Remnant lands, so now nothing to say with the help of DJ's just dead. Nothing to say. Really just, all right.
Well for a rolling ball.
He put himself in a bad position with the swashbuckle attempt to hit Bryle.
Yeah, definitely not playing as crisp as they have in game 1, but again, like they have quite big draft advantage, so maybe just being like a little bit relaxed, you know. But against a team like Fnatic, if you do that, they will overrun you, so you have to be very careful. You don't start to disrespect them or anything.
What's the measure
Yeah,
of
TSM
power?
certainly knows what they're doing.
Yeah. And they're
Wrath of
rotating on
Nature
Alchemist now.
and Bryle, double damage still on him, and they've got the Aether Remnant. Ame trying to survive, dispose, still in the acid spray, the stun thrown into Bryle. Ame, ooh, still survives with that ult going off. Bryle walks away too. Both of these heroes sitting quite low, but you've got the help from Xingqiu with the Cold Embrace to heal up even more, especially while running that Chemical Rage.
Yeah, 50 HP region
Dire's middle
is a
tower
lot to
is
chew
under
through,
attack.
and they didn't quite manage to do it, especially with the Broom Handle plus Face Boots combination. It's a lot of bonus armor as well.
Dire's top tower is under
By a lot, I
attack.
mean he has plus 10 bonus armor, so he's very tanky.
Yeah, this is so far. They didn't get Ame yet, but Fnatic, I want to reiterate the point that I think that they have done a solid job of holding on to the state of the game at the moment. They haven't let this Alchemist get too far forward.
I think especially shutting down the Alchemist is a very big deal for them. They've done a great job at doing that. Like Pangolier
Dire's
is
top tower is
really
under
important
attack.
for the Radiant draft. Well, Alchemist has ult again, so we'll see if they go for round
Dire's
2 or
top
not.
tower has fallen.
Yeah, we'll see how much they're willing to commit again. Rolling Thunder, thinking about it, nothing to say over in the trees. And ooh, bounces off the crystals, doesn't quite understand. And you can bounce off of him. They'll throw a stun over on Jabs, but nothing to say. He doesn't want to commit. So Rolling Thunder just used and wasted.
Yeah, slight misplay. He wanted to jump over the crystal, but bounced into it before jumping. So ended up just bumping into it. Looking a little bit silly there. Nice attempt though. There's almost a second relic on the Alchemist Order initiating on the Alchemist. I think he just could be out. Maybe.
Ooh, stun. Charged up, but he's just dead. Unleashed right onto him, and they get another kill. They're going to slow down that Sacred Relic again. Wrath of Nature was used. They were able to get quite a bit of damage coming in from the Nature's Prophet. And Ame, well, he had been able to survive a couple of ganks, but ends up that this time by himself, he'll fall. So now they have a net worth lead on Fnatic.
Yeah, he's trying to solo defend the bot tower right now. The Nord, of course, fly away. Bryle's on the lookout.
Bryle.
No.
Ether Remnant doesn't land.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's
look at
bottom
those
tower
Yeah, they're
is
still
under
diving.
attack.
They still want to go. Q trying to run all the way behind the tier 2 tower, and they're still coming. He finally has the gold embrace, but they commit to supernova.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Sure.
Like in the meantime, look what Alchemist is doing. He has like a quad stack Ancients, quad stack Hard Camp.
Play a bit harder next time.
And a lot of money going to his pockets.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot here. Zenek's actually swing too quickly yet, but he'll enjoy that gold to get the Sacred Relic and look to finish that Radiant soon.
Yeah, after this Ancient stack, the Radiance should be done.
Let's just bump. The seeds of force.
They've done such a good job stacking. I didn't actually realize until now.
He's working on it. He should have it with this stack, right? The finishing of this stack.
Radiant's middle tower
he's
is
very
under
close
attack.
already.
Are scanning.
After Nature comes
I
out,
know that.
Dubu ends up dead. They're able to get 3 heroes over as they smoked up. Ryle on the run. Faith Beyond, he's got his Blink Dagger, so he's ready to blink in. Dragon Talon. There's the Radiance off of that stack.
Yeah, but his strong timing isn't just yet. He really wants his BKB first. And once his BKB is up, then he's going to feel really unkillable. They do have TA, so it's going to be some minus armor to work with. But it's not going to be easy. Also, this new Troll Summoner camp is so insanely good for Alchemist. It's just like 200 gold for him, or more even.
Did he get it again? No. No.
I just farmed it on the diet side.
Well, it's a quick chunk of gold for Ame, and he's going into the BKB. Already has 1,000 towards it, but that's to be expected with the Alchemist.
Agents of the void.
Really paying attention to what Tomato's got, because he's about to finish this Desolator in about 700 gold. So he should get to that Deso. We'll see if they continue to fight. They've been doing well with jabs on this Nature's Prophet, who's going into the early BKB, has himself the Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, the good news is that they didn't manage to slow down TA at all. So she has a free game. And as you said, the Deso is just around the corner.
And this is going to coincide with potentially the BKB of Ame, though.
Now, it shouldn't be that fast on the BKB. It probably still is another 2 minutes at least. But then if he gets into the AC after, that's really when he negates all the TA damage. Oh, jabs caught out bottom.
Yeah, they're trying to get the kill here on the Nature's Prophet. They'll have 2 heroes responding to this. Spirit Vessel on a Faith Beyond. Ryle with the double astral step gets one with the Aether Remnant, but they go to the Winter's Curse with the treants around this Void Spirit. Faith Beyond pretty low. Rolling Thunder's going to come in. They've got the Sprout as well as the Dispose, but why couldn't get into range there to Shallow Graves? So unable to keep him alive. Supernova over the side and not really close to the fight. They lose the DK. And the rest of the team of LGD will back up. They do save jabs. That's big for Fnatic again. Like, saving these heroes, making sure that LGD, even though they're trying to make some space here for Ame, they don't do so by trading bodies on Fnatic.
Oh, they're looking for armor.
Yeah, Jabs came into this and he went and just moved right on forward. And don't hit the Aether Remnant. They land the stun. The Spirit Vessel's there.
Trap.
Aether Remnant, another trap. Ame burning out and finally dies to Dubu. He's all by himself. And I was just saying LGD wanted to make space for Ame, but with the rotation over from Fnatic immediately, they shut it down.
Yeah, definitely very good job at Fnatic. They're really punishing the overestimation of LGD, how strong they actually are right now. And it's going to be a free roll for them as well. TA looking real scary. And Alchemist is not ready yet. He needs more items, he needs more time. The problem with Alchemist right now is that he's the only rich hero. Hangry and Dragonfly, they are pretty underfarmed.
Got 2 heroes in the Nature's Prophet as well as the Tia that do farm really well, and maybe not the case as much with Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond without getting these kills, but the farm will get a little bit easier for Faith Beyond when he's got himself this shard in just a moment with the Fireball.
Yeah, this BKB timing is going to be really, really important. We'll have to see if they want to go like straight away or if they want to get some more armor items first, or maybe even a Blink Dagger.
More men smoke. They're trying to find Ame in the triangle again. They're going to catch up with him right as he comes up the steps. The blink from DJ. There is the dispose. They've got the shallow grave this time. He goes into the ult. They've got the sunray on him. He's trying to stun. Icarus dive. Perfect supernova. And Bryle gets a double kill, taking out both Y and Ame. But Jabs, he goes down to Nothing to Say over bottom. That's still, though, beneficial for Fnatic getting that kill and taking this tier 1 up towards top.
Yeah, getting a solo kill, but I have to say it's a lot of gold.
Faith Beyond doesn't want to give it up for free. And even with that Sunray, the swashbuckle from Nothing to Say is enough to get the kill on the DJ.
That damage output is so insane with the Fuser Blade. If you get a lucky shot there, everything is physical damage.
He slowed down this BKB significantly on Ame.
Well, Ame is the same network as Timaru, almost. Massive victories for Fnatic all over the board. A solo kill onto the Prophet was of course a big deal because it gave so much gold to Pangoli and levels as well.
Well, well.
He's almost into the Basher now.
How big will Nothing to Say be in this game to try and make up for where Ame's fallen off?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Because it could be quite tough for him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Potentially.
Precious bounty.
Going to Bryle looking, going to the Axe next. They're smoked again, they don't want to let him get his BKB. Huh. At this time he's aware of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane. TSM might find Faith Beyond. Ooh, don't have the ability to stop the blink there. They tried. The Resonant Pulse didn't land.
Yeah, the only way you really have to make sure that your blink is cancelled is just as you're about to go, you Prophet ult on him manually.
Has been killed.
So he takes some damage. Winter Weapon has been found. He's fine.
Yeah, it does escape.
Now Alchemist got his BKB, so he's gonna be looking for the AC next. And once that AC's up, that's really like when he's good against the Phoenix, good against
Dire's
the
bottom tower
TA.
is under attack.
When they probably feel comfortable enough to start fighting properly.
BKB, AC. I'm trying to think where the timing comes in for LGD if Fnatic continue to roll at this pace, right? Like, do you need to just back off and stay a little bit more complacent with the pace that Fnatic's putting up?
Yeah, I think oh, it's just a tree. It's an illusion, sorry. I think they need that AC on Armor, otherwise they cannot fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He just doesn't have enough armor to tank through the tier right now. Or maybe if they get a good like initiation on the TA, he doesn't, or he actually has BKB already.
Invisibility.
So yeah, tough fights.
They get the Shallow Grave out of the hands of Wise and taking a lot of damage already. Jabs finds him. They'll take the Winter Wyvern to start. They'll end up losing Dubu. Faithbeyond with a CP out, but Ame, is he really looking to commit on this? BKB's been popped by Jabs. He's on the run. Their right clicks over, rebound to keep him quick and run away from Ame. Trying to throw a stun, trying to find a target. Finally goes after this Void Spirit.
Yeah, decent trade though still. Armor got a kill. I guess Syncube bought back, so it's not
Radiant's
as
top
great
tower is
for
under
them
attack.
anymore, because he wants to go into Blink Dagger fast. We have to help each other a bit more. But yeah, like the lineup of LGD will really come together once they can all just huddle up around the Alchemist, because they got the Cold Embrace, they got the Grave. Nothing to say, as well as Faithbeyond are really just there to be the support cast. Like we stun them for you, we slow them for you, we prepare them for you basically.
Going for Faithbeyond again, potentially, with 3 heroes lining up towards bottom.
Yeah, won't be caught this time though.
Ame buys the Hyperstone, so getting really close to that AC.
Hyper. Also already bought the plate mail.
Yeah, so he's got the extra 10 armor. And
Yeah, he's very close to the AC.
they're up towards top. They don't exactly have the easiest time catching Bryle, and he's going for that Ags, which could be big with that upgrade to the Resonant Pulse.
Yeah, especially against backlands like Wyvern and Dazzle. Makes perfect sense. Very great item. And he's just about to have it.
So you see Tomato continuing to farm up. He's going into the Hurricane Pike. Maybe get some distance between him and the side of LGD.
Is under attack.
They're looking for Syncube.
And that's AC finished off, but Syncube throws a curse to try and run, but quick fingers from Bryle to get the Aether Remnant out. And charging up a stun to throw at Bryle, but he ends up stunning himself.
It should be fine though. Shouldn't be able to aggress on him too much. And yeah, that's AC done. Now it's very, very survivable.
Fireball down on the ground. They'll go for Faithbeyond. The damage is there with the minus armor coming in from the Deso. Oh, they've got the Shallow Grave. Faithbeyond goes to the TP, and he'll do so. BKB's popped by both Jabs and Tomato. Chasing with this stun, but of course he's got his own BKB. Oh, the bash! From nothing to say, that puts Tomato in trouble, and they'll be able to get the kill on the TA.
You distilled to your essence.
Bash comes in with a swashbuckle. BKB TP not this time.
Yeah, Swashbuckle is pretty much a guaranteed bash every time. I mean, if you get really unlucky, it's not. But yeah, well played, but nothing to say there. Making sure that he has that. Also, nice itemization, because he knows they don't have any BKB
Dire's
cancel
middle
other than
tower is under
the Winter's
attack.
Curse. And you don't really want to be using that on TPs, if you can hold it. Now the question is, how do they overcome this Alchemist now? Because he took 0 damage from anything there.
To be fair, Jab is just TP though.
Yeah, but they also know they just can't fight him, right? That's why they immediately ultimate out.
Roche in a minute 30. So that could line up where this next big fight is going to happen. But Fnatic's been trying to play aggressive. They've been trying to continually shut down Ame. Goes with that fight over bottom 2, but this time LGD are going to be the ones who 5-man smoke. They'll go up towards the high ground. Dubu, he's going to be stunned up by Faithbeyond and killed off so quickly that he can't get off the stun on Ame. Golden Embrace keeps Y alive. The Wrath of Nature also thrown. Blowing Thunder, there's a defusal to slow down Bryle. EJ's in, disposes his own teammate so they can get him away from the side of LGD. Again, another stun charged up by Ame. That's just going to hit himself.
That's a lot of stuns.
45 seconds until the next Roche.
Alright, Blink Dagger done on Armor now as well, so he'll be able to follow up with the Dragon Knight initiation. Faithbeyond has a BKB, can he get it off?
He's in trouble. Aether Remnant's there. The lockdown is in. They've got the Sunray Dubu Was right on it with that, and so was DJ. The support's helping to get that kill, and DJ gets credit for the one on Faith Beyond with a double damage on Bryle, and Y is also taken out by Jabs. Oh boy. A couple of kills that line up with Roche respawning.
They're gonna respawn just in time though. They won't be able to do it straight away. He's looking for a curse setup potentially. Oh, didn't get it.
Did not get Tomato. Just on the edge.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They're not
Close.
towards the pit, so Roche is going to be up. And,
Hey, Alchemist
and
is
now,
Alchemist.
Ame Jabs. Oh, here with Bryle as well as Zubu. They've got DJ coming over. They have the Aether in with BKB. Now Tomato comes in with the damage from the Meld Strike. He'll throw a stun over on the Jabs. The right clicks. Is it going to be enough? Not just yet. Still trying to get away. Wrath of Nature bouncing around. He's walking towards his team, and he'll finally find warm arms of Xingqiu and Faith Beyond. No BKB now. And nothing to say is in. Again, damage coming out from Tomato. He needs to be careful. He bounced back. Oof.
That's a free Roche though. Yeah, they can't smoke up right now. They have no BKBs.
Yeah.
That's another Roche for Fnatic. Well done.
Didn't need the kills to secure the Roche. They just needed to force the BKBs and the abilities out.
Roshan has fallen to the dying.
Bryle took it. I think there was a misclick. Yeah.
Might have been.
There you go. The whoops in chat.
Forward and now down towards the bottom lane. They've got the silence on to Y. He is dead to the Orchid Burn.
Now your treat.
Nothing to really help him in that situation, and he's just dead on his screen. Yeah, it's getting close. Ame going for a basher himself. He's got that AC. Got a bit of gold saved up. He's 4K ahead of the TA. BKB goes into the Dragon Tail. Bryle's aggressive because he's got that Aegis, but the double stun, it's quickly used. They've got the dispose as well as one. Right click, two right click. Xingqiu goes into the golden brace, so he's able to survive, but not for much longer. When Jabs gets the kill, they'll take out Bryle. They go to the Supernova. BKB right clicks onto the egg. Ame not afraid, but the Sprout not enough. They get the kill to Doom just as it was about to explode. They'll take on the Nature's Prophet. They look over at DJ. They'll find themselves a fourth. And LGD, the first real big exchange, goes their way.
Yeah, this Alchemist is way too strong right now. If a fight ever starts like this,
Dyer's
he just deals way too much
middle
damage.
tower
They
is
don't
under
have the means to kill him. He tried to protect the egg, like it almost went off. If the egg goes off, maybe it goes a little bit differently, but like nothing to say is also just massive at this point.
Yeah.
Perma-stun onto the Void Spirit was very well
Dyer's
timed.
middle tower
Very well done. It's actually insane how good his Pangolier has gotten over the past
We're going to look at it again.
3 months or so.
See how it goes with the Pangolier. And look at this. It's just Aegis and the Fireball.
Yeah, look at the perfect stun now.
And yeah, you could
It's
see
one roll,
just at the top, roll, hit again, roll, hit again, and dead. Just getting this Supernova too. This is really close. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Then Jab's trying to fight, but he's at the mercy of Alchemist. DJ tries to come in and save him. He's dead as well. And well, that's Dota right now. One fight at this can put you in a commanding position. It's almost an Abyssal Blade down on Alchemist suddenly.
Yeah. Almost that Abyssal Blade. 2,300 gold in his pocket. He's really just split himself between him and the rest of the game. 7K ahead of Tomato. And the two other carries or cores on the side of LGD have started to pull their way back in, and they're starting to pull their weight, especially Nothing to Say.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Foreman smoked up.
Why leading the charge? And he doesn't even have that shard yet.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Tomato, they know where he is. He just blinked away, and the Elder Dragon form gets popped by Faith Beyond. I'm selling for a
I'm very
second.
surprised that Jabs didn't pick up the shot yet. Like the Prophet shot is considered one of the most broken in the game when it comes to split
Radiant's
pushing, but he
bottom
didn't pick it
tower
up
is
just
under
yet.
attack.
Illusion
Radiant's top
being
tower
fought.
is under attack.
Interesting.
They were trying to go for that, and now they're going to group up here as they're in their jungle for the moment, but it looks like LGD might be setting up, put something together themselves as well, now that they've picked up the Abyssal Blade on the Alchemists.
Yeah, with the Blink, Abyssal Initiation, he can basically go on whoever he wants to kill. I don't think he can burst the TA, but anybody other than the TA should be dead. Probably.
Where do you think is the point where Fnatic are looking to even fight? And I say that it's because they want to go for Ame, but they've got themselves the Abyssal Blade. That's going to stun up Bryo. They have the Orchid. It's out on a Dazzle once again. He's silenced and killed, and Ame trying to throw a stun. Finally gets it off, and it will hit on the Void Spirit. But Ame's got to find an escape. Still looking to fight and maybe expecting his team to come over, but everybody's here for the side of Fnatic. They've got the Sprout. He charges up the stun. Finally throws it off the Winter's Curse. It locks up Jabs as well as Tomato. They're still chasing on Ame, and Jabs ends up dead. Sunray not in time. Just not enough to keep this Nature's Prophet alive, and not only does Ame escape, but so does Xingqiu.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous how Armor just plays at the limit there to give Xingqiu just enough time to get a nice curse, and they both get out. Like, sure, LGD hasn't been playing perfectly this game, but you can see when these kind of things happen, it's just world class.
And the reaction was...
not a lot of other players would be able to do that.
Yeah, the reaction was nice. I think Ame had an understanding. For a moment, it looked like he was going to panic and potentially die there, but the timing worked out. Xingqiu immediately making the rotation and looked to come over and save his life, and that's exactly what he did, right?
Yeah, they don't have BKB right now on Alchemist, so they need to be maybe a little bit
Dire's
careful.
middle tower is under attack.
But they still feel very confident, of course. Jab is dead. They find DJ.
Man, DJ rebounding, but still burning away. And they are going to go for the Phoenix. Pick themselves up a gem. They're going to buy back here on DJ. They've got the Cold Embrace, so Ame healing up just basically to full, especially with the help of that Chemical Rage. That has got about a fourth of the duration back. They'll throw the gem on to Y, and they'll start their retreat. They'll clean up these traps, and they've got Roche up in 2 minutes. If they can hold on to the gem, they can clear up the pit and potentially take it safely.
Yeah, Roche should be pretty easy for the Radiant side. Maybe even faster than for the Dire. He's going to a Daedalus on Timato, so his damage is going to be ramping up very shortly. That's all they need right now. Just pure damage. Damage, 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 damage. So almost Silver Edge done on Jabs as well.
Blink. Faith Beyond. Sure.
Okay, he's just looking.
Also got the TA to blink back, so didn't put himself in too much of a harm's way.
A little something extra.
Dato is finished off for the TA, and still a minute left on Roche, potentially for minimum respawn time. Silver Edge finished for this Nature's Prophet. Jabs has been able to get some damage out there, but they need the rest of the team to really make something happen. And when it's just him, it's felt like he can't survive in these fights.
Oh yeah, if Alchemist is on top of him, he's just dead. There's nothing to do about that. And when his BKB is over, he's probably also just dead. So they have a very limited amount of time to actually start the fight and do it properly too. What's the BKB timers look like? 6 seconds and 7 seconds.
Overwhelming blink on the Alchemist. Does there come a point where he starts giving out the Ags?
Oh yeah, if the game goes long enough, you'll always do it.
Jabs, they've got the silence thanks to the trap, but there's the Abyssal Blade. You tried to go for this. BKB, is it going to last long enough? The timing? Ooh, the right click still. Trying to sprout, trying to leave, but BKB gets forced by Ame, so he didn't stun himself. And they get the kill to Jabs playing aggressively, maybe looking to get the Winter Wyvern.
I can't believe he just went into all by himself.
30 seconds to rush. Yeah, that...
he has no buyback.
Yeah. So he'll be
very
dead.
ambitious, let's put it that way.
Yeah,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
he'll be dead for this next Roche if LGD take it immediately.
Top tower is under attack.
They might also just want to look at the high ground instead. Instead of Glyph, but you're gonna be bad. Timato's been pushing the bottom. Maybe to force a reaction that way.
Dire's top tower is under
But this high ground is going to go fast.
Radiant structures
Gas, gas,
are
gas.
fortified.
Yeah, gotta go fast.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They'll use the glyph, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under
down
attack.
bottom, Tomato does finally get the reaction that he wanted, and they're gonna TP away from the base. So that'll be Ame and Xingqiu going back towards the base. Over to the tier 2 is Y. The rest of the heroes will escape
Radiant's bottom tower
with their
is under
life.
attack.
Nobody coming over from the side of Fnatic to really stop them from getting out. Roche is up. That's with an Ag's Blessing.
Yeah, I wonder who that goes to. I don't know how it works actually. If you get an Axe Blessing from not Alchemist, and then Alchemist gives you an Axe Blessing, do you get all the money back? Because I know if you have an Axe in the inventory, you get all the money back, but I don't know how it works with the Blessing.
You're gonna charge up with the Chemical Rage and try and go in. Jabs. Overwhelming Blink is out, and so is Jabs. Uses that Silver Edge to escape. But Roche is available, and now because LGD showed their entire team bottom, it's time for Fnatic to go get Roche. They're gonna swipe this. They're gonna get themselves an Axe as well. An Axe into the hands of... Oh, somebody pick it up. A little bit of a panic there as the cheese and the Axe was finally picked up by Tomato. But now, they've got the Dragon Tail, they have the vision, it's on to Jabs. Jabs gonna be hit with a Rolling Thunder, nothing to say, coming over once again. Supernova on the high ground in a decent spot this time. They've got the leash thanks to the Sprout talent. Going up into the high ground is Xingqiu. Xingqiu back to Earth. Arctic Burn runs out, but they've got the Aeon. Just gonna get the kill to do, but they'll take out the Phoenix. Face beyond, look for the sun, pops the link in. Tomato with the BKB, but no longer has it, so Ame trying to fight. They've got the Shallow Grave that hits onto the Winter Wyvern. He's able to throw the Winter's Curse out and control somebody up for a moment. The look over now. Brian on the backline has the Aether Ending locking up, nothing to say with the Astral Step across, but Dubu falls and Xingqiu goes down. They'll take out Jabs, and they take out the Nature's Prophet.
Both no buyback, and Marcy, no, they're not going to be sticking around to look for anything. High ground is a real possibility. Aegis was also lost. And Alchemist is a very big boy. 4.5 to health, lots of armor, lots of slow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, even at this point, Faith Beyond is same HP as the Alchemist. There's so many heroes. Tough to kill.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Tomato can split push with his Axe.
He could, but
Radiant's bottom tower
nothing
is
to say, he's
under
already
attack.
waiting for it. He's pushing trouble as well.
Dire's middle barracks
Yeah.
are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
So now 16k behind, without Jabs, without Dubu. They'll lose that mid center Axe, and they don't even have the Aegis to work with anymore. What do you do?
It's very tough. Like, damage is becoming a real issue. They're all itemizing us with damage, but it still doesn't seem to be enough. So much mitigation, so much heal, so much immunity.
This whole mess is all your fault.
They need to kill Wyvern and Dazzle
bottom
while
tower
also
is under
trying to
attack.
kite Alchemist, Pango, and Dragon Knight. This sounds like an impossible task.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Doesn't sound easy at all. Tomato going into the MKB, bottom lane, bottom tier 2. Dubu and Bryle are nearby, but you need to be careful with how you approach this. Dubu, Icarus dive, but staying with him is Ame. Did the math, he knew the trajectory, and they'll get the kill on a Dubu easily. Dead for 50 seconds, no buyback.
That is definitely going to be a high ground push. Split push is coming in, but very slowly. Ooh, if they can't keep this group alive, Cold Embrace, of
Dire's
course.
bottom tower is under attack.
Easy peasy.
Radiant's top tower is
Tomato
under
ended up
Dire's
moving
bottom
over
tower
mid with
has
the help of
fallen.
that Axe and is moving all across the map back over into the base. But they are going to go in and find themselves DJ. The damage on the Faith Beyond not being felt in the moment they go to the stun. They've got the Abyssal Blade. The damage, the 3-shot on Tomato. Oh, he's been squished. He's just ketchup. His team can't catch up. Jabs, no fault and nothing to say, and they're right onto the tier 4s. Fnatic, that might be it.
backdoor protection. Well, the tower's going to survive for now, but they've gotten themselves the shallow grave once again on the Xingqiu. Xingqiu, he's got the curse, the Winter's Curse, and the Cold Embrace. That won't be enough. Yubu finally is finishing off the Winter Wyvern. He does have 5-act. He'll use it. He'll TP over to the outpost over in the top lane. In this tier 3, not much to defend it here.
Yeah, they're going for the throne. They realized he has no buyback, otherwise he would have bought back already. Same with the Prophet.
Oh boy.
Gets a good stun.
There they go. On to Brile. They get another kill. And nothing to say, in and out of the base. And they'll call GG. LGD is going to claim the 2-0 over Fnatic.
Yeah, I can see though how Fnatic is all serious. I think this game, they played really, really well. I just believe that the draft advantage was too much for LGD. It's like, if the draft was even, I believe Fnatic would have won this game. They outplayed LGD for the majority of the early game, actually.
Yeah,
I thought Fnatic, like, that's not a game to be too disappointed about. I think there were a couple points there that, yeah, you maybe overplayed your hand or misplayed yourself a little bit, but it just feels like that could be something like, it's LGD. Losses are learning experiences, and I think that that loss is, like, you played really well. I think that Fnatic did a lot of things right?
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you. Fnatic, it really sucks for them because they did play so well. You know, like, I don't know where they went wrong in the draft, but even in game 1, I wasn't really impressed with the draft. Definitely got to go back and figure out what to do there. Maybe have a team meeting, talk it out.
Yeah.
Because these kind of games, you should win, you know? Like, it really feels bad when you're a player, you know you played really well, but then you lost.
Mm-hmm.
But then you also feel bad bringing up the draft because the coach already feels bad, you know? It's like a spiral of sadness that always happens. And you also don't always just want to blame the draft, you know? Lots of things that have to be spoken about, of course. But conclusion is, still 2-0 for LGD, 6-0, unbeaten.
Yeah.
Good job.
If you think about it from Fnatic's standpoint, you did things right. There's things you can grow off of towards the rest of the group stage, and just like everybody else so far, LGD takes the 2-0 over you, but that means you're not really losing ground, theoretically, right? If everybody gets 2-0'd by LGD, you've not lost ground. Everybody has that loss, and maybe you can do something going into the further parts of the group stage when you go up against Thunder Awaken and Liquid tomorrow, which is interesting, a little bit of a schedule for them. But that is it for us right now. And we've got one more series on the way, so we're going to take a break. We'll be back with that series. We'll see you guys soon. And grab a snack. We'll be right back.
I return from nothing.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the C Stream. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fine joining you once again. Jonathan, we have a pretty damn hype series coming up here. Boom Esports up against Entity. Before all that, though, Jonathan, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. The sun is out here in Southeast Asia. We've gone the reverse time for our usual casting schedule. It's always good to change things up. This is the last match for this stream, and it's going to be a pretty close one. We haven't really seen Entity play against Bloom before. Both teams kind of in a similar standing right now in the groups, and both teams are pretty damn good. So I'm expecting great things coming out from both sides. I'm keen to see just how well they do against each other, because again, this is their first time actually meeting each other. The last time they've met with each other were when their teams were completely different. I believe that was 2018, when Entity was still based out of India and Boom still had an Indonesian roster. So that was some time ago, Mike.
It certainly was, John. There's a lot to talk about between these two teams, I feel, and I'm sure you and I could go on forever. But before we do get into that, Jonathan, I want to have a look to see what players are on each team. And why don't we start with the good old-fashioned Boom Esports boys you just mentioned here? These guys have been, we've been casting them for quite a while. FBZEO, of course, the Bang Bang Jackie as well, showing up. See what kind of poses these guys do for this video, Jonathan. I mean, every player, we know the poses, we know the stances they like to do. See what Boom ends up choosing this time around. There's no smiles this time, and there you go. Cross-armed, you love to see it, Jonathan. It's the standard, you can't go wrong.
I couldn't help it. I don't know. Ipo looked just so tired, and Showpodge just looked like he didn't care. I'm sorry. They just look like, I know they're trying to be serious. I can't help it when I see these guys. They're just a bunch of jokers is all. But yeah, their game faces are on. Of course, the esports pose is there. But now we're going to have to take a look at Entity as well and see how well they pull off their looks here.
Let's see.
We should have their video.
Very handsome lads, Jonathan.
Absolutely.
Fisherman there, not looking like much of a fisherman. He's definitely human, but looking fantastic. Saberlight, love it.
Of course.
Cross-armed already though, Jonathan. Bit early here, I think. Interesting strategy from Entity. Let's see how they end this one off. Oh, never mind. No, they're going for the classic. Beautiful. Love to see it. Still, I mean, talking about these two teams, Jonathan, I mean, both tied in third place right now for the group stages as well. I think both these teams are quite close in terms of is skill gap the right word when I'm trying to talk about how close these teams
skill
are?
Level?
Skill, John. Skill level. That's the one, Jonathan. I used the exact wrong wording there. Still, in terms of skill level, very, very similar. Both tied up in the group stages right now in third place. Talk to me about it, John. Well, what do we need to know about these two teams?
I think you're going to be expecting almost a similar playstyle coming out. You see a lot of flexibility on both sides. I believe Entity's been leaning towards those healing supports we've seen in the tournament a lot more than Boom has. They've been picking a lot of the Winter Wyvern, the Chen, the Dazzle. Boom has been dabbling in the Dazzle a little bit. but not as much as other teams. So keen to see just how much Entity brings out from there and whether or not Boom's ready. Because they've dropped the series already up against, I believe it was Beastcoast, and well, we know how Coach Mushi gets when Boom kind of starts acting up. So I'm keen to see if that will lit a fire up their butts here. As Boom will actually take the Winter Wyvern first. So they pick it up themselves, probably one of the more contested years between both teams. But Entity does have the option for, picking up that Chen, picking up that Dazzle. These heroes just enable you to do so much, especially when you're trying to play aggressive, keeping that tempo up. They go to Tiny first, which is also one of the heroes that Entity has leaned into the puck as well. But Boom just straight into that Ember for Yopaj. So no questions asked. They see that puck matchup. They're like, all right, we'll just take the Yopaj Ember. Tiny doesn't really stop the Ember Spirit all too much. I mean, it can be effective enough, but you do have enough leeway here to kind of dance around. So it's a very solid opening from both sides, playing into their strengths. I'm a bit surprised Boom opted for the Winter Wyvern over anything else. Again, they've not been picking that as much in comparison to other teams, but I guess the adjustments are being made here, Mike.
Oh, certainly so. I mean, it's a classic saying, Jonathan. You and I, we say it all the time. You never bet against the Yopaj Ember, and Boom Esports definitely going straight for that here in this these first two pickups. Entity, of course, going for a more, I don't want to say standard. I mean, because the opening of Boom is quite standard, but the Tiny Puck is a combo we've been seeing very, very often in the group stages thus far, and both these heroes very competitively being picked up here by multiple teams. So they do make their way through. Just wonder where both teams want to go with these drafts from here on out. But naturally, we are going to have to wait out some more bans. We did already talk about this multiple times as well, but the meta is very kind of about just dominating lanes, which I know, sounds kind of silly because that's what it's always been about in Dota. But the meta does really, really favor you winning your lanes out and moving on from there. And we have just been seeing a lot of heroes popping up that are very, very lane dominant. One of those being the Winter Wyvern, Jonathan, which is just extremely lane dominant.
Yeah, it's dominant in lane. And again, the sustain game has been coming back. Like all the sustain supports are kind of back, except I believe Oracle. It's the one that we haven't really seen too much. But Dazzle, Winter Wyvern, Chen comes into mind. The Enchantress to an extent with her healing, but more in the lane domination for that one. And I'm keen to see what Boom ties in with that Winter Wyvern. What our Jackie here will be. A lot of options as well. Still left for FBZ in the off lane. Same thing goes for Entity though. Like with a Tiny and a Puck, you already build that foundation with the Dream Coil tossback. So you've got one way of leashing up the Ember, getting some control off. Once it blinks up on this Tiny 4, or potentially maybe a Tiny 1, but I believe Entity has been leaning it onto it as a 4, as almost everyone has. You do have a lot of play already for Entity as well. But I think with this kind of lineup, you'd want some solid hold, or maybe some more of that lane domination that you mentioned there. Again, the Chen is still a very solid option. I'm a bit surprised Entity have banned out the Keeper of the Light. I don't think Boom has ever run Winter Wyvern plus Kotl support duo for, say, Tims and Skem. I don't believe they've done that, but
10 seconds remaining.
It's not something that I feel like Boom would go into. Boom has recently, I believe, been picking up more of Rubik for Tims, at least in Arlington, so that could be something that pops out. Puck spells are not the most amazing, but can be impactful. Tiny is actually pretty good for the Rubik to kind of work on, so we'll see if that's something Boom will want to consider. For Entity, again, the foundations are kind of set. They have been leaning into
10 seconds,
a lot of them being banned out, but the Visage, his first phase is already gone. They go with the Bane support now, so there's your solid hold for the Ember, and pretty strong in lane as well, right? You've got the Nightmare setups, you've got great trade with the Brain Sap. It can kind of just solidify that lane for your safe lane.
Yeah, I really like the Bane PK for Entity. I mean, again, it's a very lane-dominant POS 5, but like you said, John, great catch for the Ember. Very annoying for Yopaj to have to try and play against this game, and we'll see how they make this Bane work. Boom Esports, on the other hand, third pickup for themselves. You've still got options, favorite options of Boom Esports, such as the Mars, still sitting there if they wanted to pick that up for FBZ. For now, though, they might just settle for a position 4 pickup here for Tims. It's a matter of whether where they want to kind of run with this draft. Yeah. They'll have a think about it for now. Keep in mind, by the way, John, Entity did have a series against Tundra today, and they did end up drawing that series against Tundra, so maybe feeling pretty good after that series. As boom, they'll go into the Shaker and the Nature's Prophet. Prophet, very popular, again, in this the current major, at least during these group stages. Shaker has been making a reappearance as well, surprisingly enough. And I suppose it's, TI is coming up, John. Shaker's going to make a reappearance every single time. Only question in my mind is, does Earthshaker get buffed after this major, or does it get nerfed after the major?
It could just stay the same for all we know. Who knows where the next patch will take us? I am curious what Boom is planning on this, because we've seen Tim's Nature's Prophet before. We've seen FBZ play it as well. So it's kind of open. Jackie NP is probably the less common choice for Boom, but the possibility is still open. So they have a lot of flexibility here for Boom on prioritizing what hero they want to get that farm early on. And it's fairly wide open. I'm actually not sure what I'd prefer. I feel like you might be happier with Tim's NP just so it could be active early, rotate towards mid, try to apply some pressure, maybe help out the Jackie lane as well if you see the opportunity to do so, and just kind of allow FBZ to, say, build up a blink on the Shaker. It's been a while since we've seen FBZ Shaker, though. So
certainly has.
I don't know. I don't know where they're going to take it. I think the last time we saw FBZ Shaker must have been on All Indonesian Boom, which was probably last year. So not sure which direction Boom wants to take it. It's pretty open.
I can't even remember seeing FBZ play Shaker, John. I'll be frank. It's maybe it was just that long ago. I just can't remember at all. Entity, the fourth pick for them now. 2 more cores to be picked up here. I do assume that the support Tiny should be there, and Bristleback comes out. Another very kind of popular carry to go back to, or rather offlane, regardless wherever you want to put it. Pretty strong hero right now. Obviously great in sustaining in its own right, and another lane dominant style of hero. Not much in the way on Boom of dealing with this either. Like, you really don't have any counters towards the Bristle this game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you don't have a great way of just naturally breaking the Bristleback. You don't quite have the highest burst here. You could still build, say, a Silver Edge on Nature's Prophet, or even a Shaker could be your Silver Edge carrier, but that does take some investment. So the Bristleback's still going to have a good moment in time where it's just going to be really strong. Boom, for their part, the push potential coming out from, say, the Nature's Prophet Treants, not going to feel as great with the Bristleback around. Quilt Spray just melts that through right quick. And I am rather curious as to what Boom is planning, because you could still run the NP1 last pick, say the FBZ or Tim's hero at the end, depending on your flex on the Shaker. They don't have last pick overall for Boom, so they will have to show their cards first, and Entity is going to be able to adapt a lot better here in the last pick.
10 seconds remaining.
You seem to be assuming as well, like, do you actually reckon Jack is going to run this POS 1 Prophet? Because you and I, we just never see that from the man.
Yeah, we never see it, but I'm not 100%, because I feel like that should be a Tim's NP. If not the Tim Shaker FBZ NP, and your last pick Jackie's hero. He does have a couple of options left. Life Stealer could be something that slides in if he wants that.
Could you go down like the Ursa route here against
Ursa works, yeah. Ursa works pretty nice. You worry about the kiting that can come out from the Tiny and the Bane. You have pretty solid single target supports to kind of lock you in, but these two supports will have to worry about the Ember as well. So there's a lot to kind of manage from the single target standpoint. And you are always going to be annoyed by the puck. Dreamcoil's always going to be annoying, but not going to be the biggest deal in the world. There's maybe an option for a Razor for Jackie to play into one. He has picked that up recently at the end of the DPC. That was something they were leaning into on Boom's end, and was fairly successful. Pretty nice against the Bristle, at least in taking away a lot of his damage that he tries to build up with Warpath, although max Warpath, Bristleback doesn't really care. Can still melt through and just spam Quill, so might not be the best 1-to-1. And Boom, they go with the Ursa and said, yep, then just go back to the Jackie special. Keen to see who does play the NP and Shaker. That's the big question mark coming out from Boom, isn't it, Mike?
It certainly is. Entity, I wonder what they pick up here. And yeah, like you mentioned, like what is happening with this Shaker? What is happening with this NP? Remaining. We'll find out very, very soon. Even Tim's on the POS 4 Prophet. It kind of just... I just don't remember a time where he played POS 4 Prophet. It's Shaker, I can remember heaps of times. Prophet, not so much. Not for me, at least, John. You might be having some memories.
I think I remember it pre DPCs this year, pre Tour 1, when Tim's just transferred in from TNC. I believe we saw a couple of games of Tim's NP, like literally 2 games or something in
Right.
Pro Series 8. So probably came out like not too often. That's why it's not really something that I directly associate with Tim's. I feel like you might be right. It's more than likely just the Tim Shaker, which is a bit greedier, but you can kind of make plays. It lines up with those rotations he loves to do onto mid to help out Yopaj. Entity will pick up the Razor. So there's your Ursa counter. Just kind of stack up static link on him and, make it a little bit tougher for Jackie to try to get that build up. Tims will take the Shaker here. Keen to see how much the Razor can cause issues for Jackie, because it is like not the easiest Ursa game. There's a lot of kiting that can come out from Entity. Dream Coil is going to be annoying. Nightmare, Grip, Avalanche Toss, the slows from the Quilt Spray, the Nasal Goo is going to be annoying. So you have a lot of ways of just preventing Jackie from really chasing you down for a long time.
Oh, certainly so. I mean, you look at Entity's draft here, John. I feel like they're really well-rounded. And I mean, is there a draft you do prefer going into this matchup? Because I'm looking at Entity right now, and it just looks much more well-rounded in my opinion. Thing is, again, I never like to doubt that Japoy Ember, John. You know how I am. I've done it before, and it always goes against me. I don't know. What are you thinking?
I'd lean slightly towards Boom, because I think they have a really good Winter Wyvern game on hand. You've got the Bristle, you've got the Razor, you have pretty good targets to turn against Entity's own heroes, and you can just kind of play off the back of that Curse, followed up with, say, the Slam from Tim's if you time it well enough, and just kind of remove that from the equation. The issue for Boom is it feels like they're not going to be able to really start the fight with Jackie getting caught out. If Jackie does get caught out, you have to just try to bail out ASAP. You're going to want some Force Staffs in this game just to ensure Jackie's not going to be kited around too badly. You'd want at least 2. So Skem and Tims would probably want 1. And that does take some build up, especially for the Shaker, who will want to prioritize the Blink, and Winter Wyvern, who's going to be dirt poor. So I think Entity has a much better early timing. They can just hit these initial item buildups, say Vanguard for Bristleback, a quick little big BKB for Toby, and just run around, really apply that pressure early on, and punish Boom while they might still need investment, especially on Jackie. Like, the Ursa is going to want that Blink Diffusal, and they're going to want to try to get a pick off into Roche with a Morbid Mask up. It can be a little bit harder to get that launching if it doesn't roll off fast.
Well, let's get into it. Game number 1. Again, you and I, all we wanted is a close matchup here between these two teams. See how this one does go down. Both teams currently tied in third place in the group stage, so wanting to try and overtake each other and, of course, rack up those points. Entity, today, have had a draw against Tundra, and Boom actually end up getting 0-2'd, or rather 2-0'd by Beastcoast, which is something I wasn't quite expecting seeing the early matchup, but Beastcoast showing up today and doing a fantastic job. And there you go, Boom. Probably a little bit more desperate for the points after their results in their earlier series, but again, both teams tied up in third place, so both teams equally just as much want those points. And Entity, already a very early smoke out here from the Dire boys. Wrapping around the long way through the Radiant jungle. They might run right into Tim. This could be a great setup for the first blood, though Tim sees them now. Oh, Fishman. He backed off at the wrong moment. He could have probably leveled up that Nightmare and set up for the kill, but nonetheless, I suppose even then, you don't really want level 1 Nightmare during the laning stage if you can avoid it. And with that, we are going to have a very quick disconnection here from FBZ. And, well, Johnny, it's not a game with an SCA team without a disconnect. We've got to have at least one.
Yeah, 1. I'm expecting multiple here. Boom's got to deliver the goods. Got to see multiple disconnects at some point. It shouldn't take too long, at least.
Can I just ask you, John, by the way, because, I haven't asked you this yet.
Yeah.
You and I, we haven't got to cast a Talon game yet. And I just wonder how you feel about that. Like, is that bothering you inside, John? You haven't had the chance to talk. You did talk about Talon yesterday in a series that did not have Talon in them. Does it bother you that you haven't had the pleasure to speak about them at the Mage yet?
It's all right. They're playing their game. I would love to say hi to Zephyr, because he's a brother. He's a bro. Zephyr's absolutely a chill bro, but it's all right. Let them play their games. We focus on our games, and then we split the difference later on.
Very professional of you, John. Fishman can get aggressive here and actually gets the banner rune. Just kind of outclicks them and gets the tip from Stormstormer as well. Well, there you go. Fast hands from Fishman.
Ooh.
Gets it done. In fact, did they get every single one?
Yeah.
Wow.
Awesome.
4 banner runes the way of Entity. You can't be unhappy about that.
Yeah, you're going to have a really great start coming out here for Entity. I'm going to really work out in the mid. Bottle time is going to be a little bit greater as well. Of course, we'll take a look at that bot lane first. You do see Kataomi already down there with a Tiny up against FBZ. So a bit of a lane swap coming out from Boom, dragging FBZ down to the safe lane to deal with that Bristleback lane. Saberlight going to be down there as well. So they do manage to see that swap. And you still have that Bristle versus NP lane, which again is fairly nice for Bristle. You can kind of clear out the treants. It's additional farm for you. Tim's synergy with NP, decent enough hold once you have the Sprout up, but I don't know if you really have enough damage to jump either the Tiny or the Bristle. You don't have a casual Blightstone here for FBZ to make use of Kataomi's 0 armor, so you should be fairly happy here for TSM to just, for Entity to just kind of build up, farm up, and clear out the treants.
Oh, more cute voice lines coming out here, Jonathan. Very, very upsetting to hear. Of course, mid lane, Stormstormer against Yopaj here in the Puck vs Ember matchup. We've seen this matchup many, many times, Jonathan, but if you don't mind, who should have an inherent advantage in this match?
It's Ember. You can just play around with Sleight of Fist, an all-true Stormstormer. And once you have components going into your Orb of Corrosion, it becomes a lot harder, and you can see Stormstormer just copying it. It's very hard to get the timing to dodge out with Phase Shift, so Yopaj just has better angles to be aggressive. And Rune Control is going to be equally important for both sides. Stormstormer is going to have a little bit more to play with the Orb, but Boom does have really good supports to rotate, and especially that Shaker. If Tims gets the opportunity to head towards mid at the 4-minute, 6-minute mark, that could be pretty scary for Stormstormer if he's not ready for it.
What's that fine lane as well, John? Top lane, Toby and Fishman going to be against Jackie and Skem. Razor versus Ursulane, not very fun for Jackie whatsoever, but so far he's doing decently as Toby. Get in range now to get a bit of a static link off, but only going to sap about 13 damage. Nothing to write home about. Just trying to be as annoying as possible here towards the Ursa. Toby dropping a little bit low. Arctic Burn is going to be there with the Splinter Blast, and Jackie going to cop the Nightmare, but Skem and the Fisher. Now from Tim's going to set up for the first blood as Fishman. He's going to try to run, but boom. With the very early rotations out from Tim's, do set up for a double kill up top lane. We're only 2.5 minutes in, John, but Tim's, he's hanging around this top, and I guess Boom are currently just kind of running a tri lane.
I think they realize they can't really do much down bot with a Shaker, so you might as well get active elsewhere, try to be aggressive.
Toby, he might be making the walk of shame here. Top lane, the Razor in big trouble and is going for the walk of shame back to the back to the lane. Jackie now needs a way out. Avalanche will be there. Jackie's still somehow surviving as Tims blocks him off. Oh, Tims, why? Why block him off like that? Fishman. He's going to try to run now, but Tims, he'll follow up for another kill here as Katomi. What does he get done here on the Tiny? He'll go for a toss-up onto Skem, but he might be dropping as well. What a way to start off this game number 1 here between these two teams. Is FBZ's going to show up now? All right. Bring everyone to the top lane. Classic SCA Dota. Katomi gets caught out. Should be okay to run to the tree line and try to juke out for a little bit, but FBZ is going to try and have his way with Katomi as Skem gets off the Arctic Burn. Katomi eventually is going to... Well, not, maybe not. He's still juking out. Plasma Field is there. Katomi finally dropping as now Toby makes it back into the lane, but Skem, he's trapped in the tree line. He'll go down eventually. He'll try for a TP out. He's actually going to make it. Oh my goodness. Just FYI for the players on Boom, John, it's usually the mid lane that we all group up in and grief the game with, but top lane is where they've decided to do it.
No, Mike. What they're doing is a tactical lane swap. Look, Jackie heads down bot after the movement, and they suddenly get the lane they want. They want to play against the Bristle. They saw the commitment of Toby going back top, so you get the NP versus Razor lane, which was much more manageable. in comparison to Jackie having to deal with a Razor. So it was all in all just a very complicated way of getting a full lane swap out, and it works.
It does. That it does. So it's very, very interesting stuff going on here, but you love to see it. It's just action-packed game already. 5 to 1, 6 kills in 5 minutes.
A wyvern's bread.
Now we'll see if the action is going to continue here. Lane swaps, see if it does pan out. Naturally, like you mentioned, Don, as the Ursa, you don't really want to be up against the Razor of Toby, and lane swaps should definitely favor Boom Esports for now. Much prefer to go up against the Bristleback of Saberlight if you can. Speaking of Saberlight, he's had a very good time considering everyone just left his lane. Just farming up with basically free CS for a full minute while everyone was just hanging around top. And well, against Jackie, I mean, at this point, you're already almost level 5 on the Bristle. You're probably not going to care too much for the Ursa whatsoever.
Yeah, you're really not going to care. They are starting to clump mid here from both sides. Coil out.
Mid lane, Scam has been caught. Yopaj, he's going to try to move in, but there's 3 heroes around. What can he actually get done here? He'll get tossed up. Flame Guard's still going, and with the Fisher to set up Yopaj, he gets one, but now the Nightmare. Fishman gonna hold him down. He's got remnants to Yopaj. He's fine to get out as Tims. He'll keep going on to the Bane, but does he have any spells to throw out? It doesn't seem like it. He'll go for a run now, but Fishman's still in danger as now Yopaj right back in. Tims, he's gonna make it out on Yopaj. He'll take the kill on the Ember. 7-2, 6 minutes in, Jonathan. This is a real action-packed game already.
This really is, and I don't think we've seen Boom be this active in the CDPC in a while. They're kicking it into gear here in the majors. Very strong start for them. For Entity, it's not the worst thing in the world. You are getting farm elsewhere. Boom are committing a lot of resources to get this aggression out. They will manage to find Saberlight, so that's the exact kill they'd want. I am curious about this build-up from Jackie. We've seen this before, Mike. He is going back for the Battle Fury Ursa in this game, where it feels like you might get a lot of value out from the Diffusal, but he loves this Battle Fury.
Katomi, trouble now top lane. Paj, he does have remnants up. In fact, he's going to just move in the old-fashioned way, just using his legs as Toby. Going to try and chase him down, but it feels like he's being baited as the Wrath does come in from FBZ and Toby. Look how low they're dropping as the remnant forward from Yopaj. Oh, it's perfect, right into the mid lane as well. Stormstormer, he'll go for a run, but Yopaj, he's out of control already. Look at this Ember John just all over the map as Stormstormer. He's going down. FBZ the one to take the kill as Fishman. He'll try to run, but the chains are out. The Ember once again setting up as Fishman. He might make it out. And now the mass TP's into the mid lane here from Entity to try and salvage the situation as Skem. He'll go for a run on the Winter Wyvern. The chase is on though, and the teammates are right by him as Toby. He can't secure the kill. In comes Katomi, flying onto the Ember, but Yopaj, he dukes out everything. Just walks right away as Entity. They get nothing for their trouble. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you asked for that mid standoff, Mike. Here it is. 7 heroes down mid. That is buying a lot of space out for Saberlight. This Bristleback is still getting pretty damn fat, and I think Entity's just going to have to build off the back of that. Vanguard already up for Saberlight, Soul Ring up, going for the Ags next. He is still going to hit his timings. That is still something Boom's going to have to try to contend with. And how they deal with that without something like the early Diffusal on Ursa, they're going to have to get creative. Yopaj is already building up quite fast. Maybe you can just play around with the Ember and the rotations out from the NP at that point. As they do chill out a bit, lanes do split up. Entity clumping down bot though.
See what they can get done here. Skem, he is around to break the smoke, and Fishman still trying to move in as Jackie. He's going to try and go for the fight. In comes FBC as well, but Skem in big trouble is going to go down first. Entity off to a good start. Katomi going to survive for now as Jackie going to get tossed away and get controlled and kited up, but a nice Fisher is out from Tims as Jackie. He'll go for a run, but Fishman now being caught out on the Bane. In fact, Tims, he's the one being chased down here by the side of Entity and eventually should just drop and will. Yopaj, however, here he comes. Katomi's gone down. Fishman, very low on that free line. Yopaj will catch him out as well, a double already on the Ember. So he does salvage. Entity, they had a great start to the fight, but this Ember moving in, going after Toby now. Remnants are up, but he'll wait for the chains first. And in fact, he thought he was in the tree line. Goes for the slider fist, but misses. And with that, I mean, who do you call it a win for, John? Because it was a very even engagement down at bot.
I'd say you're slightly happier in Entity. Very even trade overall, but that's some important kills to kind of give towards Saberlight as well to help him accelerate. It is starting to give some room out for Boom. They're getting a good shove out up top with FBZ's Nature's Prophet just summoning around. They are lacking ways to really lock in Yopaj, which is a big issue right now.
Dream call out, Storm. He just does not want to deal with this guy right now. Saberlight just trying to farm the Ancients while he can. Yopaj is going to terrorize him while he can as well. Saberlight, let's keep going. Toby's around the area to try and help out, but just look at this guy. How confident is he? He's constantly moving in onto Saberlight. They'll nightmare him up. Just hold him down for a little bit. And there's your Fiend's Grip. It's overly confident from Yopaj this time around as Fishman does just lock him down and take him out, and that's going to be quite a bit of gold going back the way of Toby.
And that's a pretty big kill for Entity to find. Not having the backup to break off that grip, Tim's not being in that general area, are eyeing up top. Could get a good Fisher, but doesn't quite block in Katomi, so not going to get the opportunity. Still, Entity, I mean, they're finding certain trades that are working out for them. The Ags is still building up for Saberlight. We're seeing the Witchblade being finished off by Storm. We're still a ways off. Boom, though, have room to push down mid. That is where their lineup sort of shines. You can kind of split push with the NP, apply pressure all around the map, and just kind of get going from there.
Here we go again. Fishman gonna try and TP out while he can, and should be just fine to do so. And Stormer, he'll jaunt out there on the puck. It does feel like Entity, they're just waiting for this timing on Saberlight, right? Like, he's having a great old time on the Bristleback, top of the net worth board still, and getting relatively close now to getting the Aghanim Scepter. And once you've got that, it does feel like Entity, they just start to move as a unit.
Yeah, you can just use that Bristleback as the Vanguard, or take the brunt of the damage for the team, and just kind of do a lot of damage himself as well. Oh,
Oil, Scam, does get caught. Nice setup here from Stormer, though onto the high ground he goes, and with the Cold Embrace he'll buy himself a tiny bit of time, but not quite enough. You've got to appreciate, John, the way that Entity's playing this matchup now. Just always bundled up together, making sure they're able to help if somebody gets caught, and not allowing the pickoffs to come from Boom as Fishman. I say that, I might have just jinxed him, John. He's kind of alone right now, though. Toby is going to make his way in on the Razor to try and help out, but he might need to leave straight after. This Fishman is not making it out of this one. Toby, he should be just fine. Or is he? Yopaj, change around. He'll lock him down. You've got the Fisher from a mile away as well, so Toby, he's very low in HP now. But can they secure the kill? Maybe not. Yopaj still going. Meanwhile, towards the south, the curse is out. Locking down Tim's. That'll be the Earthshaker gone, and in the end, Toby on the Razor, he does end up surviving.
They couldn't quite overcommit. They are still hunting for more.
Scam should go down here. Doesn't have the Cold Embrace to block off all this damage, and well, eventually is just going to drop Saberlight. A double kill for the Bristle. And considering how well this man's been farming this game, Jonathan, that double kill only going to help him escalate towards that Aghanim Scepter even sooner. Hell, at this stage, he might have it by 14 minutes.
Yeah, he's only 800 gold away. The timing's going to be really damn fast for Saberlight. I want to bring your attention over to FBZ, Mike. Look what he has queued up on the Nature's Prophet. He's going for the Ags on the NP with the Entangle. I don't think we've seen that ourselves in any games we've casted, because otherwise I'd ramble on about that Entangle. It sounds pretty fun. So I'm keen to see just how effective that will be, whether or not this is the build to go for, because you've got an Ursa with Battle Fury already flying out, and now you're going to have an NP with Ags. I mean, it's some good teamfight control in a way, and if they are all clumped up on Entity, that could line up for, say, a big slam, a good amount of bounces around from Yopaj, Slides of Fist coming through. It can tie in quite nicely to that, along with the cleave damage from the Ursa. So just depending on how disciplined Entity stays, this could be amazing for Boom, or kind of lackluster if they all just kind of split apart anyway.
One of those things, though, like, you kind of mentioned the fact that this Ursa does get kited around a lot this game, right? And with that Entangle from FBZ, maybe that's just kind of the idea. Just root him up and allow this Ursa to get the job done. It's kind of where I think they're trying to go with this. Because you have seen him getting kited quite a bit here on Jackie. So we'll find out very soon, John. Once the Axe is up, we'll know what the idea is. For now, FBZ just farming away. And more importantly, John, speaking of Ags, Saberlight, just about 300 gold away from his own Aghanim Scepter, which, again, I think is going to be the main timing for the side of Entity to just group up as a team and really start rushing for Boom.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to run around, easy ride to max Warpath, drop a lot of armor, slow down the Ursa from trying to run around on top of them, and just complicate that process for Boom to play. Still smoke out for Boom here. Posh and Tim's looking for someone to jump on. Still no blink up on Tim. Relatively early in the game, but they might find a decent target in Stormer here.
Just use the orb as well. Stormer. Oh, Chain's not going to land. Fisher is there, however, but Stormer will draw back towards the low ground, and Fishman will TP over to try and help out. Nightmare is there, but it will be taken by Skemmer's Toby now, and the rest of the cavalry doing some. Saberlight, he gets right to work. Curse is out, but it's not doing too much. Yopaj to the right side, though, has been caught up, but still is fine. Meanwhile, Entity, they continue chasing for more, already getting Tims down. And Yopaj, he is eventually going to drop here to Stormer and Fishman. Really nice turnaround from Entity. And again, it's really unfortunate timing for Boom, because you just got the Ags up on the bristle. Saberlight, he was more than happy to see that fight break out.
Yeah, and off the back of those kills, they go straight into the Roche. They've got the minus armor, they've got the damage coming in from Saberlight. Without Yopaj around, this is not something you can easily contest on Boom. You need that mobility of Yopaj in here with the Ember. And the Roche is just going to fall way too fast for them to even contest. So a great pickup by Entity, dragging this game towards their way now with the Ags pickup. 2 lives up on Saberlight. Very durable on the Bristle. Boom might not be kitted out to deal with that. And again, they're playing a much more farm-heavy game with Jackie on the Ursa. With a Battle Free, he is building up nicely, but his timings are a bit slower because of that.
Certainly is. Certainly is, John. And see if Entity can kind of take advantage of that. Now, Liner worthy to go their way. Definitely a bit of a greedier style of play here from Boom, and even FBZ with the Ags that you talked about earlier. Doesn't really want to get too involved in these team fights, but rather wants the Ags up before he gets involved. It does feel like you are at the stage of the game right now where Entity should have the advantage and should kind of be leading as to where this game goes. They'll take their time and just keep that farm up for now. Boom, they'll do the exact same, just trying to catch their way up. BKB is very important as well for Boom this game. We'll see Yopaj trying to farm that up ASAP. Though his biggest problem does seem to be the Bane naturally, just with that Bane's grip, and I need to see a Lincoln's later on. Kicking off Fishman. There he is, right by the Ember. Yopaj trying to hunt him down as FBZ. Thinking about showing up, but doesn't. And Entity, we just fine here down at the bot side. Meanwhile, top though, Toby's being watched here by Skem. I think to really have the numbers to make the jump in though, so Toby's going to be just fine.
Just a bit of a lull as they keep building up. I think the next step for both sides are those blink pickups that you'd really want. You're going to want to see Kataomi with the blink on the Tiny, still a little already up and running, so they could start to play aggressive with that. Dream Coil tossback is going to be a big possibility for them. Tim's still waiting up for his own blink on that Shaker, but that might be sooner rather than later, about 400 gold away. So you're going to have more tools for both sides to play with. Yopaj is not going to have to risk himself every single time now. He will have a little bit more leeway to have maybe Tim's cop that grip if he so chooses. Still, Age is still up and running for Entity. Shove in onto the mid. Boom, not keen on over-committing for that defense. They understand that we can afford to kind of give that away. We already took their mid tower. This just equalizes the map a bit more. They've just got to dodge that Bristle while he's at his peak. And just get their own timings up and running before they try to handle that problem.
Lane Tims. Oh, Dream Coil, just the nick of time. Stormer. Getting there right as the TP was about to end. Happy days for him as mid lane. Bean's grip is out again. Oh, they've caught the Ember another time. Or have they? Yopaj barely remnanting out. Somehow avoiding all the damage of Saberlight. He'll at least try for FBZ. Maybe he can get the profit, but no, there's no way to cancel the TP. He's just fine. They miss out on the Ember. At least they might find Skem, but no, he's also fine. Everyone just TP's out.
And that's pretty much on edge for Boom, but they do manage to expend a lot of time out from Entity. So they're not going to be able to get as much as they'd want. Jackie is kind of ready to go with his blink here if they want to really engage.
They can. He's only just about 100 gold away from his own blink here, John. Love that on the shaker. So Entity gonna huddle down towards the bottom lane as FBZ gonna be scouted. He does have TP available, but Katomi already in with the avalanche and toss combination. FBZ, I mean, he's gonna try, but there's just no way out. Just way too much damage from Entity. And with that, they can certainly look to set up on that bottom T2 tower if they wish to do so. And they just feel so powerful right now with this draft. And I think they just may. Saberline, he's feeling confident.
Yep, he understands how strong he is at this moment in the game. His here is just very hard to kill off, very durable. Once he has his BKB, that pretty much ties in the entire equation here for Saberlight. Side of Boom, again, just not keen on fighting. Aegis only about 40 seconds away. Smoke out from Boom, though. If they time this right, this could be a pretty big kill. They just need to be a bit patient on that Aegis.
Got the blink up on Tim's, John. Saberlight dropping very low, but again, the Aegis 20 seconds away from expiring. See how well Boom can try and time this as they'll let the tier 2 bottom tower drop and Tim's. They'll literally just stalk Saberlight here on the bristleback. 14 seconds for it. Smoke broken though by Katomi. Yopaj still trying to move in as Saberlight trying to take the outpost. 5 more seconds for that Aegis. They're waiting very patiently, but no, it's gone. The Flame Guard takes it out. And now the reset will be there for Entity as the Fiend's Grip gonna hold down the Ember again. Oh, boy, he just can't get away from Fishman. This Bane is terrorizing him, the Ember.
Yeah, they've always got a great target on site. It's a bit of an issue. I think Yopaj is starting to rely on a fissure break to stop that grip, but Silence came out right in the nick of time. The Dream Coil pushed the supports away from Yopaj. And now, with these big kills, Entity have a clear path onto the high ground. Tier 3 already being taken 21.5 minutes in. Jackie's still not ready to take these fights without the BKB. And Tower stays alive. They temper the aggression here onto Entity, but you see how much they can do with just a couple of pickoffs. 4K lead already for Entity as Boom. They still need to play this patience game. FBZ is one part away from the Ags, and we've got to see the impact of that, whether or not that enables Jackie enough to jump in the middle of the front lines here. And for Yopaj, I'm not sure how you fix the grips. Lincoln sounds like the best idea, but that's a lot of farm that he doesn't quite have on the Ember with all these stats. They will go for a smoke play out here, though.
They will. Katomi's the nearest target they have. Not the biggest kill for him, but they might just have to settle for something. They will go after the Tiny. Jackie, right in, will take the kill. Nice easy one there for Boom. Again, not the most impactful kill in the world, but considering the way this game's gone, Boom will just kind of take anything they can get right now, and does allow Jackie to get to the top of the net worth board as well on the Ursa. While Entity have the 3K net worth advantage, still be very wary. Anyone's game thus far. And now the Ag's up as well, John. See how much this does for FBZ.
Yeah, I'd really love to see a 3.8 second entangle, 60-second cooldown, lots of uptime. So, you know, it can be quite active. That's something they can set their tempo here on Boom's end.
Smoke out. This could be terrible timing for Entity, John. They have not seen that Ags up yet. Entity. Well, they'd love to find the Ember once again. They've got the Fiend Grip up. Yopaj, he breaks the smoke. Toby, gonna be spotted. They'll make the jump in. Instead, onto Skem. Take down the Wyvern first. Skem will go for a cold embrace and try to survive through it. Meanwhile, Jackie will BKB TP out and they'll let Skem die. It's just not the fight they wanted. They have no vision around the area, so Boom. They do leave. Only losing their pos 5 Wyvern. Entity, well, this area is suddenly theirs now.
They've got another tower to take. They've got a great angle for the tier 2. Boom are still getting farm elsewhere. Both Jackie and FPZ are managing to kind of keep pace. Jackie's still number 1 in that fort. FPZ trailing right behind Stormer and Saberlight. Pretty significant gap for FPZ and Yopaj, but they are at least getting some itemization going. FTZ going for the AC next. Yopaj still gunning for that Kaya Stange. So stat resist coming out and a little bit more damage coming through as well. No sign of Lincoln's coming out, and that lack of protection is a little bit scary. BKB is there, but that single target grip is still massive, and you can just take a look at that level disparity from all the kills NTT have found onto Yopaj. Stormer is 19 now in the pot. Like, Yopaj is still level 14. It's level 15 now. It's been a much slower game for him after starting off in a wild way, just because, well, he went a bit too far forward a couple of times.
Regeneration.
Here we go again, John. Boom. Smoking up, trying to get something done here, but which way are they headed? And that level disparity you just talked about, obviously a massive issue here for Boom. Entity as well, all grouped up. 5-man smoke, and they're going to run right into each other. Yopaj, he'll break the smoke with the Fiend's Grip, right out with the Fisher. This time around does cancels the entangles. They do come in now. Katomi, he might just drop too early with the Echo Slam. Is there in time from Tiz before he does end up going down a Saberlight? He'll keep moving forward. They've lost Jackie on the Ursa. Boom, playing without their POS 1 now. It's not looking good for them. There's FBZ. Well, he's going to try and get his way out of this, but there's just no chance in hell. Entity once again cleaning up as Jackie cops the tip from Toby. I didn't quite see what happened there with Jackie and how he died. I'm not sure if we have a replay of that moment, John. Did you happen to see what happened?
Yeah, he split off in that fight. He went towards the right flank down the staircase while the rest of the team was still playing on the upper area of that jungle. And he was isolated. It's an Ursa trying to chase down a Razor. The kiting issue still came out. And he just melted. You know, his BKB was not enough to keep him alive. Physical output of Entity was still higher. Off the back of that fight, Entity now 7k lead up. And they've just got opportunities to shrink the map. Top tier 2 being pushed in by Saberlight. Yopaj is around, but it doesn't feel like he has the outfit to deal with the Bristleback at this point anymore. And the side of Entity, they're just going to be able to choke out the map. You still need a lot more to come through onto Jackie. You kind of still need a lot more on Yopaj and FBZ as well. And the map is pretty damn small to sustain all of these heroes to hit their timings.
I mean, it's a really nice lead now for Entity. Almost 8k their way in terms of net worth advantage. They just don't seem to be planning on slowing down anytime soon here. Roshan is there to take if they do wish, but it seems like they'll wait it out for now. Of course, Boom Esports, they're also going to hang around the Roshan pit and make sure it doesn't get taken for free. Entity certainly looking at that as their next objective here is Stormer. Making himself into the Roshan pit as the smoke is going to be out from Entity. Another 5-man smoke. Into the Radiant Triangle they go here. Entity will have their smoke broken on Stormer. He's not afraid though, he'll make the jump in on the Ember. Dream Call is out as well. BKB available, but Yopaj really waiting this one out as Stormer going after Jackie, but the Ursa. But now he's fine to back his way out. Still Toby just sapping so much damage. They do find Skem and Jackie. He's dropping very low here on that Ursa. One more hit would do it with the curse. It's there in time from Skem. Saberlight, he can't quite make it in time, but he'll jump right into the base. He does not give a crap. This man's a Giga Chad right onto Skem. This Wyvern, he might just be dying back immediately. And he will Yopaj even top lane, getting taken down by Stormer. Terrible news here for Boom Esports, but Entity just looking so damn strong. Not taking their foot off the pedal once during this game number 1.
Yeah, and we talked about it for Boom, right? When they picked that Ursa, they need a few force staffs to just get him out of the Razor's range. And they don't have it. Every single time Toby just runs up, gets the static blink off, gets the Talbot off, Jackie just can't do anything.
Katomi, what a setup onto Tims and Jackie. Finding both of them here as Jackie, he's forced to try and fight back, but how do you do so? He's surrounded. He'll try to run down towards the south and blink away and for a TP out. He is going to make it. Tims won't be so lucky, and John, while all that was happening, Roshan really taken by Entity as well.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they give the shard over onto Toby just to help with the chase onto that Ursa. It's such a tough game for Jack. He just uses damage, uses farm. He can't stand in the fight from the Razors there. And without any force staffs to get him away from it, I mean, he just loses all his damage. It's happened twice in a row now.
Easy. He's going to try for a TP out, but the Nightmare is going to be there from Fishman. And FBZ is going to go down here on the Prophet as well. Even more bad news to go the way of Boom Esports. And once again, Entity just really taking advantage of these spikes they've had throughout this game one. And it just doesn't seem like they need to slow down anytime soon, John. It just feels like they just keep going. Just keep being aggressive.
They've got... It's the nature of Bristleback. Once this hero's on a snowball start, it's very hard to slow that down.
He's down Skep this time around, John. It's just been an excellent Bane performance here from Fishman.
Yeah, he's just been on point with his targets. Every single time. His kills on Yopaj were the real big ones that allowed the Entity to regain some of that early to mid-game momentum that was kind of lacking from the laning phase.
Stormstormer, he's deep. Tims, he's going to be fine. Meanwhile, the Puck really playing around here with Boom, just juking and driving. While Saberlight, he's not so much juking, John. He's just running right at Boom every time he gets a chance. Jackie, going to go for a jump in on the Bristle. Doesn't really get too much damage out, though. Saberlight, that secondary life anyway, so feeling rather confident to just frontline for the team. Entity. Seems like they'll go after a tier 2 mid tower here. This Doom try to defend this. Like a rather difficult defense to try and make here for Boom. And it's Saberlight. He's making such short work of that tier 2 mid tower anyway. Jackie is going to try and walk in, make the Aegis go down, and does do so as the Green Coil was there on Yopaj. Now the curse out onto Toby, just putting a halt to the static link. Saberlight, he's right back in on the Bristleback. Onto FBZ he goes. He's already found the Prophet. FBZ, he's going to be saved by the Cold Embrace for a moment, but it won't last long. Now this Bristleback is just completely out of control.
It's just ripping everyone to shreds with no break on Boom. There's no stop and drop. They're going to have a way of making a face for it as well. The curse that's coming out from Scam haven't been able to line up and actually forcing these big cores onto a target. It's just to stop them from chasing down Jackie for the most part. And the big issue now for Boom is I don't know where their team fight's going to be coming in from. Right? Like they're jumping around with Yopaj. Sometimes you get to see some great slams out from Tims, but for the most part, Entity's just been able to really just focus on Jackie, take away that damage source, and the rest of Boom just crumbles. Yopaj is really way too far behind on the Ember to work his magic just yet. Has the Kaya up, needs the Kaya Sanj, needs the Ags to be up, and probably a refresh as well. So much more gold Yopaj needs to put the game on his back. So right now it's really just sort of the Jackie show for now. He's got the Basher, but they need ways to bring Jackie away from the Razor. Because when Toby comes in, it's either you use that Winter's Curse or you're done for. And when you use the Curse, that is your big team, your big reliable team fight spell gone. And then you're just gonna have to hope that they clump up for Tim to get the slam on, get a good fissure on top, and that you can play on top of that.
Go again, Entity. Show up down towards the bot lane, and of course Boom Esports immediately just gonna TP out. Not interested in a fight whatsoever right now with Entity. 17k behind Boom Esports. And there needs to be plenty of time to farm up here for the cause of Boom. BZ, a lot of pressure on his shoulders to keep all these lanes pushed out on the Prophet. Entity, Coil is there. They caught the Ember once again, and the Coil, it ends up snapping here on the Ember. Oh, Yopaj ends up going down once again as now Jackie getting caught out by Saberlight. He'll go for the man fight and try onto the Bristleback. All this nades will do. He's going nowhere. He'll be forced to BKB up and just go for a run. Blink away, but in goes the Puck once again. Stormstormer just not giving up, and now Tim just getting jumped right by Saberlight. Into Jackie they go once again, and that'll be another. Oh my goodness. These guys are relentless, Jonathan.
Yep. Just keeping up the pace. They know that it is kind of line up when you're ahead. You just stay ahead. The lineup of Boom isn't geared up to deal with that piling snowball effect. They tried to split push out with FBZ, gets a little bit of a shove up top, and is shoving down bot as well. He does have the shard up and running, but presence of his NP hasn't really been felt. I don't think we've even seen any great entangled from the Wrath of Nature. It just doesn't feel relevant at all in these fight. And now onto the high ground, Saberlight goes. Nothing to stop him. Tier 2 just melts onto the Rex. They do have a curse on Scam, but what are you really aiming for in that curse to really split apart an instant?
Sure, John. It's been a very tough game here for Scam. Just no good curses coming out this game, and props to Entity. They've been very good with their positioning this game, I'd argue. And Midrax does go down. 22k advantage now the way of Entity, and well, boom, they're not out of the game quite yet, but it is a very rough affair for them. It's going to be all about that next Roshan here for this game number 1. Entity, I mean, should have first dibs on that next Roshan, but it is going to be quite a bit of time away till we find out when it is going to spawn up anyway. Seems like they'll need a few targets to try and go after, and Jackie may show himself mid lane here on the Ursa. Saberlight might be able to make a jump in and start a fight once again, but there is going to be a smoke out. Boom. They'll see the Bristle. Problem is his whole team is behind him, just waiting as the Echo is going to be committed, but where's the damage output? It did nothing. A nice curse though, Scam. Going to try and turn this one around. The Fiend Grip, however, holding down Jackie on the Ursa, and he's gone once again. I mean, you saw the Echo being committed, John. It just did no damage. On to another. Yeah. They found FBZ.
Ooh.
Yopash, he does get Saberlight. It's a massive pick-off for the Ember. He still ends up going down, however. But I suppose it is a decent trade for him at the least. Problem is Entity. They get the better end of the team fight. Now they're onto the high ground, trying to find a bit more as Stormer. In onto the Earthshaker, Tims. Will run back towards the fountain and does make it. Oops. They are onto that bottom tier 3 tower now. Even without the Bristle back, they just don't seem to care.
Yeah, there's no big depth to come through here.
Scam. Getting ripped. The new one here is Yopash. He's going to commit the buyback. He'll find, hopefully this time, is Katomi somehow surviving, but finally goes down. But now Yopash, Silent Stuff, cannot make it away from Toby. Dieback immediately on the Ember. Now this Modrax surely goes down the way of Entity. No way of stopping it. John, keep in mind, this is without Saberlight being here. That's the concerning part.
Yeah, Boom are just kind of crumbling to the aggression coming out from Entity. They've just been non-stop running. Was Boom doing this earlier on in the game, first 10 minutes, then past the point, Entity got enough space on Saberlight, slipped together's 5, never gave openings. Boom, they did get overly aggressive. You know, Yopaj running up, attempting Fate up against the Bane, gets punished for it like 2 times in a row. That's what really set them back here on Boom. Now, they can still have a couple of plays on hand. They've got the Roche clearing ability with the Ursa. That is still something they can play around. They still have a great curse that can potentially come out from Scam. Just doesn't really feel like we've seen any of those big curses at all. So it's just been really tough going here for the Winter Wyvern. But they still have tools. It is 30k behind. It's much easier for Entity, and Boom. The angles they have to make this game turn their way are very limited.
They are. Go again. Coil is there. Stormer. Will hold them down. Jackie, a bit of a sitting duck here as the Wyvern. Gonna drop it now. The Fiend Grip. Hold down the Ursa. He's still surviving for a little bit, but not for long. BKB just does not matter against Bristleback. Bursted down so darn easily, and now Entity. They might just go to the final lane of barracks. Nothing to get in their way.
Radiant's bottom has fallen. Radiant's courier has been Radiant's top tower.
Saberlight, keep going. Echo being committed here from Stim. They actually found the puck, but not quite. Phase shift is there. He might have a chance to get out as Yopash. We'll try to chase him down, but no, the Slide of Fist. It doesn't end up connecting either. The Entity, they're just fine to get out with a full stack.
Yep. They back off. Only one set of racks standing here for the side of Boom. Entity 35k lead, 18 to 39. Boom still trying to hang on, still trying to work something out, but this is Entity's game to lose now. They're in a massive lead. They're pretty much fully slotted up in Saberlight. This Bristleback just feels unkillable at this point. Max stack of Warpath, giving him a nice cozy 800 damage per right click. Seems just about right here. Roshan is up. They're going to go for a smoke play here, Entity.
There we go again. Saberlight. It's forward. No fear in the world here on that Bristleback. Meanwhile, Jackie already getting all his damage sapped away on the Ursa. Coil is there, but this Ursa just can't do anything. Jackie's gone. Tim's is also gone with the Shaker. They're just stuck in the tree line trying to get out, but GG's called. They've had enough. A very one-sided affair here from Entity. And John, I'd love to hear your opinion on why it was such a one-sided affair, because it was a great start with this game one for Boom. Such aggression, so much success in those earlier stages of the game, but after that, you hit that mid-game, you get the Ags up on Saberlight, and they just get going. There was just no coming back from it.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of things that went wrong. Number one, Yopaj got overly aggressive, got punished twice in a row by some really great position coming out from Fishman, catching out with Bane, managing to get the punishment, knowing what Yopaj would want to do there and punishing that greed. I think another aspect that came in there as well was itemization. Like Jackie for the Battle Fury, we've seen him do this a couple of games already where it's not the easiest Ursa game. It's not an Ursa game where you can just sit back and farm. It felt like he needed to be an aggressive Ursa. He needed to be online much faster. Maybe a diffusal build-up. You melt through Bristleback's mana. Suddenly he's not going to get max Warpath for that long in the middle of a team fight. You can kite him around. You can stop him from being a menace. You can slow down the Razor from chasing you down with the inhibit. And that didn't come out. And the itemization as well that came out from, say, FBZ, right? The Ags came out. I don't know if I even noticed any entangle. I'm not sure if that's bugged or something, but I for sure didn't feel any 3.6 second entangle at all at anything.
Nice.
So even if it came out, like, really didn't do much for them. That's a 4,200 gold investment. There were no force staffs to help Jackie. Every time he'd blink in, static link, and damage is gone. The draft from NTT was just perfect to deal with it. Boom, they had a certain idea coming in with that. Very confident with the Ursa last pick into Puck, into Bane, into Razor, but they didn't quite do enough to make that a workable matchup.
Right. Well, with that, John, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft here between Boom Esports and Entity. We'll see you then.
Look who's back.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Dire victory.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are getting into game number 2's draft here between Boom Esports and, of course, Entity. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, game 1 going the way of Entity, and I want to say decisive fashion. Once you hit that mid game, they just did not slow down. Odds not reflecting that whatsoever, by the way, from the GG bet whatsoever. Boom, still the favorites going against Entity. John, we are going to head into the draft because it has already begun, so let's go over there. But talk to me about that game 1. You kind of talked about it already, but we had to cut you a little bit short. Where did things go wrong, and what would you like to see changed from Boom, and maybe even Entity, if you feel like there's anything that needed to be changed that game?
I think Entity had the right idea. They drafted to their strengths. They drafted to their strengths and to the weaknesses of Boom. Boom, they still force out the Ursa pick. They went with the NP for FPZ, which was decent enough, was very active early on. But the itemization kind of fell flat. There were no force staffs to help out Jackie to get away from the Razor, to stop the static link. The curses from Scam weren't on point. The ads from FPZ, it felt like it had no impact for such a huge investment. And at some point, Yopaj was getting very, very overconfident on that Ember, just jumping in, not respecting the grip, not respecting the follow-up. So I think Boom has to reel it in just a little bit, tie in that excitement, because they had a really strong start, but then they got a little bit ahead of themselves, and this gave Entity all the openings they needed, because Entity is a good team. They're a good team, and you have to respect that.
Absolutely. You definitely can't underestimate these guys, and well, the draft has begun. We should talk about that a little bit, as the Bat Rider was first picked up here by Entity. And they go right into the Chen. Again, we talk about this Chen quite a bit every time it is picked up, John, but it's one of those heroes where if you get off to a good start with a hero like this, or if your team gets off to a good start, it's really, really hard to slow down that momentum. Like the constant heals coming in, the billion auras you get with all the jungle creeps that he tends to take, the amount of push you get, it's just very challenging to slow down the momentum once Entity gets underway with this kind of Chen lineup.
Yeah, it just keeps rolling. It just helps you keep winning while you're winning. From behind, it can feel a little bit awkward, though, but Entity, they've shown us that they can get themselves ahead and just stay ahead. So this is, again, also one of the heroes that they've been picking up a lot recently, along with that Winter Wyvern, which Boom picked up first. So I'm wondering now how else they build on top of it. With the Bat Rider is already kind of nice here for Entity. Some flexibility for mid or off lane as well, to kind of just get a good matchup. Nothing on Boom to really cancel off the lasso. No Dispels on hand. They could maybe opt for something on support. or off lane,
10
although with the
seconds
DT
remaining.
around, that's
Team
probably
ban.
just her FBZ hero. But you could still gun for, say, a support Vendred swap. You could gun for an Abaddon with the Aphotic Shield if you really feel like something's necessary to stop that Bat Rider. We'll have to see what Boom feels like doing up against the Bat. I do
10 seconds remaining.
have my concerns, because if you look at Entity just with Bat Rider Chen, that does tell you they're
5
going to be
seconds
playing fast
remaining.
again. You know, in fact, I'd say they'd play a lot faster than they did in game one, where Boom was winning out in the lanes. Entity has the potential to actually come out with much stronger lanes to play with, and Boom might not have that opening to just run around with the early trial lanes, with the early rotations we saw teams do, and kind of try to run them down from there. I don't think Entity will allow that to happen again.
Certainly not. Definitely much more prepared, I'm sure, just in case they do want to try and run them down once again. As
Team ban.
well, final bans to come out. The draft is actually going relatively fast here between these two teams. Boom Esports just focusing in on the off lane, just paying respect to Saberlight, who was just fantastic that last game around.
Team ban.
Get rid of the Enigma as well. Just a lot of respect bans towards Saberlight here in this game 2 draft. Entity, they'll give the Ember the respect ban as well, and they'll pick up the Zeus here, which makes enough sense. If you're going to go Zeus mid, you may as well get rid of that Ember. No, it doesn't even have to be a Zeus mid, that's the thing. You can still go back for the Bat Rider mid and just kind of run the Zeus support anyway. So very flexible already for Entity.
Remaining.
Boom, how do they respond to this?
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not seeing a great way to handle the Zeus. The Nyx ban was pretty on point. It's going to be pretty annoying. Trying to catch out that Zeus. Burst damage is great. You could try for... If you're expecting Zeus mid, you could Void Spirit, but then you just flex the Bat Rider mid, and then suddenly you're not playing Dota 2 anymore. Because it's really not fun to have that matchup. I think no matter what happens, that is just not a lane that Void Spirit feels good in. So you have to watch for that potential here from Entity on Boom's end. They could... I don't know about that. They could try the Kotl mid, but Yopaj isn't really a big Kotl mid player. They'll go with a Pangolier instead. We did see a Pango solution to Zeus last time, and it kind of felt flat. You know, like you really need to be able to jump that back line down the line, prevent the Zeus from just standing around casting the spells, and you have to have follow through from your supports. Now, with a tiny Warlock, there is a little bit more to play with on Boom in terms of following through. And you also have your own sustain coming out now with a Warlock as well. So you have some ways of staying alive here, stalling out the fight as Chen would do for Entity. The question now is really just Jackie's hero. They don't have last pick once more on Boom, so anything that is kiteable, counteractable, Entity will be able to get a good read and just adjust once more.
It certainly feels that way. Fourth pick up though for Entity. We'll see where they want to go with this. It does feel like they still need 2 cores on their side of things. It does feel like this should be a Zeus support coming out here for Entity. You never know, though. Again, very flexible kind of draft here from the dire end of things. They should reveal a lot more with this fourth pickup, but they'll have a bit of a deeper think about it. See, not really wanting to go for a position 1 pickup yet. Much rather see what Jackie's going to pick up for himself. Never mind, though. They are going to go into the Alchemist, and I suppose it's one of those POS 1s that doesn't really care what the enemy POS 1 is. He's just going to do what he does. Just farm up faster than anyone else and just take over the game throughout the mid-game. So Entity going after the Alch pick. And
10 seconds remaining.
to be fair, Jonathan, I suppose it's not a guaranteed position 1, considering we have seen quite a bit of POS 3 Alchemists coming out as well. Though I highly doubt that's going to be the case this game around, but you never really know.
Yeah, I mean, it could still be the offlane Alch. I don't see any major threats yet from Boom. It just feels like a very solid Alch game regardless. Down the line, free Ags upgrades for basically all the heroes here is pretty good. Maybe the Chen not as much, but Zeus Bat Rider is going to enjoy Ags for free if you have room for it by, say, 35 minutes. That's when you start pumping everyone else with that. Boom, gonna have to think really hard about that next pick because there are no clear answers for the Alchemist from Jackie's hero pool. You could, I don't know, you could try the Ursa again. It looks like a much better Ursa game because you don't have to deal with Bane. You know, you're not dealing with a Razor. Lasso is going to be annoying, but as long as you enrage, it's really not that bad. So an Ursa could be one way. I don't know. It's always a bit tough against the Alchemist.
10
I
seconds
guess something like a
remaining.
Slark also works. It gives you a nice way of dodging out, dispelling off a
5
lot of what the Bat
seconds
Rider wants to do
remaining.
as well. And the sustained game with Warlock, it's pretty obnoxious. You Shadow Dance, you get healed up by Warlock, you're actually never gonna die. So Slark could kind of slot in here as well.
I just wonder if they really want to go back to that Ursa after that game 1. I mean, it is one of the favorites of Jackie, of course, but it was a bit of a rough affair. Though I dare say it's a much better game for an Ursa than last game. I mean, that last game was just so much kiting happening against that Ursa. You are still up against Bat Rider, though, so yeah, you never know. They might not want to go down that route. Still more bans to come, though. Boom Esports. They got rid of the Bloodseeker. Maybe still assuming that there is a POS 1 that is to come for Entity. So again, it's still very open for a draft, and they'll even get rid of the Lycan, just making sure that they can't get outpaced by the draft of Entity. But I suppose, if to be fair, you still have... Well, I was going to say you still have options like the Visage, but never mind. That was actually first banned by Boom. Any other heroes that come to mind, perhaps for the offlane, that Entity could run here, John, to really just kind of outpace the side of Boom?
5 seconds remaining.
They could gun for a Brewmaster or Venomancer can actually kick up the pace here. It just allows them to really run fast. The Brewmaster maybe slightly less so. Venomancer emphasis is on that early to mid game. So that could be a hero they pick up. They've picked it up before as well. I don't think you really have room to pick up something like the CK that they have gone back to here on Entity. It doesn't look like the best way of slotting in. You are kind of lacking team fight. You could try for... I don't know if you really need team fight in the first place. It's like, you could go for the Mars, but it doesn't really feel necessary for Entity. Mars could kind of tie up for offlane if they will go for the Spartan. They will just go for the Ursa on Boom, as it is a much better game. So much more secure for Jackie. Shouldn't be having as many issues as he did in game 1. No grip, no static link. So you are free to do what you want this time around. Entity, if they really wanted to, they have room for an offlane Razor for Toby. I don't know if you really want to repeat that. Again, your control is basically Lasso plus Unstable Concoction. That's pretty awkward. So I'm thinking you want something with more control in your offlane here for Entity, if it is going to be the safe lane out for Saberlight.
I certainly agree with you on that, but it must be tempting, though. Like, the Razor does feel like it does very well into the draft of Boom once again. It certainly does leave them without team fight, though. I do give you that, John. Like, you've got Lasso, you've got Unstable Concoction, and that's about it in terms of disable here for Entity if they did go down that route. But it does very well against the Ursa. I'm sure Entity are having a think about whether they really want to go down the Razor route here. And you also have heroes like Viper that are still available here for Entity if they wanted to run that. But no, they're going to go down the Veno route. Okay.
Yep. Just get aggressive, start to overwhelm them. Venomancer into Ursa is still pretty damn good. You still kite around the Ursa. So it's still not going to be a very swell time for Jackie if he cops the full complement coming out from Toby. And we've got to see Boom. Boom's got to find a way to make this draft work. Because I'm going to tell you straight up, Mike, I'm leaning towards Entity's draft. They've got early tempo. They've got this Alk to kind of help them scale into the late game if necessary. Probably not going to be necessary. Jackie has to shift his itemization. This is not a Battlefield game, for sure. You will not want to play a farming war up against the Alchemist. And they're going to have a rough time if Toby does manage to get a running start. We've seen Venomancers before hit an early Urn Spirit Vessel timing, hit an early Ags BKB with the Hood of Defiance. They can be very obnoxious into the mid game, especially since you don't have great burst on Boom. So Toby's going to have a lot of impact if you just allow him to do that.
So is there a particular timing that you feel like Entity just kind of takes over this game, John? Like, what can Boom do to try and counter out this draft of Entity, do you think?
Timing. I feel like Entity is going to be really... really, really good by 15 minutes is when they're really good. I'd say their lanes are actually really good as well. Like
Right.
there's nothing that looks bad about their lineup. Alchemist Chen lane, first 2 levels might be a little bit slower. Level 3 is going to kick up the pace. Venomancer Zeus lane is, yeah, that's a lot of magic damage to eat through. Scam's going to run out of mana healing up Jackie there, and he's not going to be able to play aggressive on his own end, kind of trying to shove them back. It's double range up against Amelie Ursa, so you're always going to be able to zap away at Jackie, drop his HP low enough. Yopaj Pango, it's also like one of those things that we've seen Boom sometimes underutilize. So it's like whether or not Yopaj is like really in the zone. He was sort of in the zone on the Ember, but then he went too far into the zone and lost himself. He kind of needs to temper that in here. I mean, it just looks like such a great draft from Entity. Like, I know you and I aren't big fans of the Veno, but this is actually legitimately a good Veno game.
For battle.
It could be pretty rough. I do agree it is a very good Veno game, and I wonder what kind of itemization Toby does go for here, but we'll wait and see. Beautiful thing is as well, John, Saberlight on that off lane out could just end up going for the Ags build up for the Veno as well later on, if you did want. At whatever point, you can build up the Ags and just be very, very annoying as Tim's. Going to be caught out already, but they don't have the greatest ways of locking him down. So he's going to be just fine to walk his way out. This Tim's, he'll be just fine. Get back to the high ground of the Radiant Triangle. Entity, they still seem like they want to try and move their way up to that high ground. Very, very confident to try and make this happen at level 1. Boom, more than prepared for this, or are they? Stun is going to be there from Saberlight onto Tim's. They'll catch him out anyway, but the rest of Boom, they are around to try and force his fight as the Axe. Or rather, the Avalanche is there on Katomi, but he'll heavily jump away and be just fine. Surprisingly enough, nobody actually ends up dying throughout that engagement. Everyone just fine to walk their way out. Maybe a few resets necessary, but that everything's going to be just fine for now. There's Saberlight, another stun to be channeled up. He has no target though. He'll stun himself instead. That won't matter too much. Still 2 bounty runes going the way of Entity, and they might even find a third. There's Katomi.
4 again.
Another 4. Well. That's a big concern here for Boom. Another great start here, as they are at least maybe going to find first blood. But there is going to be a quick disconnect out from Yopaj, it seems, as they do need a pause. But Katomi surely ends up dying here.
Yeah, he should. Heavenly Jump on a long cooldown. Level 1 jump is not really the most aggressive build you'd want in the Zeus. Normally you'd want that level 2 or 3. And they might have to give it to Scam with a Shadow Word, and they will. So he has to take the first blood just to ensure that they get it, but it compensates just a tad bit for losing 4 bounties. I don't think Entity minds, so like they are still gonna have a really good time. And you take a look at that lane as well down bot. It would feel a lot more annoying if you did have, say, Arc Lightning, but you do have some good aggression that can come out with Heavenly Jump and Gale. The slow is pretty annoying. You can just kind of chase down and right click, and it's double range up against an Ursa. So if you do actually isolate Jackie, it isn't too hard to run him down in the laning phase.
It certainly isn't. With those other lanes, though, we have a chance. Of course, mid lane, Yopaj and Storm are going to be against each other here on the Batrider Pango matchup. Shouldn't really be favorable here for Yopaj and the Pango, right? Like, you should have an inherent advantage as the Batrider, but you do always have the Swashbuckle away, so chances are Stormer may not have the easiest time trying to secure a kill here onto the Pango.
Yeah, it's not really a heavy kill lane for either side. You have enough play to kind of threaten back, but it does still feel like a better Batrider lane in terms of the farm overall. You're just going to be able to keep building up. I guess Yopaj is fairly happy with his wand already, though. So he's just going to be able to keep spamming out the Swash and Shield Crash and just kind of farm that way. Going to be down to, again, supports. Tim's on the Tiny might want to make some early plays happen, because you don't want to see that Batrider get a really quick travel time. That can be devastating.
And that it could. Stormy had a very good game, number 1, and looks like he might have another great game here. Still, top lane as well. Fishman on the Chen. Going to be there with Saberlight on that POS 1 Alchemist, and you're going to have Tims and FBZ. hanging around here on the DP and Tim and Tiny, though Saberline. Cheeky double stun out here from Saberline onto the duo of Boom Esports here in the off lane. Not too much pressure being applied for the ALK so far, but they are doing a very good job of just denying off enough creep so he doesn't feel too comfortable.
Just try to slow it down just a tad bit. A little bit slower for Saberline than I think he'd like, especially in comparison to Jackie. But Fishman's doing a good job. Courage creep was fairly annoying onto Tim's, and does lose it now. But you're also not able to get aggressive here on Boom all too much for the kill off, although they will toss back that pesky Chen.
Yeah, they'll go for a siphon here on FBZ, but Fishman, he literally could not give a crap. He'll just fight back. Saberline was trying to move in to go for a stun, but could not get in range to find a target. So now Tims, he might actually have an opportunity to toss back Fishman once again, and will do so back into FBZ. Fishman dropping very low and will go down. Boom. Able to clean up that Chen. Tims just very persistent with the tossbacks. Does make it work in the end.
They are slowing down that ALK lane, which is really what you want to do. You don't want Saberlight to get that same farming pace he had in the last game, and that was on a bristle on the ALK. At the same time, would be devastating. Nice toss back again, but Saberlight is fairly tanky, has a lot of HP with a soul ring up. They're not going to be the easiest target to go for, but you're allowing FBZ to get a lot more out from that lane. Levels are going to build up, and if he is allowed to go for the phase boots into his quick Ult or BKB, that's when the DP can really shine, and hitting that early level 6-7 allows you to really get a very non-committal push and teamfight going your way here for Boom. So getting the foundations built up for Boom. Entity, it's not like you're lagging too far behind. As long as they manage to reel in control in their jungle, you've always got a good recovery plan set up for the Alchemist down the line.
Absolutely. Down to the spot lane, Toby and Katomi both dropping quite low here on the Veno and Zeus, but will be just fine to remain within the lane. Jackie having a much better time on the Ursa than he had last game around. Currently 24-5 on the Ursa. Entity trying to get a little bit aggressive here onto Skem, but the Gale will not end up connecting onto the Warlock, but rather just Jackie. So they will go for a bit of a chase here onto the Ursa. In fact, that's a lot of damage being pumped out, and they've got him. You kind of talked about it, the Veno against Ursa during the laning stage. It's a bit of a slow ramp up here for Toby, but eventually he'll get the job done.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not something you really think about, but Heavenly Jump slow plus Gale slow, you're really not running away from that one. There's actually no helping that. So if Jackie oversteps farming and Skem isn't there to... I don't even think the Shadow Word's enough in that circumstance, but if Skem's not there to kind of cop at least one of the spells, you will fall. And that's what Entity has to do. Slow down Jackie as much as Boom is slowing down Saberlight, and you're going to be happy as long as they're kind of equal there, because Saberlight's going to be able to accelerate a lot faster.
It's one thing I never got about this Zeus change, right, with Heavenly Jump. Like, you made him more mobile, which is nice, but then you added damage to that spell, plus 100% movement slow. And for 2.5 seconds at max level, it just makes no sense to me. Yeah. You know, it's just like, why couldn't he just have the jump?
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. It was a silly thing at first too, right? It's like, it's a Mario jump. Hey, that's funny. And now, hey, he's jumping like Mario. I guess I die.
Oh, what can you do? It happens, John. It happens. Jackie, again, copying a Gale here down a bot lane is going to be just fine, though. Kind of earth shock his way out as Katomi now copying the Fatal Bonds, but is also going to be just fine. Very hard lane now, though, it seems, for Boom Esports out of this bot lane, because every time Jackie gets close to the creeps, he's just going to cop all this poison damage from Toby. At the very least, he does have Ring of Health, plus he has Skem giving him Shadow Word every 2 seconds, but it's still a pretty rough lane. Mid lane, Yopaj, he's going to go down, taken out by the Batrider, now top lane, FBZ dropping quite low himself, but not quite low enough to take him down. In fact, FBZ now going to turn right back onto Saberlight, trying to go after the Alchemist, but in the meantime, Jackie drops at the bot lane. You get Fishman on the Chen, but Boom, they lose their mid laner and their safe lane as Saberlight. He's still perfectly fine. In fact, never mind, he does get tossed back into FBZ, but they don't have the spells, I don't think. Avalanche is there, Saberlight. He'll stick charge, but eventually they'll barely get the job done. The final right click from FBZ proving to be just enough.
And it's starting to shape up. It does still feel like Entity's finding the better end of the trades here. Stormer gonna hit that quick timing on the travels that we talked about, stealing away some good stacks in that triangle. No defense coming out from Boom on that objective. And I'm surprised. Jackie is still going for Battlefield. He is still wanting to play the farm game here. Up against the Elk, it's not a farm war you necessarily win, although it is Jackie. I believe we've seen him in one game with Elk versus Ursa where he did manage to get a running start with an early Battlefield, but he's not off to a running start here. He's kind of equal net worth to the Elk. Battlefield, I just don't know about this, Mike. It's not the pickup that I'd expect, because usually Jackie adapts to like a defusal by the time he plays the second game of Ursa. Not the case this time around.
Certainly not. It could be a little bit of a rough affair as well. Like, you're playing against a POS1 Alchemist. You know you're not going to be able to keep up in farm. And maybe it's just all about getting to the later stages of the game here for Boom. See how they get that done. Top lane, a bit of a group up here from Boom as they might try to focus down that top tier 1 tower. Exorcism is available for FBZ if he does want to commit. Meanwhile, a smoke across the map from Entity, but they are making their way up towards the top lane. Katomi and Stormer will make their move up top. Exorcism has been popped by FBZ, but the defense is incoming. They're going to run right into Yopaj here, but a quick swashbuckle out into the Rolling Thunder, but he does only pump fake. Cancels it off mid-animation. And the tier 1 tower, it's still relatively safe. FBZ, they'll move in for a little bit more here. A bit more damage to be dealt, and what does seem like the Dire, they end up letting this tier 1 go eventually, or do they? Stormer, he's back with a double damage rune this time around. In fact, the tier 1 does remain standing. They couldn't get the job done in time.
Just not quite enough time on the Exo to get it cleared out. It is a lot of time from both sides, but on both sides we're also starting to allow their safe laners to just get that build up.
He's gonna turn around here onto Toby. He's had enough of this Venomancer. Yopaj, also the same, will with the Rolling Thunder secure the kill. Jackie, I mean, he copped a lot of damage, but does end up surviving. I say that, John. Look at the man's HP pool just drop. Still ticking away. He will survive in the end.
It's one of the things for that Venomancer. The output is really big. Up top, though,
yeah, Lasso. No hesitation from Stormer here onto FBZ, and they'll secure another. Just such valuable pickoffs being made by Entity. And Boom, they are still ahead in terms of kill score, but it does feel like Entity, they're finding much better pickoffs for themselves.
Yeah, and they're buying so much space for Saberlight. They're taking all these fights while the Alchemist is really just jungling. The Radiance for Saberlight's not going to take too long. And I legitimately don't know how you deal with that Alchemist in this game for Boom. Like, it doesn't feel like they have good answers here, Mike. No natural Spirit Vessel carrier, or at least no one building into that Spirit Vessel here just yet. Boom's end. Entity aren't quite able to play around the push aspect of their lineup yet, you know, with Chen and with Venomancer, not really focusing on the objectives. You don't really mind, though. As long as your Alc is farming, even if you trade a tier 1 or 2 on the side lanes, Saberlight still has enough room to just overwhelm on this hero.
On top lane, they do get the tier 1 tower. Scan is out onto Fishman. Boom, they are going to smoke up. It is only a Chen that they're running into, but Stormer, he does TP top lane. Much bigger kill if they want to try and go for that, but it doesn't seem like Boom are confident in their ability to take the Batrider down right now, so instead, it's on to the Chen once again. But Fishman, still running, looks to be just fine. Another swashbuckle out, another Crypt Swarm, but it's just not enough. In the meantime, Jackie bot lane could be in a spot of danger, but it doesn't seem like they'll be able to find him.
Backs off in the nick of time. His battle fear is almost done here on the Ursa. So that's the point when he can start to try and equalize up against Saberlight's Alchemist, as long as he's given the necessary room to get that done. Doesn't look like Entity's willing to give him that space out here, though. Just constantly applying that pressure.
Radiant's bottom
And Boom,
tower
for all
is under
their
attack.
camping in the top jungle, haven't really found anything for their efforts. They are clumping up for a little bit of a mid shove in now. Their lineup, I mean, they've got the Exo ready for the push. It's their best tool in that circumstance, but Entity understands how important that mid is. They rotate everyone in.
Radiant
Move
structures
in,
are fortified.
trying to protect the mid tier 1 tower, and for
Radiant's
now,
bottom
Boom,
tower is under
not
attack.
committing that excess that we talked about, a Stormstormer. Thinking about trying for a lasso onto Yopaj, but he gets the illusion rune out and kind of jukes out with it. So they do protect the mid-tier 1, and like you mentioned, John, it's very
Radiant's
important for them to
bottom
protect this
tower is
mid-tier 1,
under
considering they do have the Alchemist and want to maintain control of their own jungle. On the side of Entity, Esports definitely need to find a way to commit for that mid-tier 1, but again, for now, it just doesn't feel like they're quite confident enough to move in, even with the DP ulti available. And speaking of that DP, John, they are coming around. Stormstormer, he'll go for the attempt onto FBZ as he tries to back his way out. Silence will be there, and that might just be enough, unless a Centaur. Oh, it's not going to make it in time. Meanwhile, down at bot lane, Saberlight. He's in a bit of trouble, but they could not secure the kill. In fact, now the turnaround is there on Yopaj. That'll be about it. Saberlight throwing out a stun, backing his way out, and he'll be happy with just surviving that initiation.
You just don't have the burst damage on hand from Boom to really melt an Alk from full to 0. So they're going to need to either drag more bodies or just hunt elsewhere. Because Saberlight is just going to be big no matter what.
Yopaj is around the corner. Poison Nova will be committed, so Yopaj might need to back his way out as a stun. Does land on 2. They'll find Tim's. That'll be enough for Entity so far, though Stormstormer does show his face.
Radiant's top tower
Right,
is under
a bit of a
attack.
flame break there onto Yopaj, hoping it'll make him tick out, and he's just about to, in fact. Barely surviving. Oh, never mind, he doesn't. He does die to the poison stick.
Yeah, that DOT for Entity is just way too much. And we talked about what happens when you allow Venomancer to have a good start here, Mike. And Toby's off to a pretty strong start. Hood of Defiance up, Spirit Vessel next. We tend to see BKB Ags as the next pickup. And once those are done, well, that output just keeps staying high and high. And again, you've bought 1,000,000 miles for Saberlight to farm in. Radiance is already up and running on the Alki. So he's just going to be able to build up more and more in comparison to what
Radiant's bottom
Boom's
tower
able
is
to do
under
with a
attack.
Battlefield and Jackie. They are clumping up around here on Boom. Going for the smoke play. Roll is ready. Golden Drop's ready. Just need a good target to take here.
What do they find? Smoke might be broken onto the Batrider. That's a great target if they can find
Radiant's
it, but the
bottom
smoke is
tower
out from
is
Entity
under
now.
attack.
They have no idea Boom's right behind them, and to see the smoke being committed to Saberlight, he gets a chemical rate off in time. Can they burst it down? Not quite, it doesn't seem like it. They'll even drop the Golem, still trying onto the Alchemist, and they finally get him. No, he denies himself! Oh, he denies himself off! No goal to go the way of Boom, and they'll even find FBZ. Entity, they'll keep chasing them down. Yopaj dropping so darn low on the Pango. Tims will try to help out his Pangolier. It will do so. In fact, Jackie does rotate now on the Ursa. He might be able to clean up. Already finding Katomi, and we'll move in on to Toby, who's still trying to fight this one out. Does end up going down to Boom. Finding a successful team fight this time around, and bit of an unfortunate start there, John, having the Alchemist deny himself off, but ultimately in the end they'll still be happy with the way the fight went.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it still works out mildly in their favor, not as much as you'd like, but you take what you can get right now if you are on Boom.
Gonna find Stormstormer. Hand of God is there, and Stormstormer actually trying to fight back here against him, and Yopaj, oh, he's dropping low. You can't underestimate how much damage that Firefly does with the sticky napalm, and Yopaj is still just trying to run out, but they should have the damage to the swashbuckle, not enough. FBZ does make his move in though, and they do clean up both supports of Entity.
We find a much better trade coming out here for Entity, of course, taking out a core and a support for their trouble on the two supports. We do bleed out the creep army onto Jackie, but they're probably not the biggest deal in the world gold-wise. And now they've got the BKB up and running. on Stormer. So much easier to just jump in, get the lasso off, pull them back, take control of these fights at every single step. And for Boom, they have to play this far more, Mike. They itemized for Battle Fury on Jackie. They're going to have to try to just keep up the pace with Saberlight and kind of figure out an answer as to how you deal with his sustain in this game.
Speaking of Jackie, John, he's right behind the Arc. I mean, he's not doing too bad considering. Because the Battle Fury, in some sense, does feel like it might just pay off here. The Arc was just not anywhere near far enough, I feel, to, really make the pick feel worthwhile quite yet. Roshan is open. Boom, they are hanging around the Roshan pit as we speak. Fishman, he's going to be around at the Chen. We'll be able to scout all of this out.
It gives him a hit.
Back the rest of Boom are incoming. The Chen going to be scouted here by Jackie. The immediate jump in is there. They'll take down Fishman. Do you want to try and force Roshan out of this?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I think you've got a really good angle to come in. Entity though, they've still got the pressure PKG of Stormer. They've still got the lasso, so there are still good angles here.
Lasso onto the Pango, a great way to start this counter fight, and they've got him. Yopaj already down, and with that, Boom Esports, they could not continue for the Roche. So have to let it go for now. Entity just finding pick-off after pick-off here during this game number 2. Still a 4K advantage their way. Mind you, all of that is basically on their Alchemist. But nevertheless, they still have that net worth advantage. As long as they can stop Boom from taking this Roshan, they should be in a very, very nice position this game number 2. Though we are going to have a quick pause in this game number 2 here, as it seems like Entity's having a few connection issues. Still, John, I mean, going back to the Ursa, you commented on the Battle Fury, but I mean, Jackie is keeping up, right? Like, he's only 2K behind the Alchemist right now, which is a pretty good deal, I think, for Boom Esports here. What are you thinking about it?
I don't know if you really want to be keeping up, though. That's the thing, like, because you're never going to be at the same level of Alk's farm until it's a late game when gold doesn't matter, and the Alk starts feeding away slots with the Ag's Blessing. So I still feel like, I mean, maybe if they drag the game for 40 more minutes, that's where the Battle Fury can shine. But if we're talking about the immediate game now, from 20-minute mark till even just the 40 minute mark, it's tougher. So I don't know, like, they have to stall the game to really get the investment back on that Battle Fury, and I just don't think Saberlight's gonna be allowing them to wait around like that. I mean, this Alk is pretty much battle ready already, just with a Blink Radiance down the line. I do believe he's got his BKB flying out now, so there's some more protection here for Saberlight in the middle of these fights as well. And remember, even if the Alk stops, scaling in terms of items because he's fully slotted up, he can gift a lot of impactful Ags towards the side of Entity. Free Nimbus out for Kataomi for the +5 Zeus or the +4 Zeus that can be massive in the middle of these fights. The Chen Strong Dispel can cancel off a lot of control that Boom will want to use as well. So you still have some scaling outside of the Alk here, even though it's mainly utility onto your support as well.
Go again. Game number 2 back underway. Bit of a slower period now throughout this game too. Looks like they've got to try and maybe get something done before the BKB is up on Jackie though. Entity just kind of putting their faith in the Alchemist, allowing Saberlight to do what he needs to do and get that farm up. That Alk farm with the Radiance certainly escalating quite a bit for Boom. We'll start Roshan once again. They're going to try and force Entity to come back and try to counter this. They will have the vision with the Plague Wards, but Boom, they aren't going to back off for now. They're feeling rather confident to try and go for this early on. And we are going to have a very unfortunate pause here, as there is a smoke, but there was a crash happening. Stormstormer just crashing out of the game. This is a very unfortunate position, though. Just look at the smoke. Look how close they are right now. In fact, Stormstormer, he does have his smoke broken. to make matters even worse.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of an awkward fight. Does Boom have vision? They don't.
Although
Yeah,
it-
they
within
saw the
four.
smoke. Looks like they managed to get glimpse of that smoke on the bottom part of the stairs. The X marks are coming out from FBZ, so they've got an idea. But you still have some play here, depending on what entity will want to do. One of the awkward things with these kinds of pauses, right, Mike? Like, if it goes long enough, you might forget what you wanted to do, and suddenly the game plan when you come back in is just completely different. So we'll see. On the land setting, that shouldn't be as bad of an issue.
Well, on the brighter side for Entity, John, they are within the fog right now, so I don't believe they've been spotted quite yet, which is very lucky for Entity considering the circumstances.
There's a little blip of vision from Boom there. They just smoked right now, right on the ramp. There was a little bit of vision there from Boom. I don't know how. Probably from, is that FBZ on the cliff or Skem? They have a little bit of vision somehow. So they did see the smoke, and again, FBZ did X mark on the area with a ping. Tim's now X marking as well. So they know something's up.
How this pans out, John. Well, Stormer, he'll reconnect. He knows he's not smoked at the moment. Give the sec. Do you just rush into the Roshan pit? It feels like that's the only way right now. You either commit or you retreat. Entity, I think they might just commit as things do come out. Jackie, he gets backed by Roshan. Still trying to go for this with the golem drop. It's perfect from Stem. Is it going to be enough though? They've already got Fishman down. Roshan still dropping a Jackie's going to try and take the H with Saberline. He's the one to take it on the Alchemist. He'll take down Jackie on the Ursa, and he might lose that first life, but it seems to be a bit of a team fight win anyway for the side of Boom Esports. They lose the Alchemist, rather the Aegis and the Roshan, but they still end up winning out the team fight.
Yeah, they make it work their way. Tim's just managing to intercept in the top part of the Roche pit, disrupts that fight, and Boom manages to actually work the angles this time around. And not quite as clean as they'd want. You lose Jackie once more. Probably not the result you wanted there, but they've got the angle onto the tier 1 mid. There's still a 4K lead for Entity, and that is with the Alk, and that isn't as bad as it looks any longer, because that is just the one hero building up, as we do have more problems, so we will have a pause.
Well, let's have a look at the fight again, the Roshan fight, of course. I believe we do have a replay to look at here and see how everything panned out, because there was a lot of chaos that ended up happening in that Roshan pit. So let's have a look here. As Jan pours out, Jackie, he was trying to go after Roshan, but gets bashed at a very unfortunate time. Nevertheless, I love this golem drop here from Skem, and I think that was the real game changer here, Jonathan. And FBZ, just able to do whatever he wants in this Roshan pit, just nobody focusing him down. And that's how he ends up just getting a triple kill for himself.
Yeah, the DP BKB just... the BKB is actually just ruin what Entity want to do, right? Venomancer starts to lose its potency. Even the Batrider doesn't enjoy dealing with that, even though he has the lasso. It's only on one target. Your magic damage kind of disappears. And the Zeus, of course, doesn't get to poke away at you with his spells. So he just stands there, gets it done. There was a nice cheeky little play coming out from Fishman. He did manage to get a push with the Wild Wing Ripper Creep, kind of pushing Jackie out of the pit, but that might actually have saved his life, or at least allowed him to get a little bit more damage in on his return because of the stall out from Skem that you pointed out there, Mike. So a lot of back and forth, and it's just, it's a byproduct of just pausing at that exact moment. Boom had enough time to process what they might have seen on the map as a little blip. Tim's just runs right up, breaks the smoke from the upper angle, and suddenly you're fighting a fight on almost like two fronts there.
Absolutely. It's for anyone's game here, but it does feel like Boom is slowly clawing their way back into this one. So Dota Plus is sitting at 59% the way of Entity, so you still have that inherent advantage for them, but the way this game is going, it certainly feels like Boom are slowly creeping their way back into it. That's for sure. Mind you, a very nice Aegis still for Saberline, just kind of rushing in and hoping for the best, just outclicking everyone else in the Roshan pit, that last team fight. Hopefully these issues from Entity get resolved rather soon. I believe we were hearing earlier, it's like 40 degrees in Arlington right now, apparently, John.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice weather. Celsius, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, not Fahrenheit, Celsius.
What's that in the American units? I want to say 100 because that sounds hot. I don't know what Fahrenheit is. 98, 100. I really don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to start an argument, but I don't. It doesn't make sense to me.
You could have Googled it, Jonathan, if you really want to know. No,
I'm a consummate professional, Mike. I do not change tabs while casting. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. As you do get the unpause. Hopefully the sound issues are fixed.
It's me, John.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Still, I mean, 3K advantage. State of the game is 13-11. Entity are still leading, and never mind. We still have issues. Right. Going back to this Fahrenheit argument, Jonathan, I'm with you. I don't understand why everything has to be different in the land of NA. You know, I love the country, but why are we using Fahrenheit? Why are we using feet and all the rest of the ridiculous measurements? It's crazy, Jonathan. It's crazy.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, I've heard arguments. People say, "Oh, Fahrenheit just it's true to what you feel in your body." I'm like, that doesn't make sense because your sensation of heat depends on your preferences. So it's a relative scale that you're putting on absolutes. Celsius
How much have you thought about this?
I've thought about it a lot. You know, metric is perfect. 0 water freezes, 100 water boils. Phase change.
Right.
Perfect. Right? That's all we need. You know, it makes perfect sense. Funny enough, in the Philippines, we do use feet inches for height.
What?
I don't know why. Because the Americans were, they colonized us for like 20 years or something.
Right.
I forget. 20 years, 50 years, I forget. Something like that. And the Japanese were there in the middle. But yeah, we use feet inches for people height, but then we measure our weight in kilograms as far as I know. No, some people, no, we also do it in pounds as well. That's a bit mixed. But then we measure our temperature on Celsius. So we're really confused because of all those years, Mikey. We don't really know what we want anymore here.
That's all right, John. Do I dare ask how tall you are in feet and inches? Do you want to ask that question, John?
You don't. Above average for Filipino height. Make of that what you will. I am not joking, though. I am above average Filipino.
What?
Yeah, we are. Do you want me to say it, Mike? We're not that tall. Are you happy now? Huh?
Oh, don't get defensive, John. I'm not that tall either. FPC, he's going to get dumped here on the Death Prophet. We'll go down very, very quickly. Is that a BKB pop by FPC? I believe it was. What do you do?
Not much. It's a charge down. 7 seconds. Still enough time for you to make your play in the middle, although again, that last Roche fight was off the back of his longer duration BKB, so as it shrinks down, you're giving more openings for Entity to get back to spamming their spells and whittling you away with advantage. Still a 4K lead for Entity, as you pointed out there, Mike. I don't know, Boom still has a lot to do in this game, right? Like, it's still not a very comfy game for them because Entity, it just feels like they still have this key timing around them. They're still having Saberlight build Entity Assault next, and once he has that up, he can be able to, just do what he wants. He's going to be a lot harder to burst down for Jackie. Jackie, for his part, going into the BKB. So mitigating that output once more on all the magic coming through from Entity. I think, well, there's that blink I was about to say, but Stormer with a blink should allow them to just immediately jump key target, take away the Pango, or take away the Ursa before the Enrage comes out, and they will choose to reveal this with a smoke bike.
Here we go. Entity. So up, Blink is available for Stormer, and they're going to find FPZ in the mid lane. Make the jump. Yeah, they can. Lasso out immediately. Yoklash thinking about helping with the Rolling Thunder, but doesn't bother. They just burst down FPZ way too quick. It'll allow them to move into that mid tier 1 tower. No problems here for Entity. 5K advantage now, and Boom Esports still thinking about going for a defense, but it's looking rather challenging. They'll go for a Rolling Thunder. They'll try to move in onto the Alphas for Saberlight. He's got the BKB up. In fact, they're going to move in. A double stun out from Saberlight. They'll drop the golem from Skem, but is it going to be enough? Kobe, he'll be targeted by Jackie and does go down. Maybe Boom can do this. They'll keep the chase going. Fishman in trouble. Meanwhile, Jackie, though, being chased down by Stormer. He's in pretty big trouble here against the Spat Rider. He'll try to jump away with the flame break. It's going to connect. They've got Jackie down once again. So not too bad of a team fight for Boom. I believe that might have been a 2-for-3 trade in favor of Boom Esports.
Yeah, a little bit of a back and forth. It does sort of work out for Boom. It's just pretty scrappy for them to win fights out like this. It's not enough to really swing the game completely their way. Entity still has a lot of play left in them because of how these trades are going. Although, it does provide some openings for Boom. If they manage to get an objective off the back of these pickoffs, that's when things start to balance out a little bit more, but respawns are still fairly short ones, so they don't really have that much time to fully commit onto the objectives. They are clumping around top, though. They have exorcism ready on FBZ if they want to really commit, but it doesn't look like they're going to be doing that just yet. So, going to take it easy, keep that build-up going, and the big issue for Boom is that, you know, I mean, Jackie is going back into the Scotty. Very nice against the first, against the Alchemist at least. A long way to go.
Oh, he cancelled off the Rolling Thunder and Stormer. Just no hesitation. Goes right for the last one to kills the kill. Just wanted to save that ulti, but it ends up costing him.
Yeah, and it's almost reflective of the mistakes we saw from Game 1, where just a little bit of overconfidence, kind of fighting Yopaj there. Figures he can get away without using the roll, still under vision, gets jumped, gets punished, and Entity just dragged the lead back their way once more. 6k lead building back up. More.
He's going to be alright. They won't have a way to cancel the TP this time around. Storm obviously just committing the lasso for Yopaj. He's finding the Tiny. Still 16 to 15, 6k advantage the way of Entity. Again, Boom Esports nowhere near out of this game yet, but every team fight that goes by, it just looks more rough and rough here for Boom. That being said, they did kind of pull out a victory in that last one, so, you know, maybe I'm kind of wrong in what I'm saying here, John. Maybe it's just all about delaying enough so that this Ursa is going to become a problem against the Alchemist, and well, you did just point out the fact that the Eye of Skadi is being built up now, and that's certainly a great timing here for Jackie. Once he does have that up against the Alp. But now, though, they are going to go for a bit of a smoke up. And is there onto the Bat Rider, but Stormer, not the easiest to catch out. Still, the Avalanche toss, it might just be enough, but no, the Hand of God is there. Stormer, Golem drop will be enough to lock him down and take him up, and here comes Saberlight. He's already got Skem down. Onto FBZ they go. The Death Prophet, can he survive through it? It does seem like he can for now as Yopaj holds everyone else back with the Rolling Thunder, but needs to get out himself. Able to do so, but Katomi on the chase may have actually found him, but Yopaj will blink towards the east. He'll be fine as tipped. He'll make the jump right back in. Avalanche toss is there. Katomi's down. So is Toby. Fishman trying to fight back, but the Golem is going to take him out of the chen. Saberlight is the only survivor left for Entity. A 2-for-4 trade the way of Boom Esports is some fantastic news for this Radiant team.
And that's definitely what they needed. Probably one of the clearer wins they've had in quite some time. Even from the Roche bit, where there's a lot more back and forth in their favor. This is probably, again, starting to show us how much Jackie can do when the team fight does break out their way. Great Golem coming out this time from Skem to help hold down. And Jackie just finds a good angle in. They're not really able to burn through the Ursa this time around with all their magic damage. They're not able to kite him around there. So we'll have to see if Boom can be consistent in pulling that off, though.
We could have a look at this replay coming up here, John, for that previous team fight. So Yopaj with a cheeky blink out, and it's kind of funny how the poor old Chen just trying to deal with this damn Golem as they do get jumped here from Tim's. And look at this, Fishman, he's just getting hit away. He's trying to focus down Jackie, but this Golem just won't leave him.
Yeah, it's a big angry monkey, Mike. You don't want to. It's not going to be civil with you. Just wants you gone in its enclosure. Fishman, it's all right. You know, he still managed to help his team out well enough. Is working on to his Wraith pack, so damage mitigation is going to be big now in the middle of these fights. Full AC up for Saberlight going into the Basher Abyssal. So it's going to be even tougher for Jack to kind of hold its ground there. And I think that's still a major concern for Jackie. He does switch away from the Scotty, going for the Satanic instead. So just looking to sustain through in the middle, not worrying about the sustain coming out on the Alk still.
Easy. It'll be okay. Have the whole side of Entity around that area, but they are making their way over now. Roshan is up. Very, very important for either side to be able to secure this as the smoke is out from Boom, but they did see that on the side of Entity. Very well aware that Boom is smoked up right now as Boom. They'll try to wrap around the long way, but it's going to be rather hard getting onto that high ground of the Dire jungle. Now they want to try and initiate a Stormer. In the tree line, is prepared to break the smoke, but it shouldn't cost him his own life to make that happen. He will try to bait for his team, but it's going to be a counter smoke now. Entity, western side of this mid lane, very patient, waiting for Boom to show themselves as Yopaj is going to be there. Stormer, not going to be able to get the lasso yet. The roll up will save the day for Yopaj, and that'll be enough. Get back is there. Entity not happy with the initiation attempt. And wait for another day for this one. Aster though is picked up. BKB out. Stormer. Who do you lasso up? Golem drop is there. Skep trying to set up as the lasso is out on Jackie, but the enrage is already out, so the duration just was not long enough. Yopaj will roll around the team fight. A big avalanche out from Tims into the Alchemist. They've got Saberlight. He'll go down. That's a massive loss for Entity. There's now Katomi in trouble. But in the meantime, Jackie does end up going down to Toby, and now FBZ still ends up dropping. But the thing is, John, you start off with a great kickoff on the Alchemist, but it just falls apart straight after.
They just aren't able to sustain through that output coming out from Entity once BKB's fade. I mean, it's the same story. It's still a Venomancer, it's still Zeus. They can just whittle away at you. And now Roche number 2 is going to go with the wave. Entity 21-21, a 7k lead standing for Entity. Relatively even, as most of that gold again is heavily into Saberlight, but there is enough distribution that you feel pretty good here on NTT with everyone else. So, you know, you've got a lot lined up now for Entity in terms of getting that build up. Bash already up for Saberlight. Intuitive Bearing up for Toby along with Assange. Would love to see if he manages to get something like the Ags here in this game, or again if Saberlight's going to be the generous benefactor gifting everyone Ags. It doesn't look like he will be, because Kataomi buys his own. Still, you do kind of want that Nimbus early here. But we're reaching that point where, again, as the game scales on late, sure, the Alchemist becomes less and less of an issue, but it feels like everyone else becomes that issue, right? Because you've always got Lasso to go through BKB. BKBs are now 6 seconds, so Venomancer has an angle in. It's not that cut and dry for Boom to say that, all right, our Ursa late game is going to be winning us this game. It's not. There's still a lot of tools Entity can play with.
It's still a very close matchup here, John, that's for sure. Entity, though, 9k advantage is Boom. They're going to smoke up once again. Satanic is up on the Ursa. Saberlight just so farmed up now on the Alchemist. Was 5k ahead of that POS 1 Ursa. Boom, they will make their way into that Dire triangle, but nobody's going to be around, so they'll try to make this place home for a while. But having a space to farm in right now if you are Boom. The Godrat, though, going to get plenty of vision as Stormer. Immediate jump in, but the Aeon Disc. Yopaj, prepared this time around for the lasso, is going to be able to make his way out. So lasso down for a little bit here for Stormer. Entity, they may not want to fight without it. I just chill out and a bit more time here for Saberlight to keep that farm going. It just doesn't feel like they're in any sort of rush to force a fight against Boom. They'll just chill for now. You have so much scaling to go as well. I mean, you haven't even seen any Ags coming out yet from the Alp.
Yep, not gifting anyone just yet. Talon just buys his own. Nimbus can kind of stall out this pushback through the commitment now on the side of Entity. We'll find our bot tier 2 here. At least Jackie will have cleared out at least one objective in that time span since we last went to the pit. Entity kind of checking near that pit as well, but still a ways off. 5 minutes until we see the timer up and running. And for Boom at this point, it becomes tougher and tougher to see what they can do. Like, it feels like you're going to be reliant on just getting swash stuns from Yopaj. Like, he can roll in. Maybe if he gets his Ags up, that kind of helps as well. And trying to proc those stuns, but it's just not a reliable way to count in this game. And Entity will go for their smoke play now.
Go. Radiant triangle. Oh, Jackie might be left behind. The Blink's on cooldown right now. John the lasso. It's going to land. They've got the Ursa. They'll take him out. Oh, the Blink was on cooldown. Stormstormer. He wants a little bit more out of this, but he'll find nothing. Nevertheless, Top Towers are still there to be taken here by the side of Entity, and that they will do. Boom. They might just have to sit back and relax for a while, John. They won't want to force a buyback here for Jackie for another 70, and they can't really force the fight without the Ursa either. The map is once again the side of Entity.
Radiant's top tower
Yep, they shrink it all the way down. They get control in the triangle. They've got a really good setup for the next rush in around about 15 minutes, although.
Stormstormer could be in a spot of danger here, John. He's completely kind of surrounded here by these Boom Esports players, but he's the one turning around going for the fight. Boom, they just don't feel confident in going after this Batrider. Even if he is completely alone, his team are making their way over to try and help out. Trying to catch somebody off. The Stormstormer still moving forward. FBZ trying to punish him back. The Batrider just no fear. With that Firefly bonus movement speed, he just keeps going. And keep in mind, he does have that secondary life anyway.
Bull has about 10 seconds left on the Aegis total.
Yeah, Marsh will try to make the jump in, but can they time this perfectly is the question. They won't need to anyway. Stormstormer, he'll back off and go for the reset with the Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower is
We'll
under
just
attack.
TP right back towards the fountain. For the rest of Boom. We'll have their POS 1 back now, but they are in dire straits at the moment, John. 15k behind. Well, even our Batrider's overtaking everyone else on the map from Boom, and it's a very tough position to try and come back from if you are Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's just, again, sort of reminiscent of Game 1 with the draft. Entity has, once they're ahead, it's very hard to slow down that momentum coming out from Entity, so I'm gonna have to see what they can do is smoke out from Boom, though. See if they find something.
Around. Going for a very long wrap around, trying to get through back into that Radiant jungle, but
Dire are scanning.
Obi, he's going to be in position to break the smoke. Plague Lord will give some vision as well, so he'll try to make a run for it for now and reposition. They will be able to stun him up, and Jackie makes the jump in, but the Poison Nova is already there. Now Saberlight and the Lasso holding down FBZ on the Death Prophet. What are they getting done though? Entity still moving forward onto Jackie this time around. The Ursa needs to be very careful, but will Life bring his way up for now? He's just fine. We'll chase more targets down, but who are we really aiming? Onto the Batrider once again. Stormstormer still just kind of unkillable, but they do make the jump in and eventually find the kill thanks to the fear of FBZ. With that, Entity, they do not want part of the team fight any longer. They'll try to back their way out. Saberlight, however, has been left behind on the Alk. You'll have to run the old-fashioned way. Jackie right on top of him this time around. We'll take care of it. And boom, a 4-man wipe to the side of Entity. It felt like a team fight they shouldn't have won, but they make it work somehow.
Yeah, they got an opportunity now to cleanly take a tier 2, start to pressure onto the tier 3, maybe look to force up a couple of buybacks as well. And if Boom gets lucky, it could also lead them to a bit of an early rush if that respawn timer is in their favor. So we'll see. Entity, no, not able to really work that fight themselves this time. They do work the angles on Boom's end. And the high ground, not going to take too long when you've got the Ursa up. Should be able to pull to at least, again, 1 lane of racks. Fortify is there to at least slow, but they're not buying back for this.
They picked the doors, John. There was a ping on C4 towers. More pings flying out as Yopaj, he thought about it, but so they are going to settle for that mid-racks. Not opting to try and force buybacks here from Entity. One lane of barracks down here and boom. It suddenly, you look at that graph, Jonathan, and it just shoots right back up the way of boom. And suddenly they are the ones in control of this game number 2.
Yeah, they work a good fight. That's all they needed. Unfortunately for Boom, Roshan is a bit of a longer timer, 2 minutes 50 seconds. So a little bit more patience necessary for Boom before they can head into that next objective to secure their high ground. That should give Entity time to scout that out. And there are also no slouches at the Roche pit. So they've got a lot that they could do with this deposit here in Singapore. And it is about that time in the game now where we are seeing Saberlight queue up the Ags. So time to synthesize Ags. Again, you already have one on the Zeus. You probably will just give one to Toby on the Veno. Or if you really feel like the Strong Dispel is worthwhile here, the Chen. I don't think it is necessarily worthwhile here in this office right now. This should be and just the sterilization coming out. But,
Toby, move forward here, John. The Roshan pit for now, but Roshan down for another 2 minutes as Yopaj is going to move right in. That's a big rolling thunder. He's caught the Batrider again. Terrible news here for Entity. He's now going to lose him straight off the bat, but the buyback is out. They want to keep this fight going. Toby about to drop with the Venomancer. They do at least find Skim on the Warlock, but now Fishman and Katomi dropping rather low on the side of Entity, but the lasso, Stormstormer, he's got the Ursa. Jackie's going to drop. No buyback available on him as FBZ. Just trapped between a rock and a hard place, trying to keep this fight going on his own. But he is going to drop. Entity, it was a terrible start to the team fight for him. But off the buyback of the Batrider, they are able to turn this one back around. And suddenly Boom have 3 heroes down without buyback.
And it's going to be a really tough fight for them because Roshan is going to spawn right before they respawn. Entity has a really clear shot into going into that pit, securing an Aegis, potentially forcing the high ground, and evening out the game a little bit more. Evening out the map state, take a set of racks, maybe even 2, and how fast they do it with the Alchemist on their side. And Boom kind of slip up just a bit. They still have to play it safe for the most part. There is still, again, a lot of power on Entity. It's never been gone. Boom's just been able to find ways to go around it. And we do have enough gold for Saberlight to actually buy out one of the Ags now. Let's see what they opt for when they do start to give that away. As yeah, there's arguments to be made for the Chen and Venomancer. But you might actually prefer to give it to Stormstormer. Right? Like the double lasso is probably your best bet. Just drag multiple heroes back, clean up the fights, and just kind of gun from there. We'll see. You have all the time in the world here to choose as Roche is up. It also has a free Ags. So, hey, you might not even need to buy one in Saberlight if you don't want to.
Certainly not. Roshan's going to go down very fast here. Side of Entity. There you go. Ags up. Stormstormer. He'll take it for himself. So now you do have that double lasso going on. In fact, never mind. They'll hand it to Toby. Poison Nova upgrade, it's a lot of damage. We've seen this before. You kind of underestimate how much damage it deals now with that 4.5% max HP removal. It's tough. They're still smoked up though. Still hanging around that dire triangle. Maybe able to get a surprise initiation onto Entity if they try. Stormstormer, he'll just rush forward. He's going to lasso straight onto Tibbs. He'll at least find themselves a tiny here and they will. No problem. That's the Boom immediately just retreating after seeing that. And well, Tim's no buyback available, but he probably won't need it for now anyway.
Yeah, Entity's just kind of playing their side of the map. Still just getting that build up, not in a rush. They've got 17k lead on their side now, and they've even got the refresh up on Kataomi. So a lot more options for the bursting damage. BKBs are just so short now on everyone's end. And that does play in favor of Entity at the moment. I'm wondering what else they could really gun for. Like maybe it's time to start to consider further development for Tim's. Kind of go as a sort of semi-core. because you're pretty much slotted up in Jackie. Outside of his own Swift Blink, there's not too much room there. Maybe a synthesized Ags could help. There's that refresh out for Stormer to clear out the bot tier 2 as well. And things can get pretty spicy now. With at least, no, not quad lasso without the Ags, but double lasso is still here, Mike.
That it is. That it is, John. Boom. You're not out of this game yet. The win probably back in the way of Entity by 78%. It's a very back and forth game. Stormer. Radiant Triangle. It's going to be just fine. Esports not willing to try and make the jump in without that pause 4 Tiny available. Really missing out on the info on Katomi as well. Katomi very aggressive with his positioning. He's just fine. Stormer trying to find himself a target, but won't find anyone from Boom as they avoid and run towards the west. They'll hold on to this 21k net worth lead, but still 1 racks down. Maybe they just wait for the Moon Shard build up on Saberlight first before they want to keep this going.
Have the gold for it with, well, not with buyback, unfortunately. So just keep playing it safe. And yeah, they've got time to spare here on Entity. They know that as they've got control of the map, Boom's not going to be able to work their economy as well. So you just kind of relax, keep some creeps, get that build up, get all nutritioned up as you just keep building up. You don't want to get slow.
Avalanche toss is out. They've got the Batrider for now, but Stormer, he's got a lasso right onto the Ursa. Jackie, he got the arrange up in time though, as now they'll force the team fight, but Jackie and Tim's dropping way too low, and now another lasso. They catch the Ursa a second time. Saberlight is there with the follow-up for Jackie. He'll Satanic, he'll heal up, he'll keep trying, but he hasn't got enough. He's melting too fast. Jackie's gone. Saberlight though, in big trouble himself. The Outpost is also going to drop. Neither carry buying back yet. Team fight does continue. FBC, he might be able to clean up, but Stormer, he might also clean up here. He's onto Yopaj, but no, the disarms are there onto the Batrider. It won't matter though. They'll get the job done in the end. 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Entity once again. And Esports trying their absolute hardest, but I'll tell you what, John, this Batrider, he's just making it so darn hard.
He really is. Like, Tim's gets a good angle to blink in, gets a toss out, but just ends up being a lasso opportunity on Jackie, and the refresh is just doing a ton of work. Just double lasso is insanity, along with the Octarine, lower cooldown on the lasso, lower cooldown on the Firefly, very high uptime for the Batrider to get that aggression out. And Boom can't afford to be too hasty. I get that they're getting a bit trigger happy. They want to make something happen on the map. They know they're still behind. But you can't afford to make it that risky. You need to ensure that when you do jump in, you find that kill and you watch for entities respond.
Let's jump in from Yopaj. Got the Chen at the least. Problem is, Stormer, he's right in once again. They'll Abyssal Blade him up and try to put a hold to his positioning as Skep. He's gonna get caught on the Warlock. They'll find something. Hack's now up as well on the Chen, by the way. Yopaj will be able to back his way out, and Entity they will do the exact same, it seems. Saberlight, he is back up, and he can just BOT's right towards this top lane. Stormer. Pops that Firefly again, ready to jump whenever. Pressure all back up in 15, and now the jump is there onto the Tiny. They've actually loaded him up, so he does lasso himself, but it won't matter too much to the Tiny. He's dropping, but Stormer, he's dropping lower. He'll go down. Saberlight now, a bit of a sitting duck in this Radiant base as Jackie should have his way with him, but can they deal with the Alchemist? It does seem like they can. Eventually, they'll take him down as Boom Esports. They'll keep fighting back here against Entity. On to Fishman they go. That'll be the Chen gone as well. Obi trapped in the tree line right now between FBC and Tim's. Should be the fourth target to go down for Entity. And will go down eventually as an Ultra kill will be handed the way of Jackie. Buybacks are there. from Entity, but this could be a very rough defense now, John. Boom. They should realize there's a couple heroes down with that buyback here for Entity, and it might be a matter of just going straight through mid.
Yeah, it looks like they've got that same idea here, Mike. Just gun for the end play. Very long for the respawn on Tubi. There is a buyback ready on Saberlight, but it might still be enough. It does feel like you really want that Poison Nova damage to help you out in the middle of these engages. And boom. Yeah, try to go for the end here. Maybe catch someone else out first. There is still an angle from Entity with Smoke.
Well, that's so Tim. He does get caught for Boom. They're all there to try and help out if they've got that Bat Rider. It could be a time back to Stormstormer, but the refresh is there. On their FBZ once again. They've got the Death Prophet down already. No buyback available for FBZ, and somehow, once again, this Bat Rider puts an end to all the push attempts coming in from Boom. Pretty much single-handedly. The Stormstormer does it himself.
Yeah, just finds a target, grabs him back, and then we're just back at equilibrium here, Mike. So maybe again, wait for the next Roshan. 20 seconds away. That should have a full complement once more. And both sides probably going to want to have it, Mike. Does look like Entity should be a little bit closer to pit. Gun for that Roche. Stockpile on the cheese as well, so you have more to stay in the middle of these fights. As we approach 50 minutes in, Mike. So we're inching towards the time that we never meet when we mention. I forget what time that is.
Well, you best not say it, John, if you want to see it. 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away. If it happens. But has there been any 60-minute plus games in the Major yet? I can't remember seeing one. But I could be wrong, John, considering there's so many games going on at the same time.
I want to say we had a pretty long game on our first day, but I forget. It's all a blur, Mike.
Right.
I can't tell what's real and what's not real anymore. It's all very blurry. I'm actually not sure what day it is.
All right.
That's where we are, Mike.
Fantastic. Entity. Find a nice little regen room, but just leave it. Nobody needs it. Did you want to try and for a nice fight into the high ground, I think, and it could just be game. There's only 2 buybacks on the map right now. One being for Jackie, the other being for Katomi. There's not many buybacks available for either side. Roshan, it'll be back up in 30. Big objective to take by either team. Tundra Esports. Really got to try and make sure that it does not go the way of Entity. I suppose it's the same kind of situation for both sides now, as that next Roshan could just be game defined both these teams. 10 seconds left for that one.
Inching closer, and again, you have a pretty good angle to take that here on Entity. So, should be able to get it, but it does look like they really want to kill first. They want to be able to ensure they've got a clear angle to take the Roche uncontested. We've got a refresh up now on Yopaj. Double roll is there, double whistle could be pretty nice as well in terms of the code toolkit, and could allow the Entity to play a little bit better here as well. But patience from both sides here, Mike. Don't want to take the risks. Boom wants a tie, and Entity wants a clean win.
Nobody does get out the Roche, but see, nobody's starting it quite yet. Double damage rune down at the bot rune spot though, John. The classic before the Roshan pit. The team though picking it up quite yet, but Saberlight, he's gonna move right in. Boom had no vision over that bot rune, so they had no idea it was picked up. Now with that double damage, the Saberlight should feel very confident to try and move into that Roshan pit. Still very scary against Boom, especially considering you are playing against that Warlock with the Fatal Bonds and the Golem drop, but for now, they'll get started. Boom, they'll get the vision over the pit. Yopaj will make the move in. After Toby, he goes with the lasso. Already catching out a couple. Still with Lotus Orbs and Aeon just now going to say for now as the lasso once again is on the tips in the backline. And now Saberlight, he'll make the jump in. Stem's already down. No gold really there as well. Tim's, well, he's dropping quite low here. He won't make it out. does go down. While FBZ jumping right back in along with Jackie. They're trying to salvage this team fight onto the battle line. They go with Stormstormer, somehow still surviving. Eventually does finally go down. As Boom, they're not done yet. Onto Saberlight they go. Surely they've got the outcome. As and they do. They take him out. The fight continues though. Toby, he'll keep trying, but Jackie, he'll man up here against the Venomancer. But can he get it done? It doesn't seem like it. They'll take him out. No buyback available on any of the heroes that went down, apart from FBZ, who already commits his buyback. Yopaj, keep the fight going. Onto Toby. FBZ, he'll rejoin as well. Toby dropping very, very low in the Rolling Thunder. It's back up. That's how long the team fight's been going. Back onto the Venomancer. Toby should end up dropping here, or maybe not. The Yopaj, a very nice Rolling Thunder right through to the Chen. They've got the Venom locked down. FBZ, they're lacking so much damage, but eventually they'll get it done. Who takes Roshan now, John?
Yeah, that's an awkward one without the damage dealers from both sides. I mean, I would love to see a Zeus Chen just give it a whirl. Yeah, they could give it a shot, but probably not the most advisable idea for Entity. So both sides gonna have to wait a little bit longer here, Mike, as the game stays steady. 36-39, 29k lead for Entity Gaming, but it's mainly on a knock, so not the biggest deal in the world. Entity have a 72% chance to win still, according to our Air Overlord, so still favoring the Japanese to kind of have a better plan out.
Gonna move in the Roshan pit.
Radiant are scanning.
Thunder is gonna be there again. Face down Katomi as FBZ will be there with the Shiver's Guard. That'll force the buyback out from Toby. Get him with the Poison Nova on the Venomancer. Yopaj, he'll keep going for a bit of a chase. Won't be able to find anyone else. Back into the Roshan pit, perhaps, though Scam does get caught on the Warlock. He'll drop the Golem immediately here, as he is almost guaranteed to die. Eventually, to these Chen units who just block him in. Look at this, John.
Jeez.
No way out for Scam. Roshan, it's kind of open now for Entity.
Yeah, they've got the angle in. Boom, still a bit far out for the response. You're gonna have to get running. Jack just respawns, but Roche is falling way too quick. And that should be a tool under Entity's belt to get onto that high ground next.
Is there. They do not find anyone quite yet. Skatomi looking to back off for a bit as Yopaj will move in. The Ursa, where is he? Onto Stormstormer they go. They want that Bat Rider. He's just such a nuisance in these team fights. Abyssal lays down. The Bat locked down. They've got the Aegis down on the Bat Rider for now, but he's got that secondary life of Saberlight. He'll keep going onto Tim's, onto the Tiny. Meanwhile, Jackie just has to run a Stormstormer. He'll chase him out. Catch the lasso, locks him down, and takes him out as well. No buyback available. FBZ, they'll try to run, but they have another lasso if they need it, and they won't. They'll hold out. Entity, this is the chance they've been waiting for, John. Onto the high ground they go.
And they've got a clear path, no buybacks on Boom, on FBZ and Jackie. I don't know if you really want to gun for all the racks. You could probably look at the ending. Use the risk.
Another Rolling Thunder. Yopaj going to try and hold them back. He wants those tier 5 items, John. Onto the Veno they go. Toby. He's just fine. There's just no damage. And now the lasso is there. Stormstormer finding a great angle through the Rolling Thunder. Yopaj, he'll roll up and just go all across the map here. Just trying to find a way out. Swashbuckle towards the west, but he's been caught. He's gone. Immediate buyback from Yopaj. Rolling Thunder up in 10 seconds anyway. They'll go for the T4 towers, it seems. They'll try to go right for the jugular. They know they don't have the Ursa or the Death Prophet, so surely they can't defend this one. Entity will keep trying. As Boomer just kind of held within the base thanks to this upheaval. Stormstormer will knock them out. Yopaj right back in with the Rolling Thunder. Back in onto Toby, trying to find Saberlight. They're just going to find 20 more seconds here for Jackie to respawn. But can they surely get it done? Saberlight still getting stunned up here by Yopaj. This man just won't quit. The disarm's out as well. Tim should just drop here on the Tiny. Surely eventually the Poison Nova damage, and he will. Yopaj caught out. Entity, they should have this game in the bag. GD not called yet though, but the Ancient is completely exposed. They're trying their absolute best, but Entity completely ignore them. Onto the Ancient, the GD calls there. Game 2 is over. Entity, they managed to pull off the 2-0 victory here against Boom Esports. And it was a great Game 2 between these two teams, John, but Entity proving to be a little bit too strong here today.
Yeah, that's just maddening what they managed to do here on Entity and Boom. I mean, they went back for the Ursa, right? Like, it just allowed Entity to go into that Venomancer they love to play around with. And they managed to get this overwhelming start on Entity's end. There was a lot more back and forth here for Boom, right? A lot more shining moments where they were managing to force some fights back their way. In the end, it's just way too much to handle, right? Like you were severely behind. The Alchemist was starting to gift Ags, the utility coming through. Late game BKBs were shrinking down, so your Venomancer, your Zeus was doing more damage again, and the sustain coming out from Fishman was still fairly relevant, especially with the Ags upgrade with Strong Dispel on hand. It is actually pretty big to remove a lot of control and slows off from your entire team in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
And Boom just didn't have that same level of control. They had a couple of Abyssals. They had Golem Drop. Golem Drop was really their big teamfight spell. Rolling Thunder on the BKB is not as great, but the Golem Drop is kind of equivalent to the Lasso, right? BKB piercing, game change sort of thing, and it's just not something you can really rely on in as much. Whereas Stormer had the Octarine, had really low cooldowns, had a refresh, just ran around like a madman, grabs one key target, holds them back, and you can kind of open up the fight there for Entity.
Absolutely, and that's going to be a big deal here for Entity as they do move their way up the ladder in the Group B standings. Of course, both groups looking rather interesting now as well between the two. Naturally, PSG.LGD at the top of Group A, and for now, Team Aster at the top of Group B. Though I'm sure once those scorelines do kind of update, they might change a little bit. Looks like Entity has actually made their way over to the second place spot now after that 2-0 victory. And well, there we go. We've got the results here on the stream. Obviously, all 0-2s today, Jonathan. All 0-2s.
Yeah. Now, all right side as well, with only Boom breaking the record.
Oof.
So unfortunate for them to break that pattern out.
They broke
the script. Someone's getting penalized for that. I'm sure the script writers aren't happy, but yeah, no. 2-0 day. Very. Even though it's been 2-0, there were a lot of competitive fights. Like every single series has been pretty tight. Every team has its moments, but it's Dota 2. Even if you have those moments, if you don't manage to get that win, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's it's still been a great day of Dota, Jonathan. I believe that is it today for this stream, and most streams actually. It's just been a very, very long day of Dota, but it's been a fantastic day of Dota, John. Any day packed full of Dota is a great day, and it certainly has been just that. Of course, we do have some more great Dota coming up tomorrow. Just heaps of it, in fact. What is it, like 16 series again tomorrow? Something like that. So another great long day. That does mean you and we should head off. I can see you can't even keep your eyes open anymore, Jonathan. So it is MLP Dota. It is John X Foreign. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll catch you all again tomorrow.
Fortified.